Lola V brought up? Yeah, remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute pet. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, great.
Is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, DFW. It is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. I'm RJ Choppy. He is Bobby Belt. Peyton and Aiden back in the studio. We are in Anna at the Firehouse Tour, and a special guest this morning, the one, the only, the question asker, Zach Walchuk.
Yep. What's going on, boys? How we doing?
The question asker.
Let's do it. We breaking up the haka or what?
Let's do it.
Woo!
He is learning the haka just for this. I hope he breaks it out.
That would be incredible. Great. Put on the a fire outfit, put on the fire suit, and just go full haka.
Yeah.
And I don't know that you are going to be able to do the haka without all the gear on. But, I mean, if you want to put bunker gear on and make it more awkward.
Ooh, baby.
You know, I leave the awkwardness, man.
Baby.
Let's do it.
There we go. Bobby, where are we this morning?
We are in Anna. We're at 305 South Powell Parkway for the Sean and RJ Firehouse Tour. We already got a few listeners out here. John from Anna, Tolo Bryan from Garland, Adam from Anna, Travis from Prosper, and Shane from Campbell. We got the Firehouse.
Now, why does Brian get the Tolo? I assume they're all
literally.
Tolos if they're here at 5:30, 6 o'clock in the morning.
Literally, however
they
they identified is how I then wrote it down.
Okay.
So that's what I'm doing here. I spit it
you
out.
just allow people to identify however they want to.
They're all solos here. But we are in Anna, so I did some research. As you know, I always like to do some research when we wherever we stop, just the history of the place. So, Chop, Anna was founded in the 1860s. It had 20 residents when its land was platted in 1883. It was officially incorporated in 1913.
Was one of the 20 residents named Anna?
Well, okay, so we're actually going to get to that question. It had a population of fewer than 1,000 people when you first moved to DFW. It grew to 8,200 by 2010, and the last census in 2020, it had doubled in 10 years to almost 17,000. The city is named after Anna Quinlan, who was the daughter of a railroad official by the name of George Quinlan. And yes, that's the same Quinlan that the city's named after, Zach.
Let's
R.I.P.
go.
Kenny.
We love you, Kenny.
Here's the thing.
Does George get a city?
So here's the thing. George Quinlan.
Well,
The city
okay,
of Quinlan.
but they didn't name it after her first name.
No, it's
No,
just
okay.
named after
All
his
right,
first.
there you go.
Yeah, I mean, there's not. I mean, there may be a George, Texas. I don't know.
Georgetown.
But there was a long-standing myth, I guess, that Anna and Melissa, which is their neighboring city here, were the names of the daughters of William Van Alstyne, who was also a railroad official and one of the presumed namesakes of the city of Van Alstyne. That's a myth. Van Alstyne didn't have any kids named Melissa or Anna, but it was still the common belief for a lot of people around here for years. Shout out to the Coyotes of Anna High School. Their
go.
cornerback,
Let's go.
Zay Gentry. I should say the 2023 4A champion Anna Coyotes. Their cornerback, Zay Gentry, 3-star recruit. He signed with SMU back in December. They've got a quarterback, Zyondre Williams, who is a top 100 recruit in the state of Texas for next year's class. And if you ever find yourself in Anna Chop and in the need of something to eat, you got to go to Crow's Country Cafe, which is right around the corner.
Oh, Crow's
and,
Country.
Salsa
Oh, wow.
Tex-Mex. Those are kind of popular with folks around town. So, yeah, that's your quick overview of the city of Anna.
I feel like I've been here a million times because we're right by Melissa, and that's where we play baseball. Like, it seems every weekend. Every weekend.
Man, dude, that is a haul for you. Coming from Roanoke.
from the Speedway.
Yeah.
It's a ways. The 8 a.m. games are the ones that are tough because you got to leave the house at like 5:45.
Yeah.
Just to get here by
that is an early
7.
wake-up call.
Yeah, it's an early wake up call, but it's okay. It's everything's new. Everything's new out here. I like.
I was
this-
wondering,
I
like, how are
part
the
of town.
fields? Everything's
Oh,
gotta
they're
be new.
great. They're great fields. But this whole area is so new. I really like that.
No, I mean, like I said, when I first moved here, because I was born in Austin, went to Nashville, came back to Dallas around '96. When I first moved here, Anna, Melissa, like this area was under 1,000 people, I think, still. I mean, it was not, and now it's blowing up, and I mean, it's becoming the fact that we just talked about. They were, I called them the 4A champs. Anna just jumped up in football to 5A Division II. So I mean, they're a legit big time school. In fact, John from Anna, who we were talking to earlier, he said that when he's grown up here his whole life, he said when he went to the high school, he was like they were a small 2A school.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, look, I got here. I moved here in '97, and 121 was nothing after Grapevine Mills. It was like stoplights. It was a stoplight like every
Crazy.
40 feet.
That is crazy.
It took forever.
Like one of those
my
stoplights
gosh.
on a string.
Yeah,
too,
it took
didn't
forever. It took forever to get to like Frisco or anything, and so like you just never made it past there. And then the city's blown up, and the whole town, like the whole metroplex, is just taking a torch to everything up north and out west.
It's wild. I mean, driving in here now, it's like you got the Buc-ee's.
Yeah.
It's a booming, a beautiful H-E-B. Shout out to Whataburger, who's out here right now. You can come out, get some free breakfast. Of course, Fraser Roofs and Gutters, Firehouse Movers, everybody that's a proud sponsor here of the Firehouse Tour. This is my first one, boys, and I'm really, really impressed already at the Tolo turnout that we've got at 6 a.m. I mean,
They're
the
always
6
out
a.m.
here
club
super early, dude.
coming out ready to party. Yeah, you were telling me, you're like, hey, don't be surprised if there's a gathering, like waiting for this thing to open up.
We got the hats, by the way. These are the Firehouse Tour hats. So if you want to come out and get one, these will go quickly. But yeah, we got several of those.
We usually have some leftover G-bag stuff because you guys can't give all your stuff away during your show.
Hey, what can I say? We might not be the best at promoting during the show.
I think we gave away all their stuff last time. So yeah,
thank you for that. I'm glad somebody's doing it for us.
Look, we
doing the Lord's work over here.
We do charity here at Sean and RJ.
Oh man! All right. Well, hopefully I can give you guys a ratings bump today.
There we go.
Let's go ahead. Hey, the Rangers offense, Pepe. We were struggling coming into this. Jacob deGrom had received 9 total runs of support in 5 starts. Last night, we were waiting for the bats to come alive, and boy, did they, in a very, very big way.
Left tip, the pitch. Garcia swings and hammers one up the alley left center field. Blade gives chase. He races after, dives. Can't get it. One hopping off the wall. Heim scores. Simeon rounds third. He comes home. Young being waved home. The relay throw is offline. Young slides in safely. El Bombi clears the deck. And the Rangers take a commanding 8-0 lead on a bases-clearing double from Adolis Garcia.
El Bombi was fantastic. The Rangers 8 runs in the 6th inning, 15-2. They spank around the A's of wherever the hell they're from right now, Sacramento, Las Vegas. I don't even know what to call them. But that 6th inning was what we've been waiting for from this Rangers lineup. Josh Young was brilliant last night. Marcus Simeon got things started off with an RBI single. You had that Adolis double. Wyatt Langford with an RBI double. They put up 15 runs. They didn't score a single home run in this one.
No.
Yeah, I mean, you had 3 bases clearing doubles in the last 2-3 innings there.
Because you had one at the end.
I mean, it's something. They actually had, I think, the first 10 hits of the game they were all singles.
They were all singles.
Like they weren't getting extra base hits. Then they explode there in the 6th and 8th inning. But yeah, it's nice to see the offense kind of blow up, especially because we've been so critical lately of the Rangers' offense.
Can't get them over. Get them
rightly
in.
so. I mean, they haven't been able to.
They've done nothing.
Yeah, but I mean, like for instance, we're about to talk about this morning the player only meetings that they've had to have recently, and some of the different things. And last night, it finally comes together, and they're able to consistently hit the ball. And Jacob deGrom was great.
See, that's the thing. Like, the offense is going to get all the publicity today because they haven't done anything, and that's going to overshadow what Jake did, and he was just phenomenal.
Yeah, he was.
Like, you knew, like, forget the 8-run, 6th or whatever. You knew before that, the fact that they had already gotten 3 on the board, Sacramento or whatever they call it, they weren't touching. They weren't touching 3 runs in this game.
No, I mean, first pitch of the game, 1 out, 6 shutout innings. 65 pitches is all it took for Jacob deGrom. He was absolutely vintage. I know Marcus Simeon was talking after the game. Like, that's why you bring him in. I mean, that's the Cy Young winner right there, Jacob deGrom. He was absolutely brilliant.
And had this been a 2-0 game still,
yep,
they let him go. They keep him in there. I know his pitch count was so low, but what's the point? Once they got the 8 runs, there was no point in bringing him back out there beyond that next inning.
And I had to look, but I thought last night his velocity on his fastball was way up. I felt like it was like 2 miles per hour up from where he's been most of the year. And so I know that we had talked about earlier some of the velocity stuff being down was something intentional from him, that he was basically reworking his mechanics and trying not to stress his arm too much. But I don't know if that last night was just, hey, digging deep here. But I mean, he was touching 99 a few different times, and he's typically sat around 96, 97 this year.
Yeah, he averaged 97.4 miles per hour on the 34 seam fastballs that he threw. That was the highest single-game average on the pitch in his 6 starts this year. So that's a great sign moving forward. And then Dane Dunning comes in for 3 innings, so you're able to preserve the bullpen, exactly what they were bringing him in for. I mean, you look at the pitch chart that deGrom was able to throw. I mean, the majority of it was the 4-seam fastball, mixed in a little bit of the slider, a couple of pitches on the curveball, 7 overall Ks for deGrom. That's exactly what the doctor ordered last night for the Texas Rangers. And I was happy to see on Whataburger night at the Globe, Jake Berger finally got it going. We just needed a burger bomb, and then everything would have been right in the world.
Look, I mean, when we talk about Dunning coming in and pitching.
Can you imagine facing DeGrom with his 99 and then having Dunning come out there with his cute little two-seamers?
It's a literal change-up from your to your
so
bullpen.
much, man.
No, I was just looking at this. Dunning ended up throwing about as many pitches as DeGrom did in his 3 innings as DeGrom had in 6. In fact, Dane Dunning gave up one more. He gave up no, not on the fly ball. He gave up on the ground ball. But if you look at the number of pitches that he had, he gave up the same number of hits and basically had the same number of pitches in half the time.
Well, he doesn't. I mean, look, he's much more of a contact pitcher than Jake is.
I will say, if they were not, obviously, if they were not concerned about trying to measure DeGrom and try not to stress out his arm or anything, like that could have very easily been 9 innings from him last night.
Easy. I mean, he was dominant and his pitch count was low. He easily could have gotten throughout the full game, but you didn't need to. There was no point to it.
No, go ahead and preserve that thing as long as you can. Right, we're playing for October here with Jacob deGrom.
Right, baby.
That's the move. 15-2, Rangers get the victory. I do think having Cody Cole in attendance, who's out here right now, maybe that was a good luck charm for the Texas Rangers. Wifey was out there, right, Bobby?
Yeah, she was out there with she was out there with Rachel Ring, who is a big supporter of the Sandlot charity.
Does she know what the warning track is now?
I mean, she's figured it out. I think at this point, we've given her education. I don't know how much of it is stuck, but she was told what they were over time. I'll tell you what, the Rangers lately have not looked like they known what the foul pole is or the warning track or anything else. Kennedy Landry actually had a good article up yesterday morning for TexasRangers.com where she was talking about the hitters. Like, they all had to have players' meetings, go behind closed doors, figure things out. This is what she wrote. She said, there were no Rangers hitters in the home clubhouse at Globe Life Field before Texas opened its homestand against the A's on Monday night. It's not a huge shock for the media's allotted 50 minutes. Players are often in and out. Hitters or pitchers' meetings or getting treatment or anything in between. But to start their 7-game homestand, the Rangers hitters had a lengthy meeting that lasted throughout the entire media clubhouse time. A month into the season, Texas found it necessary to flip the script on its offensive identity. That 2-1 loss was a big, another domino pushing things over for him. But if you look at, I know we were talking about this yesterday, Chop, and then I went and looked it up since we've been on the air. Last year we were talking about how bad the offense was early. Just, this is such a rough offense.
And middle and late.
Yeah, but
it just never really got going.
Right, but early on in the season, everybody was like, okay, was this a peak year last year, or is there something wrong? And if you look at it, compared to last year, they had scored almost 30 runs fewer through the same amount of games this year than they did last year.
Wow.
And last year they had 12 games through their first 29 where they had scored 3 or fewer. This year they had 18 games where they've scored 3 or fewer.
Okay, what is
the players on? What is the meeting talking about though?
Yeah, like
hey guys, we really got to you really got to barrel these things up. Oh, good, because I've been trying to get fisted for the last 4 weeks.
Whoa, jeez.
So that's what
Peyton.
That's exactly. I've been trying to get jam shots left and right. I really need to barrel these things up. You're right.
I would imagine what it is a decent part of it may just be about plate approach or other things like that. I mean, they're putting themselves. They have not put themselves in great position.
The chase rate was incredibly high.
Yeah, that's been a big issue for them.
Yeah,
they have the highest swing percentage, second highest in the league.
Yeah,
they just all they do is just swing it. They're just free swingers, man.
How many hitters meetings, like team player meetings, can you have over the course of a season? Like, what is acceptable?
I don't know. I mean, during a baseball season, I feel like that's something you can only bring out 2-3 times, probably.
So Nelly in basketball, Don Nelson said
yeah,
he had he said he had 6 bullets. He had 6 bullets to use.
Okay,
so he can have 6 blow-ups at the team throughout the course of a season. I don't know what that, in baseball, since they're playing double the amount of games, that mean you have 12? Mm-hmm. Probably not. That's too much. It's like 2 a month. It seems like a lot.
Maybe like 9?
Yeah, it's probably the same because you
don't want to do it too much, or else it's like, what are we doing here? It's just going to lose its effectiveness.
I think Wash was the one that was the best at that overall. Like he knew exactly when to push those buttons. I mean, I'm sure Bochy's like really good at it too, considering he's like a Hall of Famer. But yeah, I don't think you have a ton. Especially early. You don't want to get into that because it's literally so early.
Yeah, it's, hey, it was great to see 15 runs. We'll take that any day of the week. All right, stop number 2 on the 2025 Sean and RJ Firehouse Tour. We are here in Anna, 305 South Hell Parkway, giving away Whataburger breakfast. We got the Firehouse Tour hats as well. Come on out, say hello to us, Tolo Fellowship. It's going to be a blast if you're in Anna, Blue Ridge, Prosper, Melissa, McKinney, Princeton, Salina. Heck, I came from Plano, not a far drive at all. This is going to be an absolute blast all day long. We'll be here until 10 a.m. But up next, let's talk some NFL draft, shall we? As Bobby caresses the side of my face, let's do NFL draft grades. How did Dane Brugler see the Cowboys draft? Does he rank them amongst the other teams in the National Football League? That's next as Sean and RJ rolls on live here from Anna.
True that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has frozen.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Seaman Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Sapphire Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Club?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
They say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else.
Here brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. And also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3233. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to cars record attorneys in Dallas.
A tradition unlike any other. It is draft grades. Right after the draft is concluded, everyone's got to come out and be like, all right, what do we think? What do we think of these classes? We haven't seen these players at all with their new teams, but we need to go ahead on paper. How did everybody do? How did the Dallas Cowboys class stack up? It is Sean and RJ live here in Anna. Stop number 2 on the Sean and RJ Firehouse Tour. Zach Wolchuk in for Sharif as he is continuing his paternity leave. I hope he's having a fantastic time. Come on out, party with us, 305 South Powell Parkway. We're giving away Whataburger breakfast. We got Firehouse Tour hats. We've already got an incredible amount of Tolos that are hanging out here. So we're going to be with you until 10 a.m. But, Bobby, how have the Cowboys looked in terms of some draft grades, my friend?
Well, before we get to the draft grades, I got to go get to some shout-outs because you're right. There are a ton of people here right now.
So
I got to shout out. I wrote down as many as I could. We got Tolo Steve from Allen is hanging out here. Yes, I did specify Tolo for his name, Chop, just in case you're wondering. Trey from Blue Ridge came out without his daughter Gracie, by the way, who's a big-time listener. Eric in Plano, Rick and Anna, Venus from Melissa, Will from Anna, Cody from Plano, Harrison and his son Heath from Anna just showed up, and then I think our youngest Tolo right here, Ezekiel from Melissa, is hanging out here before I guess he goes off to school. So a lot of Tolos out here hanging out this morning, and we appreciate you guys. And those hats are starting to go fast. The hats,
they are.
The breakfast, the giveaways, everything else. Okay, let's go to Yahoo Sports and Nate Tice and Charles McDonald. I think Nate Tice is great. He's one of my absolute favorites. So this actually mattered to me to take a look and see, all right, where did these teams come down in these grades for Yahoo, for Nate Tice, and for Charles McDonald? And let's just take a look at the NFC East first. So he graded all the draft classes here. The Washington Commanders get a B+. He says Washington didn't have much draft capital, but it found 2 potential long-term starters with its first 2 picks in offensive tackle Josh Connerly and cornerback Trey Amos. Both have high upside at positions of need, and they created some necessary depth that will help them sustain their success from a season ago. So, I mean, they just had their 5 picks, their 5 picks there. They get a B+, though, for the quality they get. This was a strong draft for the NFC East when you listen to what Nate Tice and Charles McDonald had to say, because he goes to the Philadelphia Eagles. Grade there, B. They say the Eagles had an interesting draft. They got Jahad Campbell, who was potentially surprised going as late as he did. He's got the talent to be an instant impact player for the Eagles front 7. They talk about Andrew Makuba, the safety from Texas.
Yeah, that was annoying.
A B grade there. The Giants, which I think you would give the Giants an A, wouldn't you, Chop? Because they took the quarterback gamble and they got the best overall player potentially in Abdul Carter.
Well, from a process standpoint,
which is really all I feel like you can grade
the way they went about it.
Yeah,
was your process sound?
The way they went about it, they took. Look, is it? They didn't take the highest paid, the number 1 non-quarterback, right? Because that's Travis Hunter. He went ahead of them. That's always dangerous to take like a highly paid non-quarterback because it's still a 50-50,
right?
But then they went and got their quarterback.
Yeah,
and whether or not he's going to be good doesn't really matter at this point.
Did you see the back and forth he had with Gruden during the quarterback camp?
Dart?
No. Yes.
I did not.
Oh, gosh. Gruden asked
his mom was like the hit of the draft.
Bro, Gavin Dawson, he's so sick of the Dart family. He's like, all they're doing is showing the darts. I'm sick of looking at them. And he honestly was not a fan of Jackson Dart's mom.
Really?
She started trending.
She did start
Zach
trend.
Wilson was very, very involved here. The Milf Hunter himself.
Of course.
Which, by the way, I heard G-Back talk about this the other day. Do you know what number Zach Wilson's wearing in Miami as a quarterback?
31.
Zero.
That's weird.
Isn't that weird?
A quarterback is 0. You know that guy stinks.
I mean, he's a 0.
Jackson Dart was asked by John Gruden, show me your snap count. And he goes, okay, you ready? And he stands up and he goes, and then Gruden goes, no, give me your snap count. And he goes,
he claps.
And he goes, you didn't do a cadence at all?
Oh, no.
A snap count at all? And he goes, no. And he goes,
Kiffin, man.
What was your dummy call? And he goes, and Gruden goes, dear God. So
maybe Gio was right from Boomer and Gio when he had his crash out.
Made out a big good. But the Giants get the same grade ultimately from Yahoo as the Philadelphia Eagles did with a B. They say that the Jackson Dart pick was a bit of a reach, but the Giants did grab some damn good players throughout this draft. Abdul Carter will be a threat for Defensive Rookie of the Year next to Dexter Lawrence and Brian Burns. Darius Alexander, the defensive tackle, is a quality depth addition. Cam Scadaboot is I don't even want to read what they have to say about Cam Scadaboot.
We did have
what they say.
One of our tolos came out.
Travis from Prosper came out with the ASU hat.
Shout out to Travis.
Yeah, forks up.
Ultimate troll job.
All right, so the Dallas Cowboys. Where did the Dallas Cowboys come down with their grade? Chop, Wilczuk, they were one of the very few teams, according to Nate Tice, Charles McDonald, that got an A in the NFL draft. Here's what they wrote up. They said the Cowboys were able to fill some needs with players who might be able to make serious impacts as rookies. Guard Tyler Booker, pass rusher Donovan Ezeraku, and cornerback Savone Ravel. I got to get used to saying Savone now.
Yeah.
Savone Ravel have a chance to be instant impact starters with long-term upside for the Cowboys. Dallas added 3 players whom many draft analysts had as first-round prospects without trading assets to acquire them. Good process, hopefully good results for what Dallas was able to pull off. They said the most interesting pick was Tyler Booker, saying Dallas continued its love for drafting offensive linemen in the first round with the bruising guard from Alabama. Some viewed this as a reach, but Booker is a high-floor player who can form a hellacious interior group with guard Tyler Smith and center Cooper Beebe. I will say, the talk from them saying some viewed Booker as a reach, that's literally just media analysis. Because I had reached out to different people at different teams and just kind of said, hey, where did you guys anticipate Booker was going to go? And universally, every team I talked to said they thought he was going to go top 20.
Yeah, I think 100% the NFL viewed Tyler Booker as one of the best players in this entire draft, arguably one of the best linemen, period, in the entire draft.
There's too many Tylers, though.
Yeah, but I mean, like,
that's the Great Wall of Tyler.
No, not the Great Wall of Tyler. We're going with Tyler the Space Creators. Ooh, that's what they're going to do.
But Guyton's got to be able to create the space.
Tyler the Creator. The rapper?
Yeah, I get that, but
they create space. Come on, Chop.
Did you hear
that's lame.
Coach Connor Riley was telling us the nicknames? We're going like T-Sizz.
Yeah, so Tyler Smith I know is T-Sizzle.
T-Book.
Yeah, Book. I hear he's Book typically, and then Tyler Guyton I don't know is just the sound of a whistle or something, probably.
Yeah.
All right, so Dane Brugler, that's what Yahoo had to say.
Get that cleaned up, Bobby.
Dane Brugler is the draft god to many out there. If they don't follow Brian Broaddus as their leader, it's typically Dane Brugler. But Dane Brugler had some grades and some analysis for the draft too. Yes, Zach.
Mm-hmm.
Yours. That's your story.
Jesus, Zach.
I'm sorry.
My gosh.
You guys know
Did I
me.
not set that up long enough that I was clearly going
He's already missed.
to Zach for that?
You know what? It's early for me.
He pulled a Peyton Russell. And it's not even Thursday. Sorry, Peyton. Just got your trays.
Just pull back the damn ears and listen.
We are literally
I need to clean them out.
We're going back onto air. And I go, I'll start with Yahoo.
You did.
We're going to Dane, and then that's yours.
Yep.
And you said, yep, got it.
Hey, but Dane had some grades, didn't he? Yep. Yes, he did.
He sure did.
Yeah, he did.
Yep, he did.
You got that right, Bob?
I should have just not even I should have after I said that just sat there. And
I'm so sorry. I was replying to the fan text, and I love you.
This is why you're in the afternoon.
877-881-1053. Yeah,
I called that one.
This is way too early for me. Okay. Dane actually did not have the Cowboys ranked incredibly high in his team rankings. In
Which
fact,
is odd because he got
a lot of players that Dane graded really highly. Like if you looked at Dane Brugler's overall top 100,
4 of the guys they picked, he had graded higher than where Dallas selected him. So I don't understand it. What was the write-up on it?
So he had the Cowboys as the 12th best draft in the entire NFL. He did have them right behind the Eagles at 11. Which, I mean, hey, 12, not bad. You're in the upper half of the league.
12's fine, because this is so arbitrary. Nobody really knows.
No, you don't know. We need to see these guys on the field. I know Brian loves to talk about how he had somebody in the league after his Philadelphia draft say, you just had the worst draft in the history of the NFL.
Yeah.
He's like, don't you want to let this play out for a couple of years? And the guy's like, no, I know. It was the worst draft. Well, they end up getting 4 Pro Bowlers out of the 6 picks.
Nobody knows.
You have no clue. Favorite pick, though, for Dane Brugler, Donovan Ezeraku, the edge out of Boston College. He writes, after McMillan went top 10, I loved the fit for Tyler Booker at 12, but Dallas got even better value with its 2 picks on day 2. A bendy athlete, long arms, Ezeraku was his 22nd ranked player because of his ability to reach the quarterback. He was number 1 in the FBS with 1.38 sacks per game in 2024. That's just under basically 1.5 sacks, Bobby, if you do the math there.
Yeah, I got it. What was where did you have, so I know when we were talking about during the draft show, Voch Lombardi was really high on Tyler Booker. That was his 6th overall player. I liked Booker. I had him 18th. But I understand why he went where he did, because a lot of the players that I had above him were guys Dallas was never going to take, like Malachi Starks, the safety from Georgia.
Sure.
But where did you have Booker ranked for yourself?
I had Booker at 21.
Okay.
Booker's 21 for me.
Look,
I had him at 12.
Yeah,
that's where he went.
That's right where you had him.
That's where he
that
went.
was a perfect ranking for Chop. We need to get you on the draft sheet.
I had Ezra at 44.
Yeah, if you look at it,
they nailed just Rebel. You had it 76.
Yeah, that's exactly what I had.
You knew exactly.
Yeah, that's where
exactly where these guys were going to end up going.
He nailed it the whole time. No, the way I look at this is that they talk about Dallas potentially got 3 impact players. Yeah. I legitimately think 5 of the players they drafted over the weekend are going to start games for them next year.
Yeah,
not necessarily be the full-time starters, but the top 3. If Ravel's healthy, he will start at some point. So Ravel, Ezeraku, and Booker right there, those are 3 starters. And then on day 2, Jay Toya, Mr. Haka, the defensive tackle from UCLA, the 7th rounder. There's a good shot that he's going to get a rotational start at some point.
It would not surprise me if he ends up...
Because they just don't have any clean one techniques.
No, and I think he could usurp Mozzie by the end of the year.
It's
as
possible.
The guy who ends up being top on the depth chart.
It's possible. And the Jaden Blue will start a few games. He's going to be in a running back rotation there with Javonte Williams and Miles Sanders. But Jaden Blue's going to likely be the guy in there starting. And I would not be surprised if the last half of the season he's the guy who plays the most snaps at running back.
I wouldn't be surprised either. I mean, I love that pick. I thought they got tremendous value. I had him in the 4th. They end up getting him in the 5th. It's just the fumbles. And I think ultimately that's also what cost him playing in time at Texas. And I asked him about that when we got him on the phone. That was actually a good question, unlike my terrible question with JT. And he acknowledged the frustration there. I mean, he gets it when it comes to the fumbles. But JT was the day 3 pick who could surprise for Dane Brugler, a prospect who easily could have been drafted in the 4th round. I did think he would go in the 4th. He is a stout, wide-bodied run defender who can stack and shed the point with ease. With his ability to muck things up at the line, it won't be surprising when he earns a valuable role as a one-tech tackle in coordinator Matt Eberflus's system.
Man, I'll tell you, if you guys have him during camp, you have to ask him the same question.
With the exact same verbiage, and just how about
everything?
How about? In fact, I've got for 7:20 when Nick Harris comes up here. We're going to be joined by Nick Harris from Fort Worth Star Telegram live in person at 7:20. I actually found some of the other questions that Zach had planned for other players.
How did you find those?
You left them around the studio.
Oh crap!
So he had them written down on cue cards, and so I'm going to have him read his questions that he had planned for other players.
No. This could get ugly.
This is going to get
get the Gather the Foreigners drop ready, Peyton.
Oh no, Peyton! I'm so embarrassed.
Oh, baby.
You and I, simpatico there. That's our North Texas Mean Green education. All right, let's come on out. Stop number 2 on the 2025 Sean and RJ Firehouse Tour. We are out in Anna, 305 South Powell Parkway. We're giving away Whataburger breakfast, Firehouse Tour hats. So if you are in the area, even if you're not, make the drive. We're going to be out here until 10 a.m. We love you. We love seeing all of our Turn It On, Leave It On listeners. Coming up next, let's do a little chopping it up, shall we, RJ?
Not yet.
Nope, it's not chopping.
That's
Come on,
7:40.
Zach. God,
come on, man.
Just go for 2. It's the payload, man. It's 6:40. Come on.
I'm so sorry.
It's not the payload. It's not the payload.
Sorry. I wanted
it's
to
not
over the payload
It's
today.
not the payload.
Payload.
It's not the payload.
Save me. I'm drowning.
What
Get me a life vest.
What happened last night in the NBA? There was a fight, a parent-player fight in the NBA last night.
Who'd you
Next to the fan.
Very cute. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean your name. No, I'm Jack. My name's Jack.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
one used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else. All priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Here comes Halliburton. Hits the timeline with 7. Outside the arc with 5. Driving in the lane at the goal. He lays it in with 1 3/10 seconds to go. Milwaukee has no timeouts. They have to go the length. Ball is going to be played in by Antetokounmpo. He gets it to Trent, and this one is over. Unbelievable.
Pacers 119-118. They eliminate the Milwaukee Bucks with their come-from-behind victory. Tyrese Halliburton with the go-ahead layup with 1.3 seconds left in overtime as Milwaukee blew it. But the story of the night, Chop.
Yeah.
Giannis Antetokounmpo and Tyrese Halliburton's pops, John, getting into a heated exchange right after that layup for Tyrese Halliburton.
His dad gets on the floor, has holds something in front of Giannis's face, like a shirt with
It's like a G. It looks like a G-bag flag, basically, with Tyrese Halliburton's face.
And he's like just taunting, and you see Giannis hands on his hips, like staring right at this guy. Like, what the hell are you doing, man? I could swat you to the 8th row. And then,
which Giannis said at the time after the game, he said at that moment he had no idea that was his dad.
Right.
He thought it was just a random fan.
Him. And then they they kind of get into it. They get close together. They start talking, and then they had to be separated. And Halliburton's dad that's just a loser move. Like that's just a loser
very
move.
T. Morant of him.
Yeah, you are like, I don't know, man. You didn't put the work in. Your kid did.
I mean, he put in the dollars.
Who cares? That's your job. You're a parent.
I know.
Yeah. That's your job. Like
No.
you shouldn't get credit for doing your job.
This is a bad look, and it's one that Tyrese Halliburton after the game. So there was a long. I was going to try and pull it. There's no way to pull it and make it condense it down. But Giannis talked for 4 straight minutes last night when he was asked about it. He was like, "Dude, I just grew up. I grew up in a family that is very humble, and any of you that have seen my dad in the players' room, like you guys see him, he's very humble. He's not in anybody's face. He's like, I think you need to win gracefully. He's like, I'm an NBA champion. I won gracefully. And he's like, I think that we need more of that. And I thought Tyrese Halliburton was going to come back and be a little defiant with it, because especially after they had the little interaction after the game. But Tyrese Halliburton he's like, yeah, I'm going to have to talk to my dad. We can't have that. He should know better.
You can't do that.
No,
and
that's
John, embarrassing. Like your kid shouldn't have to go there like, I got to correct dad.
Yeah, it's very embarrassing. It's one thing like if dad's in the crowd, getting into it with other fans or posting on social media, whatever. Get in the face of other players. Like, all right, come on, get off the floor.
Especially when that player's just towering down. And
down. And
he could just flick him like a bug.
He's literally called a freak. Like, just what are we doing? Like, just stay away. And that was like at the end of a game that Milwaukee absolutely should have won.
Yeah.
They were up 13-zip. They were up, 7 with 40 seconds to go in overtime?
Mm-hmm.
You can't lose that game. And Gary Trent Jr., who had a really good game, had 2 awful turnovers late. Did you see the one went right through his legs? right through his legs. Like he was wide open. There was like 10 seconds to go. He's wide open. They're up 1. He's going to get the ball, get fouled, and take free throws. And the pass a little low, right? It was like right below the right at the knees, and it goes right through his legs. It's like, what is happening?
It's embarrassing. At Papa Halliburton on the socials, that's John Halliburton's handle. He said, I sincerely apologize to Giannis, the Milwaukee Bucks, and the Pacers organization for my actions following tonight's game. This was not a good reflection on our sport or my son, and I will not make that mistake again. As now Milwaukee, who knows? Does Giannis request a trade? You've got the unfortunate Dame Lillard injury. I don't know.
He's out all next year. Dame's not coming back next year. No, who knows if Giannis is? There were a lot. Yeah, I saw a lot of Bucks fans last night speculating on social media like that's it. That was Giannis's last game here.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, I don't know.
Think about how excited he'd be. Like I bet he'd really want to play with Luca. So maybe Dallas could trade for him.
Yeah, that's true. Maybe Nico can get.
Oh wait, he's not here anymore. That's right. I see the fire Nico shirt. That's right. Luca's not here anymore.
Oh man. All right, what happened? Speaking of Luca,
yeah, let's talk about Luca Doncic because boy, he is just continuing to stack PR win on top of PR win. So there was a Kobe Bryant and Gigi Bryant mural in Los Angeles that had recently been vandalized. And the creator of the mural had put up a GoFundMe just saying, hey, we're going to try and raise the money that it would cost to restore the mural and cover over the graffiti. And I guess I saw a lot of comments from people in L.A., and they were saying this has happened a lot with that mural. And it's not necessarily it's just gang tags basically getting sprayed on it.
But I mean, you think you could spray it on something else.
So, but the idea is that like people are saying, honestly, great if you can cover it up again, but people are going to do it again. You need to like build a fence around it or something.
Dude, I'll tell you one thing about being like when I was in Italy, graffiti is everywhere. Everywhere. I was stunned. It's everywhere.
Did they put the A on their graffiti too?
Hey, graffiti. Yeah,
like West Side. All right, so they were looking for $5,000 on this GoFundMe. Slow Motion, Louis Slow Motion, the artist was. And who else but Luca Doncic jumped into the GoFundMe and funded the entire $5,000 request to have the mural recreated. And again, this is just over and over again. He keeps stepping up and endearing himself to L.A. over and over again, more and just positive vibes. Now, the common joke yesterday was, with the defense he's been playing, he's going to have to build up some good PR. He's going to have to fix that. My favorite comment I saw on the internet yesterday was like, that's why Nico traded him. He wanted the Kobe mural put back up.
Yeah, that's what it was.
And then he needed Luca to do that. But once again, Luca Doncic shows what a great individual the Dallas Mavericks chased out of town.
No, but not a great individual because he's not a hard worker. And,
clearly.
Doesn't care about his craft. Yep. Doesn't want to win. He
too much of that hookah.
Too much of the hookah. And, in the off season, he just wants too much, free time. So he doesn't want that.
Doesn't care. Lazy,
wants
fat.
To play for Slovenia.
Yeah, man. I mean, a guy that wants to play for his country, not on my team.
Nope.
Get him the hell out of here.
Speaking of basketball and players moving,
you
have a rather interesting story. We always hear about the who was the Georgia quarterback a couple years ago that was 50 years old?
Stetson Bennett.
Oh, yes.
We always hear about the Stetson Bennett types, and you've got another Stetson Bennett story for us, right? But it's in the world of women's hoops?
Yeah, so Janae Jackson, I don't know if that
Miss
name
Jackson, if you're nasty,
sounds familiar to anybody, but she officially entered the NCAA transfer portal this week. And in the process, she may have made herself the biggest name in the portal in the history of the portal.
Why? Is she really good or something?
Well, she's 32 years old.
What?
She graduated from college in 2016, fellas.
32?
Yes, she is 32 years old. She played women's college basketball for Northern Illinois before transferring to Youngstown State, where she's 5'9". She started 26 games as a senior back in 2016.
She's a literal senior.
For Youngstown State, she averaged 9 and 6 with an assist and a steal per game while shooting 43% from the floor, and that's where her career ended, at least we thought. Now, because you've got the 5-year eligibility rule legally questionable, she's got the opportunity with 1 year left of eligibility to now try and play for one more year. So with that rule now no longer in existence currently, she has the opportunity at 32 years old to enter the portal and possibly play one more year.
Yeah, I'm old enough to remember that when you started, the day you started your athletic career in college, you had 5 years to finish.
Yep.
You had 5 years to play 4.
Yep.
And now it's apparently, let's see, you've got 14.
That's what it seems like.
14 years to play 4.
I mean, honestly, yeah. This is. I was during the break. I was talking to Heath from Anna, the physical therapist here, and he was talking to me about the work that he does, and he said he typically works with geriatrics. This is like he would see this woman.
He would see her.
Yeah, this is who he would see. This woman that's now trying to play a 5th year of college basketball.
She's almost as old as my wife.
Who was? You remember Joe
Crazy.
Thomas, the Cowboys linebacker? His dad played. His dad had a game that he had played. Joe Thomas Sr. became. Yeah, he was at 55 years old.
Gosh, that's right.
The oldest player in November 2016 to play college football.
I remember that.
Yeah, no, and a lot of people didn't realize that was Joe Thomas, the Cowboys player's dad, but that was his dad that played.
How did he get? How did he get in?
I don't remember what the quirk was that he somehow got in there. But yeah, that's one of those. Just this is going to go down as one of those oddities. Just like who's the 3'11" baseball player?
Eddie Goodell.
Eddie Goodell. Yeah, that was.
He was actually 3'11".
Yeah, and he was told
Really?
he was.
You don't know?
He walked on 4 pitches. It's a very famous story. Who was it that told him he couldn't swing? This
it
baseball
was Brett. It was Veach, not Veach. Yeah.
Yeah, he told him
Is this like the Rudy of Major League Baseball?
No, this was basically just a publicity stunt. They put him in there. He's the shortest player to ever play baseball. He walked on 4 pitches, and he insisted he could hit.
Have you ever seen that photo?
He insisted he could hit, and
the
story that goes behind this is he was told, he's like, I can hit, I can swing. He's like, you take 4 pitches, and the manager told him, the manager said, you can't see them. I have snipers in the stands. If that bat leaves your shoulder, we're taking you out. And so he just stood there, walked on 4 pitches.
Bill Veck, that's who it was.
And they got subbed out.
That is incredible.
So
Wow.
this goes on along with those sort of things.
Yeah.
All right. Masters tickets.
Yeah.
You sent this to Chop last night, and Chop seemed intrigued by what you were saying.
So, okay, if you're a golf fan, getting tickets to the Masters, it's like the Holy Grail. I know Brian goes ahead and tries to enter to win the tickets every single year. He's won them one time. The event has an almost staggeringly long wait list, okay? And once you're off of it, you have the option to buy tickets for life. But if you die, the only person who can acquire those tickets is a living spouse. So each year, the Masters, you've got the lottery for daily tickets. The number of tickets available is not a lot. Winning the lottery does not seem very possible for most. So now there's the secondary market, where tickets for the 2025 final round went for as much as $8,000. Now it appears that it's going to be even harder to get. Front Office Sports reported that it was a bloodbath. A hospitality company was talking to them about this. Masters officials are now cracking down on scalpers. They don't want Masters tickets to be sold on the secondary market.
Right, can't do that.
They want to have control over all of this. So they're going as far as now they're like scanning obituaries. And if you have somebody that was a lifetime badge holder that's been selling their passes, those passes get revoked. So if somebody passes away, those tickets are now getting canceled. They're like, no more. You're done here. So more or less, if you are not like the luckiest human being and you win the raffle, or you're not just rich as hell, you're not going to get into the Masters.
So we had dead. We had dead people selling tickets.
Yeah.
What is this? The 2020 election?
It's
am I right?
It's like Social Security, right?
And it's smart because they're probably making a killing on it. The family.
They are. So
no pun intended.
I went in 2019, but I got my tickets. So a buddy of mine is a caddy on tour.
Okay.
And he was like, here, I get like 10 tickets. He gets like 10 tickets through his player. And he was like, here, you guys go. But he said, if you sell these, they will ban you. And he'll get in trouble, and his player will get in trouble. So like it is so difficult to sell these things. You're not supposed to. They will throw you out. They don't care. They don't care what you've paid for them. They will throw you out.
Yeah.
And they will ban you for life.
And I guess that's what they were doing this year at the Masters when they found out. It's unbelievable. So if you had dreams of going to the Masters, good luck. It might not ever happen for you. All right, let's get into the 7 o'clock hour. How about your Texas Rangers last night as we are here? Stop number 2 of the 2025 Sean and RJ Firehouse Tour out in Anna here at 305 South Powell Parkway. We got Whataburger breakfast. We got Firehouse Tour hats. They're going very, very quickly. So if you're in the area or even if you're not, make the drive. Come on out and hang with us. We've got a lot to get into. Of course, Nick Harris going to join us for the Expressway coming up at 7:20. We'll talk all things Amari Cooper. We'll talk draft. We'll get into chopping it up. That's actually at 7:40, guys. That's not the segment we just did right there. But let's get into Rangers A's. Jordan Hudson's freaking out, and we got an early edition of the Top 25. That's next. Sean and RJ here in Anna.
Uber Eats has low-fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
Jay on 105.3 The Fan.
Here's the 0-1. And that ball is hit out into right center field. Blade going back to his left. He dives, can't get it. It is beyond his reach. It goes all the way to the wall. Garcia has scored. Berger has scored. Also coming around is Nick Ahmed. And so Higashioka dumps the bases with a 3-run double. And the Rangers lead it 15-2.
Oh, what a glorious sixth inning it was.
Yes, it is glorious.
8 runs is what the Texas Rangers were able to put up, 15-2. It was deGrom as he goes 6 innings of shutout ball, 7 Ks in a very efficient, I believe just 65 pitches for him. Jake Berger was 2 for 3, a double, a walk, gets hit by a pitch, had an RBI, 3 total runs. Smitty 3 for 4 with a walk, a couple of RBIs, and a stolen base. 15-2. Your Rangers getting the victory over the A's, and we've got a rubber match tonight. 7:05 first pitch, 6:30 pregame right here on your home of Texas Rangers baseball as they improve to 16-14 on the season.
And Simeon 3 for 4. Maybe dropping him in the lineup was good for him.
Maybe
it was. That average creeping up. His OPS. It's almost up to 500.
Good.
Almost up to 500.
Yes.
493.
Man.
If you just take the 6th inning last night, that tied the Rangers season high for runs scored in a game. Oof. 8 runs was previously the most they'd scored. So if you just take, honestly, if you just take the middle innings, 4 through 6 last night, that would have been the highest they've scored all year.
Gotta love it.
No, you don't gotta love it. You gotta hate that.
You gotta love it for this game. We gotta love it for this game.
Gotta love it. Jacob deGrom had 9 total runs of support in 5 starts, and then you end up getting 15.
Well, that's par for his career.
That is true. He's a guy that has not had a lot of run support, but my gosh, he was vintage deGrom last night. It was absolutely wonderful. Rangers offense getting 18 hits. That's a season high, 9 walks as well. So they were seeing the ball well. The plate discipline was there. Hopefully they can carry this over, and it's not just a one-off.
This is from Kennedy Landry. Like you just said, in his 5 starts, he had 27 pitches, 27 innings. He had the 9 total runs, but. So that was 12th lowest in the American League if he had qualified for enough innings, right? He doesn't qualify. Wow. But since 2018, his run support average is 4.20.
Nice.
That's the fifth.
Nice.
It's a nice. That's fifth lowest in the sport. Fifth lowest.
Brutal.
So he's been backed by 2 or fewer runs in nearly half of the starts of his career. In nearly in 110 of 223, so 49%, he has been backed by 2 or fewer runs of support. That's insane.
Man, y'all mentioned, though, him being vintage deGrom last night.
Yeah.
That's 100%. That's the first time all year I felt like, oh, that's Jacob deGrom.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I mean, he's pitched well in other outings, but, like, that was the first time watching him last night that I was like, that's the guy that we signed. That's the guy that we saw for the first month of the 23 season.
Yeah.
And so that was encouraging to me last night to think, okay, maybe we're just about a month into the year, and this is where he's finally going to be ramped up, and we're going to start seeing him, ratchet up that velocity a little bit.
Yeah, and you called it in the opening segment in terms of the fastball. That four-seam fastball, the velocity, he was averaging a little over 97 miles per hour. That's the hardest he's thrown it all year long. That was working for him, mixing in the slider as well and the curve just a little bit, but 7 Ks. And if that one had been close, RJ, as you mentioned, I mean, this is one where he probably could have gone 9 innings and shut out.
I mean, at the least, he would have gotten through 8.
Yeah.
And you may get close to he would have been at probably about 90, 95 at that point. But yeah, when the moment they scored the 8 runs, they let him finish that next inning. They didn't need it.
No,
they didn't. They took him out. They didn't even need to.
No,
they took him out. So he had pitched the 6th, and it was a 4-0 game at that point. They could have easily let him continue, but the moment they scored all those runs, there's no point now. Let's throw Dane Dunning out there and have him throw his cute little two-seamers, and they look like change-ups compared to deGrom throwing 99.
Do you think a pitcher ever wants to be described their stuff as cute?
Look, I mean, Tiger Woods had those cute little stingers that he won 15 majors with, so
that's cute.
Phil Mickelson used to talk about how he wanted to hit cute little cuts in the fairway, so there's that side of it too. So
shout out to Kyle Higashioka. He got the G-Bag bump. He was our Rangers player guest yesterday.
Only starter to not score.
Man, but he had the 3 ribbies, so we'll take that. But yeah, that's a good problem to have right there. That's incredible what the lineup was able to do.
Yeah, when 8 of the 9 guys
and you're the only
cross
one that
home
didn't
plate.
go ahead and cross. Yeah, it's like, all right, whatever. What happened to Jordan Hudson?
Well, this is getting.
What happened to Bill Belichick?
This is getting difficult here, man.
For those that don't know, Jordan Hudson is Bill Belichick's
Belichick's girlfriend, and his friends are really starting to try to get him away from her. So according to this is page 6, his friends are talking to him about her, but they're being very gentle about it because they know how deep in he is. She saw an opening and she took it, and they're saying that this is alarming. She's a runaway train. She is a control freak. She has been the one that's she's the puppet master. She's Geppetto. She's Geppetto right now, and Bill is saying, I'm including Jordan on this email, so she can keep up with our posts. So every email that he sends, he writes that I'm including Jordan on this email.
Yeah, I mean you do that with Sarah. You tell us, you're like, guys, make sure you're copying Sarah on all show communications.
It's all it's calendar invites. If there's a calendar invite, send it to her.
Well, that makes sense, right?
Yeah, I need that too.
That's easy to forget.
Yeah, I got you there.
But according to TMZ, she was so off the rails during that CBS interview that aired this past week. She stormed out of the room. She delayed shooting for 30 minutes. We're told outside of that baffling moment that made the final edit, there were numerous other instances of Hudson butting in. Even when the coach was answering questions about football, she would stop and correct him. She's treating him like we would treat my dad when he had dementia. We would just if he's trying to order something at a restaurant, he would get completely off topic, and I'm like, he'll have the chicken fried steak. Just move on to the next
just
one.
butt in and do it for him.
So she said she's getting ready to take Bill's keys.
She's getting ready to take the keys away. No one from his publishing company, UNC, or any other rep was with him during the interview. At one point, she got so heated, she stood up, walked out, demanded Bill to follow. It's unclear. They say it's unclear, according to TMZ. It's unclear if he agreed, but they delayed the entire interview for about a half an hour.
This is she definitely seems like a control freak. And we played that audio yesterday. She was not. She's humorless, it feels like. She's just shutting everything down. But he's in a trance with her, dude.
He's in a trance with her. And now the worst part is that what you saw was just the only portion they could actually air. Everything else they had to scrap. There was supposed to be a second interview lined up.
Really?
And Jordan said, we're not doing another one. This is a one and done.
So is Bill Belichick not the poster child for the guy who wants all the control?
Yes.
That's what he desires most. Is like, I want to be in control. I want all this power, and he's willing to give it up for her.
Yeah.
Like he's so locked in. So
I've said it before. I said it to my son. I said, watch out, dude. That is undefeated.
Oh yeah, that's why
it's never lost.
That's why it's the game.
It's undefeated.
That's why you have the game. She's a 10, but blah blah blah, and then you list a flaw. So I've actually got. I was thinking about this. I was like, what are the things that I think RJ, Zach, and Peyton would least look for as a trait in a partner that would cause them to potentially walk away from a 10?
Oh.
So I've got Jordan Hudson hypothetical for each of you. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
So this is like we're setting up the punt team here. I can't get over this.
Yeah, exactly. All right, so Chop, yours. She's a 10, but once a month when you're out, she utters the words, "My man will beat your ass. Go ahead and try." Once a month, you're getting volunteered for fights. She's volunteering you for fights. You can see if you can try and walk past it, but she is actively trying to get you into fights.
Oh, I can talk my way out of any fight.
So you can deal with this then.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
all right. I think he's full of it. I
would if I had to actually, if there was no talking myself out of it.
I mean, the number of times it happens, you're eventually going to get in one.
Right,
but yes.
Like if the option was to not be able to talk my way out of it, then I wouldn't do it. I'm not going to fight. I'm 45 years old.
Just go full Colby Sapp and disrobe. Nobody wants to fight the naked guy.
That's right.
Yes. That's tremendous advice.
Zach, she's a 10, but she tells you Sundays are for family and you need to stop watching football.
Yeah, that's a deal breaker. It's the job.
So you would say no, I'm not doing
it. Look, unless you just you got to understand what I'm doing for a living, honey.
I think there was an easier one with Zach.
What is the biggest fact we know about Peyton in his relationships? He's kind of a helicopter boyfriend.
He's
little
definitely
jealous.
A helicopter boyfriend.
Little jealous. All right.
Yeah.
Peyton. She's a 10, but she likes egging on guys who hit on her because she likes watching your reaction.
Oh, yeah. Get rid of her. To the streets. To the streets.
She's for the streets. She's for the streets.
Oh, no. What would be yours, Bobby?
I don't know. Probably she's a 10, but like she wants me to dress up and go to events every so often. That's probably.
I think you can deal with that.
No, that to me is on a level of what Peyton's dealing with her trying to egg on guys hitting on her.
You can't put on a collared shirt.
I will say, I as much as the
golf shirt, what you wore to that wedding, your brother's wedding, a golf shirt, jeans, and your chucks.
Yeah,
that's fine.
Yeah, I mean if that's, but see, I didn't even like doing that.
Right, but now if you're saying she wants you to get into a
tux,
a tux.
Yeah.
Okay, look, nobody wants to wear a tux. Although I think you do look dapper with them.
Yeah,
the patent leather shoes.
Look. That's why Will wears the same one over and over again. Will Chambers, and we see that photo getting circulated all the time.
Always. How many opera events does this guy go to?
I know, right?
I wonder how many tuxes he owns.
And why do you need to wear a tux to the opera?
How many?
I don't know.
How many like second grade beauty pageants is he emceeing? All right, girls, come to the stage. Now, that's the vibe Will gives off for the opera theater.
Oh, no.
Is that one? No, honestly, Peyton's out of all these, Peyton's would be the one that would probably get to me the most.
Yeah,
I would not. I would not like the egging on of like, oh yeah, I'm going to invite this because I like watching him get worked up. I would not like.
I don't think I could deal with an Eagles fan.
But at least you'd be able to watch football still.
I don't know that I've ever dated somebody who liked the rival team of mine.
It's a tough one.
I don't know that I ever did that.
What would be the one team that would really annoy you the most? Is it a Tennessee rival?
It would be probably. No, I think it would be Georgia.
Georgia's
the worst. Nobody likes Georgia because Georgia's always had the attitude that they are Bama, and they become Bama of late. But for the last half century, they were nothing. They were prior to Kirby getting there, they were just a team that
David
always
Pollock.
They always disappointed.
Oh, David Pollock.
Yeah.
Did you hear Book said Tyler Booker, Neyland Stadium, best road environment he ever went to?
Oh, really?
He said he will never get over the fact that was the one stadium he couldn't win at.
Neyland.
It's a great spot. It really is. We need a road trip. When Texas plays there,
yeah,
We need to make a road trip.
I'd love to see a Texas victory.
Make it happen. All right, we are. You'd love to see a Texas victory. We're hanging out. Sean and RJ Firehouse Tour, stop number 2. We are in Anna, 305 South Powell Parkway. We're giving away a Whataburger breakfast. We got Firehouse Tour hats while supplies last. I think we only got 2 more. Only 2 more hats. So if you're in the area, come on by 305 South Powell Parkway. Hang out with us. Thank you so much to Whataburger, Fraser Roofs and Gutters, and the Firehouse Movers. Time for the Expressway. Nick Harris, Fort Worth Star-Telegram. He's going to join us, and we will finally do some chopping it up. That's coming up next here on The Fan.
True that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
brought to you by the On Time Experts.
Amazing time out here in Anna, Firehouse stop number 2. Nick Harris, forward Star Telegram, draft show brethren. Joining us here, Sean and RJ, Zach Wolchuk in for Sean. Of course, we got the greatness that is Bobby Belt. Yes. How are you, Nick? Well, it still ended up being a long drive for you.
I have beef with this place. Not the fire station.
Oh, I was going to say.
That would be
that's fight. They're big.
It's I don't want to pick that fight. My hometown of Chapel Hill a couple of years ago got beat by Anna in the state championship, 26-0. So this was basically like asking me to come to Busch Stadium after the 2011 World Series.
I mean, you can't finish any better than that. They finished on top because they went to 5A right.
We could have finished better.
No. I'm talking about Anna. Anna went to 5A after that.
Yeah,
they ended their entire 4A career with that.
Some cheaters.
Before we jump into all the interview stuff, I gotta give some shout outs here. We've had Joe from Anna come out here, Jeff and Hal, and then we just said hi to Jennifer, Nick, and their little man Rhett was up here, all from Anna. So Anna's showing out here. The whole general area is showing up here now. Zach, you mentioned that because we're going to talk about Amari Cooper and some other things here with Nick Harris in just a second.
Yeah.
You mentioned that he's your draft show brethren, and Nick was the one who
why are you giggling over there?
Who was first seen on camera a couple days ago when you had this wonderful moment.
Stop.
This wonderful moment while interviewing UCLA defensive tackle, New Dallas Cowboy Jay Toia.
All right, Jay, so can we teach the entire defensive front the haka and make sure we do this every pregame?
I mean, I'm not a haka specialist. That's more like Marin's. I'm Tongan, so I'm not really a haka specialist. But I mean, we could try.
We can try.
Well, we appreciate you taking some time. All right, Jay Toia joining us here on the
If your brother's a rugby player in New England,
the double down.
Are you not?
It doesn't mean he knows how to do it.
Okay, well, if you're
down,
we need your brother.
I dare you to walk up to him.
I will. I'll do it in Oxnard.
Break down and start to.
Is that racist?
No, not at all. Illustrity does it before every game.
That's racist, bro.
How?
That's racist, bro.
I'm Tongan, bro.
They all the same. They all do that little dance. Hey, Jay, why don't you do that little dance y'all do? I gotta step out. I'm serious. What's that thing y'all do? The haka? Do that haka.
That was not good.
The thing is, I stepped out and I went into the studio, and they were all in the floor in there, and I was like, I can't be in here either.
That was great.
This is it could have been worse though.
Yeah,
it could have been worse because Zach actually left his notes around the draft show studio.
Oh no!
So like he had questions prepped for so many guys that didn't end up in Dallas.
He did. He did.
Yeah, I'm just gonna make him read some of them since I took him. This is one of the questions he had ready for Tetero and McMillan if they would pick him.
Yeah. Mahalo, Ted.
Oh no.
I was curious to know if those coconut bras they wear in Hawaii are real.
It just seems a little uncomfortable to ask that question. This was Jihad Campbell ended up with the Philadelphia Eagles.
Hey, careful,
but
Zach.
That's what he was going to ask to Dallas.
Jihad Campbell, congrats on being drafted. I guess just explain your name for us.
Mason Taylor, tight end that Zach was a big fan of, LSU.
Did love him, my number 2 tight end. Mason, is it true Jason Whitlock ruined PB&J sandwiches for you?
Wow.
Had to. That peanut butter skin. Isaac Tesla, really impressive wide receiver from Arkansas.
Very. Isaac, how often do people set you on fire?
Tesla, it's a big issue these days. Landon Jackson.
Wow, I get you there.
Oh, no.
Landon, what? These are Zach's questions. Don't get worked up. Landon Jackson, the defensive end from Arkansas.
Throw it on me. Where the hell is your hair, bro? You got that Jada Pinkett disease or what?
Wait a second.
Zach, what the hell?
That's an offensive thing to like.
Is that
to prep for that? To write that question.
I feel like Jada Pinkett was fair game.
Yeah, I
think so.
It's just
after her entanglement.
Yeah, exactly. And then this was the last, the very first pick of the 4th round. Chamiri DK.
Okay. Are you sure? Are you sure you're saying your last name right?
So I'm glad it just ended up with Jay Toia and the Haka.
Yeah,
that could have been really uncomfortable.
Thank God. Thank God for that.
Jeez. Amari Cooper.
So dangerous.
Let's talk about Amari Cooper here with Nick Harris.
Very dangerous. Feels so good
Nick,
when he jokes.
This is something where I think a lot of people wondered, have there been too many hurt feelings for Amari Cooper to reconcile with this team? Is that even going to be possible? But you've said that this is somebody that is absolutely on the radar for the Cowboys, as they still haven't filled that wide receiver 2 hole.
Yeah, absolutely. Going into the 5th round on day 3, well, going into the 1st round, we could start there. Tedero McMillan was the top target going into the night, being like, hey, if he's there at 12, it's an easy turn-in for us. We don't need to wait for the phone to ring for a trade back. We're going to make this happen. Obviously, he was not there. He goes to the Carolina Panthers. What was that at pick number 8? And they pick Booker, so they go into day 2, don't get a receiver. Go into day 3, they have an opportunity in the 5th round to pick a receiver in that instance. Instead, they go with Shamar James. And after that, receiver was off the board for the rest of the draft. And so, when I put in the article on Monday that Amari Cooper has had building interest coming out of the draft, it's like, okay, we need to look around to see who are available as far as trade targets. They had already been doing work ahead of the draft in that sense. And then obviously the free agent market. Amari Cooper was a name that was getting tossed around before the draft, but since the draft, I say building team interest because they don't have a receiver coming out of the draft. And so there's plenty of options on the table, whether it's a George Pickens or a Rashad Bateman. We talked about those as far as trade targets. There's trade targets around the league, and I think that's what Dallas is really trying to sort through at the moment to try to find that established number 2. But if they can't, I think Amari Cooper is their safe fallback option. I say fallback because they still feel confident that Amari Cooper can be a number 2, that he can be a productive wide receiver in the league. And if you're looking at Amari Cooper's market, it's not that strong. So I feel like they could get it at a pretty good price, and they can move forward with it.
So does the rest of the league think he could be a number 2 still?
Yeah, that's a good question. And that's I'm not confident in that just based on what happened last year with him. Going back to 2023, obviously he had a pretty strong season with Cleveland, but you wonder if maybe he just never had his feet right in Cleveland with the quarterback change and all the drama going on there, and then he gets to Buffalo. Keon Coleman starts to emerge. Khalil Shakur begins to emerge almost as soon as he gets there. He dealt with an injury as soon as he got there, so it took him a while to get on the field. And then all of a sudden he hits free agent market. So it's not really like he had any time to really get his feet rolling, but you have to take that for what it is, especially at the wide receiver position with the age that he is. It's certainly a factor in this whole ordeal too.
What are the chances that we roll into training camp and they're just going to roll with the receivers that they have, and they say Jonathan Mingo is going to get the shot at number 2?
Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen. At least as far as the people that are pushing behind the doors for this to get addressed, for them to get a number 2 wide receiver. My question is, does it happen before OTAs? Does it happen before mandatory minicamp in early June? OTAs start on May 19th. Obviously, the comp pick formula has been worked out as of Monday at 4 p.m., so they can work toward finding a free agent if they do want to pull the trigger on an Amari Cooper or a Keenan Allen or one of these other names that are available. But I think they're doing their due diligence in the trade market right now, and they feel selectively aggressive in that trade market right now. I'll tell you that. There have been names that they have done research on, they've done homework on. Obviously, nothing has just come to fruition yet.
On the McMillan front, he was their top guy, but this is something we were discussing actually yesterday on the draft show, the wrap-up. You weren't able to make it. I know Zach was banned by Football Ops from being in the building at the same time as Jay Toia.
Yeah.
But
Understandably.
with the Tet McMillan pick, I think a lot of people, we haven't discussed a whole lot this angle of McMillan. I don't think was so much higher than Booker actually on their board. Like I think they had Booker graded similarly. It's just the need was there with the receiver that would have just made it such a slam dunk. But for people who are maybe upset with the Booker pick, and really wanted McMillan, this is a player they got that the Cowboys graded similarly to McMillan.
Booker is a dude, and you could see it from that introductory press conference he had on Friday. And if you haven't had the opportunity to go listen to that or watch that, I mean, it's an impressive young man. You understand how they graded him so high character-wise, and then you see him on the field too, and you understand why they graded him so high from a play perspective. I mean, they're expecting him to come in and start day 1 at right guard, and there's nothing to think that he can't do that.
Yeah, it's amazing. If you didn't like the Tyler Booker pick, just listen to him speak, and he'll win you over. I wanted to throw a trade name out there for you guys that maybe we haven't talked about as much.
It's got to be for a 4th rounder, though. That's all we do.
Okay, well, you know,
be for a 4th.
The way that I would do this, it might be actually you send a player to this team just to kind of get the contracts ready to go. And there's nothing of substance to this at all.
You're trying to trade Jay Toia already?
No, JT's my guy. I don't want him going anywhere.
Jeez.
This would be
my guy.
DJ, this
We'll see what he thinks
my
about
guy.
that.
We're going to become best friends. Don't worry about it. I'm going to learn this dance, and it's going to be awesome. DJ Moore in Chicago. They just drafted Luther Burden. They've got Roma Dunze. DJ Moore is a name that they've kind of thrown out there as possibly a guy that could be on the market. I believe the Cowboys had him graded pretty highly in that 2018 class when they ended up taking Leighton Vander Esch. Now, that is a contract you are going to be picking up a big salary.
Yeah.
Corner is thin, but Trayvon Diggs, in my opinion, is a player that if he were healthy, I think they already would have tried, if not moved him. Is that possibly, maybe you talk about a player for player? Cowboys probably have to throw in a little bit extra because you have an injured guy there that we're not sure when he's officially going to get back. But maybe it's not even, hey, Diggs is involved in this at all. But out of the options, I know George Pickens has been thrown out there. Some have talked about Cortland Sutton. I know the return we talked about was foolish on that. But DJ Moore kind of is the most intriguing name for me if they were to try and trade for somebody.
Yeah, he has the $27.5 million APY average per year. That would be really tough on the Cowboys books this year. Now, you're throwing the proposition at me of trading Diggs in that sense. I don't see Chicago taking that just because they don't need Diggs, and especially they don't need an injured guy to take from DJ Moore.
What about Guyton? Yeah, I mean, if you want to get really crazy, Guyton.
If you're Chicago, are you doing that in your right mind?
I mean, if Chicago needs offensive line help and they say it's
I don't think they need it that bad.
Well, okay, so I'm gonna defend Tyler Guyton a little bit.
I'm not pooping on Tyler Guyton.
No, I know.
This is DJ Moore.
No, we're talking about a really high-quality receiver.
Guyton in a fourth or Guyton in a third or something like that.
Yeah, I
was looking at Diggs in a 4.
Yeah, I'd rather just give up a 2 at that point.
Me too, actually.
Yeah, I would rather just give up a 2 for an established receiver
get it done?
and a guy that will be here 4 or 5 years, and then you don't have to worry about it.
Would a 2 get that done, though?
DJ Moore?
Yeah.
That would be tough. I mean, the contract number maybe, because you could be like, hey, you're going to have to pay this guy, you're going to have to pay that guy. DJ Moore, if you want to offload those books. But you look at their receiving core last year, it was DJ Moore leading the way. Mm-hmm. So I don't know. I don't know if Chicago's ready to part with him.
Why have the Cowboys found themselves, do you think, in this position so much over the last 20 years, where they need to go make a big trade for? I mean, just go back to the start of the 2000s, the trade that ruined Brian Broaddus's potential to rebuild the Cowboys through the draft. You trade for Joey Galloway 2 first-round picks. Then it was Roy Williams for first-rounders. Then they were willing to pony up the money for Amari Cooper, send in a first-rounder. They've always been willing to pay that tax on the receiver position. But why have they, in these intervals of about 8 years, it seems like, because here we are at another one, why have they been stuck in this position of, like, we are in a jam and we need to trade big capital for a receiver?
Yeah, I don't know if I have an answer for you there. I think maybe there's part of it where it's like, okay, maybe they're not getting ahead on these needs as quickly as they should. I mean, we could be looking at the corner position right now, right? And you see on the horizon, hey, DeRon Bland is going to be out of his contract coming out of next season. Trayvon Diggs, is he going to be fully healthy? I mean, that would be something that, hey, look around. If you weren't discussing a wide receiver situation right now, you could look around and be like, hey, let's get ahead on this corner situation. I think they're just kind of always playing behind the 8 ball in some instances there. But, you mentioned the Amari Cooper ordeal, and that was in 2018, and at the very least, Amari Cooper is already factoring into their thought process here because they waited until midseason to do that. They're trying to get ahead of this before the training camp even starts so that they have that established core ready to go and they can roll into 2025 with whoever the Robin is to CeeDee's Batman.
A big complaint, too, was they just haven't taken a lot of wide receivers high in the draft. I mean, it's been Dez and CeeDee Lamb. But otherwise, what other first-round wide receivers have they really targeted, or even second-round receivers?
And, I mean, they've always really liked guys. Like, they liked McMillan this year. They weren't able to get him. They loved Drake London a couple years ago. He wasn't able to get to him. In fact, to that point where people say, I really wish they would have drafted a wide receiver somewhere in the first 3 rounds. Is it just a case where they found themselves in basically a purgatory position on the draft board where it's like, yeah, if McMillan gets to 12, we're taking McMillan. If Burden gets to 44, we're taking Burden. If Besh. If Besh gets to 76, we're taking Besh. Like, is it a case just where the Cowboys just had bad luck with the way the board fell, being in their draft position?
Yeah, you talk about reaching and picking a wide receiver at any point for the Cowboys, other than that 5th round spot, which I think Nick Eatman said yesterday. Keandre Lambert-Smith was the target there in the back end of the 5th round out of Auburn. That one would have been fun to add to this offense, but other than that selection, you would have been reaching at that position anywhere else. And we've given credit to the scouting department and to this front office for sticking to their board during this draft. I mean, it's why they have such a strong class. But they still have to address this receiver spot, and the guys they have on the team right now are not going to be that.
Nick Harris, Fort Worth Star Telegram with us here. Sean and RJ live in Anna, Firehouse stop number 2.
305 South Powell Parkway. If you want to come out, still get some Whataburger and some giveaways. The question, rookie minicamp Friday, Saturday of this week, is there anything that you've got an intrigue for, whether it be any of the undrafted free agents or to see, do you think potentially the Cowboys are seeing, all right, how does this group of players play out before next week we decide to do anything on the front of going and getting depth at receiver or corner or anywhere else?
Yeah, rookie minicamp is fascinating for me for the undrafted guys is because I'm looking at a couple already going into the weekend. Elijah Clark out of Syracuse. They gave him the 3rd most guaranteed money of any undrafted free agent in the NFL. That almost certainly tells you, hey, he's got an inside track at getting a 53-man spot on the roster after training camp. Brevin Spanford had the same situation last year. Hunter Luepke had it the year before that, and both of those guys made the 53. So that's me kind of theorizing in my head. It's like, okay, then what are they thinking at the safety position?
Yeah.
Or is he a versatile guy?
And just to add on to that, they love Clark.
Yeah,
they
Clark,
really like Clark.
Stephen Jones said in his presser, or they said in the day 3 presser after it was all said and done, that they signed or they agreed to terms at that point with their highest-rated undrafted free agent ever, and it was Elijah Clark. So I would have to assume, this is me just assuming that he had probably a 5th on their board, maybe a late 4th. I mean, I would have to assume like the highest ever. I know Romo was a 5th.
Jackson Carman was a 4th,
okay.
I think, for them.
Okay.
So that would be wild. Or Stevens misremembering.
That would be wild. It had been 3 days by that point. His voice was hoarse on day 1.
I mean,
probably forgetting some things.
35 years of draft boards too. I mean, that's a lot.
Yeah, there's also some big business marketing going on there too. But I'm looking at Elijah Clark, and then I'm looking at Bruce Harmon out of Stephen F. Austin coming into this corner situation. You know, does he have any shot at being a depth corner on this roster? They're dealing with a lot of injuries at that position, not only Trayvon Diggs, but Josh Butler they're trying to get back. But not a lot of confidence in Andrew Booth. So it's where does the depth of that corner spot go? That's a guy I'm looking at to potentially make some noise.
When it comes to the name Isaiah Bond, I think that is the name that we've gotten a ton of questions on G-Bag. The text is coming in now. Twitter as well. You know about
Texas receiver.
Yeah, Texas wide receiver that went undrafted.
Right.
Was supposed to be their number 1, and then obviously Matthew Golden kind of ended up taking that role as the season went on. You covered him as a recruit coming out of high school. Obviously know him very, very well. What is it with Isaiah Bond right now? Why the league seems to be like, we're going to stay away?
Yeah, awaiting the finality of the situation that he's dealing with the sexual assault allegation. And I think one thing to note, where as it pertains to the Cowboys, is this allegation happened in the city of Frisco. The Cowboys have an inside track at getting the details of this case more than any other team in the league. So if it hadn't happened by now for the Cowboys, I don't think it's going to. And on top of that, even before this, Isaiah Bond had some concerns coming into the draft process. There were some things, just from his time at Texas and Alabama that teams were like, I think we're good. And, the type of guy that Brian Schottenheimer has said and has proven to be adding to this team over the course of the last few months, I don't know if Bond fits that mold.
All right, about to get into chopping it up, but Peyton, it is time to give something away.
All right, Tolos, that's right. Right now, caller number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a 4-pack of tickets to see the Arlington Renegades when they take on the Michigan Panthers Saturday, May 10th at Choctaw Stadium in Arlington. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
Thank you very much, Pay. Caller number 10, you are very, very lucky hanging out with Nick Harris here in Anna. Firehouse Tour number 2. Come on by, say what's up to us.
Could you speak up a little bit? My eardrums have been blown out by Peyton.
Holy cow, Peyton.
Yeah, it was loud. It was loud.
Our ears are gone.
Boom. It was there. It was out there. 305 South Powell Parkway. And in Texas, we got our buddy Nick Harris, Fort Worth Star Telegram, hanging out as it's time for a little chopping it up.
All right, here we go, fellas. Let's have a little fun today.
What the heck happened in Spain?
I mean, that's a broad question.
It's a very broad question.
Yeah.
Not this week. It's not. They lost. They had a blackout. They lost power for 24, 48 hours.
Oh.
Almost 50 million people that live in Spain. Almost 50 million people. They were almost all without power. ATM machines, traffic lights, phone, trains.
They have a freeze?
They did not have a freeze.
That's what happened here.
They didn't have a freeze.
The wind turbines that froze.
Just thank God it's not in July. But they said this is not a mischievous thing. They've ruled out sabotage.
Okay.
But there were some strange deaths that occurred. They think from like carbon monoxide within all this that they're investigating, but they don't know what caused this blackout. But having just been over to Europe,
well,
everything runs on electricity everywhere. But even the train system, like they have those, like they're all basically cable cars. Even the high-speed trains, they're not gas. They've got like these cable things up top. You can't. I mean, people were just on the side. Like their train just stopped, and they just got off the train. They had to walk. Imagine just walking. It's a 200-mile walk.
Like Peyton in Boston. He didn't take the train.
He did not take the
expensive Uber, and then he had to walk everywhere.
He did not take it. They're still searching for exactly what happened.
I feel like you should be able to run down pretty quickly. Why is the power out?
You would think.
Like, I've never heard of a thing.
It took us like 2 days to figure that out, right?
We knew why. They just couldn't fix it. Like, I've never heard bro. The only time I can remember anything happening like on a large scale where they're just like, we don't know for several days was remember when somebody hacked the tornado sirens in Dallas?
Oh, damn.
I don't remember
It
that.
was about 6 years ago. It was at like 11 o'clock at night. Somebody hacked all the tornado sirens in Dallas.
That's my kind of prank
and
right
set them off. You could.
That's a hell of a prank.
That's a hell of a prank. You could hear them everywhere, and they never found out who did it. But it took them like 3 days to figure out, and people were freaking out because it was. Like, it's odd enough. If it was raining, I think people would be cool. It was just weird because it was at 11 o'clock at night, clear skies, and tornado sirens going off all around Dallas. People were like, is this an air raid? What the hell's happening here? And it turned out it was somebody hacked into it. But they figured it out eventually. I don't know how Spain doesn't know. Transformed. Oh, we got to flip the breaker there in wherever.
You remember in Hawaii, like 8 years ago, they got the alert in the middle of like a Sunday afternoon that North Korea was bombing them, and they were freaking out.
Yeah, the text I got access to.
It's weird though. Like when I was in, I think we were in Switzerland, and they had this really ominous like horn going off, and I was like, oh my god, this is an air raid. Like, because it
everybody shelter.
It sounded like. And I'm like, oh, God, what the hell is this? I don't know what it was. I still couldn't figure it because, like that.
Isn't it supposed to be like the safest place in the world for
war? It was
war?
the farts from the cheese that they had.
That's probably what it was.
Isn't it supposed to be there like neutral?
It is neutral.
They're supposed to be the most neutral. So you're
so
fine.
It's true.
They're paranoid, though. Every house has to have a bunker.
Really?
Every there has to be a bunker. There's space accounted for every person plus 100,000 tourists per day. And food.
Wow.
It's all accounted for. And they have every year they have to test the bunker system out. So we're walking.
That's the day to go.
That's the day to go. But we're walking through the city. We're getting a tour of the city, and they said, what do you notice about this little hill here? And it's just it's a hill with pavement. And I'm like, I don't know. There should be grass here or something like that. And they're like, look at they show on the side. There's like these two lines, and they said we can open this up, drive vehicles in here. And this is for like storage of whatever, and then this has got room for X amount of people. There's food and water in there. They are paranoid about getting taken over.
There's a person on Twitter who's a big Cowboys fan who runs in all the Cowboys social media circles. His name's Christopher Waitgen, and he lives in Alaska. And he talked about, because of their proximity to Russia, how many different people own like bomb shelters that are built into the side of mountains there in Alaska. And so in Alaska, he sent pictures to me on Twitter one time of like they basically have created these shelters inside the mountain so that if anything ever happens, they can like scurry off to the side of the mountain and get in there and make sure they're okay.
That's pretty nuts.
That's wild.
We have football stadiums.
Yeah.
I saw Melissa driving.
Everyone gathered the stadium.
I love them.
That's what we have. When we were there.
That's confidence. Okay,
that is confidence. That is confidence. When we were in Italy, the last day we were in Italy, it was the Pope's funeral, and we were in Rome, and they're like, all right, just stay away. Like we got off the train that morning, and the police were everywhere. This was like the safest Rome was ever going to be. There was nothing that was going to happen that day. But right behind our hotel, we started to walk. We were just going to start touring. We were staying away from the Vatican. So we're on the other side of Rome. But right behind our hotel was the other church, and you could hear the funeral on the speakers everywhere you went. Like they were just playing it on the speakers. But there was all these people at this one church right behind our hotel, and that's where he was going to be buried. I was like, oh, great. So now you
can't escape.
We couldn't escape
No.
it. We couldn't escape it. We were just walking. But you could hear his funeral everywhere you went. And we got to Italy the day he died, and bells were ringing. The entire country, just bells were ringing the entire time.
That's what you're talking about, it being as safe as possible. You remember we were in New Orleans, and you were worried about Amanda and Kristen walking off together, you're like, hey, man, should you guys be walking around New Orleans?
Well, it's midnight
I get
in
it.
New Orleans.
I get it. But
Yeah.
the only reason why we were like kind of okay with this because it's like, well, it's Super Bowl week, and then B, it was a month after what had happened on New Year's in New Orleans, and so they had like
that's true
National Guard posted up there. I was like, there's never been a safer time to just walk around New Orleans because there's help every single block.
I've been in New Orleans probably 25 to 30 times. That is the strangest it's ever been because it was National Guard in the French Quarter, just waiting on somebody to get into some stuff.
Oh, and Kristen said she pulled up. Their Uber had pulled up to drop them off at a barricade. The guy, I guess, who was driving the Uber got too close to the barricade, and like the National Guard like drew on him and told him to stop.
Really?
Yeah.
Nice,
dude. You ever had one pulled up?
I'd be like inch closer, see what happens.
By National Guard or by somebody?
By somebody.
Yeah.
Step to me.
No.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
I mean, not like a high-powered one, but
it's chopping it up here on 105 to the Fan. Surprise to me, the Kentucky Derby is this weekend.
Yeah, it kind of snuck up on us, didn't it?
It does every year because they don't promote it.
I don't watch ESPN the 8. I don't watch the Ocho.
Well, it's
the Ocho.
I think it's on NBC, right? It's on which
it's the obscure sports.
You'll start to see it when NBC is on like the NBA and NBC is like every weekend. You'll start to see more promotion for it, I'm sure. But they have come out with the prices for their drinks this year. A little bit high. Mint julep is $22.
$22?
$22. And this is not one of those big gulp things. We're talking like the size of your coffee cup right there.
It's ridiculous.
$22. Here's the worst part. All this bourbon is made 5 miles away. It's not like they have to transport this thing in here.
Yeah, like what are the? There's no import costs or anything. What's the problem there?
There's no tariffs.
Yeah, that's
There's no
true.
tariffs. There's no tariffs. You got wine for $18. Chardonnay, a Pinot, $18. A bottle of water is $5. A Red Bull is $6. A domestic beer is $13 at the Kentucky Derby.
Boy, what is that?
That is a no. That is a no-go for me, man.
Why have your senses been so offended by prices lately? I felt like that was half of your notes from your trip.
Well, it's
just
so
like,
cheap.
holy cow, this is like I've never known you to be the one who's just like sticker shock.
$35 for a pizza, I think, is a bit excessive.
It's a lot.
It's a lot for sure. That's a little excessive. $9, and then on the flip side, when you go to Italy, $9 for a pizza, I think it's pretty good.
Yeah, that's great.
That's a great deal.
Because they have all the ingredients there.
They don't all the ingredients. They don't need to
take
import
notes,
them.
Kentucky.
Absolutely.
Yeah, Kentucky shouldn't be charging extra to get some whiskey or some bourbon.
The Kentucky Derby found the one thing that the Masters doesn't have to take away the title of Boomer Coachella, and I think this year they're really hammering it. It's like $22 mint julep. We're gonna have a horse named Journalism win. He's the favorite. He's 3-1, by the way. Go ahead.
His name is Journalism.
His name is Journalism.
Journalism.
Yep.
Wow. There's a joke in there. But I don't want to go all into that.
We don't?
No, I don't want to.
We're going to hold back on that?
About that.
I wouldn't bet on
He's
the
not going to run in a straight line? Is that what it is?
I wouldn't bet on the legacy media winning in 2025.
No, I don't want to. There's a joke in there. But I don't want to jinx the horse.
Yeah.
No,
I don't want to jinx the horse. I don't want to jinx the horse.
Bad things happen.
Yeah. Chopping up here at 105 through the Fan. Police say they are searching for a man who allegedly hid plastic Easter eggs across Lufkin, Texas.
Okay.
And inside these Easter eggs.
Boy, this is Lufkin as hell, what you're about to say.
Inside these Easter eggs were clues on how to find them. Inside these Easter eggs were the old marijuana.
The Weedster egg hunt.
The Weedster egg hunt.
I like this.
The Weedster egg hunt.
And then this guy was like putting out clues on Facebook and social media where you could go find these eggs.
This guy should get a job.
It's a funny bit. I think it's actually incredible.
What's going on in East Texas? You're Mr. East Texas.
A lot of things.
I feel like,
East Texas.
A lot of things.
I feel like that is the most
dogs.
East Texas story I've ever heard in my life.
Yeah, his name's like Fez Bryant.
This is next level drug dealing.
Oh yeah.
Give them your product for free. Let them get let them get a taste.
Yeah.
Let them see how many seeds are in it and whatnot. But then move on.
Got that, Reggie.
Yep, that's what you want to do.
Keep them wanting more.
Just keep them wanting more. This is next level. You got to think of. You got to.
You're talking about these Easter eggs like it's like the yellow tops of the wire or something. Like it's not like get a taste. And, like,
You gotta get a taste, man.
Say my name.
You get a taste of this stuff. This is awesome. But you put some codes on Facebook and a little scavenger hunt happens.
I mean, look,
it's a fun bit.
It's a fun bit. It
It's
really
like
is.
one nug, though. That's probably where they got mad. They were like, well, where's the rest of them?
Gosh, dang it.
They're like, I'm narking on this guy.
What are we doing? Can't even fit this in a... I don't know if I can say that on the air.
Rolling a fatty.
Yeah, there we go.
I saw this happened a couple days ago. What is going on with people? Another airplane story for you, Bobby. Now, we've seen the naked lady at DFW Airport about
What is going on?
about a month or two
down or
ago.
whatever?
Just stripped down. Now the same thing happened on a flight from it was from New York to Chicago. Philadelphia to Chicago.
Oh, wow.
Southwest Airlines girl got naked on the plane and then went to the bathroom in her seat.
Oh, God.
And it wasn't number one.
No.
I mean, it may just be that she's used to doing that in Philadelphia.
Thankfully, they're like bonded leather seats on Southwest, so it's an easy cleanup.
Oh yeah, thankfully. That's what the flight attendant was thinking. Well, thank God for these bonded leather seats.
That's what I'm
so
going
awful.
with. I mean, it was a cloth seat. I mean, you got to replace
Oh,
the whole seat there.
I don't have to worry about the schmear.
Can you imagine if it was velvet?
Velvet? What kind of a seat is velvet?
No.
Yeah, where are you flying?
You never know. Flying on that Jerry plane.
Man? My God.
Tyler Booker came back from Green Bay.
But they had to they land, and imagine like deplaning, and you just got to walk by this aisle seat poop. Right there.
I mean,
That's awful.
I wouldn't want to imagine that.
And then they had to take the plane out of service.
What's worse to sit next to, the feces or the corpse?
Oh,
Does
the
that
dead person on
happen?
the plane.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it did. It happened about a month ago.
Yeah.
I can't remember where it was flying
did they
from.
know it right away?
They had it. They just like put a little blanket over the dead person.
It's not hard to figure out that they're dead.
I've
You
seen
check-
Weekend at Bernie's. They were able to
It's
keep
just
that going a while.
A quick pulse check will do it.
Yeah, but I mean, are you just like going? Are you sitting down and go like, "Hey, how you going? Where you from?"
No, but when you start changing color and your back, your head's back, and
Yeah.
your mouth's
We've got
agape,
a reason to reach out.
you've got a reason to reach out there.
my
I
gosh.
think I would rather. Ooh, I'd rather the naked poop lady.
Yeah, because you can kind of can you kind of scoot the poo away?
Scoot the poo.
Just like put it in
Scoot the poo away.
Like, you'll
It
know
doesn't work like that. You
Death
don't just
like scoot it in the
Death
aisle.
isn't just contagious, though. Like, I mean,
What?
Death isn't contagious. Like, they're
Well, it's that's not contagious.
Death
unless you-
isn't contagious. Well, you
but
don't know what they
I'm
died
just saying
from.
it's not like I'm gonna catch death or like whatever. Like, I'm just sitting there. Like, it'd be weird.
There's
But like the other,
disease
I
around
don't.
death.
I couldn't breathe. I wouldn't be able to inhale.
Okay,
Like on
catch
the
poop?
flight.
Morbid question.
No one's
But
dying.
the dead body poops itself, doesn't it?
No, it cannot do the haka.
Well,
Wow.
that was question number 2.
Wow.
Anything's possible.
I don't know. I don't know. I really don't. I don't know. It might.
Doctors 877.
It does release. Like when you die, you release.
So
So
maybe you're sitting next to the corpse and the poo.
could be both.
Could be a double whammy.
Just
Just a
What the
disgusting.
hell is this chopping it up?
I don't know.
Saw a cat do it
I'm
once.
still. There we go. There's chopping it up. for you.
Thank you so much, Nick. Any final thoughts? You gonna hang around, or are you gonna get out of here?
I am headed to Houston for Game 5, Warriors Rockets. Trying to see Jimmy Butler
There
close
you
it out
go.
tonight.
Kenny
so-
Enjoy
Butler.
it, dude.
Yep.
Enjoy it.
Thanks, sir.
Hopefully that happens, man. It looks like they got a stranglehold on that series. Thank you so much, Nick Harris, Fort Worth Star-Telegram, joining us here as we're hanging out in Anna Firehouse Tour number 2 on the 2025 Sean and RJ Firehouse Tour, 305 South Powell Parkway. We got some Whataburger breakfast left. It looks like all the hats are gone, so no
Yeah, they are.
more. Sean and RJ Firehouse Tour hats, but we do have some other giveaways. Thank you so much to Whataburger, Fraser Roofs and Gutters, and Firehouse Movers. The Expressway, this portion was driven by Mercedes-Benz of Plano. Shout out to Mercedes-Benz. All right, let's go into hour number 3. Sean and RJ here live from Anna. Our team's wrestling power back from the players. That's next on 105.3 The Fan.
that Clova product? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you haven't. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jack. My name's Jack.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, forget it.
The Fan.
Rangers knocking off the A's 15-2. They got a big dub as, Bobby's throwing me under the bus with the mayor already. That's what we do.
I play to power. That's what I do.
Hey, that's smart. It's a smart poll as we're hanging out here in Anna. Firehouse Tour, stop number 2 on the Sean and RJ Firehouse Tour, 305 South Bell Parkway. We're giving away Whataburger breakfast. The Firehouse Tour hats went really, really quick. We've got some other awesome giveaways for you if you're in the area. Anna, Blue Ridge, Prosper, Melissa, McKinney, Princeton, Salina. Heck, I came from Plano. Come on by. We'd love to see you.
Yeah, I saw we got Chris from Anna. I saw Efren from Princeton. He came up. Nick Harris's hood. That's where he's up from. We got a chance to talk to Zoe, who is she's actually going to be competing in state for the wheelchair Olympics. And
Hell
so
yes.
she's
Down
doing
in
track.
Austin.
She's doing track out
Very
there. She's
cool.
100 meter, I think, is what her dad said. So Zoe came out here. She said she's a big fan of Ask Reddit. That's the big thing.
Great
Tuesdays at 7:40. That's when she's glued to the radio.
It's the best. It's the best segment of the day on the whole station.
The whole station. I agree. That and LA Live, man.
Yeah, I mean, top 10's but
No, the top 10.
No,
I
the
mean,
top
look,
10's good.
we moved it to 220.
I do like the top 10 though.
Thank you. I do appreciate it. Some are better than others. Some days it really leaking confidence like I am this entire morning. Zach Wolchuk just trying to keep this thing on the rails. In for Sean Sharif. He'll be back, I believe, next week. Paternity leave's finally over.
He is back next week. And I'm sure there's a vacation coming up here.
Maybe.
See, I was telling Efren during the break. I was saying that like he's using up all this paternity and then probably creating more paternity for himself. You know what I mean? Like I bet that's how he's doing. He's just creating an endless cycle of paternity.
All praise to Allah.
He just told us. He just told us that was all.
Thank you, Pepe, and we love you, Sean. All right, Chop, are teams now wrestling power
Nick to be gone before
back
the bet drop.
from the players? Yeah. Nick was staring me down for that Jihad Campbell question.
Noticed.
He's like, be very, very careful. Be very careful.
It's a touchy subject. Yeah, so our team's wrestling control. So we saw this week with Shador this week, right? You know, he dropped, and he dropped for no other reason than it wasn't because of his ability.
Yeah, fell out of the first round potentially because of his ability.
Maybe the first round,
but where
not,
he was picked was not
commensurate.
Yeah,
with his talent level. He did a lot of things wrong in the process. He had a lot of missteps. There's rumors that he tanked some interviews on purpose because he didn't want to go to those teams. Whatever you want to believe, we'll never know the full story. The teams are going to have their story. Shador's camp's going to have his story, whatever it is. But we saw Nico walk away from Luca because he didn't like the way
because he's dumb, basically.
Yeah, because he's dumb. But he liked the way he carried himself. He didn't like the way he trained.
Yeah, he wanted him to fall in line, basically.
Work ethic.
Yeah.
We saw in college football this year, Tennessee tell Nico Iamaleava, you know what? You're asking for more money, get out. We're not going to play this. So it made me think, like, these are all things that have happened in the last 2 months. Like, are teams trying to – because we have never seen a time in sports where it's been more player-empowered than it is right now. This is across all sports. And are we seeing that? Are we seeing teams try to say, hey, you know what? We're going to do what little we can to wrestle some power back.
Yeah, I think look, it was jarring for it's really funny to hear college coaches talk about players these days. Because college coaches used to talk in a very Nick Saban way across the board, and now you hear them all just go like, I don't blame the kid that they transferred or were illegally
they're almost scared.
They're terrified because of the power that the players have, which was set up on their own because the NCAA refused to get ahead of this. They let a court ruling come in and just say it's the Wild West. If you guys would have seen it coming and just accepted it and been able to craft it the way you wanted, you wouldn't have these issues. So yeah, I think to go from the ultimate power in sports to having the rug pulled out from under you and you can't tell them a damn thing, then yeah, I think that's you're going to see at some point a sort of an uprising. I think that's definitely what's going on with Nico. They're trying to establish at Tennessee, they were trying to establish culture and sort of things. Nico Harrison also, same sort of thing, I think is doing that. Shador, I think more was just he happened to offend too many people in the process. I don't know that it was a group like let's take back power. I think he just offended too many decision makers along the way with just kind of a brash approach.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was a great learning experience for the rest of the players that are going to be coming out in the NFL draft in the future. Brian used the example of Michael Vick. Sat with them in a meeting, and they had no chance of even drafting Michael Vick.
Didn't have a first-round pick.
He still ended up sitting there and handled the interview humbly and acted as if, maybe that is it. Because you never know. Maybe a team wants to move up and go get you. You just don't know. So for Shador to essentially sandbag interviews, and if you have a Kevin O'Connell of the Vikings or a head coach that wants to meet with you, and he looks over and says, like, oh, you've already got a quarterback, I'm not interested. It's just the way not to go about it. But
the whole idea that somebody can't trade up for you, like
it's foolish.
He didn't even register with him that somebody could trade up.
It's not even that. It's Darren Lee who got drafted by the Jets years ago out of Ohio State. He had very publicly said on Twitter, I think it was, how stupid he thought it was that the Cowboys wanted to interview him because they were picking 4th and 33 and they weren't going to be able to get him, and he was just like, I just remember sitting there through the whole interview with Jason Garrett being like, why are you talking to me, blah, blah, blah. And he tweeted that. And, like, somebody told me later, they were like, that matters. Like, when you're talking about his attitude right there, okay, well, that matters 4 years later when you hit free agency, too. When you're on the open market, does a team's going to remember that interaction with you and how you handled it and whether they want to put up with you?
So, remember his phone number got released in the prank call.
Right.
Adam Schefter was on McAfee yesterday and talked about how that whole thing happened. And this is another learning experience for players when it comes to how they get in and how they approach the draft. Here's Schefter.
I got a text on Sunday night that said, the Shador prank thing is awful, but shows their naivete by not hiring an agent. The fact that they had the league send his number to the entire football distribution list was such a mistake, one that wouldn't have happened with an agent who would have handled that communication. I've never seen the league share a draft prospect's number with the entire distribution list. As soon as I saw the email on Thursday of draft day, I was like, oh no. And the league probably shouldn't have disseminated it the way that they did, knowing it was ripe for abuse. So, we have a situation here where usually an agent represents a player, and when the league is disseminating numbers, they list the agent as a point of contact with the agent's number. In this particular case, the league listed Shador Sanders' name and his number because he was self-represented.
That's what happens.
Yeah.
These are the kind of problems that you can have crop up.
I still can't believe that's an actual thing.
The number being distributed that way?
But yeah, like that, it goes to the entire league database.
I mean, I get it, though. Like, you're going to need like, if anybody picks you, you're going to need instant access to that phone number. You can't just have people, like you've got to have a...
Like, you're scrambling.
Yeah, you've
who's got the number?
You've
How
got to
can
be
I
able to have
contact
a
this guy?
contact, like, for everybody across the board.
Right. No, I get that, but, like, give it to the GM, and that's it.
Yeah, we don't need the everybody.
Yeah,
I
feel like the GM. So generally, it's going to be whoever the assistant is for the GM, or just football administration people, and that naturally is going to be available to other individuals and accessed by other individuals the way those structures are set up.
Like, I'm not gonna blame Shador for not having an agent.
Right.
You don't have an agent, you don't have that. It doesn't mean that just because you don't have an agent that your number should be given out. Like, obviously the pranksters get blamed, but the NFL and their protocols have to get.
It shouldn't be a case where. I agree. Just because he doesn't have an agent doesn't mean his phone number should be given out. Right. But I think naturally what they're saying is him not having an agent creates more vulnerabilities for that issue.
Yeah, because the agent probably would have taken the call. And we've got other quarterbacks like what Jaden Daniels, his mom represents him. Lamar, I think, self-represented. So, I don't know, maybe with quarterbacks, that's what's going to happen moving forward. We are joined now, Pete Kaine, mayor of the city of Anna. Pete, thank you so much for having us out. This has been an incredible treat for us. How are you doing, sir?
I'm good. Thanks for having me on. Really appreciate you guys making the trip up here. It's pretty proud of our station here and our new station across the road over there. So we're happy to see you guys today.
Now, I'm curious. We've had this fight before, RJ and I, in the air, and it is your job title. Do you pronounce your job title as if it rhymes with hair or rhymes with payer?
I would say hair.
Yeah, in your face. I told you it's mayor, not mayor.
Mayor.
I have no idea that I've ever said.
You fought with me over this, over mayor. You said that I said mayor incorrectly.
This up. I
didn't realize I was taking sides this early on. I did not anticipate that.
I'll tell you this, because in Back to the Future, Goldie Wilson said mayor.
He did,
right?
Yeah.
So that's why I think I went.
That's
with
why
that.
you
Would you consider yourself a strong mayor or a weak mayor?
Well, it depends on what kind of aspect you're talking about there. Physically, I'm good.
Physically,
I mean, you are. So I read up. You are a Marine veteran, Desert Storm Mayor. So I would assume strong Mayor. Does the Desert Storm Marine ever have to come out in city meetings, like just, hey, I need to remind them who the alpha is?
Only very occasionally.
Okay.
We're real fortunate up here. I've got a really good council, a bunch of good people. Everybody cares about the same thing, which is the people that live here in Anna. So they make it easy on me.
How long have you lived here?
We moved here in the 1900s.
So that's a long time.
You look great. You look great.
I mean,
from the beginning.
The 1900s.
So when my family moved back to Dallas in '96, I was talking about this with Choppy earlier. I think the population of Anna was under 1,000 at that time.
Amazing.
And I mean, you guys have exploded to the point where I think the last census 2020, y'all were up to almost 17,000.
Well, yeah. So when we moved here in '99, just barely in the 1900s, there was 1,200 people here. My baby sister graduated in 2002 from the high school with 35 other kids. Right now, we're easily pushing 30,000 people.
Wow.
So, and in 10 years, we'll be over 50. It looks like pretty easily.
Man.
Yeah, we're growing exponentially. Right now, we have two projects going. One on the east side that's going to bring in about 2,400 homes, custom homes, nice homes. One on the west side, it's the same kind of a mix with another, I think, 1,200. So,
have you given away a key to the city yet?
I gave a key to the city to Santa Claus.
Really?
That's right.
Really?
So he can get in whenever he needs to. It's kind of important. I was pressured by a bunch of short people.
Yeah.
But I went ahead and did it
Kids,
anyway.
right?
Yeah.
The kids.
That's what clarify that one.
Very much so.
Oh, we are on the radio. Yeah, it was children.
Thank you. Yep, the children. As we've got Pete Kaine, your Anna Mayor here with us on
Mayor.
the Mayor on Sean RJ. What is like the prereqs to even get a key to the city? What do you got to do?
I asked the city manager if he'll let me have the key to the city.
That's it. Simple as that.
What about like naming a street after somebody? Like,
Now that goes back. That's a pretty good question. So naming a street or something like that. If a developer comes in and builds all their roads, they name those.
They name them.
When the city does it, we typically like to find someone that was historically a figure in the city to name it after. And a lot of times, neighborhood services or Parks and Rec, if it's a park, they'll bring that to the city council. The city council will hear their presentation and vote on it, whether or not to do that.
You got here in 1999. How controversial, you were elected in May 2024?
Yes.
How controversial was it when during your campaign it came out that you used to live in California?
Not at all, because the reason I was in California is because I was in the Marine Corps. So
Oh, see, there you go.
It was not a subject at all.
There's all the California transplants now, too.
That's right.
How much of Anna are you seeing, and I don't know if you know this, how much of Anna are you seeing that it's people moving from various places in the Metroplex coming to Anna versus coming from out of state here?
You know, that's a good, I think probably moving from the Metroplex, we're looking at about 70-30 mix. 70% of the people are just coming north, and they're coming east. So 30% are coming from out of state, out of town, but I would say the majority of the people are from here. So
Okay, so Pete, if the three of us
Mayor.
over here,
it's
Mayor,
fine. Pete is fine.
Mayor Kaine.
Mayor Kaine.
If the three of us were to run against you, say in the next election,
Yeah.
which one do you think might give you the biggest run for your money?
Yeah, like who would intimidate you if you saw him coming on the ticket?
You're like, oh no,
Just be like,
this guy.
Well, I think it's important to know how to pronounce mayor. So
Yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one.
or to not call the current mayor Pete.
that's absolutely my name, and you can certainly do that. That's not a problem.
That just shows I'm not intimidated by it.
There you go.
I don't know that I have the like I get too excited just like killing flies with like one of those zap rackets. So like power is like, I know it's unsafe in my hands. I get too excited by it. Like I would, if I was running for mayor in here, I would just take note of like who in my community has signs up for Mayor Pete or one of the other guys. Cause you better hope I don't make it. Cause if I win, retribution is coming for y'all.
Was there
property taxes are going up for y'all.
Was there
no.
Was there sign mischief during the election?
Yeah, for my election, there actually was.
A lot of sign mischief?
Just one bit of sign mischief. I had a sign out off of 75, and it had dirt drive going up to a fence. Put the sign on the fence on the other guy that owned the property. And I don't know, a couple of weeks before the election, someone got out there in the mud and just threw mud off their truck, just threw mud all over my sign and drove off. So,
but nobody like picked them up, like, threw them away, trashed
No,
them?
people, I don't see that happening. So.
Nice,
hopefully
that's
not.
good. That's good. It's a nice.
It is.
Nice
We don't want the sign.
There's not a whole lot of where I live, Roanoke. There's ruffians everywhere.
No, absolutely.
That's where they do that.
Okay, what do you think we could get around town? Like if we were to drop, hey, we're besties with Mayor Kaine.
Yeah. How much weight would that pull if we're if we're at Salsa Tex-Mex? If we're like,
drop
hey, we
your
know
name.
Mayor Pete, give us your best table. Like, would that get us like free queso or something?
Probably not. No, I don't think so. Sorry. You can give it a shot and let me know, though.
I will.
We might.
We're gonna do that.
We're
We're gonna as soon as the show's over.
Salsa is where I've been told to go to Salsa if I'm out here, so that's where I think I have to check out.
Yeah, my wife and her friends were there last night, so yeah, they closed it.
Well, thank you so much.
Maybe they have a table.
That might
Maybe they have
you
the
could
table.
drop their names.
So
You'll be in business.
There you go.
All right.
Yeah,
There
that
you
makes
go.
sense.
That's what we got to do. We really appreciate the time. Thank you very much for having us out. It's a beautiful facility. Anna is absolutely booming.
Yeah,
we appreciate you, sir.
Thank you, guys. Hey, can I plug one thing real
Please,
quick?
plug away.
So
plug away.
this Saturday, we're going to have the Anna Police Association versus the Fire Police Association in our second annual softball game. So it'll be 6 o'clock here at our softball
Who are you
field.
rooting for?
The teams.
Who's favored?
That's
Who's favored?
Good
The
answer.
teams.
That is a good answer.
Chop's our betting guy.
Everybody.
Who's favored? Who are we laying action on?
That's right.
I wonder who the favorite is here. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, guys. I
We
appreciate you very much.
Mayor Kaine with us here in
Or Pete.
or just my guy Pete. Here's Sean and RJ as we are out Firehouse Tour. Sean and RJ 2025, stop number 2. We are in Anna 305 South Powell Parkway. Come on by. Whataburger breakfast. I believe we still have a little bit of that. We've got some other giveaways for you. So if you're in the area, even if you're not, just go ahead and make the drive out here. It is a Meet Church Wednesday. Matt Pitman will discuss being at the draft, Jalen Milroe over Shador, all things with Meet Church. That's next year on Sean and RJ.
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-417-333-3233. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
Below the belt, coming up on the other side, we got a Meat Church Wednesday. About to catch up with Matt Pitman. But the Tolo turnout here in Anna has been absolutely incredible during the break. Just chopping it up, as we should say, with all the Tolos. Of course, we got the council members, the mayor here with us as well. A lot of shout-outs
as you
to
call
give.
him?
The mayor.
Mayor
My buddy Pete.
Yeah, just old Pete. We got plenty of shout-outs here. During the last break, I got a chance to talk to Marcia, who's from here in Anna. She said she and her husband, Floyd, listen all the time. Big fantasy football players. She said she won one year, and everybody was accusing her of getting the tips from her husband, and she's like, no, I just listen to the fan.
Okay.
And so that's what won the league for Marcia. So Marcia and Floyd and Anna. I talked to Chris from Melissa. He was out here, Air Force veteran. And then I was talking to Adrian and Anna. Came from L.A. Look at that, the L.A. hat. He wears it. He taunts everybody in Anna and Melissa. That he loves the community, but he wants to make sure to rub the Laker energy.
He looks like L.A.
He's got the L.A. look.
He's got the L.A. look to him.
L.A. proud.
Boy, he's it's great turnout. Glad to see it, but I wasn't even able to make the rounds and say hi to everybody during the whole break because there's so many folks out here that we're stopping down talking with, so it's a great time.
Yeah, make sure, get on over there, get that Whataburger breakfast. We still got some left. Okay, without further ado, joining us via the D&M Leasing Hotline, and of course, you can check us out on the YouTube and the Twitch. No kidding, this is quite the badass setup here.
Dude, it's so good.
Legendary, the one and only Meat Church himself, Matt Pitman, joining us here on Sean and RJ. Matt, how are you, man? How was the draft, dude?
Awesome. Are you guys in a fire station?
Yeah, we're in Anna, Texas right now.
Man, look at the pearl snaps. Look at that.
I know. Look at this.
Look at that.
I got to get you guys down here. Like, look, I got room. I need.
Dude, look at that. He's got camera. He's got two shot. What is this?
Oh, well,
what
we
kind
got three? We got camera one, camera two. We got a wide shot. We don't play at Meat Church.
Camera one, camera two.
This is wild.
That's awesome.
It's a great look. It's so clear. And you got all the seasoning behind you there and creating the perfect aesthetic. I'm guessing that one of those photos there is going to be replaced by your selfie with Tyler Booker while you were in Green Bay. Just talk about how thrilled you were just as a Cowboy fan to be in Green Bay for the draft, and then it's one of your Roll Tide guys, Tyler Booker.
I mean, I was super excited. So my man Brett with the Cowboys called me and said, would you and your son like to go to the NFL draft? And, I mean, it was like the most amazing experience. Was hosted by Carson that works for the Cowboys there. Both those guys just first class. Everybody in Green Bay, literally the nicest fan base ever. I described it as what the opposite of a draft would be like in Philadelphia. But you guys know I'm a Bama guy, and for years I've always wondered, with Alabama playing here so often, why do we never pick Alabama players? And so when I knew Booker was an option, thanks to my friend Brian Broaddus, who had told me he might be in play. If you watch the replay, Sam and I go nuts when he's picked. The super fans around us, I don't think they really knew who he was, and so we went crazy. And most of those guys will come down to the team section, and so he comes running down, and I'll demonstrate my phone. So I had my phone in my hand, and I was like, Tyler, can I get a Roll Tide? And he takes his hand, and I had it on picture. I was going to take a selfie, and he goes, put that on video. And he hits video on my phone, and he's the one that hits the Roll Tide.
Oh, that's
and what was really awesome was Alabama football posted that video. So, yeah, it was super exciting. I mean, such a cool experience. I'll definitely never forget it.
Was that the greatest moment? Was that, or just being able to cackle and say Jalen Milroe went ahead of Shedeur Sanders for all you fools who said that man's not a quarterback?
Yeah, that was kind of nuts. There was a lot of good moments. I mean, I ate so many cheese curds in Green Bay that I have not been able to have a bowel movement since Thursday.
Really?
I think I got like a raisin out last night.
A raisin?
You walk through the airport and they hand you, like, there's greeters. They're like, everybody was so stoked for you to be in Green Bay. So, they give us a bag of cheese curds there. And naturally, I had to buy some fried ones. And we're watching the Stars game the night before the draft in a bar. They were nice enough to let my 12-year-old sit in a bar. I'm like, I have to watch this game. You're going to have to make an exception.
It's Green Bay. They're all drinking at 12, Matt.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. It was like totally normal. I'm pretty sure they would have fed Sam cocktails had he ordered something. But, pounded cheese curds the whole time, and then met so many great people, like so many Meat Church people there. Y'all know that I wore a Des Caught It shirt on purpose. And they showed that on camera to the crowd of 200,000 plus, which got quite the booze, which is what I was looking for. So that was pretty fun.
Are cheese curds next on your list of things you're going to try to master? Or have you already done that?
They were like, hey, these were made fresh today, so I'm not going to make it, but I'm definitely going to fry it. That stuff's unbelievable. I mean, they need to put some ranch in there. They're rolling out marinara. We need to go Texas style with them. But yeah,
man, you got to with the cheese. Come on, with the cheese curd, you got to go with the marinara.
Oh, here comes the Italian. Yeah, I mean, I get it.
Oh my,
ranch is my thing. So you can inject ranch in my veins. So and when I die, I'll be embalmed with ranch, homemade, of course.
We're talking with Matt Pitman from Meat Church here on 105.3 Fans. We are live from the fire station here in Anna 305 South Powell Parkway. All right, Matt, so was that your first time going to Green Bay?
Second. My season ticket group, we always wanted to go see Favre before he was done in Green Bay, and the Cowboys weren't on the schedule back at that time. And so we opted to do Green Bay, Minnesota on a Monday night when it was cold, and so it hit all the marks. I'll never forget that. I sat next to two nuns. But that's when I was taken by the hospitality of everybody. I remember being in the restroom, and the Vikings fans and Packers fans were actually nice to each other, where, here they'd be spitting on each other in the restroom. So
it's like the SEC,
my second
man.
experience.
It's like the SEC. You go to a game, and there's no trash talk.
Well, that's exactly my point, though. Why I was curious if you'd been before is because they are nice. The Green Bay fans are incredibly nice when you're rolling in. And if you've never been to Green Bay before, been to Lambeau, these are it literally looks like Garland across from a football stadium. Like, you've got houses sitting right in front of the stadium. So I think because it's a friendly environment, the next time Dallas goes to Green Bay, you should do a Meat Church grill out in one of those front yards 100%. Of the house.
Yeah, Sam and I were walking around, and before, and so many people were stopping me. I'm like, this is cool. There's a lot of Meat Church guys here in Green Bay, but there were twice as many people at the draft as there are that live in Green Bay. I mean, we walked in a gas station, and this lady's like, are you having the best time? And she just wasn't making conversation. Like, she genuinely wanted to know if we were having a good time. So, and everybody was that way. Like, everybody, our Uber drivers, it was nuts. So, the most welcoming place ever. And I got to tell you, these super fans that the Cowboys bring, I had to tell people I know within the team, look, I'm not a super crazy fan. I'm doing this for my son. Boy, they bring some next-level people up there, and you recognize most of them from TV. Most of them are super sweet. That was a trip, but and entertaining, to say the least. I'm actually not supposed to be here. I'm still in the concussion protocol. That wrecking ball guy caught me with a siren. He turned and was trying to take a picture.
He got me with one, too, one time. That's got to go.
I saw you standing next to Megamind there. Yeah, I noticed that. That was the first thing I noticed.
The siren's got to go. The siren's dangerous.
He could play in the NBA. He boxed Sam out when Booker came over, like a pro move. He definitely is about being seen on TV, number one, and mission accomplished. But, yeah, you got to be careful. It's like when you take a picture with a guy with a cowboy hat, you can't just get next to him. Like, I got popped with that siren in the cheek 3 times. But luckily, my man Britt that works for the Cowboys, he's taught me to be old school. And I'm not 100%, but I'm back because I'm bringing it for the fans.
There we go, baby.
You guys know.
There we go.
So the crawfish boil, I know Brian was super pumped. He was exchanging secrets with you. What wisdom did he impart on you that now you've put into the crawfish boil? And what was it like, not only with the Cowboys, that video was incredible, but were you crawfish boiling it up for Mike Trout and the Angels?
Yeah, so I boiled this weekend. We had a little pre-party we had our annual block party Saturday, and I was trying to thank everyone coming to town. So I came home from the draft 2 hours sleep, and boiled 6 sacks. I was talking to Brian 2 days before about that boil, and I said, man, this will be my 6th time in 10 days to boil crawfish, so I might need to call a hotline. But I've always tell you guys, I was cooking crawfish before I started cooking barbecue. Cooking crawfish is what got me into outdoor cooking. And he and I were talking about, he said, hey, I got a new thing I learned. You got to try it. Most people put whole vegetables in their boil to flavor, which is what I do. So he said he had been taught to basically blend them up. So you take your onions, celery, garlic, whatever it is that you're putting in there. And he says, I put it in a blender, put a little water in it, basically make a smoothie. So what I did was I actually poured crawfish boil in the blender instead of water just to give it additional flavor. And I ended up putting twice as much vegetables as I was typically put in a boil. So I still season the boil with crawfish boil, but I put the pureed vegetables in. And I told Brian, I mean, it's my new thing. It is so good that when you soak the crawfish, they really take on that flavor more than they otherwise would. My oldest son told me Friday night my last batch was the best I'd ever made. So, you'll take those compliments. So shout out to Brian.
That's awesome. What was up with the Angels? I mean, did you get to talk with Mike Trout? And
Did you get hurt while eating your crawfish?
He's a big Eagles fan, too.
So
I hope you were giving him some crap.
Well, we swept them, so I thought I would, be nice. But, yeah, that was really interesting. I one day after cooking, when the Cowboys came back for the offseason program, I cooked for the team on Monday. The next night at 11:40 at night, I heard from my man Mason McKenna, the visiting clubhouse manager for the Rangers, and he said, odd question, could you possibly boil crawfish for Mike Trout tomorrow night? And I was like, you had me at Mike Trout. So I did it down here. I did it down here at Meat Church during the game, loaded it in a Yeti, drove up to the ballpark. It was actually kind of funny. I was getting there near the end of the game, so the traffic was all flowing out, and they weren't letting me in. So I had to get out of my truck and move the cones, and some old man pulls up on a golf cart and is like, you can't come this way. And I said, I'm feeding the Angels. I need to go. And he said, well, you can see if they'll let you in. I'm like, all right, I'll take my chances.
I'll take my chances.
So, yeah, pulled up to the clubhouse, and, this was interesting. So I did a spread on the table, and normally, you're having a party, you're having beers and having a good time around crawfish. Well, they got swept. It was like I was watching a funeral. They were just quiet. No. They were eating them. He did say they were fire, really liked them. I didn't put it on social media. I didn't take a picture with him or anything like that, but, they weren't happy about losing all those games. But it was really cool to be able to do that for somebody on the West Coast and somebody with the name as big as Mike Trout.
Dude, what are you doing this weekend at the Lone Star?
Yeah, Lone Star Smokeout at AT&T Stadium. So 3 days, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. It's a music and barbecue festival. I'm really excited about it because any festival, at AT&T Stadium is going to be huge. So great music, but the really cool thing for me personally is tons of great barbecue. So unlike I would say more improved over the festivals that have been there in years past, this is their first year. They have a lot of barbecue that all of us know and love. A lot of Texas Monthly Top 50 type guys. So really, really good stuff. Great music lineup like Randy Rogers, Cody Jinks, Midland, John Party. My 14-year-old daughter is stoked about Hudson Westbrook. So a lot of big names, a lot of really good food. And I'll be there introducing all the barbecue pitmasters. I'll introduce the top 2 bands every night. And in general, during the day, I'm just going to hang out in the barbecue area and interact with fans and talk to people and stuff like that. Probably do some social content. So it should be a ton of fun.
Matt, thank you so much, man. This has been awesome. The man, the myth, the legend, Matt Pitman himself. Love all the Meat Church content. Anything else before we let you boogie out of here?
I don't know if I've ever told you, but a fireman was the only thing I ever wanted to be. And then in the going into the 8th grade, I burned down 600 acres in Mineral Wells, Texas.
You told us that. You told us that story. Yeah, that part of the story.
So it's I love that y'all are there. These guys take care of idiots like me. So tell them thank them for what they do.
You're a better fire watcher.
Well, that's why I'm enamored with fire. Yeah.
He keeps the firefighters employed.
That's right.
Thank you so much, man. We appreciate you.
Thank you, guys. Have a good week.
Meat Church Wednesday. Matt Pitman with us here at 105 through the fan via the D&M Leasing Hotline. Let's do a little below the belt.
Yeah, coming up, did the Cowboys actually improve their standing in the NFC with this weekend's draft?
Roger that, Sally.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else. All prices to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not. Over to you, Bobby.
Did the Dallas Cowboys improve their standing? Are they a legitimate contender after what Yahoo Sports graded an A draft?
Oh, baby.
Let's talk about it here in Below the Belt on
Hello.
105 Good Fan as we are live from the Anna Fire Station here, 305 South Powell Parkway. It's been a great turnout. All the hats are gone. I believe we still have a little bit of breakfast. We have a couple giveaways, like a bobblehead or something over there. But it's been a great turnout here in Anna. Everybody's really showed up, really enjoyed it.
Woo!
Yeah, that's right. Yeah,
let's go.
There we go.
Yeah, Hercules.
So, real quick, I do want to shout out, since it is a Firehouse Wednesday here, a Firehouse Hump Day.
Hump Day.
It's the first time we've dropped that all morning. I do want to give a shout out really quickly to somebody who has been connected to the show for quite a while. Noel Saldivar, who his daughter, he used to record her in the back seat on the way to school, and he'd send you guys the clips, and you guys would play them on the air 12 years ago. And then the very first Firehouse stop we went to, you remember they came out there, and Sean nearly cried from realizing how old he was when he realized
was that DeSoto? Was that DeSoto?
Yeah,
was that our first one?
When he realized, or Grand Prairie. when he realized that that little girl that used to record stuff was going off to college. But Noel Saldivar reached out the other day and said he's actually retiring today after 30 years.
Congratulations.
With the Richardson Fire Department.
Congratulations,
yes,
sir.
So shout out to him, and it's he said that the fan has been so prominent in his life for the last decade. He wanted to let us know that he was wrapping things up and done. So shout out to Noel, and happy retirement. And then shout out also, as we're here on the Firehouse Tour, to our partners there, our wonderful partners. We already mentioned Whataburger. Fraser Roofs and Gutters is out here. They've been handing stuff out. They got these great shirts that I got from Kyle there at Fraser Roofs and Gutters, and also the folks at Firehouse Movers. All right, let's take a look at where the Cowboys are at after the draft. So I have said pretty consistently that I thought going into the draft, what they had done with free agency and everything else, I still thought this was a 7-win team before the draft. And I was like, that's not committing to absolutely anything, though, because you can get an impact player at 12. There's no telling who falls to you, what other options you might be able to have. They can absolutely change the dynamic of their team. Heading into the draft, I'm curious from Chop, Zach, and I'll start with you, Chop. The Cowboys, just ballparking, what kind of a team did you think they were? Was this a 10-win team heading into the draft? I know you've said before, you just like when they ran through that run of 12-win seasons, you're like, I expect they're going to be a 12-win team basically, and when they're not, it's because of injuries. So do you still look at them similarly, or heading into draft week, did you say no, they've got problems that they need to clean up? Otherwise,
they're probably lower than 12, right? Like
500-ish.
No, I don't think you can do 500 in a 17-game season.
I said ish.
I think that they're generally, when you have a good quarterback, and they still have a good quarterback, assuming health, they're still a 10-win team.
Zach, where did you have them heading into the draft?
Yeah, I mean 9-10 wins. As long as Dak has been healthy, they haven't been a losing team.
Right.
So I agree. I still think that this year, when you look at the schedule, and you never know year to year how that goes.
Tough schedule now.
But it should be. I mean, it's projecting like it's going to be a tough schedule. So I think the defense was a question mark for me. What would they do to improve the defensive front? And how would the run game look, right? So I still think you got some roster holes, but going into the draft, I was feeling probably about 10 wins, and I kind of feel the same post-draft.
And let's look at, as you come out of the draft now, and we're getting some of these power rankings from outlets that look at where the Cowboys at now that they've actually added to their roster in a significant way when free agency hadn't really done that. I said, going into it, I thought they were a 7-win team. I think definitively the Tyler Booker acquisition makes an impact right away, and they're a better football team today because of Tyler Booker. I think that if Ravel is playing consistently, he's still got some rawness to him.
Mm-hmm.
He's not the most sound technician at corner, but he's got all the height, weight, speed stuff you want. He's very aggressive in going after the ball, in run support, and after the catch. He's going to make sure that, all right, I'm going to attack this as physically as I can and make a play on the ball. So I think that they got real contributors. I think Jaden Blue genuinely contributes. I think right now, as we wait on a wide receiver too and see where that goes, I think they've bumped up a little. I think they're maybe an 8 or 9 win team right now. If they get a legitimate wide receiver too, I think now you're looking at, okay, that's a 10-win team, probably a playoff team, and depending on a few breaks going your way, you could be more.
Vegas moved their over-under 7.5 right after the free agency.
What were they at before that? You said Vegas had them move them up or down to 7? Down after free agency?
Down after free agency.
Okay.
I talked to my handicapper buddy, Bo, and he said right now they're favored in 1 game.
Wow.
And that's home to the Giants.
Wow.
They are a pick'em in 4 to 5. Now, the market will change that, and he suspects that all 4 or 5 of those, they will be favored in.
Okay.
You're looking at Chicago, Arizona, right? Because they play the West.
Yes.
They play the AFC West.
They play the AFC
West, NFC North.
NFC North. So
Which is
Chicago.
as difficult as you can get in both.
Right.
Sure.
So they'll be favored over Chicago. They'll be favored probably over the Raiders, but right now they had them as a pick because it might be in Vegas. I don't know. So you're going to see the Cowboys be favored in 5 games at some point, at least, going into the season, and things will change as teams progress. Minnesota might get off to an 0-3 start.
Sure.
And the Cowboys play them, and they've got a rookie quarterback, and and all of a sudden the Cowboys are favored. We don't know how it's going to work.
Yeah, and I will say that heading into 21, after they in 2020 were 6-10, Dak got hurt. Even before Dak got hurt, their defense was awful. There was a thought heading into 21 like, oh, is this a team on the brink? And then they won 12 games. And they started out that season on absolute fire. That was when Diggs was, getting all those interceptions at the beginning of the season. They started out whatever they were, 7-1, or whatever it was, and then Dak had the calf issue. But a draft can flip you like that, where you got the CD and Diggs jump that they got, and then you got Micah drafted and Micah contributing right away, and then early on you were getting contributions from Osa Odigizua and Chauncey Golston. So I think that a draft can flip you pretty quickly. And when you look at this draft the Cowboys made, I think it has the chance to flip them pretty quickly. Now, what do the analysts have to say about it? Before the draft, Eric Edholm over at NFL.com had done power rankings. He had the Cowboys 22nd in the NFL, so just outside the bottom 10. He moved them up, but he moved them up to 20. So just barely. This was his write-up. He said, in a vacuum, the first 3 picks really made a lot of sense. Tyler Booker continued the offensive line bolstering, while Dallas snagged Donovan Ezeraku and Savone Ravel. I got to stop and read it every time. How do I say it? Below where I thought they might be picked. Even a few of the day 3 selections have a chance to stick in what was a typically sound draft haul. That said, I have questions. Who is helping CeeDee Lamb out? What is the running back pecking order? Will Micah Parsons be happy and rich? Will he be a happy and rich man soon? The Cowboys might not be able to eliminate every concern before August, but they're foundationally solid. Will that matter in a suddenly fearsome NFC East with the Eagles and Commanders having just faced off in the conference title game? That remains to be seen in head coach Brian Schottenheimer's first season. I will say that my one concern about the types of receivers that when we talked to Nick Harris at 7:20 from the Four Star Telegram, the names that he's mentioning, I like Amari Cooper, but
They're
Amari
old.
Cooper, Robert Woods, Keenan Allen, Nelson Aguilar. It's like, those are all guys who are past their peak.
Oh, yeah.
Considerably.
And that means that, A, decline of skill, but B, probably the injuries are more.
Especially for a guy like Coop, who has always been banged
They're
up.
just going to happen more. The more you get old, the older you get, the more your injuries happen. I mean, just ask Zach. He's about to pull a dummy.
Yeah,
Okay?
Stick around for that
He's
next
about
segment.
to pull a
Really
dummy here, a 200-pound dummy.
Not
They asked me if I wanted to do it. I'm like, you know what? I've done enough of these. I do one at every fire stop. I think it's Zach's turn.
You have, but that's also tradition, And now, I will say, as you can hear, he's going to be wind-aided.
Yeah.
And so he might be able to pull it.
Wind-aided? That's going to help me pull
well,
it?
they mark that in track and field, like when you have a wind-aided sprint. I think that matters here, too. They just open up
that's
those.
a sprint.
Yeah, you'd be fine, I think.
I got to drag it.
And besides, I can't pull a dummy. I pull myself every day. I'm a dummy. I can't pull 2 dummies at once.
Man, this is going to be awful.
I will say, though, that I think the concern with that wide receiver, too, is are any of those guys right now, I'll ask you this for a sec, Amari Cooper, the way he is now, Keenan Allen, Robert Woods, Nelson Aguilar, are any of those guys even what Brandon Cooks was when you traded for him 2 years ago?
No, Woods off the market as well. He just signed with the Steelers.
Great.
But no, I don't think so.
So that's a problem. If you're
and Cooks was already in decline when the Cowboys got him.
Yeah, I was going to say, Cooks didn't even make the difference that they wanted him to. Now, I don't think they always used Brandon Cooks the way that he was supposed to.
Agreed.
But if you're telling me that impact that Brandon Cooks got your solution at wide receiver 2 is somebody below that?
Yeah.
Okay, now we've got a problem. I didn't want them to just draft a receiver to draft receivers. We talked about with Nick Harris, their draft grades were at a point where Booker's clearly above the other receivers we have here. Ezeraku's clearly above the other. We're going to be really reaching if we do this right now. And so I don't blame them for the strategy overall. It's just now you look at it and go, okay, but now it's time to man up and go make a serious investment. You cannot roll Jonathan Mingo and Amari Cooper out there and just say that it's fixed. Now, does Amari Cooper come in here and dip into the fountain of youth a little bit or come in here motivated? That'd be great. He's probably your best option. I think he's the youngest one. He's still 30, but that's an old 30. That's a guy who's gotten
it is.
Yeah.
Up.
And
Yeah. He was young when he came in the league, right?
Yeah, he was 20 years old when he got drafted.
Yeah. And, there's some that feel like he's washed.
I think if you're getting a player at a position that isn't maybe O-line or quarterback, and you're getting them beyond year 8 in the league, I think you're just asking for trouble.
Yeah.
Offensive line, you can get away with it, right? You can get away with it on the O-line, and you can get away with it at quarterback. Other than that, if you've been in the league beyond 8 years, I think you're asking for trouble.
All right, another great edition of Below
the Belt.
I'm going to attempt to not embarrass myself while absolutely embarrassing myself and trying to drag this Dummy. I thank you so much, Bobby.
You've
for
dragged a body before. Come on.
Yeah, baby.
It's been a while, man. It's been at least 10 years since that Papacitos trip. We'll also get into Around the NFL, what Brandon Bean had to say. Eli Rick shooting his shot. George Kittle, congratulations. That and more. Sean and RJ coming up next as the Firehouse Tour continues from Anna.
The Fan.
Fist Pump Hour. And it's me bringing in because RJ Choppy's on the wireless. He is about to he wanted a front row seat.
Yeah, baby.
For Zach Wolchuk having to drag a body. It's not a real body, don't worry. But it is a 200-pound dummy that they're setting him up for here at the fire station here in Anna. This is the Sean and RJ Firehouse Tour 2025. This is our second stop. It has been a great turnout. We are loaded in here with a bunch of folks right now. It is fantastic. I got to talk to Garrett, who's here from Anna, but he also used to live in Wolf City with our buddies at Rafter P Construction.
Absolutely.
He knows Colt Heron. Great dude, great family, great people over there. And we were having a good time, loaded up here, and Zach Wolchuk is somewhere over there just absolutely panicking. Chuck.
Yeah, he's getting set to drag a body. We wanted him. They asked me to do this. I was like, I do this every week, every time we go to the firehouse. And since Eric's been dragging Zach for all these years, we're going to let Zach drag a body for once in his life. Where is he?
Where is the coward? He's hiding out.
He was blending. All right, so he's got the worker gloves here. He's got the work. Now, some of the kids now
you can watch this on the fan cam, guys. If you pull up the fan cam, then RJ Choppy is giving you a tour.
Some of the kids now use these kind of like gardening workman gloves as batting gloves.
Really?
All right, it's the new batting glove. Zach, RJ Choppy here. Are you ready for that? Oh, they turned the lights down.
They cut the lights out. It's like Spain in here, bro.
Little stadium lighting. Are you ready? Are you nervous? What we got going on in your mind?
I'm shaking. I'm petrified right now. These guys, trained professionals, make it look easy. This is somebody that I try and stay away from the gym. I'm allergic from the gym. I think that's pretty evident by this body you're looking at. We're going to just pray to God that I can make this happen.
So I saw the dude do this thingy, the hammer deal, and then he carried the hose, and then he dragged the body, and he did all that in about a minute.
He carried the what?
Do you think you have a full minute in you?
I hope I've got a full minute in me. That'd be the longest I've gone in a while.
Yeah, last time he had a full minute, he got Eliza.
Let's get set.
So Zach Wolchuk is lining up now. He's got the gardening gloves on. We're giving you some play-by-play, and he is picking up a giant.
Yeah. Now, how heavy is that thing? Let me go this. Whoa! No.
Yeah,
that's pretty heavy.
He's got a giant red
That's got
mallet.
good weight to it. So he said, make sure you hit the very bottom. Yeah, hit the bottom. Yeah, a little bit harder. A little bit harder. There we go. He just missed.
This is the most uncoordinated.
Come on!
Oh my
Let's
gosh!
Go.
Zach is pounding this.
He's hitting the bottom of this thing. Oh, he's going to break it.
Zach, how are you missing it? It is right in front of you, dude. Zach is swinging and hitting this steel beam, and he continues to miss.
He is missing the target nonstop.
And, boy, Zach is really wishing he wore a belt today. That is what I know.
2 more feet, you got to go.
Yeah.
You got to go about half of what you've already done.
I don't think. I think we have to film from the front because if we were filming from behind right now, we would get kicked off the fan game.
I have never seen a more feeble attempt at hammering.
He is winded. Can we get an update from him, Chop? Chop. Can we just get an update from how he's feeling? Let him pause, get a break. How's his stamina doing?
I'm going to help you. He's got a little butt crack working here. I'm going to try to help you out here. Come on, bud. There we go. That's a big one. That's a big one.
Zach,
come on, give it to me.
He is close to knocking this thing off the platform.
There we go.
There we go.
Move on. All
right, next spot.
We need water.
We need like a glass of water or what?
For me, not for you.
For you. Oh, yeah. Well, RJ Choppy is collecting water. We are here live at the Firehouse in Anna, 305 South Powell Parkway. He's picking up the hose like he's done many times before, you know what I mean? And he's carrying him outside.
Boy, he handled that hose, Bobby. He handled that hose pretty well.
Dude, if we know there's anything about Zach, it's that we know he handles the hose.
All right, so now this is on to the dummy pull portion of this. This is did we say 190 pounds, 200 pounds, 225, 185? So there you go. There we go. Pull it, Zach. Pull it.
Zach is pulling a very heavy body
right
now.
So just for everybody to know, the head of this dummy is right in Zach's crotch, and his head is backwards. There we go.
Fantastic job, Zach Wolchuk.
Look at that.
I'm impressed.
The perspiration on the head. Well done. Okay, now 205.51.
Is that good, or are people dead at that point, or is he okay?
All right, Zach, how do you feel? Do you have breath?
No, this is awful.
Can we
water, please?
Chop, can we get clarity from the firefighters as to whether people would have died if Zach was doing that?
Is 2 minutes and 5 seconds, is that good, or is somebody going to perish in that? He said sure. Sure.
Guys,
I'm going to take that as everybody's
I've seen
dead.
fire. I've never seen fire spread in 2 minutes.
I'm going to take that as everybody died.
If fire doesn't just spread in 2 minutes. Come on now.
The fire would have spread. Yeah.
2 minutes and 5 seconds. Very impressive work, Zach. Very impressive
fantastic.
work. Well done, Zach
Work,
Walchuk.
Zach Walchuk.
Now you get a breather, and we're going to play some audio of Brandon Beane, is what we're going to do. Now, Chop, you had sent this over yesterday, and you mentioned taking back the power. We talked about that at 8.
Right.
The team's trying to take back power from the players. Brandon Beane is trying to silence the fan base. He just wants them to shut the hell up and be grateful for what they've got.
This was on Buffalo radio. He's really trying, and these radio hosts they're in the same predicament that we were in with Jerry, right? Kind of got scolded. They got scolded a little bit, and the difference is that Beane went. I mean, he went like he started using. He may have used the foul language too. He may have done that. But here's Brandon Beane, the GM of the Buffalo Bills, not happy with the discussion around their lack of getting a wide receiver in the draft.
I was just listening to the last few minutes of your show before I came on, waiting on here.
All right.
Sounds like 2018 all over with you guys.
Well, how so?
Well, you guys were bitching in 2018 about Josh Allen. You guys wanted Josh Rosen, and now you guys are bitching that we don't have a receiver. I don't get it. Like, we just scored. Hold on, let me talk. We just scored 30 points in a row for 8 straight games. A year ago, I get you guys asking why we didn't have receivers, but I don't understand it now. You just saw us lead the league in points when you add all the postseason. No one scored more points than the Buffalo Bills, including the Super Bowl champions. So you just saw us do it without Stephon Diggs, same group. How is this group not better than last year's group? Our job is to score points and win games. Where do we need to get better? Defense. We did that. So I get it. You got to have a show, and you got to have something to bitch about. But bitching about wide receiver is one of the dumbest arguments I've heard.
Methinks he doth possess too much. He knows receiver's an issue, and that's why he's flipping out that way. Why does they need it? Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
They absolutely.
Who they got? Who's their receivers?
Keon Coleman, KJ Hamler, Josh Palmer, Caden Prather, Curtis Samuel, and Khalil Shakir, who you mentioned there. But I mean, that's not.
It's fine. It's fine.
It's fine. It's not what it's been in years past when they've had Diggs and Gabe Davis and other guys like that.
Is it better than Kansas City's?
I don't know who else is in Kansas City's group at this point. I know they made they had taken.
All right, let me ask you this: is it better than the Cowboys?
No,
they got Jalen Royals. That's who they took.
It's deeper.
No, well, I mean, no, they're not better than Dallas though because Dallas has CeeDee Lamb.
Right. So the Cowboys have but the Bills probably have numbers 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, but I mean, I wouldn't. Just because I take 2, 3, 4 over Dallas doesn't mean I take 2, 3, 4 over just your general NFL team. Typically,
okay,
the Bills definitely could use more weapons. I mean, then again,
I also think both could be right. I think he could be right. Look, we scored 30 points in a game 8 straight weeks, or we led the league in points.
Yeah,
but you also the chances that you repeat that the next year, you can't assume you're going to repeat that.
Yeah, you also couldn't. And I mean, if I was the host, I would have said, all right. I mean, you're right. I guess. What you really needed to work on was being able to pick up 4th and 1, which you couldn't do like 5 times against Kansas City. You're right.
They played 5 playoff teams last year in the regular season. They lost 3 of them. In those 3, they allowed over 35 points in 3 of those 5. So, there's no guarantees that they're going to be able to score the same amount of points they will because maybe they play more playoff teams this year. But, there's also like the defense was a problem. Brad Holmes did the same thing with Detroit. Remember, he went on and he was like keeping receipts over. Oh, y'all hated our draft 2 years ago.
Yeah,
and and I think
the NFL front office they're becoming a little sensy.
They're paying attention, man.
They're becoming a little sensy, is what I think we're seeing. By the way, the Chiefs receiver room that you were asking about, no, the Chiefs is definitely better. Xavier Worthy, Rashee Rice when he's not in jail. Jalen Royals, Juju Smith-Schuster, and Hollywood Brown.
Yep, that's better.
That's a better group right there than what you're dealing with in Buffalo at the moment. But I understand the frustration for sure. George Kittle got paid, and you think that's a problem?
Well, I think for him to get, at 31 years old, past his 8th year in the league, to get the largest contract of the tight end position. He got 4 for $76. $40 million guaranteed, so 4 for $76. Now, I guess they could say that that's, 10 a year if it's only $40 million guaranteed?
Yeah, I mean, it would depend on when do the guarantees run out. Are the guarantees after...
Well, it's at least after 2 years, right? Because it's $40 million guaranteed.
Right, so if it's $40 million guaranteed, then, yeah, it may be a deal where it's 2 for $40.
To give
a 2-year deal for $20 million.
To give a 31-year-old the richest contract in the sport at the position, that's some Raider stuff right there, man. That's some Raider-esque stuff. Like, I don't know.
You think we might be done here, San Francisco?
Oh, I think we're done here. I think their window with this group. Now, that doesn't mean with Purdy, but with this group is over.
Now, that you mentioned with Purdy, and that was an issue, or that was an area of contention yesterday. We talked about a couple weeks ago, Puka Nacua saying, "I don't think I'd pay Brock Purdy $50 million." He's got another doubter.
Sounds like that $50 million number might be what they settle on. But here was Patrick Peterson with Kay Adams on Up and Adams on if he'd pay Purdy.
$50 million is what they're saying. You think he's a $15 million guy?
Honestly, no. But, what these quarterbacks are going for right now, that's kind of like the going rate.
Where would you slot him in this list, Patrick? Last question. You're seeing that this is, the cost. Where would you put him?
I mean, yeah, if you're looking at this, you got to put him above Trevor Lawrence. Honestly, if you're looking at the numbers, he's probably going to have to be above Josh Allen, too, because he's been in the Super Bowl. So he's getting at least 50. Now, I wouldn't pay him that. You asked me if I would pay him that. I wouldn't, but he's probably going to get 50.
I wouldn't pay him that.
You wouldn't? I think there's I don't know. I guess I'm looking at Brock Purdy the same way I looked at Dak years ago, where I'm just like,
I like Brock.
This feels like people are digging in unnecessarily, or they've had their ideas about who he's supposed to be.
Yeah.
And so they're letting that color who he became. And I think that's just missing the mark completely. Purdy is, if you look at the fact when Purdy has been in the lineup consistently, he is damn near the top of the league every single time in QBR. He is one of the most efficient quarterbacks in the NFL. He has done it a number of different ways, whether it's playing within the West Coast concepts, playing everything short, intermediate, timing based, pushing the ball deep downfield. I think Purdy is a clear top 10 quarterback to me, and I would pay him.
We needed to do this. We never did this a couple of weeks ago, where we had to come up with a set top 10, right?
Yeah, we did.
We did do that.
Yeah. We went to 16, I think.
Yeah, because we constantly say, "Oh, he's a top 10 quarterback." But how many actual top 10 quarterbacks are there? Because I feel like I say, "Oh, he's a top 10 quarterback," with about 15 different players.
Yeah, I mean, so I ended up with, as we look at it here, you had Purdy 7th, I had him 8th, and Peyton didn't even have him on the list. But yeah, I think that he's definitely a top 10 quarterback. I just think that there's way too much thought to, he's still Mr. Irrelevant. Just like Dak had to shake the whole he's just a 4th-round quarterback type of label. Tom Brady had to shake he was picked in the 6th round label for forever. And so I think some people are just married to what their initial evaluation was or what they originally were and not willing to adjust.
How long do you stick with your initial evaluation on a player? How many years?
I wonder that a lot because the Cowboys
2.
seem to use that whenever they're bringing in guys.
Yeah.
The free agents.
2 years. If we get into year 3, I've seen 2 years of play, and then we're into the 3rd year and seeing more, then at that point, if he's showing me something different than what I thought, good or bad, I need to change my mind.
That's fair.
All right, let's talk with Brett Boone, get his thoughts on the Texas Rangers and the rest of Major League Baseball as we hang out in Anna Firehouse Tour number 2 with Sean and RJ. That is next here on 105 through the...
Got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaks me out a little bit.
First 214-4817-333-3233 with Franklin. Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Franklin, the go-to car and trucking attorneys in Dallas.
Left tip, the pitch. Garcia swings and hammers one up the alley left center field. Blade gives chase. He races after, dives. Can't get it. One hopping off the wall. Heim scores. Simeon rounds third. He comes home. Young being waved home. The relay throw is offline. Young slides in safely. El Bombi clears the deck. And the Rangers take a commanding 8-0 lead on a bases-clearing double from Adolis Garcia.
15-2 Rangers beating the A's. It was deGrom-ination, and the Ranger bats finally got it going. Joining us now, our Odyssey insider Brett Boone here on the D&M Leasing Hotline with Sean and RJ as we are live here at Inanna. Firehouse Tour number 2 here among the stops.
Yeah, stop number 2 has been fantastic here in Anna. I just talked to Frankie. He's in McKinney. He's moved to Princeton. We've had a lot of Princeton folks out here today. Yep. But a great stop here in Anna, hanging out with everybody at 305 South Powell Parkway here for the next about 35 more minutes.
And Brett Brune is brought to you by Granger. Insider Call is brought to you by Granger for the ones who get it done.
And thank you again really quickly to our partners here who have made the Firehouse Tour possible: Whataburger, Fraser Roofs and Gutters, and Firehouse Movers.
So, Brett, last night Rangers put up a 15 spot. They hadn't scored runs seemingly in weeks. We always say the old save some for tomorrow. Do players actually ever say that in the dugout? Hey, let's save some runs for tomorrow.
Absolutely not.
That's
Step
right.
on their neck when you got them down. This team needed that too. I mean, I look at the footnotes coming off last night. Big that Simeon got 3 hits. We know how much he's been struggling. It's been the kind of one of the backbones to this team for a lot of years and really struggled. To see him get 3 hits and be right in the middle of all that, I think that's big. They had a season high run, season high hits. They didn't hit a homer, which is pretty rare. I was looking at the box score. They did not hit a home run last night. deGrom was awesome. I think he's going to continue. I don't know if it's just me. You guys, when deGrom goes out there, do you kind of watch like, okay, don't get hurt. Don't get hurt.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Because he's been good early, but he hasn't been deGrom 1 ERA. Mm-hmm. But you can tell it's starting to build. And I've seen that with other players that come back from Tommy John. It takes a little while to get into it. But if this is kind of his revving up and he can stay healthy, man, they've got 2 years ago when they won the World Series, they blew everybody away because of the offense and the pitching kind of held together. I think Boch did a great job managing that team and especially the bullpen through that postseason and the World Series. But it's kind of flipped. I mean, a lot of similar players, but the Garcias and the Seagers and the Simeons were kind of in the middle of that 23. Garcia hasn't been the same player. I mean, he was a superhero in that World Series in 23. Mm-hmm. He hasn't been the same player. You've got a few new guys in the mix. Peterson, that's been a rough play right there. Berger, he got a big hit last night. He's off to a real slow start. So there's a little bit of a different cast of characters. I think Smith's been great for this team. Langford's turning into a star, but you don't have the Evan Carter, who was a big part of that 23 run down the stretch. So it's different personnel, and it's kind of switched. That pitching wasn't there. Right now, I think I'm looking at the pitching. They got the number 2 ERA in the American League. It helps when you got a healthy deGrom, Evaldi, and Tyler Mahle, the way they're pitching. You got a couple guys coming off. I think late May, maybe it's Bradford that possibly could come off, so that adds to that mix. But I look at this division. You look at Texas last night, big win for them. Mariners seem like they can't lose right now. I don't understand that offense. They're offensing like a frontline offense out of nowhere, and we know with the pitching that. Yeah, Cal Raleigh's been unbelievable. Probably the best, soup to nuts, including the defense and what he brings behind the plate, coupled with his power. Probably the best catcher in baseball right now. So they're tough. They've been winning. They've won 7 out of their last 10. Houston out of nowhere has won 7 out of their last 10. I don't think from the first time I was on with you guys this year, my opinion was this is going to be a shootout in this division, and I haven't changed my mind one bit, and it's the same teams. The Angels got off to a great start. I think they're going to start to show that they're the Angels here. A's are better than they have been in past years, but the A's aren't going to be a threat to these top 3 teams. It's going to be like it's been for a long time. It's going to be Seattle with that pitching, Texas now with the pitching and the hitting, if we can get that offense going. And Houston's just Houston. They've been kind of dominating this division for a long time now, and it seems like they just don't go away. They've kind of got a knack. And no, it's going to be an interesting race, but they're tight right now, and we'll see.
Brett Boone joining us here on 105 through the Fan. Okay, Brett, when we talk about the Rangers offense, we had heard about them having to have a players meeting on Monday and to talk through the issues that they were having at the plate. How much of that do you think, like what would go on in a meeting like that? Is that a little bit of show for like each other of just like, hey, are we locked in here? And how frequently would you say you can actually use that during a season? Pull out a players only meeting card to try and write something.
Right, the infamous players meeting. I've been in a lot of players meetings, man. Very rarely, but sometimes, hey, they work and they're good. But for the most part, you ever get in trouble with your parents and you tell them something to get them off your back? Well, that's kind of sometimes how players meetings go. Get the heat off. Like, we got to do something. And a lot of times going into it, you don't think that you're going to part the seas when you come out of that players meeting. But the good ones are, some guys maybe get some things off their back or off their mind, say some things they want to say. And they can be good. I mean, I've been a part of it, where I've been called in and said, hey, we're going to have a players meeting. I said, why not? It can't get any worse right now. It can only get better. So, I've been a part of a lot of them. I'm not going to say they're for show. Usually when you're having a players-only meeting, you're in a pretty tough spot and you haven't been playing well. So what negative could come out of it? The worst case is you're going to continue to not play well. The positive is something shifts in that meeting. Somebody says the right thing at the right time, and you go from there. They can be. They're never detrimental. I don't know how much they help, but I know they don't hurt having those players meetings. Yeah, but you can't go to the well. Every time things go bad, we go to a players meeting, and there's only so many runs you got at it. But I don't think there can be any negative that comes out of it.
Because every major leaguer that I've talked to, like, y'all are accustomed. You're going to lose 60 games. Like, every team is going to lose at least 60 games a year.
The great teams are going to lose 60, right?
Right, but like it's even the best, and it's the sport where like you have to. If you can't handle failure, you can't play Major League Baseball, right? You just can't. You can't play the day to day.
That when you start debating the sports and football, the physical, and once a week, baseball players, from a mental capacity, I think there's pros and cons. The pros are when things are going well, you're winning, your swing's on time, or if you're a pitcher, you've got it, you're hitting your spots. You can't wait to get to the ballpark. I cannot wait. I'm whistling to the ballpark, and I play today, and I play tomorrow, and I can't wait for the next day, and the next day, and the next day. On the other side of the coin, it's like when things are going bad, and that your swing isn't right, and you're not picking up spin, and your team can't win a game, you're hiding under the covers when it comes to like 2:30 in the afternoon. Oh, I have to go to the ballpark, and man, I've got to look at film, and it's really tough. As time goes on, just like anything else, as you grow up in this game, and the maturation process takes place, you get your butt kicked enough times, and you get enough experience under your belt, you learn to deal with it, and that's why you see the veteran guys and the guys that have been there and done that and had a lot of success. You see them kind of just, they're like this, they don't, there's not high highs and low lows. There's just kind of stay in the middle. I'm not saying don't have a good time, smile, turn some music on when you're kicking butt, but also when it's the other way, you're getting your butt kicked. I don't expect you to be sucking your thumb in the corner And I had some teammates like that, and they're bad teammates. And on the flip side, I had some great teammates where when they walked into the ballpark every day, I'd look in their eyes, I'd look at their face. I couldn't tell whether they were 5 for 5 the night before or 0 for 5 with 5 punch-outs. Those are the great teammates. Those are the true professionals. And you learn that as you get more time in this game.
Odyssey insider Brett Boone, host of the Brett Boone podcast, joining us here, brought to you by Granger on 105.3 The Fan. Odyssey Calls brought to you by Granger. I don't know if you saw this. Jose Altuve reportedly asked out of the leadoff spot because now he's playing left field, and it takes him too long to run in, and he needs that prep time. What do you come on? What do you make of that?
I think it's kind of funny because I never thought about that. I've always been in the infield. I've never played it down out in the grass out there. So I was always, on a bad day, my dugout was on the third base side, so I had to go across the mound to get home. But it's still a short little jaunt. Obviously, my home field, I got to pass the first baseman, and I'm pretty much in the dugout. So it's kind of weird when you hear him say it, but when you think about it, if you're in the first base dugout, which I believe at home he is, and he's in left field, it is quite a run. It is quite a run. The fact that I don't think he's messing around or being funny when he says that. He really feels his prep and what he's done his whole career. The jog in from left field is not giving him enough time to be the player he wants to be. If I'm skipper, I've got to listen to him. And I've got to say, well, am I either going to move him back to second base or am I going to keep him in left field? If I'm keeping him in left field, I need my guy at the top of the lineup. I need a Jose Altuve to be in the right frame of mind to be as successful as he can. So as a skipper, I've got to consider it.
Wow. Okay.
What'd you think about the Yankees? 3 home runs, first 3 at-bats yesterday. If it weren't for Paul Goldschmidt, they could have gone maybe 4 for 4. He goes ahead and gets an out, and then boom, here we go, 4 home runs in the first. Unbelievable what the Yankees are doing.
Unbelievable, and it's always a catch-22 for me when I'm commenting about the Yankees or my brother. Mm-hmm. I feel as if I'm as fair as I can be with him. I don't agree with everything Aaron does, and I agree with a lot of things. We're very like-minded in a lot of ways when it comes to the baseball moves. But I've been looking, and I was on a show the other day, and they asked me, as a non-biased, take my brother hat off for a minute, just be a strict analyst. He's done a great job. As much as slack as you get being in New York, over the 7-year tenure I've watched, he's won 100 games 5 times, took him to the World Series a year ago, and it seems like he's constantly on the hot seat, and everybody's, breathing down his neck. So I think he's done a great job. I remember having a talk with him this year right before the season started, and that Garrett Cole went down, and Heel, their rookie of the year, wasn't going to come back till at best the All-Star break. He had Giancarlo Stanton. He's still out, and they were kind of in a flux. And I remember telling him, man, if you can just hold serve, if you can just survive and get to the break and get Heel back and get Giancarlo Stanton back, get that bullpen healthy, then you can make a run and maybe get a big pitcher to replace a Cole at the trading deadline. They've exceeded that. I mean, they're playing unbelievable. The guys that they've brought in this offseason have done a really good job. They're kind of holding it together on the pitching end, and it's pretty good. I think that's another division though that's going to come down to the wire. I think Boston's for real. They haven't got off to the unbelievable start, but I think Boston's for real, and I think it's going to be a Yankee-Boston battle in September.
Brett, thank you so much. We really appreciate the time as always. Enjoy the week. We'll catch up with you next week.
You got it, guys. Thank you.
There he goes, Brett Boone with us here. Sean and RJ live from Anna, stop number 2 of the Firehouse Tour. It's been an amazing day. Let's catch up and crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece. That is next, but I do want to talk about
what was it? Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you, Pepe. It's been awesome out here. The Firehouse Tour in Anna, 305 South Powell Parkway. We gave away Whataburger breakfast. The Firehouse Tour hats went very, very quickly. Appreciate all the Tolos that came on out. Big thank you to Whataburger, Fraser Roofs and Gutters, Firehouse Movers. It's been an absolute blast out here. So many Tolos that came out, Bobby, and I know you've been writing them down throughout the show.
Yeah, we've had a bunch of people come through today. Trey from Blue Ridge, Eric in Plano, Rick and Anna, a lot of people from Anna, Melissa, Princeton, Harrison and Heath from Anna. We had little Ezekiel from Melissa.
Little Ezekiel.
It's been great. Jennifer, Nick, and Rhett in Anna, Jeff and Hal. So, I mean, just it's been loaded up this morning. It's been a really good turnout.
Thank you so much to everybody that came out. This has been it's been an absolute blast. And these Firehouse Tours, man, they're just getting started. Stop number 2 is going to be happening, at least like once a month? Is that kind of what it is?
Once a month,
typically Fridays. Draft kind of threw us off schedule a little bit this year, but we want to make sure we fit it, or this month, want to make sure we still fit it in April. So we did it here on Wednesday. But
hell yeah.
Typically back end of the month on
back
Friday.
end of the month, yeah. Are you recovered from your
we're getting there.
Yeah.
We're getting there. The forearm finally just stopped burning from all the extra hacks I had to take from missing.
You did.
It was a lot, but hey, we got it accomplished.
You did.
I wasn't sure that I'd even finish that. We finished.
The dummy survived.
The dummy survived.
That's all that matters.
Borderline. The best part about it was afterwards they said, we're going to work on it with you.
Yeah.
So maybe next time I was at 205, maybe I can get to like 145. Like we'll try and drop down 20 to 30 seconds each time. We'll see. But let's welcome in the KNC Masterpiece. Fellas, how is you today?
We're doing great, guys. How are y'all doing?
Wonderful. Thanks for asking, Corey. What do you guys
Why
have
you
coming up
sound
on the
so
show?
serious?
I'm just sorry. The weather is looking the way that it is,
It looks bad.
I get nervous like my dog. I kind of get a little like, I don't know exactly how to handle things. So that's why I feel so serious this morning.
Are you afraid of thunder and lightning? That actually is the 10th biggest fear currently amongst the human population.
Really?
Yeah.
This is documented?
Yeah, I did the top 10 things people are most afraid of, and number 10 was thunder and
Oh,
lightning.
my God. Bring that list up. We're going to have to figure that one out.
Is that? But thunder and lightning, isn't that like? Are you sure they're just grouping it in with like storms?
They could be.
Like just bad weather in general.
It specified thunder and lightning, though, but it could be. I thought that was more of like, dogs hated the thunder and the lightning. I didn't know that
You got the
people
compression shirts on the dogs?
got so scared of that.
Yes, we got that dog.
Wait, what?
What?
Compression shirts on a dog for thunder and lightning?
Yeah, they have
The jackets.
the storm vests. Yeah,
Yeah.
They put a little vest on them, and it's supposed to kind of make them feel secure. Like a nice little hug.
Neat.
Yeah, my dog doesn't like it. He has to wear a diaper.
What if you're a therapy dog for somebody though, and then you need a therapy jacket just to do your therapy dog duties?
I don't know. We should be talking about
Is that a street jacket? Is that what you're talking about?
No, you guys were talking about the little jacket that makes the dog feel comfortable with thunder and lightning.
Oh,
The
yeah.
Thunder Buddies.
Yeah, my apologies.
Yeah, 10 we've got thunder and lightning. 9 was dogs.
People are scared of dogs?
People are scared of dogs.
Unless the dog's scared of thunder and lightning.
8 was mice.
Okay.
That's soft.
Okay.
7 was enclosed spaces.
Enclosed
Claustrophobic?
spaces. Yeah. Have you all ever had an MRI?
Yes.
No.
Yeah, one time.
That's
I
like,
couldn't stop moving. They're like,
I know,
don't move.
I couldn't either.
It makes you want to move.
it makes you want to move.
6 was spiders and insects.
Yeah, I'm not scared of spiders.
Because you can squish them.
Well,
Squish 'em.
yeah, but what do they do to you when you're asleep?
Yeah.
That's true. They go in your mouth and your nose.
Oh, that is
Right?
freaky.
Your
And who
ear.
knows where else?
I probably got a larvae in my ear.
Oh. 5 is flying.
Nobody's scared of flying. People
Shut
are
up,
afraid
Bobby.
of
You know
not
that.
flying.
You
No,
play
people are
scary
afraid
movies.
of not flying.
Yeah.
They're afraid of Boeing.
People are afraid of those cornfield landings.
Yeah.
Yeah, all of a sudden.
It's
you
not
take
the
it.
It's not the
fall.
up in the air part. It's
It's
the
not
not being
yeah.
up in the air part.
4 was the snakes, and I do hate the snakes. And that's why I did the list, because we had the snake that fell into that woman's margarita.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
She was eating at a Mexican restaurant in Richmond, Virginia. All of a sudden, she felt something hit her head, and then she looked down, and there was a snake swimming in her margarita.
Yeah, I've come to
Nice.
I used to be super petrified of snakes. And then I was like, all right, I'm just going to do deep dives on research on these things.
Yeah.
And now that I can recognize them and pinpoint the ones that I need to worry about, much less fearful.
That's probably a good idea. 3 is going to the dentist. That's a big fear.
What? That's not a fear.
What? What's going to happen?
That's a thing, man. People don't like going to the dentist. I don't know. I was never that afraid of the dentist either, but I guess it is.
The drill sounds?
So,
the needles, Novocaine, I guess needles and getting
That's
your
the
tooth
best
worked on
part.
and all that.
I don't know if the top 2 are going to be like death and public speaking, but does that mean going to the dentist, people are more afraid of that than getting cancer?
Yeah, it sounds like it. Because heights and public speaking were 2 and 1.
So people are more afraid of the dentist than dying?
I think dying. I think all of these fears are that they will lead to death.
I don't know, man. There's not. I don't know how there are 10 fears more than dying.
Yeah, death's got to be number 1, right?
It has to be number 1.
What is your top fear that was not included on that list, Chop?
Being alone.
I was about to say
being
loneliness.
alone in my old age.
Yeah.
There to me is nothing more scary to me than being the 85-year-old man whose kids don't call him, whose wife left or died, and he's just sitting at home with some shag carpet and a lazy boy, and he hasn't showered or shaved in weeks.
Your wife
And
will
he's
only be
just-
60 at that point.
sounds
Yeah, and the kids never call, they never come around. That to me is the scariest thing. That's it.
Yeah.
That's scary for me.
It's scary. Mine is
oh man, Bobby
heights.
dismissing
heights.
that.
No, I mean I'm agreeing with what he said. Mine is actually the one that I've talked about before. My top fear is it's dying, but it's dying in a specific time period, which is dying before my kids are out of school. That's the biggest fear for me.
That's a decade from now.
I know. So after that, I mean, my fears are gone. But my fear is that I die before they're self-sufficient.
You don't trust your wife to take care of that?
Yeah, you don't trust Kristen?
I mean, are they going to start paying $100,000 salaries for making dinner?
Sell some feet pics. Wow. Sell some feet pics. That's all you got to do.
Oh, my gosh.
Golly, man.
Do you guys have a great, a big fear?
Bees and wasps. I am terrified of bees and wasps.
Two very different type of flying stinger
being
creatures.
stung in general.
Yeah, bees don't sting you.
They'll sting you and they'll die. I don't know if they all
bees
know
don't
that,
sting when
though.
they're foraging. Oh, of course, the rain is just, oh, my God, here we go.
Oh, it's pouring.
Holy cow.
The rain's coming down real hard.
RJ Choppy is snoring.
Dogs without vests everywhere just cowering in a corner.
Get away from us. We're going to melt. We're going to melt out here. We're melting. We're melting. What do you guys have coming up on the show?
Guys, we got Bochy today after an offensive outburst. This is going to be a fun interview at 12:30 today with Bruce Bochy. Also, Shaq Moore will be joining us at 1:30 from FC Dallas. So looking forward to talking to him. And, Kevin, last night I asked my son if he became drafted by a Philadelphia Eagles, if he would be upset that I was still a Dallas Cowboys fan.
No, you wouldn't be.
We'll have the audio later this evening. Or this
You would
afternoon.
not be a Dallas Cowboys fan still.
See?
Okay, Bobby, what do you think would be the Kevin and Corey deal breakers?
Yeah, that's okay. So this is a good question.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm going to need there. So, okay, guys, we're talking about this. You know how Bill Belichick, what we thought of him for forever is just like that dude wants power. That's all he cares about, right?
Yep.
So the fact that he's been willing to give up all power for Jordan Hudson
To date his granddaughter.
speaks to the fact that, like,
she's his dominatrix.
Just like, yeah, it's the whole, like,
Dude.
she's a 10, but blah, 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 and you give a
Corey's
flaw.
onto something there.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yep.
I think clearly what you're seeing here is that Bill Belichick, there's nothing he won't do for a 10. So I decided to come up with some things that I think would hurt Peyton, RJ, and Zach.
Bill sits in the chair in the corner of the hotel room.
Oh, man.
Oh,
Yep.
no.
Yeah.
He's wearing his
That's where Bill is.
Oh, no, Bill.
Bill's in that chair, man.
Bill.
All right, so RJ's is she's a 10, but like once a month while they're out somewhere, she says something to the effect of like, my boyfriend will kick your ass, go try it. And he said he would still go for the 10 in that instance, even though he hates fighting, and she's trying to get him to a fight monthly. Zach's was she's a 10.
He dated
but
that lady, right?
She's a 10.
I did date that lady once. She won a 10, though.
But she says Sundays are for family. You're not watching football all day. And he said she's being dumped, if that's the case. And then Peyton's, who's Mr. Jealousy, is she's a 10, but she eggs on guys flirting with her because she likes to see him get worked up in his reaction.
Yep.
And he said he's dumping her. So what would y'all's be similar to the Bill Belichick? Like, man, this runs completely counter, and you're still just like, yep, I'm all for it.
Interesting that none of y'all said, like, if she was racist. It's fascinating.
Well,
So that's not a deal breaker.
You know, don't think
Don't
Bobby,
save him from that. Don't save
I
him
don't
from
think
that.
Bobby
No.
was going
Don't
through
save you. I can't believe you saved. You
I'm not
talked
saving
and you
him.
lost. You lost because you talked. They had to sit in that. They had to sit in that joke, and you bailed him out because of the discomfort. And you,
I didn't bail him out.
You bailed Kevin
I
out.
was trying to defend you, you moron.
He was not telling me.
Yes, he was, because you're the one that came up with all those.
Kevin, did he
I don't
bail
wanna
you
touch
out?
that
Did
one.
he bail you
No,
out?
he
Were you
bailed
not-
all of you guys out for not giving us your answer.
you can just see his face. He was really excited about sitting in that one for a minute.
That
So,
was just a stupid, it goes without saying, right?
yeah, that's Kevin. Though.
And yet you didn't say it.
What's yours, Corey?
What was the question?
Oh, my God. See? Mine was not so bad, was it?
All right,
Bill,
more of that
Bill.
coming up next. Thank you so much to everybody out here at the Anna Fire Station. This has been an absolute blast. Thank you so much to the city of Anna, of course, the mayor.
Really
and-
quickly, one more note before we go. The Falcons have fined, or the NFL has fined the Falcons $250,000 and Jeff Holbrook $100,000 of the Shador Sanders league.
Oh my gosh, I wonder if the
For
son
Tom
pays
Pelissero.
for that. He probably doesn't have the money for it. That's a rough one. Okay, KNC coming up next. Thank you so much for Anna. Until tomorrow, Sean and RJ, 6 a.m. Hugs and hand pounds, everybody.
brought up. I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you haven't. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hageland. You have, oh man, Corey Majors.
Dude.
And the famous Alec Medford. Gentlemen, welcome to the program. How we doing? And Corey, do you already have breaking news on your mind?
I got two big, I think, significant stories in sports right now, Kevin.
Is one of these really significant? Is it the one you already told me?
The Falcons have been fined $250,000 for the actions of Jeff Ulbricht's kid. So, and I guess that's the data exposure is the fine. And then the Rangers have made a trade, ladies and gentlemen, because they don't have money. Like, seriously. That is the reality, right? The Rangers don't have money.
They have money. They don't want to spend it above the apron.
Yeah, so they don't have it, is what you're like.
And this money does not go into your salary cap.
Let me ask you a question, Kevin. When you make your budget, the money that you have to budget with, the money you have to spend, do you go, I have money? Or do you go, no, this is the money I have, and I have to be disciplined with it?
No, I say the first one.
No, you don't.
Yes, I do.
No, you don't.
Yes, I do. I'm the one who files his taxes so I can have the money.
Yes, exactly. And so you make sure you know exactly what it is so that you can spend that and you don't spend any more than you have there. All right? So you save it for a rainy day. That being said, the Rangers have made a trade, and today's a rainy day. Matt Festa, right-handed pitcher to the Cleveland Guardians in exchange for cash considerations.
Oh,
yes, I did. Because remember, he was supposed to be here for the Rangers hot stove event, and then he was released. And then I was like, "Oh no, he won't be at the Rangers hot stove event." And then they brought him back, and I was like, "The hell happened? What did he even make it, or was he there?" But he was not. So,
see, this is actually what we have done with our long line of producers. Whether it was Sean, Joey, now Reggie to Houston, we sent people away for cash considerations because the company was in a tough way in the last year, so we really needed to bring in.
They don't have any money.
They
don't have any money, is what I'm saying.
We needed to bring in some of the money. All right, so big news about Matt Festa getting traded.
And I was hopeful for him at 32. I hope this was his breakout year. But
you're lying.
I'm glad to have the cash now.
More importantly,
we'll ask Boach about it at 12:30.
You can. What is Jeff Ulbricht's son have any money? Is he going to pay that fine? Because the Falcons fined The Falcons got fined $250,000 and Ulbrich got fined $100,000. Now, I haven't seen any research about the 5 other players who got prank called, probably because they weren't dumb enough to put themselves on video and be like, ha ha, look at what we're doing. And so, is he going to make his son pay that money? His son didn't have $100,000, does he?
Yeah, and as an offensive or a defensive coordinator, how much do you make? Can you really afford the $100,000?
Probably like $1 million, right?
He was the first ever millionaire.
I don't know if that is the case.
Let's go see Jeff Ulbrich salary. I'll find
All right,
it
but
out.
either way, you don't want
He's
to.
worth $1.6 million.
Okay.
So his salary as the Jets defensive coordinator was around $1.6 million.
But
so yeah,
still, you don't want to pay a $100,000 fine because of something dumb your kid did.
Yeah, and how many chores can you assign your kid to pay that back? Like,
you're gonna have to raise up my allowance to $10,000 a week. That's what I'll do, smart guy.
Lemonade stand.
You were gonna get a car. Now you get a moped.
Speaking of money problems, I love Underdog. But you know who I don't love? Philippe Gustafsson.
Of course, we all feel that way.
Netminder from Minnesota. He really screwed me on my play yesterday, Alec, and I'm sorry. I know people don't usually care, but I'm still sad about this. I made a 4-play. Well,
what?
I regret
use
that.
your words differently.
All right. I made a play that included 4 different players.
There you go.
Hit all 3 of them. 10-1 on your money. Last one we need is Philippe. Need him to have more than 26.5 saves. The end of period 2, he has 23.
Mm-hmm.
And then he said he was sick, and they took him out of the game.
He had to get 4 more.
And he already got 23 in the first 2 periods. And they're just like, I don't feel good. So they took him out of the game.
You think they did that on purpose? They were out there going, Kevin has this play.
Don't. They're like, 10-1.
We
That's
really need to get after
But I'm
him
disappointed. By the way, download the Underdog app. Use the promo code Masterpiece. And you can get up to $1,000 in bonus cash upon your first deposit. Hopefully, you do better than I did last night. All right. Now, let's get to what everybody wants to talk about. The return of the Golden Chicket. The Rangers. Go ahead and give me cut number 2, and then we'll talk about the other thing, too.
And the pitch. Berger swings and lines one to right field, a base hit. Butler unable to field it cleanly. Heim rounds third. He scores without a throw. Moving over from first to third is Simeon. It's an RBI single for Jake Berger. Not sure whether Lawrence Butler would have had a play on Heim, but I guess we'll never know because Butler wasn't able to cleanly glove it and transfer as he was hard charging on it.
They did give him an error for that. Otherwise, the Rangers poured in 18 hits, 15 runs. Keep in mind, in the previous 7 games combined, they had scored 20 runs.
Mm-hmm.
So just in this game, 15 runs. It was a relief. It was a relief because you saw Jacob deGrom pitch well again. But it was mainly a relief because this offense has been struggling, and they erupted for all these runs the same day. And I definitely want to talk to Boch about this, that there was a mandatory pregame hitting meeting.
Interesting.
Yeah, and
did they adjust their approach?
Yeah.
Did they say, "Hey guys, no more trying to pull balls over the fence anymore. We're just trying to get base hits now."
And I really want to know that because the entire team was on the field for batting practice, which used to be normal.
Yeah.
But in the days of private hitting instructors and everything, not necessarily, or FaceTime, not necessarily the case anymore. This time though, it was mandated.
Mm-hmm.
And I know it's just one game, but it was cool to see it pay off straight away.
And this is a completely different thing, but I do remember a full season of baseball. We're doing our thing. Everybody's doing their own thing. And then all of a sudden, right at the end of the season, coach comes over and he's like, guys, all right, here's our new plan. And we were like, what? A plan? We just go up there and hit, right, coach? And he's like, no, here's our plan. And he laid out this whole plan of how we were going to approach our swings, what we were looking for. You're not looking for anything off speed. If you see anything with a curve on it, you ignore that pitch. I don't care if it's a strike. We're hitting fastballs. We're hitting them down. And so we were like, okay, let's see how this approach works. Next game, we go out and score 16 runs.
Yep.
And I was like, whoa, because everybody was focused on one thing. Instead of their own individual approaches, everybody said, okay, this is what we're going to do. Kevin, last night, Jake Berger's single RBI in the, I want to say it was the 3rd inning or something like that. He hit that single. He drove in a run. That was great. That was nice. There was a bobble. Lawrence Butler bobbles it out in right field. He went the opposite way, though. That's the thing for me, is him going opposite way. He just throws his hands out there. He sees the pitch is outside, throws his hands out there and says, I'm not trying to pull this over the fence. I know I got runners on. I'm not trying to hit a home run here. I'm just trying to get runs in. And that's exactly what happened last night. And then the more you saw that, the more confident these guys got. And guess what else? Early in the game, you were 2nd inning, 56 pitches already at some point in the 2nd inning. You got into their bullpen early. That's an important factor for this team. That's what they did so well that World Series year. They got into bullpens early. They got hits the way they got hits. They scored runs the way they scored runs. And it wasn't just one way all the time.
Yeah, and I saw somebody text in and say, relax, it's the A's.
Dude,
I won't.
They've been bad against everybody.
Yeah, and they only had 1 run the day before against the A's. Even when they swept the Angels, they had a total of 12 runs.
Mm-hmm.
So you have not been knocking the cover off the ball at any point. We talked about how the Rangers had scored, I think, more than 6 runs one time this year and no more than 8.
Mm-hmm.
And they scored 15 runs. I don't care who it was against, as long as it's a real major league team. And that's a fringy statement about last night. But you did score a ton of runs, and it was not in the A's minor league ballpark either. But you know when I was really excited that they won yesterday? The Golden Chicket got a do-over. Now, if you recall, you bought seats in 122, 123, I do believe, for the Golden Chicket on Monday. If they won, you get another ticket for the next game, the next home game. And if they won that, you get another ticket and another ticket and another ticket. Well, they lost that first game because their offense wasn't doing well.
Is that over then?
No. The Rangers said, we feel bad. There was a lot of excitement, mostly generated by this show, about the Golden Chicket. And they said, we're going to give you one more chance. They gave them tickets to yesterday's game. And guess what? They won, which means the Golden Chicket is activated and they get tickets again for today's game.
I like it, man.
And if they win the next one and the next one and the next one.
Yeah, just keep winning baseball games and those fans are going to keep showing up in that section.
Absolutely. Hopefully,
and other sections
hopefully
too.
You sell other tickets.
Yeah, I'm betting
well.
I'm betting that happens.
All right. So I wanted to focus on a few different things about the struggles of the offense up until this point, and even if it was just for one day, how you kind of saw that flip last night. So one of the things, and I know we've already seen it, we've already heard it this morning, people's frustrations with Adolis Garcia, right? So Adolis Garcia entered the game yesterday leading the major leagues in swings outside the pitch zone. Excuse me, just outside the zone. Not the pitch zone. Outside the zone. It was 25% worse than his rate last year. And that wasn't even the worst chase rate on the team. Leody Taveras had a 30% increase in chase rate out of the zone from last year. And that wasn't the worst either. Jake Berger was chasing at 36%. So when you reference that Jake Berger hit yesterday, Adolis 2 for 4, even Leody 3 for 4, you were able to pinpoint in on 3 people at the bottom of the lineup that have not only been struggling, but they've been struggling because they continue to chase the ball out of the zone again and again and again. And that's one of the things that CY said. It's one of our major issues. Swing decisions, chase rates, lack of walks. And the reason being, there's no doubt we're not putting enough pressure on opposing pitchers and not creating opportunities to score. It's just one game, and that's all I can pin my hope on for now. Hopefully you build off of it tomorrow and the next day and on and on and on. But at least they have identified more of the issues about why they're struggling so much realistically across the board.
Yeah, every single one. That's got to be in the meeting then. I mean, that's got to be another part of that meeting right there. Every single one of the starters last night gets a hit. and they weren't chasing last night. There were some moments where Adolis still, Josh Young strikes out in the first inning, Kevin, with bases loaded. And I was like, you can't.
Here we go again.
Oh, man. Like, that was my tweet. And I was like, look, if it's all it takes is me complaining a little bit for them to start scoring, I'll complain more.
Please do.
But everybody ends up getting their hits throughout the night last night. And Kevin, go back and watch the run through the World Series. They didn't chase. That team, there were two guys, Josh Young and Adolis. And they were like, yeah, because y'all hit with so much power, swing it whatever you want. Everybody else was very meticulous with what they were going after. And I know Corey Seager was swinging at the first pitch anyway. Like, that's not chasing. That's just Corey Seager hitting. But these guys in that run, they were like, I'm staying here. I'm waiting for my pitch. And once I get my pitch, I'm going to drive it. And whenever you get to situations where guys are trying to throw a curveball for a strike and they don't get it. Now they're trying to throw a slider for a strike and they don't get it. Now they're 2-0. And you're sitting there going, I'm waiting. You got to throw that fastball at some point, and you're going to put it right down the pipe, and I'm crushing it.
Now, on the pitching front, I've got a plethora of updates for you as well. Thanks to our buddy Sean McFarland. We're kind of throwing a lot of this out there. John Gray underwent an X-ray on his fractured right wrist yesterday. If the scans come back clear, he'll be allowed to start a light throwing program. Now, that doesn't mean he'll be back imminently, but it is a step in the right direction. Cody Bradford, he threw from 90 feet out on Monday and reached 90 miles per hour in the process. He said yesterday his arm feels good. He expects to start spinning the ball next week.
So what I'm hearing here is John Gray, Jason Robertson, and now Bradford is Miro. Like, we're closer here, all right?
Okay, but think about the interesting facet of
Everything
Cody Bradford.
Is stars in my mind right now.
He goes, I've been throwing the ball. Next week, I'll start spinning the ball as well. And then there's
them curveballs.
Josh Spores, who had the most hilarious thing to say yesterday. He had shoulder cleanup surgery in December, and he has hit 83 miles per hour with his fastball this week. And he joked that he's going to try out for the U14 baseball team. But he's building back up.
Yeah.
He's moving in the right direction. He says hopefully every week you tick up 2 or 3 miles per hour.
That's a funny joke on his part.
Yeah, it is. And then Kamar Rocker, they said, looks good. He threw on the field yesterday in the pregame. He's eligible to come off the IL on May 8th. And it's sounding like they're hopeful that he will be ready for that.
That's great.
How that will shuffle out in the rotation, not sure. But there's some pitching updates for you as well.
Nice work, man.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, ripping off the Giants with Eli. Which former Cowboys should own a part of the team? Plus, what do you say to your dad in this situation? All of it next right here on The Fan.
Thanks for Toloing.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Pre-club?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Here comes Halliburton. Hits the timeline with 7. Outside the arc with 5. Driving in the lane at the goal. He lays it in with 1 3/10 seconds to go. Milwaukee has no timeouts. They have to go the length. Ball is going to be played in by Antetokounmpo. He gets it to Trent, and this one is over. Unbelievable.
So a lot of things to break down there, and we're going to ask, what would you tell your dad after this situation? But also, which former Cowboys would you love to see own part of the team? So, first of all, let's start with the fact that he said 1 3/10 seconds left.
Yeah.
Instead of 1.3 seconds. I just thought that was fascinating. But also, the Bucs were ahead by 7 points with 35 seconds left in overtime, and they lost.
Mm-hmm.
And then after that, well, Tyrese Halliburton's dad went on the court. And I still wasn't positive if he first just like waved bye-bye to him or waved a shirt at him. But then him and Giannis got into it.
Uh-oh.
And props to Halliburton's dad for at least going for the biggest and baddest of them. Giannis had an unbelievable game, so at least he didn't go after some chump. He went straight to the source. Now, Giannis was very displeased. They had to have people come in there and separate him. So I'm curious. And man, he talked a lot about this in the post game. And he was like, his dad coming on the floor and showing me his son. That was it. A towel with his face on it. And said, this is what we do. I feel like that's very, very disrespectful. What? Assuming you were a super famous person or athlete or whatever, what do you say to your dad after that? Like, I know you're jazzed that your dad is happy and you just advanced, but you gotta say something, right?
No. Matter of fact, I will. This is my dad. This is my dad. You know what I'm doing with him after that game? I'm sitting down and having a nice cold beer with him, celebrating that we just won and we're moving on. I will let the owner, the NBA, everybody else tell my dad, hey, you can't do that again. And I will say, Dad, I really appreciate you going out there and supporting me. That's all I'm going to say. I'm not going to say, hey, man, don't do that. I want passion from my dad about what I'm out there doing. But everybody else is going to tell him not to. He needs to listen to them. I would suggest to listen to them. But I'm not going to be like, hey, man, don't ever do that again. He shouldn't do it. You shouldn't do it. It's inexcusable. You should not walk out on the court as a father and start antagonizing another player. I see it happen a lot of times in 8-year-old basketball. It's really weird that a grown man wants to go antagonize an 8-year-old, but it happens a lot more than we think. But again, it's my dad. I'm just going to say, hey, man, let's move on to the next round. Aren't you excited for me?
I think it was definitely wise of Giannis not to actually do anything physical. But I wonder if in the aftermath, he was like, people were rushing the court, people were coming at me, and I didn't know what was happening. I was concerned for my safety, so I had to drop him.
Yeah.
Like, I don't...
He would have had exactly... I mean, now, is that at that point... I'm very interested. Is that assault? This guy came at me, and I was scared.
I would just say I was protecting myself, but I understand why you would just be like, I'm not trying to get involved in anything. Even when somebody is taunting you right afterwards, that is definitely a D move. Alec, you're very close with your dad. I am not. What would you say to your dad in this situation?
Real life alert.
He died.
I'd err towards Corey's line of thinking. Not quite all the way. I would be like, hey, Giannis might be the last guy you want to, get in an altercation with, because that is a mammoth of a human and
He's got the reach on you, Dad.
Exactly. Like, he looks like the size of his hands, he could probably just squeeze your head like a watermelon. So that's probably one of the last people I would want to irritate. But I'd be like, hey, as long as you don't get into any kind of fights, I'm cool with it.
It was close.
Yeah, it was really close. So I'd say, hey, let's tone it down, but I really do like you barking at some of these people and letting them know that, hey, my son is better than you. That's cool. I like it.
Yeah, I kind of like the attitude for it. Again, he shouldn't do it. He shouldn't do it. But this is me. This is also a thing I'm with my kids sometimes. You ever see them doing something and mom's like, hey, I need to go say something? You're like, no, he'll learn.
Yeah.
And somebody just texted in from the 214. Let him keep on doing that. He's going to get ripped eventually. He'll learn.
He says he's not going to because, of course, he went to social media afterwards and said, I sincerely apologize to Giannis, the Bucks, and the Pacers organization for my actions following tonight's game.
I'm a competitor.
No, that's a good guess. He said, this was not a good reflection on our sport or my son.
Yeah, I'm with him.
And I will not make that mistake again.
Perfect.
I at least appreciate that, but I'm absolutely with you. There's always been a couple of times, I know it's different because he's little with Noah, that I'm like, no, I think he needs to learn what's going to happen.
Sometimes you just got to give them the space to figure it out on their own because it'll make more of an impact than you telling them.
Yes, absolutely.
Sometimes you tell them and it goes in one ear, out the other.
I am fascinated, and I've seen multiple people say this. I know we talk about it in college, and it's just like part of the game, even though the SEC is trying to define it out of the game. But I do still think it's odd that people who aren't on the team or employed by the team can just go onto the court afterwards. Like, I get that that's his dad, but it feels like you could wait just a minute as like the other team can get off the court or whatever the case is.
A couple of different texts that I really appreciate here. I would knock my dad out if he embarrassed me, but my dad never came back from the store with the milk. From the 469, good energy, just applied the wrong way. And that's I like that one. That's a really good. And then Kevin's not close to Alex's dad. That's surprising.
I should be. I helped him get SmackDown
You're
tickets.
Close to your dad. I am not.
And then he didn't go. No, I'm not close to Alex's dad. It's very different for the reasons I'm not close to my dad. Very different. Though I've seen them about the same number of times. Anyway, too far. I've said too much this morning. Let's just let that go. I've been trying for a long time. All right. Now, also, more, I guess, upbeat story. Eli Manning. Eli Manning is interested in part ownership for the Giants. He's going to put together a bid for the minority stake. Personally, I think they should just give it to him because he won a couple Super Bowls. So Corey brought up the idea
this
that...
is ridiculous.
Yeah.
And have some fun with the ridiculous nature of it.
Which former Cowboys do you think should own part of the team? Now, I'm going to go ahead and stop everybody. Yes, acceptable text here, making fun of Eli. No, if you want to text in that Jerry should sell the team.
Right, yes.
Like, I hear you, but that's not going to happen.
It's not part of this game.
So let's not do that.
Let's just presume here that Jerry Jones has said, you know what? I am going to give, and you can pick the number of players. I'm going to give 10, 15, however many, a piece of the pie. And they're actually going to have some say in the team, too. So let's just presume that. Again, this is all in a fictitious world because we know the truth about Jerry Jones and how he looks at his business.
I mean, you got
how many investors would you want from the history of the Cowboys? How many would you want?
I say you can have 8 to 10.
8 to 10. All right, so 8 to 10 Cowboys that you would trust to own part of this team and then have eventually some...
Not Steve
DeBerg is definitely one of them. He's my hero.
Obviously, I'm going to say the triplets.
All right,
now, I thought about this from a different perspective.
Does that count as one or is that three?
That counts as 3.
Okay.
From the 682, Captain America, obviously, he's actually really good at business.
Absolutely, he is. I know for sure.
Now, I agree with that. I wonder if Jerry's like, you don't really exist because you didn't play when I had the team.
No, because you remember the story Jerry told us. Whenever he first bought the Cowboys, everybody was furious with him, right? Everybody was like, oh my gosh, this Jerry Jones guy, how could he fire Tom Landry? And he was like, you just wait. Just like Nico, just wait and see, guys. Wait until the product actually gets out there.
And guess what? 35, 36 years later, people are still mad about that Landry thing, and they won 3 Super Bowls!
They like those they were happy during the Super Bowl time, but what did he do? He said, I'm going out here to Oxnard, my first training camp, or not in Oxnard, it was in California. I'm going out there, my first training camp. What am I going to do? I'm going to have Roger Staubach walk out there with me because nobody will boo me if Roger Staubach's standing next to me. They're just going to cheer for Roger Staubach.
Okay, so fair.
And that's genius.
It's just when it comes to the Ring of Honor and stuff, he forgets that other people used to exist for this team. Gotcha. Understood.
Yeah, business-wise, those 4 are right there at the top of the list because Troy, smart man. Smart man doing very well for himself. Emmett has made some very smart business moves.
Yes.
I also know, Kevin, that he was working with Roger at a period of time because he was in the building when my wife was there. And then there's Michael Irvin. You need a hype man. You need somebody like that. He's the best salesman you can find. So that's 4. I would say DeMarcus Ware is on my list, too.
Okay.
I would absolutely.
Right.
Look, man, you see DeMarcus Ware walk into a room, don't you just want to smile? Remember, he took shots at us a couple times with fun nature at the same time.
He did.
And we all laughed because he's DeMarcus Ware.
Yeah.
You said, hey, do you want to go zip line? And he was like, I actually want to see you zip line. And you said,
that's not how physics work.
And I just thought that was the funniest joke. And he laughed
reinforced. What about Jason Witten then?
Jason Witten.
Or Tony Romo, because Jerry still to this day talks about Tony Romo like it's the most heartbreaking situation that's ever happened.
That is a good point. And as in the retirement, like 2 retirement speeches now, Tyron and Zach Martin both got it's just a shame.
Yeah.
It's a crying shame that we did not get a Super Bowl for you guys. So I agree. Tony Romo, let's go ahead and give him that opportunity to try and earn one. Remember, he already had business deals with Roger, too, including the residential building at the Star.
From the 817, every player that was on all of the 90s Super Bowl teams. I would also like to include the estate of Larry Allen.
Okay.
Because I believe he was only playing for the last Super Bowl. But, man, that dude is amazing. So I would love for his family to just get extra Cowboys ownership share kickbacks. Just because of how awesome he was.
Whoever says Tony Casillas, I'm with you because Tony Casillas is a good friend of ours and loves the show.
That's
so
true.
I'm totally in on that. So now we got 6, Kevin. 7 with the estate of Larry Allen.
All right, that means you got room for one more. Alec, do you have a nominee? Because there are still many good options out there.
Ooh, this is tough. I would... Because he's big in crypto and everything, it would make sense. Now, Des Bryant would make a lot of sense because he's just in the business field. Whether or not people agree with him just being on the panel in general because of the person, sure, I could listen to that. But he's a businessman now. That's all he does. Pretty much everything he does is surrounding how can I make money using my name.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't hate it. I feel like he could help them figure out some unique ways to make some money.
Des over Drew Pearson is what he just said.
Wow.
That is not what I said.
Over the Hall of Famer. But and
still to this day.
He follows me on Twitter. I would never disown that man.
What an awesome follow.
That's probably my most random follower.
It's got to be his favorite follow.
Oh, it has to be. Even though
guy.
I barely tweet. I suck at social media.
Hey, don't forget to send out those run sheets in the morning.
Harvey Martin.
See, that I'm here
Bob
for that.
Lilly.
Bob Lilly is Mr. Cowboy.
Those dudes do. You know what? That's the thing, Kevin.
Doesn't seem like that's the direction he would go.
All the names that we've shown so far, this is how Jerry has made his money.
Yeah.
Is off the names of those guys that do represent the Cowboys the way that they want to be represented. You look at them and you're just like, I love that player. That brings back great memories for me. That's what it is. And I'm not sure what this current era, this group, the Dak, CeeDee Lamb, all these guys that are on this team that are very good players. Will they have that same feeling that the Romos and Dezes and Troys gave us whenever we're 10, 20 years down the road away from them playing? I don't know about that, but that's a good group right there, dude. I'm going strong with that group.
Somebody said Drew Pearson, if nothing else, for the draft. I don't know the ranking of it, but that might only be in the top 3 Drew Pearson things I've ever heard, because I've told the story about him getting on the elevator. That's what happens when you're a Hall of Famer. But probably my favorite thing I ever heard him say, and
mine's still I don't have a catch radius, I have a zip code.
Okay, and I love that too.
Just get it in my area.
But it was when he was talking about how long it took me to get in the Hall of Fame, and then he said, even my wife, she was a widower, so I wasn't even her first choice. And I just thought that was the funniest freaking thing, man.
I told that story the other day to some friends who had not heard it because they weren't at that event.
Yes.
And they thought that was the most hilarious thing.
That guy
they loved it.
Is a joke and soundbite machine, and I freaking love it. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets, where the Bronx Bombers make history. Next on The Fan.
Coming up in the next.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. So Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a bit.
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
3-2, the runners go. The ball is hit hard past Urshela and out into left. Heim around third. The throw going into third. It's cut. Throw to second. Diving in. Safely at second base is Josh Young. Rangers add a run and lead it 4-0.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We got Bruce Bochy coming up at 12:30. Also in the noon hour, we'll also be giving away tickets to Chris Brown at Globe Life Field. But right now, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. It's time for Baseball Nuggets. Let's start. I just don't want to start with the Yankees.
Okay.
So let's start with Dalton Varsho. Varsho, if you're fancy. The Blue Jays outfielder. Did you see this catch?
Yes, the one where he
fell down
and then he just stuck his hand out. I saw a catch like this, Kevin, once with Wes Welker and Tom Brady. He was running one direction, looked up, saw the ball, and stuck his hands out the other way and didn't even look, and the ball hit him in the hands, and I was like, that's ridiculous. But yes, this catch is amazing.
All right, give me cut number 15. This is how it went down.
That carry, that backspin that he seems to normally have. Here's a drive to deep center. Varsho back. And did he catch that ball? He caught that ball.
That was absolutely incredible. He fell, kept pushing a little bit, and like Corey said, just sort of threw his glove backwards.
It was amazing.
And it worked.
Yeah, dude. That is wild to have something like a play like that on your ledger.
Now, you might not like this one
get
as
to baseball heaven, dude. They're going to be like, oh, that guy. Yeah, definitely. We got to get that guy in our room.
You think him and was it Darren Erstad that made that catch out in center field where he just he was running just through his entire body with the Angels?
I think Jim Edmonds is who I'm thinking of.
Maybe Jim Edmonds had one on the wall.
Yeah,
too.
no, I have the one I have one in the World Series against the Yankees for Erstad.
But yeah, and
there is the one for the Angels.
That was amazing.
Game 7 of the World Series, 2002.
And then obviously Willie Mays is going to be there. Gary Matthews Jr. They can have their own special little club.
Mm-hmm.
And Willie Mays can be like, "Hey, how good was I at all parts of baseball?" And you'd be like, "That's a good one."
Yeah, you're right, man.
All right. Speaking of being good at all parts of baseball, or at least the hitting part. Sorry, but this clip is going to be a little long because the Yankees, cut number 16, they made Major League history yesterday.
High fly ball, right field and deep. Laureano turns, looks, see ya, he's done it again. Red hot Trent Grisham.
One.
High fly ball, right field. Laureano back, track, wall, see ya. Yankees open up with back-to-back blast. They lead 2-0. Driven out to right field, Laureano back, turning, looking. See ya. Nope, they say stay in. No, and it's gone. A home run, so back to back to back by the Yankees.
So Laureano, obviously they hit the ball out to right field all 3 times, and he got to watch them all go. So they led off the game, the Yankees, with 3 straight home runs per Major League Baseball. Keep in mind, it's early. But this is the first time in league history that a team has led off a game with 3 straight home runs twice in a season.
Mm-hmm.
It's April.
Yeah. Yes, I saw a post earlier this morning, Kevin, and it was a baseball diamond, and it had all the guys at their positions. And it said the Yankees every couple of weeks or so for some reason. And it was Aaron Judge in right field, and then it was Barry Bonds at every other position. Yeah. It was like every once in a while, these Yankees just say, you know what?
That was unbelievable.
Home
man. And just no team has ever done that twice in a season. Tomorrow, well, obviously, as you know, tomorrow it's gonna be May. But they've already accomplished it at the end of April. You liked it. Just admit that. So, congratulations for the Yankees. They got the best record along with the Tigers in the American League, and they lead the American League.
Just wait.
East.
Just wait till the Rangers' offense catches back up, baby. Just wait till their offense gets going.
It is weird how tightly compact this division is, because yesterday before the game, the Rangers were in 4th place.
Mm-hmm.
Now they're in 3rd, but they've been in 1st most of the year, and they're still just a game and a half back.
Yeah, it's very tight. It's a very tight division, and you kind of have to like that right now.
I might ask Jared about this at some point, perhaps tomorrow or at the ballpark. But do you think that baseball has an overload of acronyms?
RBI.
See, but I'm okay with that.
Okay.
It's more, do you know who leads the majors in XWOBACON?
Nope.
Exactly.
X-Wobacon? Is that what I just heard?
That is correct. But you know what? I guarantee you that Jared would either know or make an educated guess. So there's an article up on CBS Sports that are like, hey, let me get on my soapbox for just a second. Why so many acronyms? Because even with batting average and RBIs, you would say like batting average. You wouldn't say, oh man, BA,
yeah.
And you might say RBIs.
For strikeouts, sometimes you say Ks.
Yeah, and people would still say sometimes runs batted in, but like, hey, here's your introduction to expected weighted on base percentage.
Mm-hmm. Nobody's.
And you're like, what?
Yeah.
Ex-Woba.
Yeah. Now it's I don't know how much the players care about those specific numbers. And again, mostly they probably care because their contract and their agent. But for the most part, they're probably going up there going, did I hit the ball 3 times today? Yes, I did. I was 3 for 4. That's a good day.
Do you think in those contract negotiations with the agent, he's like, oh, he hit 42 home runs. Yeah. But as Woba, it was 10% down from what we would look for at the peak.
So you
of
want
that
more
position.
Woba, is what you're saying.
And you're like, okay, what about ex-Wobacon? All right, well, we'll work on that. I don't know. Like, I really don't know. And I just wanted to throw that out there.
817, what is whip?
Well, okay, so whip, that's actually one I do care about.
Whip.
Why do you keep saying it like
There's
that?
an H in it.
Walks and hits per innings pitched. So that's a good way. Some people will focus in on, well, maybe you're going to hear this and be like, the days of opponents' batting average and ERA are passe. But like walks and hits per innings pitched gives a good idea of like not only what your ERA looks like, but how much consistent danger are you in.
Mm-hmm.
So like if your ERA for some reason is a 4 and your whip's a 1, you're probably just either giving up a lot of home runs or getting unlucky along the way.
From the 940, some of those sounds like Transformer names, and that is true.
I get it. I absolutely. And then from the 469, thank you, Kevin. That reminds me to start sending out that Justin Timberlake meme.
Yeah, that's time, isn't it?
It is. All right, let's talk about Paul Skeens. And I love the focus of this individual. He's talking about like what he wants to achieve in baseball. And one of the things he said was, nobody in the big league has my stuff. We're writing our own book. I've tried it the other way. It doesn't work. It's my game out there. There's no model for me. Because, you know, people were kind of like, oh, do you want to go like the Verlander route or this or that? And I mean, it's a fine line. We talk about this a lot between confidence and arrogance. And I bet there are plenty of teams out there that are like, that's arrogance. But if he's on your team, you probably got to love the confidence, especially when he has the skills to potentially back it up.
Have you seen the little video on him about how boring his workout and preparation is?
Oh, no.
And they're like, it's boring. He does the same thing every day. Every single day, the same routine, but it's his routine. It's the routine for him. And that's kind of in line with that.
I get it.
Look, all these things that he does is setting him up to go out there and do what he does on the mound and be the kind of dominator that he is. And I like that attitude. I like that perspective. I bet Nolan thought that way too. All these other pitchers that are out there doing what they're doing, are they on the bike after a game like me? Are they doing the weightlifting like I am? Are they doing that extra thing that's going to make them better? Are they out there punching cattle or whatever it is? Nobody knows.
Is that what you think he did to get ready?
Probably, dude. You ever seen Nolan?
That's true. He's a big dude. But I love the idea of I'm not going to be the next Justin Verlander. I'm going to be the first Paul Skeens.
The first Paul Skeens. I love it.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, could Wyatt Langford be the Rangers' everyday center fielder? Plus, I've got more unique statistical categories for you next on The Fan.
I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean your name.
No, I'm Jen.
My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Club?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Look, I want to talk about Wyatt Langford being the everyday center fielder and weird statistical categories that people lead baseball in. I also want to tell you how to meet Adolis Garcia today.
Do
but
that.
I've also been informed of people putting together their super team lists to fight this gorilla.
Oh my gosh.
And I'll tell you what I don't like.
This gorilla is not even out there. This is an imaginary, hypothetical gorilla, guys. This is not no real gorilla is volunteering to fight all these people.
Yeah, because we get gorillas to volunteer for most of the stuff they have to do. Those gorillas didn't volunteer to be in that zoo.
Just ask Harambe.
Oh, man.
You don't have the song either. You don't have it ready.
I don't have it ready, but I've listened to that song at least like 200 times. So I don't like people going to Chat GPT to get the answer for the 100 people against the gorilla, because sometimes people will be like, you can just Google it. But the fun is the discussion.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I want to hear the ramblings of nonsensical people and myself while we try to get this figured out. So we're going to get to that in just a second.
All right.
In the meantime, and this is definitely more pressing, you can meet Adolis Garcia today at Kroger on 3300 Texas Sage Trail in Fort Worth. Is that close to Alex's house and he probably could have gone if he wasn't working? Yeah, I bet it is.
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
That would have sucked.
Well, tough luck for you. He'll be there starting at noon today.
From the 817, El Bombi's 2 miles from where I live, but I can't go because I'm stuck at stupid work. You can go. All you have to do is be missing for a little bit.
Oh, I'll see you guys later then.
Yeah, just do a bathroom break. It's 2 miles.
If I can tell you.
You have further to go, though.
I said this earlier. If the goaltender for the Minnesota Wild can leave a playoff game because he doesn't feel well, you can leave your job. Yeah, I'm bitter. I had it at 10-1 on Underdog. You can leave your job to go meet Adolis Garcia. So he'll be there starting at noon. Meet Texas Rangers right fielder Adolis Garcia at the Kroger in Fort Worth, 3300 Texas Sage Trail. Now we're going to get to Wyatt.
Real quick, they're discussing, Kevin, in the YouTube right now, the fine for the Falcons.
Okay,
and they're like,
which
hey,
we hit at the top of the show.
Don't really care. Like, they're like, I don't, like, it's Shedeur Sanders. The NFL is trying to say this can't happen again. Like, this is ruining things.
Yes.
So don't let this happen again.
Yes. No, I agree with that.
That's why the fine exists.
And that's why they listed it as breach of confidential information.
Exactly.
So it wasn't like, oh, we feel bad about what happened to Dion. Like, that's fine. And maybe they do. But they feel bad that their process got circumvented.
Exactly.
All right. Now, I want to go to the 100 people versus gorilla for just a second. Because Corey has run down a list of sports people, and I have started to catch the fever that we can do this. I hadn't really thought about this. I would never want to fight a gorilla, but you gave out this list. I was like, maybe.
There was a time that Reggie and I were discussing the gorilla with a sword, and we were like, no, you're not going to fight that gorilla. I don't even want to take my chances with that.
Were the people talking about like 100 third graders or whatever?
Yeah.
And it depends, do they come in single file or do they all
one up
go
by
after?
the legs and just spin in a circle until they're all knocked out. That's how you do it. So they went through this person. And I'm sorry, I don't know who JP Hovey is. I don't want anybody that's in the conversation. He has a top 100 list of people that he wants to be in this fight against the gorilla. Number 100, myself, won't do anything, but can claim I was on the team that got the dub. And that's very important.
That's a good point.
R. Kelly, bait. P. Diddy, bait. Harvey Weinstein, bait. All right, so those are names that he just threw out there for bait.
1 second. Is the gorilla aware of happenings in the social world?
No, they're put out there.
Okay.
And we understand that we're not really concerned about them because of the social world.
You made it sound like the gorilla's like, oh, that son of a gun tried to casting couch my cousin. Went after her.
Number 89, Conor McGregor from Roadhouse, though. That version of him.
You're not going to go full Bobby, though.
88 is Ken Griffey Jr. as a photographer. So that's an important one to have there.
A lot of secondary jobs on this team.
There's also Fury, Tyson Fury, going to throw him out there. But here's your top 25 on his list. Number 25, Zion Williamson.
I get it.
That dude's a beast. He's an absolute beast. Another one, Jason Momoa at 24.
Ooh, Aquaman.
Number 23, Kris Jenner as bait. Number 22 and 21.
We have a lot of bait in this.
Tom Hardy. Well, some people are dying. Some people are getting knocked out. And so you're going to need more bait around just to bring them in, Turtle Man and Tom Hardy. Khabib at 20.
Oh, yeah.
Jokic's brother at 19.
Oh, yeah.
Which one, though?
I need both of them.
Okay, so they're a pair. Reuben Foster at 18. Number 17, a random psycho high school defensive coordinator / history teacher. You had one. Oh, yeah, it was Coach Cates. All right, was mine. Because he bench pressed 245 pounds with one hand. I saw it.
Do you think he'll also throw off the gorilla because he'll be wearing his coaching shorty shorts? You know what I'm talking about.
They're called bike shorts because the name is BIKE, and they have 2 buttons at the top.
Yeah, they have these shorty shorts that would make 1970s NBA players blush at how short they are.
Number 16, 50 Cent in his prime. Number 15, Ja Morant in charge of celebration after the dub because he's going to throw the grenade.
My biggest issue with this list is we have too many people that aren't part of the main quest.
No, they are. They're going to be involved. Number 14, Undertaker, the last guy to enter.
Yeah.
What does that mean? That sounds gross. What does that mean?
He likes to show up at the end of the Royal Rumble.
All right.
What about Brock Lesnar?
13, 12, and 11, Derrick Henry, Saquon Barkley, and Steve Ranella.
Okay.
Number 10, my dad, when he was mad at me for handing him the wrong screwdriver. You've never seen a dad more angry than whenever his kid doesn't know which tool he asked for.
I just wish.
I used to hold the flashlight for my
Could
dad.
have seen my dad get
Okay,
angry.
yeah, I get it. Yeah, you're right. That's why I said my dad, Kevin. Number 9, Deontay Wilder, for that one punch.
Yes.
The Rock at 8. David Goggins for the halftime speech at number 7, because you're going to need that motivation.
The halftime speech? You don't get to call a timeout against the gorilla.
You don't know. Maybe the gorilla just said
Actually,
that was
that's
part of
true.
the CBA. The gorilla was like, look, man, if I'm going to do this.
It's a fair point. I can't say that. I have no idea the logistics of this competition.
2 actors at 6 and 5. Number 6, Sly Stallone. Number 5, Chris Hemsworth. Number 4, Ray Lewis, captain and pregame speech. You need him, all right?
Okay.
Alex Pereira, Pereira in charge of the walkout. And then Aaron Donald and John Jones at the top of the list.
And we got MMA represented, boxing, wrestling, basketball.
Dude, Aaron Donald being
baseball.
at the top of that is pretty impressive, though. So that's a tough group, man, that you're going to be going up against, Mr. Gorilla. Mr. Non-existent gorilla that's never going to happen in this fight.
So was this?
Why are we trying to do this?
I was about
Why are we
to
trying
ask,
to get in a fight?
Was this just one person who put this out, like on TikTok, and everyone brought it up, or has this been like a percolating discussion for weeks?
I think Twitter's been rocking with it for a minute now.
Okay.
I noticed I was brought to the awareness of it on Monday. Monday is whenever my buddy was like, "Dude, have you seen this?" And then I started looking at Twitter, and I was like, "This is an absolute blast." The fact that people are being this creative with coming up with lists, and also anytime now that you see like videos of some woman beating up a car, they're like, "Add her to the list." You're just like, she's mad at her boyfriend for something. Go ahead and add her to it. So,
oh man, then would you add E Honda? Because he can wreck that
not
car.
real. He's not
on Street Fighter.
I guess this is a fictitious gorilla, so I guess we can use fictitious E
Yeah,
Honda.
thank you very much. All right, go ahead and give me cut number 8 as we transition from that to Wyatt Langford.
First pitch, he swings, hits one on the ground. Fair ball down the left field line. Ricochets off the sidewall, back to left field. 1 run scores. Berger rounds third. He scores. Tavares racing around third. He scores without a throw. The left fielder Soderstrom had a tough time picking it up. Wyatt Langford with a bases clearing double. And the Rangers have a 7-run inning, and they lead 11-0.
You know what's interesting?
That was an 8-run inning to finish it off, by the way.
Unbelievable.
Amazing.
Did you get nervous for half a second when Dane Dunning came in and immediately gave up 2 runs? And you're like, I know they're probably not going to come back, but what a kick.
I was not concerned at all.
Okay.
At that point.
For
with
half
that
a
amount of
second, I got
runs.
concerned because I was like, this is going to be catastrophic.
Yes.
We score all of the runs and then just totally lose it.
And, I mean, to that point, we discussed it a little earlier this morning. Jacob deGrom was phenomenal last night. To get that, to start off the game the way he did, he looked like he was Jacob deGrom again, pitching low in the zone, hitting those bottom corners. When Jacob deGrom is throwing all of his stuff on the bottom line of the strike zone, you're not hitting him. And so to go from that and then to get to Dane Dunning, they probably felt very good about themselves at that point because deGrom had been destroying them. But Dane Dunning, he did, ultimately get you out of the game, and that's what matters.
Yes, I agree with that. Now, the idea of Wyatt Langford being the center fielder, we brought this up last year, and one of the biggest things working against him, or I guess there's 2 issues. He doesn't have a lot of outfield in general experience, let alone at center field. And then Evan Carter was still there. Well, Evan Carter went down to the minors, although
sounds like he's doing all right.
If you look at the last 10 games, we talked about his struggles to start the minor league season. But that's what was probably always going to happen, right? Is you sent Evan Carter down there. My idea was to hit leadoff every single day. I realized for back management that hasn't been possible. To hit leadoff every single day. I don't care if you strike out 50 times against left-handers. Get better every single time. And he started out horribly in the minors. But if you look at the last 10 games or so, and even a little bit before that, he has really started to heat up. So part of this will hinge on, would they bring Evan Carter back up sooner rather than later to patrol center field? Because if that happens, then we won't have this conversation as much. But if not, Wyatt Langford, the center fielder.
Okay.
Because Bruce Bochy compared him to Buster Posey. And I know you might be like, well, hold on, that's a totally different position. But here's the reason. He said, You think about the talent, the player, and how smart they are. And I compare him to Buster Posey. And one of the things he said was...
So he's eventually going to be our GM, is what I'm hearing.
I mean, maybe. But he said Buster got better and better, and Wyatt has done that as well. Neither of them had a lot of minor league at-bats. We brought them up. They had to figure it out while they were up here, and they did it quickly. It shows their ability to adjust. And so you can logically translate that to defensive purposes as well. Because don't forget, Wyatt Langford didn't have a ton of experience in left field either. And then Bochy said, we've talked to Wyatt a little bit about it. I'll say this, he's a great option. He runs well. He's comfortable out there. But one of the issues right now is what happened. He just got back from the injured list.
Yep.
And as we've talked about with Josh Hamilton in the past, Mike Trout more currently, being the center fielder is brutal in terms of the running you have to do.
What puts on your body.
Exactly. And so that was one of the things that Bosch threw out there. He goes, hey, we really want to ride with this for a minute, make sure he's healthy, and then we'll see. But not, I don't know. It's, we've talked to him, and we'll see. So it sounds like this could happen.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the skill set of the player, he's the commander of the outfield at that point. He gets to kind of, control everything that he wants, and he's such a smart player. And learning the positions still. Like, you still see moments where his tracking, you're like, oh, well, what did he need to do there?
Yep.
Like, those still exist, but he's learning at a very fast rate. And his consistency in his daily approach, I think, is another thing that he sees that's similar to Posey in the way that they go about their business to get better. They don't get too beat up by anything. They're just so consistent and steady. And then on top of that, the power that comes along with it. So that there's a high ceiling for that player in particular.
And Wyatt Langford, you saw it again yesterday. I know we played the highlight of the hit when the game was pretty much over, but he had also drawn a walk. Him and Josh Smith are the only two consistent players you have that have an on-base percentage at 400 or, quite frankly, anywhere near 400. And so it makes a lot of sense because you've put Wyatt in the leadoff spot. And so you're like, hey, your center fielder is your leadoff hitter.
Yep.
Okay, well, that makes a lot of sense throughout the history of baseball. No, I know baseball has been evolving.
Yeah, Otis Nixon was not Wyatt Langford.
Sure.
Damon Buford was not Wyatt Langford. You know this.
Absolutely, but I'm fascinated by this idea, and I don't know how long it takes to say, hey, we feel comfortable that he's healthy. And then it might be another thing where, hey, let's wait until Corey Seager comes back. And so we're going to have like the top of our lineup constructed how we want. Then we can start making defensive shifts. Or maybe those have nothing to do with one another.
The 214, why are you guys trying to get rid of Taveras? Last night, he got lucky. He bobbled the ball in center field and threw it to second base, and the guy who slid into second base overslides the bag, which is weird to me that the bag has gotten bigger and I'm seeing more people overslide the bag. This doesn't make sense. They need to start practicing with smaller bags. But he throws it, the guy overslides and gets tagged out by Josh Smith. He got lucky that happened. Otherwise, that's another error. And we've seen a calamity of them from him this year, and I haven't liked it. And I'm a huge fan of his defense, and his defense has been the thing that's been beating me up this season.
And he has played significantly better over, probably like the last 3 weeks. But for the month, he has an on-base percentage of .262 and an OPS of .646. Now, you can live with that, as Corey just said, if he's rocketing around center field, making amazing defensive plays on a consistent basis, as well as the boring ones.
Yes, exactly. And the boring ones are the ones that are killing me.
And you haven't seen that, at least with Wyatt Langford. I think you'll go through the same process, but you'll go through the process because he doesn't have any experience there. For Leote, he's been there. He's been there for the big team.
Yeah, I said that at some point. I thought that that Altuve was going to cost the Astros 14 games this year in the outfield. And so there are moments where I'm like, man, how many is Leote costing me this year?
Yeah. So, and it doesn't have to be get rid of Leote, but I am curious how this discussion goes, whether it's because Evan Carter is ready to go or whether because Wyatt Langford is getting healthy and they've decided that's the best for the club. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, I feel like it's time for AM on the FM.
We got the question of the day, plus has NIL met its match, and is his name Rick Ross? Next on the This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. In case you're listening at the airport, I hope I'm not the person breaking the news to you. Flights at DFW and Dallas Love Field airports have been ground to a stop as the storms come through.
What storms?
I mean, it feels like you can look out our window and see them pretty prevalent.
What are you talking about? It's nighttime. We're obviously still on the night show at 11:30.
What? It does kind of feel like we're coming up on the no shirt.
Nighttime news.
Yeah, exactly. In the meantime.
I'm glad you stopped yourself because people were getting ready to start taking their shirts off right when you started saying that.
Hey, if you want to take your shirt off, take your shirt off.
It's not time.
But just we don't get pictures on the text anymore.
You can tweet them to us.
Yes, you can at KNC 1053. Now, the person who never shuts down unless he's tired from a busy weekend.
But always takes his shirt off.
It's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alex, that was awful.
1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
You just made me remember one of my buddies in college taking radio classes. One of his sayings, because he was an absolute monster in the gym, he was like, my goal in life is to only ever put a shirt on to take it off. And those are words I live by. Yeah, those are words I live by now.
Please tell me you're still friends with that person.
Yes.
Okay, good.
Yes. And that's something that I think of anytime I'm like, I don't really want to do core work today. And then I look in the mirror and I'm like, I want to be able to take a shirt off just because I can, and not feel bad about it. It's time for AM on the FM right here on 105.3 The Fan, 877-881-1053. That is the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line to answer today's question of the day, Twitch and YouTube as well. And then I'm going to tell you how Rick Ross might be the key to recruiting in college football.
I'm really fascinated about this.
This is actually a pretty cool story, I can't lie. And I don't think it's going to combat NIL in any way, but it's kind of fun to think that it will. And you said, unless I'm tired from a busy weekend, I'm not anymore. You know what I'm tired from?
Me, my jokes.
That, and I feel like over-the-counter allergy medicine is here to kill you. Like, I swear this. I don't know what it feels like, but I swear this is what I imagine narcotics feel like.
Like Allegra, or
yeah, I think it was Claritin, maybe.
Oh,
yeah,
interesting.
And of course, I'm dumb and I didn't get the kind that openly says non-drowsy on the bottle. I just got the cheapest kind because, balling on a budget. And it might have just been like kind of like a generic over-the-counter, maybe like a CVS brand or whatever. But man, I did the yard work yesterday. I took the allergy pill on the wake up. I feel worse. Like, I feel like I could just go to bed right now.
Man.
Are my sinuses clear now? Yes. That's amazing. I can actually breathe out of my nose, and I'm very thankful for that. But man, I'm like halfway here. This is amazing. So, hey, big allergy meds. Why do you hate me? Text that in, 877-881-1053. But the question of the day today, gentlemen, on the National Day calendar, it's National Prepare-a-thon Day.
Ooh.
So this is a day for you to celebrate and prepare for any big major things that could be happening in life, such as natural disasters and whatnot. It's kind of like a government thing, like, hey, you should always have a plan, be prepared for the worst. But the way I interpret it is there's a lot of really common and simple things in life that I feel like I over-prepare for and I overthink. So what are some common things in life that you feel like you over-prepare and overthink? Because
this show.
I could see that, yes. With your timing and everything, the way you forward think about everything, you're very progressive in that manner.
The way I wreck the show every day.
Yeah, probably.
Take a sledgehammer to all his plans.
Do you actually plan that out? Do you wake up and say, I'm going to use this one line to throw off Kevin today during this segment?
Oh, man.
Or is it all...
Because this is all just natural Corey, That's just the way it is.
I don't know if I would be more impressed with the fact that you planned it out way in advance or that you're doing it off the dome.
I don't know either.
I don't know which I would be more impressed by. I legitimately do not. But I think about some of the dumbest things way too much. Like, I plan out my trips to the grocery store. Now that I've discovered the curbside pickup thing, it's not as much of a thing. But I map it out in my head. Okay, I'm going to walk in. I'm going to grab a basket. I'm going to start in this corner of the store. I'm going to make my way through here. I'm going to go at this exact time because I know it's not as busy.
Yes.
I chronically over-prepare for something that I know is going to take, maybe 20 minutes because I'm just shopping for myself. It's nothing crazy. But I over-prepare like a grocery store trip, and I really just over-prepare my day in general. I know exactly what time I'm going to get home most days. I know exactly what time I'm going to get to the gym, what time I'm going to shower, what time I'm going to eat. Everything is scheduled out to a T.
Like a prisoner?
Pretty much. And if it gets thrown off by, I give myself, probably 15 minutes of grace, for things that I don't expect to happen, like traffic or whatnot. But if we start talking about like things happening 30 minutes off of what I expected, like I legit get flustered. I'm like, this is throwing off my entire day.
So for me, I think I far too often reverse engineer what time I can leave for places to get there exactly what I want, what time I want, even when factoring in like outside sources. Look, we've talked about this. I think the stupidest phrase anyone has ever said is, if you're on time, you're late.
Yeah.
That's dumb.
I have to think that way.
That makes no sense. tell me what time you want me to be there, and that's when I'll be there. But
that's good for you.
But for a lot of
for
people,
my sister,
not so much.
Oh my gosh, you better tell her it's an hour later or an hour earlier.
Yes.
Otherwise, she's going to be late. And she knows. Kayla, you know.
And so I will reverse engineer wherever we need to go instead of being like, what time do you want to leave? Like 4:30. I'll be like, well, hold on. Let's think about this. We need to be there at 5 o'clock. It's supposed to take approximately 22 minutes given the traffic pattern. So theoretically 4:38. But you don't want to leave at that time just in case there's a problem. So maybe 4:33. And so then other people will be like, yeah, so like 4:30. I'm like, no, 4:33. Because that's how my brain works.
You leave at 4:33?
You can always leave at a specific
Just leave
time.
at 4:30.
No,
4:35.
Here's an amazing.
That's too small of an. That's too close to it.
See, but that's how my brain works, and I'm going to tell you a fun story. 2 things. First of all, a big argument that Jess and I got. Not a big argument, but an argument we got in early in the dating phases. We were supposed to leave somewhere at 10 o'clock. We got in the car and left at 10:10, and she goes, "See, we're on time." And I looked at her and I was like, what are you saying? In what universe is 10:10 on time for 10 o'clock? And now she put that into practice because her family is like, let's just get together in the afternoon or lunchtime or what. That stresses me out.
Mm-hmm.
And so Jess.
Give me a time. 1 o'clock?
Exactly.
There.
Unbeknownst to me, for the longest time, just started making up times. Like if we would go to her family's lake house because they're fancy. She would say, yeah, we need to be there at 1:30.
Just for you?
Yes. But she didn't tell me that
It's a hell of a wife
for like
right there.
a couple years. And one day I was like, oh man, we're going to be late. And she goes, hey, I just make those times up, right? I was
this is great.
stunned by this. And I go, what? And she goes, yeah, they still say the same thing in the afternoon, maybe after lunch, something like that. And she's like, they never give a specific time. I made that up for you.
That's amazing.
I do want to.
She gets me.
That's commitment.
This might cause a rift between us, Kevin.
No.
Because Kevin, you've said many times you think it's stupid if you're on time, you're late. However, you have been on time out at Globe Life Field before, and things have made you late. And how often am I there very early and relaxed and easygoing? How many times have you walked in and you're like, that SOB at the front counter?
Yeah. And that is something that gets me in trouble in my life. I get mad when people just don't do
They messed
their
up your
effing
plans.
jobs.
Yeah, you're like, this is my plan.
I was like, no, my plan was sound. You messed it up. By the way, when we went up there on opening day, we had to wait longer in the line because one of our sister stations, they could not get the credentials properly. And I was like, hey, this sounds mean. Move them to the side until you figure that out. And let's let the rest of the line keep going.
Guess who was there early? Just waiting.
Hey, we made it on time. I even made it on time when I had to wait for Derek Holland, who went through the most intensive thing I've ever seen in my life. I'm sorry, Alec. We're going to tell this story real quick. So Derek brings his backpack up to go into the ballpark. And I was like, that's fine. And then he goes, all right, I got to get my credential. Gets his credential and he goes, hold on, I got to drink these 2 drinks. And he pours out these 2 drinks in these tiny cups and like takes shots of them and then throws them away. And he was like, okay, I had to do that. And then he goes, oh, where's my phone? And I was like, your phone is in your hand. And he goes, no, not that phone, my other phone. Oh, wow. And I was like, what are you even saying? And he goes, oh, no, I don't have my other phone. And he had to go walk all the way back. And then in the meantime, he goes, hey, will you take my bag and just take it in? I was like, I don't really think you're supposed to do that. And he's like, well, just take it in.
We did at the airport. Yeah.
And then he opened up his bag and goes, ooh, let me just grab this one thing.
It was an expensive watch.
Oh.
Or expensive pair of sunglasses that Kevin had.
You could think it
tried
was
to steal from him.
You could think it was whatever he wanted. All of that is what it took to get into the ballpark.
And I remember when he was walking up, the look on his face. For me, and I play it off as I'm loosey goosey and don't really care about a lot of things. But when vacations come around, I want to make sure that there's something every day, at least something. I don't even have to do it. I just want to make sure that I've prepared. I know restaurants that are around. I know things that are available to me. I know where all the little locations are. And if there's something that I can surprise the kids with, I want to be able to do something like that. So I over prepare, but then when I get to the beach, then I just give up. I'm just like, whatever. This is where I wanted to be anyway. Why did I even plan all this stuff? But it's exciting to do the planning part of it. It is exciting.
That's what my family calls planned relax time. Because I'm like, hey, if we can get this going at 2:00, we can knock out this whole movie. And they're like, okay, so it's planned relax.
Planned relax time. That's what I'm going to call any unproductive time at the house now. That's going to be my fallback. I'm going to use that as an excuse. Thank you for that. Got some ammo now. But let's see. Rick Ross might be helping lure a big recruit to the University of Miami. And this is actually the same exact track that they took almost to a T to land Cam Ward. And
that worked out.
It worked out. So Miami is trying to land a commitment from A.J. Halsey. He is a really good defensive back that started his college career at New Mexico, former 3-star recruit. He transferred to Houston. Now he's back in the portal. So he was first team all Big 12 and everything. Very warranted to have this level of interest. And he's in the transfer portal now. He's in high demand after re-entering. Ole Miss, LSU, and Miami are the primary suitors as of this point. And it looks like it's coming down to the Rebels and the Canes. He was in Florida yesterday to visit Miami and the university and everything. To start off, they set him up at some luxury hotel that he posted on his Instagram. Looks very, very fancy. Nice. Mario Cristobal somehow got him a police escort to tour downtown Miami in a convertible. Traffic literally stopped so they could drive him around town. And then he ends his night with a very expensive dinner at one of the top steakhouses on South Beach. And then, while he's eating, you know who stops by to say hi? Rick Ross. They called in Rick Ross to come say hi to this recruit as they're trying to land. They don't even have him yet. Ole Miss is still in the fight here. They still have a very strong chance of landing him. But Cristobal invited Rick Ross to come surprise him, one of his favorite rappers, to come surprise him at dinner. They took a picture together, posted it on Instagram. If that doesn't land you a very highly touted recruit, I don't know what will. So Rick Ross, good on you for helping out your school.
That is really cool. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. I've got some NFC East off-season grades for you.
Now.
Yes, next on The Fan.
Coming up in the...
They say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
On first down, he goes to Barkley. He breaks a tackle. He's on his way. Here he goes. He's at the 40, 30, 20, 15, 10, 5. Touchdown! Saquon Barkley, 78-yard.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the fan right now. It's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Dip and rip it.
In case you missed it from earlier, Jeff Ulbrich, the defensive coordinator for the Falcons, he was fined $100,000, and the team was fined $250,000 for the Shedeur Sanders prank call. Specifically, the NFL said for failing to safeguard confidential information.
That is true.
Because Shedeur said he had gotten that phone with that number just for the draft, which actually is a pretty good idea. You don't want to get a phone call and you're like, oh my gosh.
This is how you can contact me.
And you think it's going to be the Browns significantly earlier, and it's one of your stupid friends. You're like, leave me alone. I'm busy.
Yeah, and that's true too. One of your friends is going to be like, dude, hey man, we're getting on Call of Duty right now. Are you going to get on? And you're like, dude, I'm busy.
No.
Trying to get drafted right now.
Yes.
But just think about this for a second, Kevin. We get a bunch of those numbers. We have a black book.
Sure.
That has all that information.
Yep.
Has one time that ever gone through your mind that, you know what, I want to prank call Jerry Jones today? Or I've never even, no, stop it now. Now the thought has. But I never think about stuff like that. The only thing that goes through my mind is, this is a secret for a lot of people, and I got to keep it a secret too.
Now, if I did call Jerry Jones, one of the first things I would say is, hey, can you tell me what your monthly electricity bill is during the season, or can you put me in contact with the person who handles
You've
that?
asked him that question on air,
Because I
and he
want to know.
refuses to answer.
And
it.
he's like, it's tens of thousands of dollars, and I want to I get that.
Yeah, but I want to know the number.
Exactly. Like, are we talking like 12,000? Are we talking 87,000?
And
Like,
what's the rate? What's the kilowatt rate you're rocking with?
Surely he's got to get something. And that's you brought it up the other day. Maybe that's what he's stoked about if they have a Sunday night or Monday night game. He's got the nights and weekends planned. And so he's like, yeah, we'll take care of this. All right.
Rollover minutes.
Fifth year, man.
Alec, did you ever experience rollover minutes?
Yeah. I
Okay.
did.
All right. So he's not that young. All right.
Because in the break, we asked him about the spirograph, and he said he didn't know what that was.
What's the
and then we described it to him, and he goes, oh, is that what that's called? Yeah, I've used that.
No clue.
All right, so we got to give you some updates on team options. The Eagles, not surprisingly, are exercising Jordan Davis's fifth-year option. The Falcons, who have kind of been dragging their feet on this a little bit, they will exercise Drake London's fifth-year option, while the Jags will not exercise Devin Lloyd's fifth-year option for the 2026 season.
Okay.
Let's go from that to the reason why we played the Eagles highlight was NFC East off-season grades. What grade do you think the Cowboys get or deserve? Now, I realize there's still plenty more time in the offseason, but you've seen a draft that I feel like people pretty universally thought was at least solid, if not really good, after yet another underwhelming free agency period.
I would probably give the Cowboys a B+.
Okay.
Their draft was very good. Their free agency, as you said, underwhelming, but they did fill a lot of areas. Just for me, the loss of Jordan Lewis, the loss of Zach Martin, the loss of DeMarcus Lawrence is kind of, that hurts. So those three guys, like in particular.
Is the loss of Brandon Cooks do
Not
anything?
really.
Okay.
I mean, honestly, I wanted him to be better than he was here.
That's fair.
The whole time he was here. And while I liked the guy, I thought the guy was great. Last year really let us down. Really let the Cowboys down.
Now, the Dallas Cowboys, per CBS, they got a B-.
Okay.
But
that's very fair.
Yeah, but the concerning thing for the rest of the division, if you buy in to these grades, the Giants get a B, the Commanders get a B+, and the Eagles get an A. And so you already had a good deal of work to make up the ground behind Washington and Philadelphia, and I don't think most sane people expected the Cowboys to do that strictly in this offseason. But to see at least one spot that's like, I still think both of those teams had better off seasons than you did, that's kind of humbling.
Yeah, keeping Lane Johnson around is big for them.
Yep. And they kept Zach Bond.
Yeah, and Saquon, that's another good one right there.
Saquon's unbelievable.
And their draft was another one. You know what? Their drafts just seem to be, of course, that's their draft. They're like the
they got Jahad Campbell.
Yeah, they're like the Ravens to me, where you're just like, of course they get a dude like that. That comes from the SEC that's going to make their defense better.
Now, I know you've been waiting for this. You've demanded that we led the show with it. We didn't. But here's the numbers for the Cowboys' top 3 draft picks.
Okay.
I've said this before. I don't care about this at all, but I know there's a lot of people who do. Tyler Booker will be number 52. Donovan Ezeraku will be number 41. Siobhan Ravel will be number 27. Now
Okay.
I have that information if you want to buy a jersey accordingly.
Those are good numbers. Those are all good. I like those numbers for them.
What number do you not like?
53 has always been kind of a weird number for me.
Why is that?
Wyatt Johnston and Adolis, I feel like, took that on, changed it for me, though. The shape of the numbers. Plus, I think, aren't they both female numbers? I'm not sure. I'll have to ask the people.
Wait, what did you just say?
877-881-1053. There are people out there in the world who believe that numbers have an assigned gender. And I know this is going to spark a whole different...
So I can misgender a number?
I know this is going to change everybody's conversation here, but there are people that, like, even... It was Colby was one of them. He was like, yeah, number 2 is definitely a male. And I was like, hold on, this doesn't make any sense. And I don't get it at all. But 53 is that weird number for me. But again, 2 really good players in DFW with that number.
I'd not expect that direction.
I hope no 53 really, rocks one on tomorrow night, too.
I'm going to have to ponder what you just said for a little bit on the gender of the numbers.
Samantha ponder?
The Patriots released long snapper Joe Cardona. You might be like, who gives a crap? Fair and hurtful. The reason why you should give a crap, he was the last player left on the roster that was a teammate of Tom Brady's and that was on the team when they won a playoff game.
Okay.
So, obviously it's been in the works for a while. You can argue going back 5 or 6 years, but, this feels like the final step of saying these Patriots are nothing like the other ones.
And the 469, 100% even are males, odds are females, according to them.
What is that based on?
I don't know.
I'm not disputing that. I don't know that.
Yeah, back to you, Kevin.
All right, we'll look into it, I guess. Probably not. The Vikings have given Andrew Van Ginkel a 1-year, $23 million extension with $22.4 million guaranteed to keep him in Minnesota. Seattle Seahawks, they brought back Jonathan Hankins. They agreed to terms there. And then I thought this was kind of interesting. CBS Sports NFL insider Jonathan Jones made a bet with Delanie Walker that Shedeur Sanders would not fall out of the top 2 rounds, which feels like a fundamentally solid bet going into the draft. But Walker was like, no, yeah, if he goes beyond the second round, I win. And he won $1,000 because of that bet.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think he even nailed it and said that he would be in the 5th round exactly. So that's even better.
Should have added extra prop bets on
for
every
round I get right, you give me an extra $1,000.
Yes, that would have been very cool. All right, let's go.
And then if my goalie gets 26 and a half saves, I'll get the dub.
And he had 23, but then he got ill and he left the game. All right, let's talk about Travis Hunter. Man, you need to draft Travis Hunter for your fantasy league.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do.
Because Travis Hunter, in leagues that only use offensive roster positions, Travis Hunter will be eligible as a wide receiver. In leagues that include both offensive and defensive roster positions, he is eligible at both wide receiver and cornerback. Let's take this a step further. In leagues that include both offensive and defensive roster positions, Hunter will earn fantasy points for both his offensive and defensive stats, regardless of where you have him rostered at.
So what you're saying is he's going to get, let's say he gets 100 yards receiving and 2 catches. So that's going to be 12 points. He's getting 12 points on both offense and defense.
And I feel like you pretty consistently will just roster him as a cornerback then, right?
Yeah.
Because you're like, I got other wide receivers that can put up those numbers by themselves.
Yeah.
But that is truly amazing.
This is the Taysom Hill approach.
Yes.
Taysom Hill, he can be a running back, wide receiver, quarterback, tight end. You can line him anywhere up, and the points that he gets. Now, it's not consistent. It's not as consistent as I bet it's going to be with Travis Hunter, but that is the approach. And you do this in fantasy baseball, too. The guy plays second base, but he also plays first, third, fifth. Yeah, you can do whatever with him.
Man, I always had at least 2 or 3 utility players that I felt great about my bench, and I was like, I'll always have somebody to play because that dude can play second, short, third. This guy plays first and left field and catcher. And so I just thought it was amazing that Yahoo's like, hey, we need to put this out. We need to answer this question.
Go ahead and make this happen
right now. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, are these Cowboys on notice following the team's draft selections? And can Jake Ferguson get it back on track? Next on The Fan.
They say this part of the workday can be the biggest cry. Have never listened and laughed with the KNC Masterpiece.
These are the programs that America listens to.
On 105.3 The Fan and our Odyssey app presented by Comerica.
with these on it? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's your hair.
I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Shout out to the Landry hat. I was reading an article that kind of dove into this, and I want to get an idea of what you guys think. But also, do you think that Jake Ferguson is ready to step his game back up? Because is it fair to say we were all vastly disappointed by Jake Ferguson this last year? Now, I realize injuries played a part in it, but...
Yeah, I expected him to be up in the top 10 tight ends.
Me too.
This year, if not moving his way up to top 5, because Dak's best pass is the pass down the seam, right in between the safeties, right past the linebackers, avoiding the cornerbacks. It's that pass to the tight end. That is his best pass. And Jake Ferguson, I was like, all right, that's the perfect dude for it. Physical enough to break away once the safeties try and get to him too. And then on top of that, his blocking. Like, I expect, significant blocking from him, especially from a dude that's talking about how his toughness is a big factor because of where he comes from and his history. So all those things, I expected a big season from him. The injury at the early part of the season definitely was a problem. But even before that injury, there were a couple of mental mistakes. And then after that, that was more than anything, Kevin, not necessarily the production as much as the mental mistakes.
Yeah.
Not the physical mistakes, the mental mistakes on the field.
Yeah. See, for physical, I was going to throw in all of a sudden a fumbling problem developed that hadn't particularly been there before. But for the mental mistakes, yes, I think we can all recall.
False starts,
yes.
Holdings, those things, you're just like, come on, man. Like, those are things that you actually, I wonder, I think holding might be a physical one because that is you not getting your feet out in front of somebody and doing it the right way.
But you look back and you saw the evolution from 22 to 23. Not just statistically, I get that, but he just seemed like more of the go-to guy on and off the field. Because when you hear some of the conversations he has about the bond he has with Dak, really, really high. And then you see the backslide this last year, because I'm with you, man. I was thinking top 5 to 7 tight end.
Yep.
And so to see the way it's actually gone has been very disappointing. And so Jake Ferguson was talking about a good bit of that. And I do like some of the things he said. One of the things he threw out there was, I was in the Pro Bowl one year, and then last year, not the year I wanted to have. So I've gone back and reassessed myself after that season. And just knowing what it's going to take. I'm cutting out some of the bad things in my life, whether it be food, whatever it may be. Smart to stop right there. Because you're like, I think we all have people in our life that maybe we're like, I don't know if that person is good for me. Maybe I should cut them out of my life. But he said whether it be food or whatever. And I'm locking in with Dak and making sure I'm keying on all the offensive keys with the new coaching staff and make sure our turnover is seamless.
All right, I got a little question for you, Kevin. You ever been married before?
Yeah, I'm married now.
You ever been engaged before?
Yeah, twice.
Alec, you ever been married before?
I have not.
Engaged?
Nope.
Smart man. The process of getting married and being engaged is a little difficult. I don't know if you know about this. And recently, it looks like he proposed.
I mean, to be fair, I've been engaged the most on this show.
You're the most engaged on the show too, Kevin. Look at that.
I like it.
But I don't want to use this as like taking shots or anything, but he is engaged now. And that's going to be a thing that's going to be on his mind. I definitely hope that he is grown up enough, adult enough to cut those things out, focus on what's in line for him, be that enforcer, because that was what the expectation. That's the dude that leads the charge. Whenever it's time for somebody to lead it and go, all right, I'm going to run right through a wall for Dak, watch me. He's the guy that you expect to do it. And so when he was missing for the physical parts of last year, that was frustrating. And then whenever you're making those mental mistakes, you know you can't lead the same way.
Yeah.
You can't be that guy whenever you've just cost your team 10 yards, and unless you're the guy that they go, oh, he's never going to do that again. But then he did. So those were frustrating to him. So I hope the concentration is back for him this year for sure.
And somebody threw out that Jake Ferguson was so bad last year, they were hoping that the Cowboys would upgrade at tight end. I have to admit, and I'll definitely take the L if I'm wrong on this, I did not want them to make any picks at tight end.
I didn't either.
Because I still believe in Jake Ferguson, and I think they have a deep crew there. And obviously, just a couple of years ago, they invested a primary draft pick on the spot with Schoonmaker. And so I didn't want them to, but I understand the people that did. Now, are there any players on this roster? We talked about Deuce Vaughn yesterday, but I don't know if you're like sending a message to somebody who got taken that low in the draft. But like, who are the Cowboys players that you think are on notice because of this Dallas Cowboys draft? Because you mentioned one of them the other day, and the Landry hat picked up on that as well. Sam Williams.
Yeah, with the addition of I'm going with Donovan. Give me his last name again, Kevin.
It is
Ezaraku. Yeah, with his addition, that definitely does go okay. Now I don't think he's taking anybody's job. Like I don't think he's taking Fowler's job from him. I don't think he's taking Micah's job from him. But definitely on a guy like Sam Williams, who everybody knows the reality of Sam Williams. Sam Williams has a gold mine worth of opportunity to be a great player. It's just, can you crack into that gold mine and get it all out of there? But at the same time, he makes some bonehead decisions. And that is, again, on the field, hey man, I just made a sack, 7-yard loss, also got a 15-yard penalty. That's not good for us. Like those things, we need more positives for the Cowboys. And so he's definitely one of them. The other one, though, I do think, I'm wondering, I keep hearing more and more this name, Kevin. Not Diggs. Deron Bland.
Because of the contract?
Because he's got a contract coming up, and they just got a dude that can replace him, and Diggs is still under contract, and maybe that's the one that they would keep around, and Bland would be the one that ultimately had to go. And I did not see it that way immediately, because immediately I thought, well, Diggs, costing a lot of money, and the work has not been there.
Yeah.
Especially the last couple of years now. So those two names are very interesting with adding Ravel to this thing. Who is the one that's going to likely, be pushed out?
Okay, that's interesting because if we stick with the idea of contracts, going back to Sam Williams, I know it seems like he just got here 5 seconds ago.
Yeah.
Do you know he's out of contract after this year?
Yes.
And so
there are a number of dudes that have a last chance here.
And so it's tough because if Sam Williams has a phenomenal year, do you look at it from the perspective of we took him in as a second-round pick, this is what we thought was going to happen? Or are you like, man, it has taken a lot to get to this point, and I just don't know what I can invest long-term in that deal. For Deron Bland, it's fascinating because that is somebody along with Diggs that had an injury concern as well. And maybe they're like, hey, we already gave out the big cornerback contract. We just can't do it again. Now, I don't know how that conversation has gone with Bland thus far, but Landry Hatch said Diggs, but I'm fascinated by your counter of Deron Bland as actually being the person.
And that obviously is just me hearing more and more as I'm having some conversations with people about this. So that's where kind of that pops up. I am interested in the future at tackle. If Tyler Guyton doesn't work out at left tackle, do you look and say we can move him to right tackle? And that's where his natural position was before. We tried moving him to left. It didn't work out. We'll move him there. Or is Terrence Steele still around? Like the fact that you added the guard, you're like, that doesn't make that much of a difference. Well, it kind of does, though, because you're solidifying that offensive line more and more, and you're putting that thing together and feeling very strongly. Obviously, you want as many Tylers as you can possibly get, except unless Cooper Beebe's great, and then you're like, we're with 4 Tylers, and we're happy with that. But I do have a curiosity, maybe not this year specifically, but with Tyler Guyton, if he doesn't develop at left, do they look at it and say it's cheaper for us just to swing him over to right, move on from Steele, and go ahead and add another left tackle in the draft in the future?
You know, that's a good question because after this year is where you can get out of the Terrence Steele deal without like too much of a problem. I know people have thrown out you can technically get out of the deal right now, and that is absolutely true. You're just going to eat a heavy amount of dead money next season as well. Whereas if you waited one more year, all of a sudden, let's say because the Cowboys love to split the cap difference in half. So let's say you waited until after this year, moved Guyton to the right side, moved on from Terrence Steele. Do you know what the savings on Terrence Steele would be if you moved on from him?
$3 million.
About $13.5 million.
I'll take it.
But that's not till next year. Yep. And then the year after that, your dead money would be 4 and some change.
All right.
As opposed to 13 and some change if you made that move for some reason right now. So I think that is a very astute point to be on the lookout for. Do you feel more comfortable over on the right side and you're able to potentially save some money in the process for somebody who, look, he's shown flashes, but I think Terrence Steele remains pretty frustrating to a lot of Cowboys fans.
And I think, Kevin, we would be doing the entire DFW a disservice if we didn't mention Dak in this. Obviously, by bringing in Joe Milton and then not adding another quarterback in the draft, it's clear that they're down on Dak and his I feel like you have to do that, right? This is not for us; it's for the people that don't like Dak. So I feel like I have to throw that in there.
It's not gonna happen. You have 2 years. You have to wait 2 more years before we can even really have this conversation, and even then, it's kind of difficult.
So I'm looking at our lads, Kevin, and at the moment they have Javonte as the starter. Javonte Williams is your starting running back.
Okay.
Your backup is Jaden Blue. Your third is Miles Sanders, then Maffa at 4. That has Deuce and Malik Davis at 5. Do you feel like
they're not on the team?
Do you feel like that's the structure for this thing right now?
I don't. I do not think, even if they're not the same running back, I don't think Miles Sanders and
Jaden Blue?
No. Javonte are on this team. I just don't. And that might just based on my personal thoughts about those players or not. I don't think they both make the team. I think you can go ahead and mark it down. Blue's going to be on the team. One of those players is on the team. I still kind of wonder if they will keep Malik. And then do you go fullback? Do you keep Deuce around for special teams purposes? Or do you go with Maffa? That's just kind of the way I would shuffle it.
This is interesting too because Maffa there's a lot more work for people to do before they really start having thoughts on Maffa.
Yeah,
because a lot of people didn't have him on their board. A lot of people are like, I didn't even see this guy. I have no clue. I still got to learn a little bit about him first. But I think when he gets on the field, you're going to be. I'm not going to say, oh man, it's going to be so exciting. But I think you'll be pleasantly surprised.
Now, the other player on the list is Mazi Smith. I don't necessarily know if I think that's the case because of this draft. Because would they use 2 day 3 picks on interior defensive linemen?
And they added, they added some other. They had Solomon Thomas. I know that's behind Osa, but
okay. But for the draft, I'll just tell you this: I don't ever think it's a message to a player or a definite roster move when you make a day 3 pick on somebody.
I agree.
Now, can it be? Yeah. But also one of your day 3 picks could learn the haka. Doesn't mean he already knows it, but it could happen. And so I don't think that, as much as kind of what you were talking about in free agency, was as much as a message to Mazi Smith. And just the way the Cowboys operate feels like they'll give him every last conceivable chance
for sure
to try to prove that maybe they might sort of have been right.
We saw something in you for a reason, and we want to make sure that we squeeze that out somewhere. And I don't know often, Kevin, if it's to prove everybody else wrong. They keep saying. Sometimes that's the way it feels the Cowboys are, right? They're just like, we're going to keep putting him out there because y'all keep saying that he's not any good. But Jay Tuaya is one of those guys that he's fun to watch.
Okay.
He's fun to watch.
You know what? I'm going to use that logic, and hopefully it translates to the Cowboys this year. I was having a discussion with somebody on the fan text from the 682 that said our Ezeraku is going to start. And I said, is going to start over Fowler? The response was, Fowler was an average pass rusher and one of the worst run defenders on the edge last year. Please, Dante Fowler, be average at pass rushing again this season and get 10.5 sacks, force 2 fumbles, and get an interception. Please be average and make that happen again this year for the Cowboys. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, a jam-packed expressway. We got the Chris Brown giveaway at 12:30. We'll talk with Bruce Bochy. Plus, mini NFL draft overreaction or reality. And can the Stars keep up this level of physicality in Game 6 and beyond? All of it next on The Fan.
True that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Those are babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Free Club?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Has Lola B brought up? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not
Action
saying...
or reality? Let's start spicy. Shedeur Sanders will not make the Browns roster.
I think that's overreaction. The dude is talented enough to be on their roster.
Who are they getting rid of?
They don't have to get rid of anybody.
They have 5 quarterbacks.
Hey, sometimes it takes 5. You know, it takes a village, is what I'm told.
I don't think that's for quarterbacking, though, right?
I really don't think that. I think he's going to show up at camp. They're going to be pleased with his work. I'm very interested to see the battle between him and Dylan Gabriel. I really am. But Deshaun Watson is gone, right? Is that the feeling here?
But why would you get rid of him? You still have to pay him.
He's not going to play. He's not going to be any good.
I don't dispute that at all.
Which is, again, unfortunate considering how good we thought he was going to be.
Yeah.
Flacco is dispensable. All right. He is one of those guys that you can just, all right, that's fine. Yeah, man. Kenny Pickett sounds like he's going to be the $50 million starter.
No,
Super Bowl champion.
That was about Brock Purdy.
I don't know, dude. Kenny Pickett, Super Bowl champion, might be the starter for them. So I think they're going to give him every chance to be on this team and see how it goes from there.
And you think he makes the roster?
I do.
Okay. Overreaction or reality, Alec? Shedeur Sanders will not make the Browns roster.
Overreaction because I think he has to, right? Wouldn't the Browns would become even more of a joke than they already are just in the eyes of the public?
Why? People get rid of 5th-round draft picks all the time.
But this is not just any 5th-round draft pick. Whether or not we want to admit that or not, you know, I wish that he could be treated as a 5th-round draft pick. And I bet some days, not every day, but some days, there's probably days where he wishes that too, where he's like, man, if I kind of just had the life of the pick that I was, that would be cool. But yeah, I think it would just be even dumber of a look. Like, why did you draft 2 quarterbacks if you weren't going to keep both of them?
Okay, that is my follow-up question then. Cleveland, overreaction reality, made a mistake drafting those 2 quarterbacks because assuming you keep Deshaun because of financial reasons, word is Kenny Pickett is going to be their starter. I hear you about Joe Flacco being dispensable, but that would theoretically only leave room for one of these quarterbacks. And if you get both of them, maybe you can just get Deshaun on injured reserve. Like, do you think it was a mistake to draft both of those quarterbacks?
No.
Okay.
And mostly because when it comes to having quarterbacks, Bill Belichick was the perfect example of that. And I know we're not talking about him that much. Get a quarterback, trade him, move on from him at some point, try and get something out of him. And I think either one of those 2 guys is something worth a pick for somebody out there, especially if they see him in training camp and they go, hey, he's actually better than we thought he was.
Sure.
You know?
Now, I believe Abdul Carter has now been listed as somebody who received a prank call as well. So overreaction or reality, and Corey, I need you to be honest about this. You have done numerous prank calls in your life.
Yeah. Okay. Mostly to family, like people that I know.
Okay.
But yeah, I have done numerous prank calls.
Did you prank call the family members you liked or didn't like?
Liked. Yeah,
okay.
No, it was people I cared about. You know,
right.
I was having fun with them. Here's what happened though. One time I prank called my cousin and said I was Thomas L. Patterson and I lived in something valley in New Mexico. There was a Thomas Patterson that lived in the valley in New Mexico, and my cousin said it was my cousin's husband. I was talking to him, and I took a shot at his daughter. Like I took a shot at my little cousin, and he goes, "You've gone too far." Hung up, and my cousin said he went to his truck and he got his gun. He was coming to find you.
What?
I was like, "Oh man, Thomas was going to die," and so I felt really bad for him. We had to tell him it was just me. It was so funny. It's scary for that guy's life. But he doesn't know. Now
crap.
He knows, I guess, unless he's dead.
Wow. All right.
Things can get violent, bro.
NFL overreaction or reality. The Giants made a massive mistake by only taking 1 offensive lineman. All right. They had a good running back room, good defensive front. Their offensive line last year was terrible.
Yep.
And so they took an offensive lineman in the 5th round.
Good job. Good job, guys.
Yeah, so that feels like a massive blunder to me.
Yeah, they had, again, when you have that many holes to fill, you really have to look at the foundation of what you're building on. What are the big areas? You say there's probably 5 positions that you start with, and you can say whatever order you want, but obviously it's quarterback, it's tackle, it's defensive end, cornerback, wide receiver. Those are the 5 positions that you're like, I need to make sure I have stout players at those positions. And beyond that, offensive line being a key for keeping that quarterback standing.
Now, we're not going to expand on this person right now because I think you're going to talk about them later. But overreaction or reality, Will Howard will be the Steelers' starting quarterback week 1.
I think...
You still think it's going to be Aaron Rodgers, right?
We will get into more Will Howard discussion later.
Just tell me this one.
I think he's the right guy for them. I really do think he's the right kind of quarterback for that team. Go back and watch how tough that dude played football this year. He's the right kind of personality for the Steelers and what they want to be. You don't have to have him throw it and air it out the entire game. He's willing to be like, I'm going to hand that ball off. But he's also going to hang in there and make some tough throws. He's the kind of leader that Mike Tomlin's looking for, I think.
Now, we're going to talk with Bruce Bochy in a couple minutes, but earlier in the show, we talked about kind of the dust up between Tyrese Halliburton's dad and Giannis.
Right.
Wanted to throw this out there because this is their second straight first-round loss, I believe second straight to the Pacers. And a lot of people, especially with Dame being injured, probably going to miss most of next season. Think it's time for Giannis to move on down the road.
Go to L.A., play with Luca.
Man, you know what?
ESPN's already pushing the narrative.
We might be 12 hours away from having a separate conversation about that. But the betting odds for Giannis in the playoffs.
I'm excited. Call me in 12 hours.
Okay. There's no way you'll answer the phone. The betting odds right now are the Brooklyn Nets. That's fine. Go play for the Nets, whatever. The next 2 teams on the list are the Houston Rockets and the Oklahoma City Thunder.
Dang. Dude, I would be fascinated by him on the Thunder. Because I don't know exactly. Shea's the ball-dominant guard there, and he
doesn't need to be ball-dominant, Giannis, at all.
But he can be a great defender and still be that would be a fascinating team. That would be the ugliest team we've ever seen. If you don't want to play them.
Yes. I mean, look, I understand they lost in the playoffs again, and it was disappointing. And the game went to overtime. But last night, Giannis had 30 points, 20 rebounds, and 13 assists. And the thing that's terrifying about the Thunder for me is they don't have to give up any of their core players. They're like, we're going to keep Jalen Williams. Maybe you could have the other one. And all the draft picks you could ever imagine. So we'll have him and Chet and Shea and Giannis, and that makes me want to be sad for competitive basketball.
I got questions. Mm-hmm. Somebody said Giannis could come play with AD and Kyrie. What would it cost? Because you're going to have to do a sign and trade to get him.
Yes. And so monetarily, Oklahoma City can make it work easier because the kicker of why you'd want to do the deal is I'll give you all the draft picks. So the Mavericks don't have all the draft picks to throw in once you make the salary even. And so that would probably look like something like including Kyrie or Anthony Davis. Well, you know what? I was going to say I don't think he'll do that, but maybe for this player you would do that. Mm-hmm. And so it would have to include one of those because you don't have the draft assets. Whereas Oklahoma City Thunder is like, I can literally give you 8 picks.
Yeah. Defense wins championships.
So I've heard.
I don't know if you've, the king, as they call him, Nico Harrison.
Who calls him that?
The Mad King is what they call him.
I believe that.
He's all about defense, and you have him and Anthony Davis. Is that the 2 best defenders? That's throwing 2 of the best defenders over the last 10 years out there.
That would be fascinating. By the way, for other people that are saying the Mavs, Rockets 4-1, Thunder 5-1, the Mavericks are 28-1.
Okay.
So I wouldn't necessarily hold your breath for that to happen. And then one more.
But that being said, you didn't see Luca getting traded,
God. The odds I would have put on that trade are probably 10,000 to 1.
I was also told Klay Thompson wasn't going to be here when I tried to push that narrative.
Okay, nothing in the sports world of recent memory it can compare to the Luca trade, where I was like, wait, what? I seriously, if you don't remember this, I thought I was still in a sick fog when that came through, because I had been sick. My family had been sick. I was asleep at like 11 o'clock on that Saturday night or whatever. I woke up, looked at my phone. It said I had 24 text messages, and I was like, what the hell's going on? And I just need to make sure like Brandon was okay or whatever. And it was all these people like, this Luca thing isn't real, is it? And I was like, what? And I clicked on it, and I was like, this is a dream. I am hallucinating this.
Yeah.
Then I didn't go back to bed for 3 hours because it wasn't actually a dream. Now, quick one more NBA note for you. The San Antonio Spurs. The San Antonio Spurs are building it up the right way. Did you see Stephon Castle? As we predicted before the season started, was the NBA Rookie of the Year. So that is 2 straight Rookies of the Year.
Really?
Rookie of the Years?
Look at us.
For the Spurs with Wemby. That was less impressive that we called that.
Yeah.
And Stephon Castle. And I know Wemby's coming back from his own medical issues, but the Spurs got to feel good that they keep stacking up that premium talent.
Now, he is definitely the man in the high castle, isn't he?
How many people get that reference?
I don't know.
feel like that show is that popular on
I don't.
Amazon.
Yeah, I tried watching an episode and I was like, I'm out.
Hey, here's a hint for you. If you watch Man in the High Castle, watch season 1. If you think it's too slow, stop watching it and move on with your life. I watched the whole thing. I'm glad that I made it to the end. It doesn't get less slow. Okay? So if you're like, this first season's slow, just move on with your life. All right? Because you're not going to like the rest of it.
This is my favorite thing that you do when you set me up for something. Look, if you hated this version of something, it's not going to get better. Or it does get... You've been very accurate with these things.
Yes.
In the 561, have y'all been on Mavs subreddit? Nico ruined the NBA for a lot of us. So, no. If you were taking what we were saying as serious... My apologies.
Yes. No. I
a lot of people are out on him.
You'd be hard-pressed to find a whole lot of his fans in the Metroplex right now. Look, you go to SmackDown, they're chanting Fire Nico. You're going to the Stars game, it's the same exact thing. Right now, brought to you by National Car Rental. Whether you're on the mound, at the plate, or on the road, National Car Rental invites you to stop waiting and start winning. Book like a winner today. And Olshan, we bring you Texas Rangers manager Bruce Bochy. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. How's it going there?
We're doing excellent. And
We're dry.
I know all of the games count exactly the same, and you can't wait one win, one loss, maybe over the others, but how satisfying was it last night to get the win and see the runs piled up?
Well, it's always nice to get the win, but I think it was just good to see the guys have a little success. Just see some smiles and, of course, build their confidence up that, getting this thing on track here. I'm talking about the offense. So, it's also nice where I could take out deGrom, keep them rested or fresh, and bring in our lone guy who did a nice job Dunning. So there's so many good things that happens in a win like that. Now you got to put that behind you. We're going to face their guy tonight, so we got our hands full. But still, it's good to see some guys get some hits, some RBIs, and score some runs. That's always good for their confidence.
Now, before the game, we had heard about a mandatory hitters meeting. Can you tell us anything about that? Was that set up by you, by Chris Young? Was it mandatory? What can you tell us there?
No, the meeting, no. It was just, it was a hitters meeting. The hitters, the offense, they want to get together. I was in there with the hitting coaches, and that was a couple of days ago. So, just talking about some things, trying to increase the quality of the at-bats during the game. Sometimes you try everything, and when you hear it from your peers, it can mean a little bit more too. So I think it was good for you guys to talk about, their thoughts or what they're seeing too, instead of just always hearing it from the hitting coaches or maybe even me. But it was I think, a meeting that was necessary, and we went out and got beat by Sears, but guys bounced back and played well yesterday.
Yeah, yesterday I thought getting, I don't know, was it 56 pitches in the second inning for your opposing pitcher felt pretty good. That felt pretty nice to go ahead and dig in on that. And that seemed like it had been something that was missing from this lineup for quite some time, getting a lot of pitches from the starter very early in the game.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. We've been doing some expanding. Now, you're going to expand a little bit more when you see, the aces of some of these teams, like the Dodgers, who, they had that nasty split. So that's going to happen. That's what good pitchers do. They're really good at that put-away pitch. Not knocking who we saw yesterday, but but in the relievers, these hard-throwing relievers, it's a tough job. Mm-hmm. Especially as hard as they're throwing in the good off-speed pitches that they have. But still, it's fighting up there, the best you can, and just shorten up at times. We don't need to try to slug off somebody who's really good out there. It's hard to hit a home run, much less off a guy that's getting the ball where he wants and has 3 or 4 plus major league pitches. So, we got to do a better job of not trying to do too much and try to keep this line moving.
I'm glad you brought that up, Boch. As much as I loved Adolis' moment last night, clearing the bases, standing up at the double, he had this big smile on his face. He looked like it was kind of a weight off the shoulders a little bit for the entire team. But as a fan, it was also Berger's RBI single that I thought was very important, because he just said, "Forget it, man. I'm not going to try and hit a home run. I'm just going to go where the ball leads me." And he drives it to right field, and that gets things going. That gets things moving right there. And sometimes it is just that mentality of, I got to drive these guys in no matter how. Is that kind of the feeling right now?
Yeah, and that's what I was just talking about. Yeah, you're right on there. I thought his at-bat was probably might have been the biggest at-bat of the night. It's still a close ball game, and we had so many opportunities. I know Garcia, he want to make something happen, gets thrown out of home plate. We could have had 2 or 3 runs before that, but we're in a tight ball game, and got 2 strikes on Berger, and just did a nice job of going to right field to make it a 3-1 lead, and those are the bats we're talking about, and it's hard to try to get a pitch close to you or down the middle, whatever, and do damage with it when they're good major league pitchers, and they're making quality pitches out there, and so he did exactly what we're talking about, what we want to do, what we're trying to do.
Now, we talk so much about the offense, and you just mentioned quality pitches. Obviously, deGrom, I don't want to blow past his start yesterday because it was unbelievable. I know deGrom has very high standards for himself. Did he at least seem pleased with yesterday's outing? Because I take it that you very much were.
Well, you have to be. Look how good he was.
Yeah.
Really on top, getting through it. That was a vintage Jacob there, and I'm sure he's going to find something though, because this guy, he's a perfectionist. But it would be hard for him to find something on that outing last night. I'll say that. It was, again, it was good to get him out of there when we could, because he's missed a lot of time, and so we do want to watch his workload a little bit and pick our spots when we can. But that was just dominating stuff last night.
Yeah, the other thing, I watch him, Bochy, and I'm like, he works the bottom of the strike zone better than anybody I think I've ever seen. It almost seems like he never has to go up on a pitch. He's just like, you know what, I'm just going to throw this slider down here. Good luck hitting that. Have you ever seen a guy work this bottom of the strike zone the way he does?
No, you're right. You're right. As good as this stuff is, as hard as he throws, it's really a freak thing that kind of command too, to go with it. And that's why you look at his numbers over his career. It's amazing what he's done with hitters. He's just so good at hitting the spot where he's trying to hit that low bar, you're right. He can wear that out, and occasionally he'll go up, but the fastball slider change out the command of it, and you know that when you're throwing 98 out there and locating the way he does, that's the kind of game you're going to get what you saw last night.
Yeah, it's a sawed-off table leg kind of night for most of those guys. We're not used to like seeing. This is long-time Rangers fans. Our whole life, we're not used to seeing this type of pitching, honestly. And in the grand scheme of things, for maybe anybody new to this baseball thing, can you kind of explain how special this starting group has been for you?
Yeah, you know, coming into this, especially losing two starters, you know, a little concern, you know, how this would go. I mean, two guys, talking about Miley and Jacob, they pitched a little bit last year, but still a little unknown factor. And there, you know, see how long it take them to get in the groove. And so what they've done is really it's amazed me, really. It's more than surprised because that's how good they've been. You look at these games, how many games, and as you know, we're just not scoring runs, but every game, you know, with occasional hiccup, we've had a chance to win. And you do that enough, that you know, you should get to where you want to go. It's kind of like what the Braves did for a decade. You know, those guys, talking about the Glavins, the Smoltz, Maddox, those guys, you know, they were in every game. And so even though we're not hitting, you know, that's why we're over 500. We're not where we want to be, and we could be a lot better because of this pitching. So, yeah, they more than surpassed what we were hoping as we got through started this season, because we thought, well, we're going to have to slug it here, you know, because we got to give these guys some room. And but I'm talking about the bullpen too, not just rotation.
Now, speaking of the pitching, did John Gray get an X-ray yesterday? And have you heard anything about whether or not he can progress to light throwing now?
Yeah, he's close. Yeah, he's real close. You know, Bradford, you know, he's throwing too. So, but I'd say Gray still, you know, he's a ways away from getting on the mound. Now Kumar, you know, he's starting to play catch, but you know, we still got to slow play him a little bit. So it's still a while for all of them, really. I mean, Kumar, I expect him to be back sooner, but it's just good to see these guys just making progress and knowing that, hey, we got some help coming too.
Now, somebody whose progress we've been continually amazed by, especially given the fact that he didn't spend much time in the minor leagues, is Wyatt Langford. What are your thoughts about his progression, just as a ball player overall, but also having him in the leadoff spot? Is that an ideal spot for him with his mix of speed and power?
Yeah, well, with Wyatt, I think any spot you put him in is ideal. Right. This is how good a ball player he is. And he's just a complete player. He's one of the fastest guys I've had. He's a good left fielder. He can play center field. He'd be a really good center fielder, accurate thrower, and he can hit. He's got power. He hits good pitching. You know, he's one of the better players in the game right now at this age. That's how good he is. So, no, we're so lucky that he was there when we drafted. So we got a good one here. But as good a player as he is, it's just a person. He's so well grounded and a great character guy that plays the game right. He does things right. He plays it hard. He plays to win, and great teammate. Yeah, we're lucky to have this one.
Speaking of center fielders, over the last couple of weeks, all of us Rangers fans have been quite intrigued by the progress of Evan Carter. What have you thought about him at the minor league level, and what could perhaps be his short-term future?
Yeah, Evan's doing well. He's doing well, getting stronger. The bats are getting better. He had a good week. You know, he's driving the ball. He's getting, you know, healthy, I guess is the best way I can put this, to being the player that he is. So, yeah, he'll continue get a few more at bats, we'll continue to watch them and keep an eye on them and make sure we keep them healthy there. Then because he's a player that can help us, with his discipline and things he can do. So I just think he's in a good place now with where he's at physically.
That's a huge part for him, obviously. Dane Dunning's kind of an interesting, obviously for us, we've been rooting for Dane Dunning for a while, and then I'm always kind of interested in the psyche of a guy when you go away and then you come back. What is the conversation you have with a guy whenever he comes back and your expectations? Do you set any ground rules, or you just say, you know what, let's let him get out there and do his thing?
Yeah, well, with Dane, it was all about trying to get back on track with his command and stuff, and so that was getting so much better down there, and I think he feels good where he's at. So, this is going to be a rotation here with a lot of pitchers down there to make sure we take care of this bullpen, keep guys fresh, and he's part of that. And but it's good to have him up here. Obviously, I think a lot of Dane, we all do. I mean, we don't go to the World Series without this guy with what he did in 23, and we all get derailed sometimes. So it's good to see him back on track, and but we'll keep keep this bullpen fresh by having guys like Dane available.
And the last thing I had for you today, I know it was back over the weekend, but just what did it mean to hear that Bay Area crowd go freaking bananas for you when you got introduced?
Yeah, it's now a very, very special moment for me. I mean, it was Brandon Crawford's time, but here I'm wearing my Texas uniform, but I'm honoring a guy that did a lot for me when I managed there, and when I got introduced, it was really emotional for me for them to do that and continue to do it to where I had to stand up. So I'm very thankful, grateful, and they just remember those good times, and they want to show their appreciation, and I was very, very grateful for it.
Man, thank you very much. We're grateful for you and the time we get with you every single week. Good luck tonight. We'll catch up with you next week.
All right, guys. Good talking with you. Thanks.
Go get wins.
I love it.
I changed that just for you, Kevin.
I appreciate it.
Go get wins. I know Go Get Rangers exists in our heart and souls, but Go Get Wins is what we're wanting right now.
One interesting thing there about Kumar Rocker. So maybe we should not wait and anticipate him being available when he is eligible to come off the list at May 8th. Like, I hear what he's saying when you talk about John Gray is like, hey, looks good on the x-ray. Hopefully he can start light throwing program. Well, guess what? That still means you're a good bit of a ways away. We joked about Spores saying he's going to try out for the U14 team. And then Bradford he's throwing, but he still hasn't even started to spin the ball yet. So he's a little bit ways away. But then when we brought up Kumar Rocker, the way he was like, kind of like he did with Evan Carter, got to be careful with that player because of the health. And so I guess in like a little bit more than a week, maybe don't anticipate his coming back.
I think there's a few things to work with there, Kevin. One, I kind of already had this suspicion that maybe his time was going to be, hey, what is it while he's here? And if he gets beat up a little bit, you're going to experience that a little bit.
Right.
Maybe he does have to go relive life a little bit like Jack Leiter did last year. So I was already kind of there. So this may be a good opportunity for that. But on the front of being careful with the specific player, you don't have enough history with him to really know how he responds. And the one history we do know about him was he had the injury that forced him back into the draft. So like if you got that kind of situation that's already happened once in your history, then you want to work it slow. You don't want to force it too fast. And if you really want the guy around late in the season and at his best, then you don't want to have an injury that keeps him out for the rest of the year.
Does that not sound kind of similar to the track of Evan Carter?
A little bit.
Like, it doesn't sound like that move is imminent. But also, what did you hear Boch say? He goes, that is a guy that can help this team.
Absolutely.
So it is clearly on their radar. It's no doubt gone up since he's really been doing well the last 2 weeks or so, but it didn't sound like the time is yet.
Yeah, and I know this is a weird thing, but think about Robertson and Miro right now. You made it this far without them. Whenever they come back, people are going to look at this team as even heavier favorites if they've taken Colorado down without those guys, right?
Right.
Then you start looking later in the season as this goes along. You look at Evan Carter and Kamar Rocker or somebody else that comes back, Seager, obviously. You add those names back to the list, and now you're becoming better favorites because of those guys being on the team and the expectation of what they are. If Evan Carter comes back, it's not just because they need to throw a body out there. It's because he's earned his way back to it, and just like he thought with Dane Dunning on that.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Let's give something away!
877-881-1053. Caller number 10 will win a pair of tickets to go see Chris Brown September 3rd at Globe Life Field. You can buy tickets or you can win them for free right now and all this week in the noon. 877-881-1053. Next! C-Block.
Man, I asked Carter if he got drafted by the Eagles, could I still be a Cowboy fan? We'll see what he said next.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where right now it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Thank you very much, Kevin. I have some audio that I recorded from my house that we'll be playing momentarily. And the reason we will is I think it's funny audio, but I don't think it's funny for the reason you think it will be.
Oh.
All right? It's audio I asked my own son about, and some things happened in the middle of this audio. So, Will Howard from the Steelers.
Yes.
He's been drafted by the Steelers. We talked a little bit about him.
Going to be their starting quarterback.
I'm with you, dude. I really think that he could be. Now, are you arguing then that maybe Aaron Rodgers is still their hope, or
Aaron Rodgers is definitely still their hope. I don't know why.
And see, that's the thing for me is if I'm the way I feel I know Mike Tomlin, I don't think that that's the dude for him. Like, that doesn't seem like it. It wasn't the dude for Aaron Glenn. That's for sure. And Aaron Glenn, doesn't it feel like Mike Tomlin has more of a on than Aaron Glenn at this point? But maybe at this point, Mike Tomlin's like, I just need a quarterback that's better than what we've been throwing out there, man. We've had some miserable runs here. But I think that Will Howard has the toughness, has that he doesn't have to go out there and throw it 46 times to win. I think he kind of fits the mold of what they want. That being said, I don't know. However, when he was drafted, I thought this was an interesting moment for him because we have the part leading up to? Yeah, this is him sitting there as the Steelers are getting ready to pick.
Please pick me, please. Please pick me, Pittsburgh. Hello? Yes, sir.
You'd rather be a Steeler?
Right, man. Let's go. Yes, sir.
Will, how you doing?
I'm doing great, Coach. How are you?
Hey, man. Congratulations, man, to you. You deserve it, man, to your family. You guys enjoy the day.
All Eagles fans, but now they're going to be some damn Steelers fans in this world.
And that was the part right there that really cracked me up a bit because everybody has this conversation in their mind of like, could I be a fan of the team that I've hated for so long?
Yeah.
Like Kevin has been a Steelers fan for most of his life based on the drop that Reggie had of him saying that for so long.
Is it the most used drop we have in the history of this show? Now, I know soon it'll be you saying, oh, man, I'm a huge Steelers fan.
Yes, that was the one. And I've never quite understood how you could be a big Cowboys fan but a huge Steelers fan.
I hate the Steelers.
And I get that. But it is funny where he's saying, look, his whole family is Eagles fans. And he's like, but there's going to be some damn Steelers fans now. I do like that.
All right, so
and how are you converting them is my first question.
Okay.
How are you converting your family? Is it just because they love you, or is there some other reason that they're gonna give up on everything that they've loved for so long on the way?
Free swag and tickets that I can sell on the secondary market.
That's the way that sells you as
yeah, man.
So if baby Noah is to get drafted, and he might.
I don't have to go to all of the games. I can go to one of the games. I'll tell him this. I will cheer for you playing out on the field. But there's no way I'm going to cheer for the Eagles otherwise.
Yeah.
Although I guess if they're in the Super Bowl and your kid's playing in the Super Bowl, you're kind of stuck.
I'm rooting for my kid.
Yeah.
Okay? I'm rooting for the success of my kid. I don't have to root for the team. Okay? I can still watch a game and secretly hope the Cowboys win, while also hoping that my son wins all the battles through his game and has a great game.
Okay.
But at the same time, don't you want your kid to experience the high of that? Or are you like, you know what? I never won a Super Bowl, so he shouldn't either. I don't know how you feel about your kids out there.
And that's where I think I would have trouble, because it was the Eagles against the Cowboys, and like my son is playing for the Eagles, and he's like, oh my God, if we win this, we get to go to the playoffs. I would feel so conflicted, because I'd be like, I hope every single player in your team loses except for you. But like, I don't know how to do that. Like, if he was injured, I'd be like, hey, whenever you come back, good luck. But for now, go Cowboys. But like, if he's in the game, and I know how it feels really tough to be like, boo.
Especially especially the position. So my kid, Carter, he is going into the 8th grade next year. He's in 7th grade right now. Had his first season of football. He was better than I expected him to be. I really had no clue what to think. And then I watched him out there and I was like, dude, this guy, This guy can actually play. If we do the work with him, we might be able to get him to college. Like, I really think that he might be able to do it. His dream now is to play in the NFL. He wants to play at the University of Texas. That's where he wants to play offensive line, and then he wants to play. And listen, man, I'm an OU family, so like you know how I feel there. But then he wants to play in the NFL. So last night, I asked him. I said, if you were drafted by the Eagles, could I still be a Cowboys fan? Here's how it went. All right, Carter, let's say you're gonna get drafted by the Philadelphia Eagles. Yeah, I get it. But this is now. You're drafted number 5. You're getting tons of money. So you're going to go play football in the NFL for the Eagles.
So you didn't even care? You're just happy for me?
Do you want me to be a Philadelphia Eagles fan, or do you want me to be a fan of you while the Philadelphia Eagles play? And I'm not necessarily rooting for your team to lose, but I'm also not rooting for them to win, because I'm probably rooting for the Cowboys to win if they play. Like, I already have to deal with my son's an Eagle. That's a tough enough part. Like, I get it. But now, are you okay with me just being like, I'm rooting for my kid, but I'm still a Cowboys fan?
I'll try to convert you to a Philadelphia Eagles fan. But I'll also try to convert myself to a Cowboys player.
Oh, okay. Thanks. I'm recording audio here, Adrian. Why did you do that? I can't play that on radio. You just ruined it. You ruined it. Okay, fine. I'm playing the audio. Now everybody's going to hear what you said.
Did your wife just pull a Blake? Did she just say, you can cut S? Even if it said S, you can cut it.
Yeah, dude. In the middle of it, like I'm sitting there having a conversation with my son. She was sitting right next to me. I don't think she heard anything I said because she was so invested in whatever work she's doing. And I don't even know what she does for work, honestly, at this point. But, like, she's sitting there and something happened and she dropped an S-bomb in the middle of it, dude. And then she dropped it multiple times.
All right. I got a request. I don't know if we can backtrack this. I don't think the bosses will be pleased. Tomorrow, we're doing our show at Globe Life Field.
Yes, we are.
The Rangers have a day game, which means we can activate Fan After Dark. Will you send them that audio unedited and send it to Blake and see if he'll just put it on the air unedited? And he's like, I love it. It's great.
This is the best way to do this, actually. Like, this is the only way if I had my say in it.
Yeah, totally fine words that you can say in there.
That being said, so again, like I said, that audio was funny, but not the way you expected it to be, because Carter's a funny kid.
Man.
And so you expected he would say something funny, and then Adrian goes in there and shocks the world.
That was the hardest turn in media since Parasite. I thought it was all about this one thing, and I was like, what? It's about this now?
This is wild.
That was good.
That being said,
you tell her to clean up her potty mouth, though.
I try, but see, that's who she is. No, I love her. You did hear Carter, though, at first, though, with the I love that.
But how quickly he reasoned that away.
He's like, yeah. I'm going to try and convert you. I don't think it's going to work. All right? I don't think it's going to work is what I'm saying.
And this is why I like Carter. He does not try to change the hypothetical. He quickly accepted the hypothetical. So he went from to, all right, I'm going to try to convince you.
And he heard the question, too, that he was asking me back was, and hold on, you're okay with this? You're perfectly happy with me being drafted? And I was like, hold on, let me finish the hypothetical here.
He accepted the constraints of the hypothetical instead of trying to change them. I respect that.
From the 214, 3 times? LMAO. Yeah,
that was a lot.
That's her on radio, whenever she gets her chances, we know how it, you know what?
Can't wait for Community Bowl.
Yeah, if she pops up during Peace-a-thon like she has in the past, maybe we just have the beep button ready and we just drop beeps in while she's talking.
Yeah.
And she's like, why do y'all keep doing it? And then beep, and you're like, Adrian.
I would love it too, because you could be like, oh, you know what I really love? Beep. And we're like, whoa, dude.
From the 817, maybe Kevin needs to tell Adrian how he was able to stop cussing on radio. That is
Rosetta Stone.
Rosetta. Yeah, Duolingo.
Yeah.
I got a question. So are we shortening the amount of time coaches get after winning championships?
It definitely feels like it.
Mississippi State has fired their championship-winning head coach during this season. Now, Chris Lemonis is what I'm going to call him. He's been relieved of his duties after 7 seasons with Mississippi State. He led the Bulldogs to the only national championship in school history and now they're looking for another head coach. History goes here, he won his first national championship, and then he went to the regional final last year. I think the first national championship was a couple years ago, and then went to the regional finals last year, and then this year they said, all right, we're done with it. Now, some people argue they should have been top 25. They should have been top 16, but they weren't necessarily up there doing what everybody expected them to be. But in our history, let's go back to Rick Carlisle. Rick Carlisle was oh my gosh.
I'm sorry. When I picked up my auction item from Adrian, she goes, there you go, bitch. I do not think.
For anybody that has gotten auction items from Peace-a-thon, let me know how the interaction with Adrian was regarding her language.
I wish that were the case. That would be amazing.
Adrian sounded like Pat McAfee on Raw Monday.
Oh, yeah, that's for sure.
You have to respect the intentional sabotage. She did that bleep on purpose. I don't know that she did, dude. She was really locked in on whatever she was working with last night. But in the history of sports, it seemed like the idea, and I will say Bill Simmons was the person that gave me this idea. You win a championship, you get 5 years.
Yep.
You get 5 years to screw up, do whatever it is. You win 2 championships in a row, man, that's a 10-year. You're locked in. You're here for a while. You've done something special. And
it's like 3 max.
Bill Belichick won championships. Now, it had been a while. And then Tom Brady won one, and they were like, all right, Bill, it's probably time for you to go now. But I felt like Bill Belichick would be there until he died. He would they would be like, look, he's doing this for forever now. And yes, you can say that word, but not the other word on radio. I don't know why. I don't understand it. Rick Carlisle wins his championship. Mm-hmm. He had plenty of time.
Yes.
He had plenty of time. They went through a variety of changes while with him at the helm. So at the end of his tenure, everybody was kind of like, well, we can move on. Luca's the star here. Luca's going to be here forever. We understand that.
Whoops.
Bruce Bochy won a championship. I don't think anybody is ever going to ask for Bruce Bochy to leave. I think that's as Rangers fans, we are very committed to, this guy gave us our first ever championship. We love him for.
Agreed.
But what I feel like I'm starting to see, Doug Peterson wins a championship. Before 5 years is up, he's gone.
I mean, we talked about this right before the playoffs.
Sirianni almost got fired.
The NBA has just a ton, and they've had a string of coaches who've won a title, and within 3 years, they're like, well, see ya.
Yeah, dude. And, you're right. Budenholzer, Malone. There's so many of these names that you're just saying, what is the reason that this has been shortened? The loyalty doesn't seem to be there anymore. And I don't know if I love that so much, because it feels like you win a championship, y'all put that work in. I understand also Mark Cuban did say, let's take a hatchet to the whole team that next year and just say, forget it. There was no loyalty to that. But it doesn't seem like that the owner loyalty to those coaches really even exists. It feels like those GMs, well, I guess Calvin Booth was fired too. But those GMs, they're all fighting for their job every year.
And it's interesting because I keep thinking about this from a football perspective. And we asked the question yesterday, will Jackson Dart buy the Giants some more time? It's a weird dynamic there too, because it used to be the rookie quarterback would buy the front office more time. Now you have to optimize that rookie quarterback so fast because
within the first 2 years.
Yeah, you have a 4, perhaps 5 year window of cheap quarterback that you have to take advantage to have that inherent edge over the rest of the NFL.
Yeah, and that's if let's say Pete DeBoer. And by the way, Heiskanen was skating with the group, we've been told. I haven't seen if DeBoer's talked about that yet. Have you?
I have not.
Okay.
It is a weird dynamic of if they lose the next 2 games, he might well get fired. Or if they win tomorrow night and Miro and Robo come back for the second round, you're like, holy crap, we are now the favorites to win the cup.
Mm-hmm.
That's the edge of sports, though. That's the edge of a lot of things. I know I said sports. That's the edge of a lot of things.
There.
How many people do you know that's like, I just avoided this accident versus I had a friend that died? There are so many really minor things that can change everything for your career, for your life, everything.
Yeah, business being definitely one of them. Just thinking about the ways that people, something so small can get it done for them.
Now, I want to tell you an exciting update about our contest winner.
Real quick.
Sure.
Matt Duchene did say the suit on the guy sitting behind Bednar is the thing that got him. He was like, the color was so accurate.
It was spot on. And then we heard that he had multiple suits. It was amazing. Luis from Hazlitt won the Chris Brown tickets.
There you go, Luis.
Alec, would you like to recount what happened when you told this person they won?
Yeah, so I pick up the phone, I'm like, you're caller number 10. Congrats. I need to get some info from you. And all I hear is just, let's go!
That's what I'm talking about, dude.
I've never had somebody that hyped to win some tickets. And that was probably like the highlight of my week already. So thanks, Luis.
Man, he was excited.
Oh, man, that was awesome.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we got some My Buddies and Idiot, but also FC Dallas defender Shaq Moore. We'll do it all next right here on The Fan.
product? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, you're freaking me out, man.
Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
It will be up to Kobe Bryant and company to do it without O'Neal. Oh, and what a start for Kobe. Just to step inside the arc, it's a 2.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We have got Shaq Moore coming up in just a few minutes from FC Dallas. Big win over Miami over the weekend. But right now, it's time for My Buddy's an Idiot. 877-881-1053. Does your friend have a terrible sports or pop culture opinion? Or did they try to destroy a mural that Luca had to come in and save the day for? Now, police described it as a graffiti turf war, where graffiti artists were essentially tagging the Kobe mural and like going back and forth. And one of them, it looks like on their tag, it said, "Keep running your mouth, P." And then, "Don't be a P, be scared, leave your name."
Oh gosh.
So eventually, the entire mural was essentially like beyond repair from all of this.
Because of the turf war.
Yes, because of the graffiti turf war. So a fundraiser was started to help restore the mural to its original glory.
Okay.
I think the fundraiser is still open, but Luca swooped in and took care of it. The goal was $5,000. He donated $5,000.
Oh.
So
he's got that.
That is true.
Especially since he's going to get a contract as a Supermax, I believe, in the future here.
But he never would have signed if he was
He would have never
here,
signed
apparently.
that for the Mavericks, yeah.
Except he definitely would have. But I just think it's cool. I mean, it's terrible that this happened and that the whole incident happened, but it's cool that Luca came in and he's like, "What do you need? Okay, here you go."
Yeah, and he said, Kobe is LA.
For sure.
LA. Like they mean so much to the city, and they mean a lot to me. And so to do something like this is just kind of natural for me. I do wonder though, are they going to put security on it now? Is there going to be a security detail to ensure that this doesn't happen again? Will anybody respect
Probably
it
not,
enough
right?
to say, we're going to back off of this? This won't be anything we do. Do they care in LA? I don't know. And so like that $5,000, could it be well spent? Probably to redo the art. But is somebody going to say, doesn't matter, we're going to continue doing this?
From the 469, my buddy is an idiot. Oh, actually, I got to go back a little further. My buddy's an idiot. I'm lying. I have no buddies. My wife doesn't let me have buddies.
Oh, no.
All right.
Oh.
I have follow-up questions about your marriage, because if your spouse doesn't want you to have other friends, that is not good. Jess talks to me about that all the time, and I was like, "That's right. You can't have other friends." And she goes, "Whatever.
Uh-huh.
You want me to go hang out with my friends all the time so you can have alone time."
You do like alone time.
Yeah, I was like, "Oh, I do like alone time."
Yeah. Yeah, man. That definitely was when you're younger in dating and stuff, and you're going through that experience, and your buddies are like, "Dude, why are you so whipped?"
Yeah.
Like you got to go through that part of it. Like that's going to be part of it. You have to go through the part where your buddies are giving you a hard time because you're not around as much as you usually are. But you also are making that decision that you're going to have a different life. But then you got to be able to still communicate with your buddies. You got to be able to still have friend time. It's essential for us. We are built that way. Socially, we need it. And you know what? For mental health purposes, it's better for all of us. And don't you want me to be mentally good?
Yes.
Are you afraid? Are you so afraid that I'm going to go out there and cheat on you?
Some people are.
See, that's manipulative.
That's
something they need to deal with. They need to deal with that themselves, because that's the people that they chose in their lives before, not the people that I am.
It could be manipulative. It could be controlling. Yeah, don't love that. Hey, speaking of things I don't love, did you see the Nationals this past Friday?
No. Or maybe I did. I don't know yet.
They did their Pups in the Park, which is lovely.
Oh, yeah, I did see this.
They did it on the same night as post-game firework night. All right.
This is not a good
earlier
idea.
today, I learned about the compression jackets for animals that I didn't know about. But I feel like most people know animals, more specifically dogs, do not like fireworks.
It's loud. And
Yes.
they have sensitive ears because their ears are better than ours.
Yes. Oh, for sure. And so the idea of having dog night and firework night, and you're like, oh, maybe they didn't think about it. Yes, they did. Post-game fireworks. This was put up on the board at the Nationals Park. Will begin approximately 20 minutes following the final out. If you or your four-legged friend are not a fan of loud noises, we advise you to exit Nationals Park immediately following the game's conclusion. So they're like, oh, yeah, we're aware.
We know what we're doing.
And we need you to get your ass in gear.
Yeah, I that's weird to me that they were that, hey, we know what we're doing.
Yeah.
But we don't care. Go out. You need to leave if that's the case. That's kind of irritating, but man, have you ever been around your dog when fireworks hit?
Yes. Look, it depends on what it is. Because if it's like July 4th.
I tell him, come here.
Yeah.
I give him a big old hug.
If it's July 4th or New Year's, I get it. And I'm not going to be like, hey, you need to stop doing that. And I just try to, like you said, kind of hold or cuddle the dog, give him treats, whatever the case might be. I think mostly they just like you to hold them. But if it's just like some rando day and somebody's shooting off fireworks and freaking them out, then I probably will be like, what the hell?
Yeah, dude, my dog right now, I guarantee you right now, because of this storm, he's at home freaking out. And
yes.
We give him, there are a couple of different areas that he goes to that we make sure those doors are open so he can go be in the little bathroom area or one of our closets. He likes to be tucked away. He feels protected there.
Have you ever do you play pickleball?
I have played pickleball. I've played a few different times. We have a pickleball kingdom right around the corner from my house.
Have you ever seen it get so out of control that there's a pickleball fight?
Yes, I have. My buddy, I think I've told you, my buddy's like a nationally ranked pickleballer right now, and he sends us videos all the time.
All right, we're going to carry over this conversation.
All right.
Because right now, into this interview, from FC Dallas, we're going to talk with Shaq Moore. Good afternoon. How are you?
Good afternoon, man. I'm doing good. How you guys doing?
We're doing very well. So I know this is going to sound weird. We were just talking about pickleball, and a pickleball argument got so out of control, there was a fight on the pickleball court. When you're playing soccer, are you somebody that instigates? Are you somebody who responds if you're instigated? What's your demeanor like there?
I wouldn't say I'm an instigator, but I also don't run from it. Sometimes they try to take, humbleness and kind of, more reserved for granted. So I definitely don't run from it, but I definitely don't instigate it as well.
Does any of that have to do with all of the talented soccer players and athletes in your family, and you guys are just used to that level of trash talk, and you're like, that's what's up?
Oh, for sure. Especially growing up with all brothers. Yeah, we're definitely used to this trash talk and, everyone trying to, be the alpha. So it doesn't really bother us any bit. We're used to it.
Have you ever heard a line of trash talk from somebody in the stands that made you laugh and you're like, I'll give it up. That was clever. Because I was covering something once and this guy yelled out, hey, ref, if you had one more eye, you would be a cyclops. And it legitimately made me laugh out loud. Have you ever experienced that?
That's funny. I actually have a few times. The typical, our last name is Moore, right? So if I, something happens, they'll be like, hey, you're not Moore, you're less, which is kind of funny, and I kind of laugh sometimes. So
yeah,
there's the original, but yeah, it's funny. I like not to take it too serious. At the end of the day, they're a fan. They're going for their team, so they do anything to win.
We did tease your appearance as saying we bumped Shaq less so we could get Shaq more. So I'm with you on that.
I'm always kind of curious when this position, when you're being a backer, how did that position come to you? Did you always want to be that, or are you just like, no, this is a coach told me this is what I'm best at?
Well, I used to play midfield actually. All growing up, I was like a midfielder, like center mid, and when I went to the national team, that's when I started playing more outside back. I always had a good injury and always, was pretty good technically. So outside back was just kind of a position that I kind of fell into, started to love it, started to do really well in. And my career took off from there. Is it the most important position on the field? Definitely one of the most important, because obviously you have to go up, you got to go down. You know what I'm saying? A lot of times you're an outlet, because obviously the wider areas is where most of the space is. So definitely one of the most important positions for sure. Even though every position obviously has its importance as well.
What is the most physical position on the field when it comes down to like bodies hitting each other and all that? What is the most physical area?
I would say that maybe that center mid area, because obviously all the traffic is in there, right? So you got to know where your players are, where other players are as well, because you're receiving, and a lot of times when you receive, like two, three guys are around you. So I would say that's more physical. In terms of physically demanding, I would say some of the outside positions, so like right mid, right back, left mid, because you literally don't stop. So those two positions for me probably are the most demanding.
And then the goalkeeper is always kind of like, come on, man. Yeah, what are you really even doing back there, right?
What? Yeah, I know, right? Sorry, Martin.
Are you saying that because every goalie points out every other person who did something wrong when a goal gets scored against them?
Yeah, exactly. No, I'm joking. I mean, obviously, they're the last line of defense, so anything, that happens with them, that's really magnified. But we love our goalies. We need them.
Yes, we do.
Now, I know the most important thing from this weekend, or Sunday specifically, was y'all got the win. And I understand that. But I am curious, what was that vibe when you get the goal and start off the scoring for FC Dallas?
Oh, man, it was a great feeling. I was born down there, so I had some family as well there down there, too. So it was great, man. Scoring and helping the team to a victory. It was a tough game. Obviously they didn't have some of their top players, but they still had great players nonetheless. And to go down and come back and win was great as well.
We've talked a lot about this. Obviously, World Cup is going to be in North America next year. Specifically, there's going to be a ton of games in the Metroplex. We're going to get one of the semifinals, and then the Women's World Cup in 2031. I think we might get that final at AT&T Stadium. Obviously, you have experience at the national level like you talked about. How cool is it to represent your country and then to see that like where you're playing now is going to have so many World Cup games next year?
Oh man, representing your country is definitely, the highest honor, especially on the world stage. I have the opportunity to play in the World Cup as well. So to represent your country, all you work for your whole life, that's kind of, the pinnacle. So I love it. And in terms of coming to our area, Dallas, I think it'll be great, man. The sport is continuing to grow. I think, Dallas was definitely one of the first kind of, pioneers in that sense as well. So having more games, more of the big teams come, like you said, the semifinals and the women's final is semifinal is gonna be great.
I'm always kind of curious about the World Cup, the level of play, because we kind of sometimes hear that like you've kind of if you're a casual fan and you watch the World Cup, you're like, this must be the best soccer in the world. Is that the level of play you're getting there, or is there another level somewhere else?
I think it's definitely the World Cup. Obviously, on paper, you might not think you're playing with a smaller country. You might not believe it's it's the best level, but it's a different vibe playing the World Cup. Like the world stage, that pride that you have, knowing that the whole world is looking at you. It's definitely different. For me, I think it's the highest that I've played in. Obviously, then making it to the knockout rounds, and the pressure builds up, and the pressure builds up. So it's definitely a privilege to play in it.
Talk with Shaq Moore from FC Dallas right here on 105.3 The Fan. I know y'all's next match, you got San Diego this weekend. It's another road match, but after that, y'all have a string of home matches, and home field advantage has not existed for y'all's team thus far this season. What is being worked on, or is there anything in particular that y'all have noticed at home that's different than on the road, where y'all have been very successful?
Yeah, we're trying to figure that out. Obviously, we've been at home, we haven't been the best, but I think that's something we're working on, whether that's starting off a little bit faster, whether that's being a little bit more clinical when we have our chances. So we're working on it. I think it's mostly a mindset thing. If we can do anything on the road, we can definitely do at home as well. So we're working on it. Hopefully next home game we can get the 3 points.
Well, we appreciate the time very much. Congratulations on the win over Miami this weekend. Best of luck going up against San Diego. We'd love to have you on again anytime.
All right. Thank you so much. Thanks for having me, and you guys have a good one as well.
There you go. Shaq Moore right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is really astonishing. We talked about these splits with a couple of their players. They are one of the best teams in the MLS on the road. At home, they have been one of the worst teams.
Let's fix that.
Yes.
Let's fix it right now, guys.
Okay.
In the next home game, let's fix that.
Their next home game is in a week.
Alec is all about it. He's pumping his fist back there. He's like, yes, let's do it.
And so they're
More dubs.
Okay, we'll see if we can make that happen.
Thank you.
But they'll move back into MLS home games. They've got multiple of them coming up this month.
Oh.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, what say we chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Asia Babes. Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
That's Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
1-0. Tavares whistles one into center field, a base hit. Simeon scores from third. Berger has to stop at second because Tavares hit it too hard. An RBI single for Leote, and the Rangers now leading 3-0.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Courtesy of D&M Leasing, it is time for our chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Lovely, Hagee. A terrific conga line by the Rangers last night.
Yes.
How are you?
I know I'm doing well. I know it's just the first leg, but Barcelona or Inter Milan? What are we feeling today? My older son loves Arsenal, so I know he was disappointed with their match against PSG yesterday.
Let me go with Inter.
Okay.
I think Barcelona's been out of sorts.
I'm going to go with the Barcelonas in this one.
Oh.
Sounds like we have a show
like
rivalry.
brisket sandwiches.
But with the weather being the way it is there a chance we get to watch this?
Oh, no. DirecTV's got to be crapping out left and right in here,
Yeah.
right?
Hasn't worked for the last hour.
I think it's on Paramount Plus if you could fire that up on a computer or something. Although, Eric, how's our computer doing, buddy?
I'm actually nervous. Like, I'm trying to figure out, okay, maybe it's back. I've been having mouse issues.
I had that happen today. Something happened when you and I taped Love of the Star.
Odyssey podcast.
The mouse went insane. Like I couldn't find the cursor.
Dude, that's crazy. It must be contagious.
I think you sent me virus through the.
Oh no!
The thing.
The order of operations went broadest crap out, crap out. Your mouse bleeped with my mouse.
No,
my mouse is back now.
You were online. Yeah, it's back. You were online before me, and then I jumped in, and now I think that you had the virus and you sent it to me.
We had a damn good show, though.
Yeah,
obviously
check it out after our show today.
I had to carry it with the draft analysis and the takes or whatever, but Broadus did a hell of a job too.
Oh, thank you.
Hopefully, he's not listening right now. We have put together an idea. Thanks to Alec Medford and Corey. I didn't really help with the idea that we should do the haka for Wolchuk. That
was
on
all
Friday.
Alec's idea.
Yeah. Do you think that would be a funny bit? Do you think he'd be
I think you ought to do it at training camp in front of the player.
That's why. Yeah.
I think you should just walk.
Really rub it in.
Just right off the jump when he's walking off the field.
Establish dominance.
Just let's all line up and then have Wolchuk be the leader of it, and we'll just do it behind him.
That would get people's attention.
Definitely would. There's a chance for with all the media members out there, we'd be going viral as all hell on socials.
They'd be like, "Oh my gosh, the fan! Yeah, this is all." And we wear fan T-shirts to let everybody know.
We're serious. We're on the same team here. Yeah, I honestly thought it was going to be funny for Wolchuk. That's got to be a payoff for him. Like, he's got to actually learn it and execute it. And I think he has that musical theater background.
Yes, he does.
He's a showman. He could nail it. He would totally nail it.
Guys and dolls.
Could he do it in the clubhouse at spring training next year too? Like just keep carrying this thing over to all the sporting events.
Yeah. Hey, by the way,
every player.
I was seeing clips from
Hobie Milner.
The visit. Did they put Wolchuk to work? I think he was carrying hoses and stuff.
Yeah, he was
around.
dominant today,
he was swinging a sledgehammer. Evidently, he kept missing the target, but he was doing it,
He had plumber's crack a couple of times, I noticed.
He did, but that's inevitable.
Happens to all of us.
He was trying to carry the hoses, and it was kind of like, I was like, oh, Zach, they got you behind there. Be careful, bro.
I like the way he embraces that as well.
Yeah.
But I was wondering why he went into the men's tea clinic after the show yesterday.
Smart decision.
He knew he had something on the horizon.
And Dawson, you just said the intriguing line, the sledgehammer is tricky. Can you tell us more about that?
I think there's some weight and balance to it, and you got to learn your sledgehammer, but you also need to become a sledgehammer guy, which I found out during the 2010 ALCS. Somebody brought an A-Rod Rangers bobblehead to our broadcast position, Greg Henson and I. And I said, now, if somebody could bring me a sledgehammer, I will pulverize this thing into the ground as we throw to the pregame here coming up at 6:30 to Brian Dolgan. Well, I got out there and I swung that sledgehammer and I missed so bad. You could probably go out there to that northwest side entry, the home plate entry, the old Globe, and see a concrete crush right there in the middle of one of those squares. I got A-Rod on the second attempt.
How many beers deep were you, though?
I don't know, 4 or 5 probably.
But you can't blame that.
No, it was sledgehammer.
That was like waking up in the morning for exhaustion at that point.
Was your balance a problem? What was the deal? Was it just you misevaluated? Because sledgehammers are a different weight.
Yeah.
Was there one that just did it throw you off?
Yeah, I don't think I would have been good with any sledgehammer that day. I'd never swung a sledgehammer up to that point.
There you go. There is a different technique. It's like when you get an axe.
Yeah,
you got to swing the axe just a little bit differently than you do a baseball bat. There is a little bit of a different technique on it.
Getting that measure down, how far you want to stand back from it and all that. So it took me one miss.
You left hand at the bottom, right hand at the top choking up, and then it comes down one fluid motion.
Were you worried about hitting your shin at all? Like
no.
Their plant
I probably did get a wide stance and drive it down low, so
That's
maybe a
probably
little bit.
That would have been prime fan cam time.
I bet your feet
really
were all messed up. That's why it was off.
Probably. Yeah,
you were
footwork.
some terrible footwork, and then all of a sudden it just...
Was it Del Rio that hit himself with an axe trying to get his team all fired up once?
He also ran into a house recently or something like that.
Oh, man.
His vehicle.
Again?
There was a vehicular...
He lost his tough situation. He lost his opportunity at Wisconsin because he was having
I think that's what I'm referencing.
Oh,
which is within the last 6 months.
Yeah. Okay.
He's on fire.
Absolutely.
Well, not literally.
Okay, as long as we're going down this path.
If you hit a house, how just embarrassed would you be?
Oh my God.
That is so difficult.
I mean, in fairness to him, it was just a stop sign and a fence next to a house.
Okay, that's good. You can come
the sign
back
itself
from that.
still
The sign's tough.
Hey, I can understand being in Madison because I've been there before. You could miss a stop sign and hit a fence.
I don't understand how these people sleep at night that live that close to the road.
Yeah, like holy crap! I hope we don't die tonight because somebody drives into our house.
Yeah, I heard we traded for Jack Del Rio, or he's the new coach. He's the new coach.
Now, if we're just talking about badassness, have you ever seen the AP photographer that was covering, like, I swear, the javelin and got a javelin through the leg and took a picture of the javelin in its leg? Besides not being good at, like, judging distances, that's pretty impressive that you took the picture of the javelin going through your leg,
If you're
right?
okay, we're a
Holy
judge,
smokes,
right, of the
dude.
javelin.
I gotta see this.
Yes.
Are we not paying attention to the javelin throw?
In the air. That's what I think.
Are we turning around and watching the 880 or something?
Yeah.
Like, what are we doing? Are we? Oh, look,
that person might set a record on the hurdles. My leg.
I tell you what, that and that hammer throw thing, that thing where they spin around. We've seen people that thing goes in the crowd sometimes.
It's that the hammer throw for sure. You gotta hate it when, like, if you don't win the 400, you're like, hey, I did my best, I ran fast. The hammer throw, you might throw it into the side of the net accidentally, and you're like, I swear I'm good at this.
A lot of spinning around going on there.
Absolutely.
Really good in practice this week.
But the javelin judge not paying attention.
It was a photographer.
So
he was a press member. It was a member of the press. But why are they like out on even near the javelin?
Like, nobody could throw it this far. Oh my God!
I totally get it now. Media.
Ryan McGeaney, I believe, is his name.
And he took a picture
2008
of the javelin in his leg.
I'm trying to find the picture.
Okay,
should be a Pulitzer Prize winner, honestly.
Oh, absolutely. What do you find fellas got coming up on the program today?
Man, I got Juha Laakkonen in 1988 hitting a judge, Engelbert Perklogler, in the stomach with the damn javelin.
What?
Oh my God.
Apparently, it happens maybe once a decade or so.
You know what?
Yes. Watch out, guys.
If they ask you to be a judge of that, you're saying no, right?
Yeah.
Aren't you just no?
The one you referenced, the one, Hagee, it's through his shin?
Yeah.
Oh, gosh, we're like right below his knee.
I haven't found that one yet.
Was he
but this
pinned
is a
to the
very
ground?
interesting thread. Thank you, Hey. No, not pinned to the ground. As always.
He's not getting away, guys.
Thanks for asking. John Owning Pro Football Focus at 3 o'clock.
All right, roll home for the Not Distracted G-Bag Nation. This is going to be fun. Remember, tomorrow, if you want to come see us at the ballpark, 10 a.m. to 1 p.m., leading into Rangers baseball. KNC right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Drive safe, Kevin.
an Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Hour 1, G-Bag Nation, 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day as we welcome you in on a stormy Wednesday in the Metroplex. General at your service. There's Broadus, former Cowboy Scout, Super Bowl champion. Lucius Alexander's in the Pimp Cup here. Master Control 75 and Fitzhugh fixing to go 4.5 flawless once again. Radio producing, engineering, and hosting. Eric Chiafalo was in the house. Zach Wolchuk did a hell of a job this morning with the Sean and RJ crew. They're at the Firehouse Tour in Anna. Salute to them. Carter Freeman's coordinating your video. And along with you, we are the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. I bet the texters would have some crazy things to say right now at 877-881-1053 if I asked them, what's the most wild thing you've seen on the roads here in the last 2 hours? I was driving in today. I think it's the most flooded drive I've ever made. I was really happy that I had a heavy vehicle. You know? Yeah, I was yearning for a truck on the way in today. Yeah, I think this is the kind of weather that if you're getting over about 25 miles per gallon, you're taking your life into your own hands. Because, what they call it ponding on the highways. Yeah, it's awful. The ability to hydroplane. Yeah. At times, we were down as low as 25 miles an hour coming in on 80 and 30.
Wow.
Just because the visibility was so low and people were constantly hydroplaning, they didn't want to go very fast.
There was a Lowe's truck that just going at it.
Yeah.
He was going at it. He didn't care how much was going. He was going at it, dude.
That's crazy.
And when he passed me, it said speedy delivery right on the side. I said, sure is.
Yes. Hell or high water. Yeah. Homicidal delivery. If you ask me, some of these people need to read the room a little bit and slow it down. Because I saw, now this is just when I got onto 80. You know those highway blue signs that have the little restaurant boxes on them? They're teasing what's coming up on this exit. Yeah. That thing clean flew off the frame. Oh! Starts blowing down the service road. I'm thinking, am I driving into a tornado right now? There was no rain at the time, but within a minute there was, maybe 50 yards of visibility. Is that what you encountered on the highway today, Brian?
I had something happen to me today. I was driving back from the Star, so I'm up north coming down the tollway. And the right windshield wiper flew off.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That's a new one.
Not the driver's side, the passenger side one. Okay. Like I was hitting it, and I had it at such force of trying to get the water off the window. When you have it the highest setting.
Yeah.
The right one just said, not today, Brian. Boop, just flew right off in the air.
So it's doing that.
No. Yeah, it was like, it's a plastic.
The metal? Oh, it's
a plastic.
Okay.
It's plastic. So I'm thinking, because if it was metal, I'm not etching into my window. I'm going to pull over. I'm going to, but I'm like, at least I could see with the one, on my side. So I was okay. But yeah, that damn thing I was driving down, coming, and all of a sudden I'm turned it on to a little bit more pace. I
bet it was the speed and the wind.
It just flew right off.
Do you know how to change it?
No.
Oh, man.
I think it's a clip situation.
Yeah, it's really easy, dog.
I think it's a clip.
It's super easy.
But
you can YouTube it.
Yeah, I think so. I'm just kind of worried. I think I'm going to take it.
But how much money are you really saving to do it yourself? Because I think I just paid, the best decision I've made in a while was after my tire blowout a couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
I go to Discount, and when I'm about to leave Discount Tire,
I love Discount.
They're like, hey, your windshield wipers, you could probably use some new ones. And I was like, you know what? Sat there for a second. I was like, $10.
Yeah,
let's go for it.
That's exactly
and
where
today I was thanking God for that decision.
That's not bad when it's there.
Yeah,
but if you take it there to get that done, they'll find other things that need to be done on your car.
For sure.
Yeah,
I think that's
can't believe you made it in.
I think that's the oil change place. I think they see me as a lady kind of sometimes. Sometimes unfortunately that they're like, well, listen, your transmission fluid's looking a little cloudy right now.
They call you sugar and stuff.
Yeah, why not? And just I'm like, we'll change it. Yeah, let's do what we have to do here. So the basic oil change could be a $280 day.
Yeah,
very easily.
I got a tip for you. What you do is before you drive up there, you go around your car and you maybe rub your hands on the tires, get into the engine a little bit, get some grease on there, and then walk in and make sure they can see your hands. I'm a working man. You know what I'm saying? I'm not here to be hustled. I'm a man that's mowed my own lawn in my life. I'm a man that could change this
How do
oil.
I prove that? Well,
I don't know.
Take a little grass and rub it on your face.
Right now, you're giving the context clues of a sucker, Brian. I'm trying to help you out here at the poker table.
It's true. It's true. I mean, fortunately, in people, this goes back to my football background, where like when you're on a staff of doing something, it's always like, hey, we're going to come pick up your lease car. We're going to we're going to change this out for you. We're going to.
They babied you.
They
we're going to mow
babied
your
me to
lawn.
the. Yeah, my dad determined that. He's just like, he just can't handle this. I fertilized the yard one time, forgot to water.
Okay.
Just burned the thing up like we were in, like there was no tomorrow.
That can be a blessing here sometimes.
No, Dad was like, what did you just do? I'm like, I put the fertilizer down like you told me. He goes, you got to water the damn yard, son.
The kicker is you were 40 years old.
Yeah. And no, I didn't mow my first yard until I was 35. I was in Green Bay.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
Hey, Dawson, to answer your question about scariest thing you've seen on the road getting here.
Yeah.
I was on a tollway, seen a school bus accident.
Oh, no.
I was sitting behind that.
No.
That's why I'm late.
No.
Sitting behind that on 75, bro.
Okay.
I have no updates to whatever it was, but it was definitely two school buses.
Two school buses collided.
Yeah, they probably hit somebody else, and the other school buses may be waiting for the, I don't know. But yeah. Sitting behind that.
Okay, man.
817, been stuck in traffic all day. One upside down car, don't know how, and saw a mini pileup from people hydroplaning. Absolutely. Don't tell them to slow down. Okay, at 877-881-1053. 4.5 hours of sports coming to you here. Rangers pregame coming up at 6:30. We do have John Owning coming up at 3 o'clock. Krusty's Corner at 3:45. Brian,
Yes,
where
sir.
are you taking it today?
Yeah, I got a couple. I got there's some thoughts about where these guys were ranked and maybe who got the best value for some of their picks.
Right on. There is a Rangers offensive explosion last night. We're going to have to talk about that and what that could mean for this baseball team. Around the bases at 6, Jared Sandler at 440. I figure I need to see them hit for it's going to take probably 2 weeks where you're averaging 4.5 runs per game, maybe 5 runs per game. Then I will start to think, okay, but
I think we just need to keep talking bad about him because evidently that's what it takes.
And I think CY got after him pretty good yesterday too.
Mm-hmm.
Like reading with the media, he was saying, "Yeah, I'm frustrated and for good reason."
Yeah.
And I don't know if he addressed the team yesterday and if that led to the offensive breakout, but how much of a competitor our guy CY is, and it was awesome to see last night. Jacob deGrom was amazing. So you probably have prime deGrom back at this point. Apparently, the mechanical issues that have been leading to walks and too many hits and runs, he felt like last night was the first time that he's got this mission completed to shut those down.
You knew he was going to figure it out. And the fact, if he just our hope, just keep taking the ball. Just keep taking the ball. That gives us the best chance to win these games with him out there on the mound. But you knew he was going to. It's kind of like listening to him and Corey Seager talk about hitting. They're always going to, even if they're outstanding at it, they're going to tinker with the mechanics a little bit. But good for him to kind of. You can always count on him to go out there and get you 6 to 8 strikeouts. It's just a matter of getting him enough runs right now.
No, you're right though. Just keep taking the ball, and that's the most important thing with him. And it's it's great we've gotten to this point already. And he looks like after 2 Tommy Johns, he's still like 100% the same guy at age 35. It's pretty incredible what deGrom is doing right now. Wolchuk was with the Firehouse crew this morning. His top 10 at 220 is coming up, hosted by Eric Chiafalo. What's the subject?
Yeah, I'm excited about it today because we got the Jeff Ulbrich Atlanta Falcons news. The NFL fined the Falcons $250K and Coach Ulbrich himself $100,000. So this kid cost his father not only some level of reputation, but $100,000.
And
Okay.
he's just an assistant.
He's a defensive coordinator.
So he's probably making around $1 million.
He's making probably
$2 million.
Yeah,
okay. $100,000's a lot.
Yeah,
that's either 5 or 10% of your revenue.
Yeah, it's not great. Not great.
No,
and that's after taxes.
Yeah. And this whole story would have been probably even bigger if he ended up like getting that the head coach job for the Jets. If he would have just remained their head coach, and this still happened. If this was a head coach that this happened to, nonetheless, it was gross negligence, and the league had to at least send some sort of message that we can't be doing things that way. So I'm thinking about what is that punishment? Like, what is Coach Ulbrich doing? What is life like for young Jax Ulbrich right now, costing his dad this much money and reputation? And so I wanted to tee up what were some of the more common or weird or ridiculous things that parents did to their children in terms of disciplining them, child punishment.
Okay.
And there are some pretty funny ones that I've been.
I have had my mouth washed out with soap. I wonder if that hits the top 10.
Yeah, I mean, there's even I would say that's oldie but a goodie. And I've heard I read a couple that are like in the same line of thinking, but even more just goofy.
Yeah. You ever seen in the 80s one of your friends get picked up by their ear by their parents?
Oh, yeah.
Like you be down
out
here
of a room.
playing G.I. Joes or something.
Pulled out of a room, yeah.
And you say something smart to your mom, and the next thing you know, your buddy's getting picked up by his ear.
Yeah.
And he's like scrambling to get his feet underneath him so he can stand quick enough, but he's about to catch hell.
Of that. Yeah. Gosh, I mean, I feel like the ear's not that crazy of an idea to like be able to be ripped off. Like, I feel like you got to be real careful. You're lifting a kid up by his lobes.
Yeah, I told you the story. I saw my grandmother hit my dad with a skillet one time in the back of the head.
Yeah, she was pretty dang. She was a marksman.
She was. She was cooking eggs at breakfast, and Dad said something about one of her buddies. She just wheeled.
No look,
turned and caught him. Next thing, my dad was like, he was just knocked out.
Were there still eggs in the pan?
No, she was getting ready to cook them up.
Oh, she was getting ready to cook them up.
Yeah.
Okay.
You ever seen a friend get a spanking?
Oh, yeah.
That's embarrassing.
Yeah.
It is really embarrassing, but you guys are connected for life at that point.
Yeah, it's embarrassing.
It's
so embarrassing.
You guys are locked in for life, bro.
Unbreakable bond after that.
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, I think my friends saw me get spanked a lot more than I saw them get spanked. But yeah, I did see it sometimes.
Yeah, I had one friend whose dad was definitely loud screamer, cusser guy that would just fly off the handle in a second, but like not over. Like he was kind of for show. And like, and when I'm first becoming friends with this kid, it was like scaring me. But my friend, I could tell like he wasn't even taking it seriously. Like his dad was really a goober. Like his dad was the guy who was Miller Lite in the left hand, heater in the mouth, and he was ready to be all-time quarterback in the backyard. You know what I mean? Fun guy. But when you ticked him off, he was cussing up a storm and like acting like he was going to punch you.
I'll tell you what was the scariest dad though is quiet dad who got mad that one time.
Oh yes, the unexpected.
You're like, what? I didn't know Bruce could get that mad.
No question.
And you're like, okay.
That was my dad on an instance. Yeah, because my dad. I mean, you wouldn't see him fly off the handle really, especially from friends. But there were a couple moments, and there was one where like, I guess my brother had ticked off my mom, and my dad was kind of just sitting there. Just watching TV or whatever, and at some point my mom like gets on my dad like, yo, what the heck? And so my dad's like, all right. So he walks in there and he tries to go in the room, but it's locked. And so he just kind of like just gives it a push, and this door comes off the freaking hinges, bro. And I remember seeing the look on my brother and his friend's face as they started climbing back to the wall of the room, like, oh my God, the Hulk just walked in. Yes. And we've never seen this before.
Yes. That's good. That's a great dad story right there.
But by the way, our guy Preston over at Discount Tire was listening.
Good.
He told me, "Hey, swing on by, bro. I got you covered."
Man. Preston's the man. Preston's the man.
Got you covered there. Discount
What a guy.
Tire. So yeah.
I mean, I do feel like maybe Chief can relate a little bit to what a Gen X kid went through there with that story, but he was so calm. Mom had to talk him into it. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, for sure. Sure. Yeah.
You got to imagine dad like on the warpath from the time he wakes up to the time he goes to bed. You know?
You can hear the sound of his car coming down the street.
Then you know what it's like.
That's when you know he's like, oh, he's home, fam.
Did you guys?
Everybody pick up quick. Get the dishes.
I want to ask you guys this question though. Did you guys have friends that were dads were drinkers? Were big drinkers? Because I grew up in an era in the 70s. Yes. I grew up in the 70s where you came home from work and you immediately had drinks. So there was a lot more violent time, I think, for that. For like. Dads getting involved with
the 70s were wild too, bro. Y'all came up on a wild time.
Yeah, that was to me because I always remember like the dad you said with cigarette and drink, and then just kind of just losing it to where you just I got to go. I got to leave. You got to get out of there.
Yeah, it becomes extremely uncomfortable.
It becomes really uncomfortable, and you hope your buddy was going to still be with you tomorrow.
Yes,
seriously,
that's really scary.
I would walk home. I would walk home as a kid. Go, man, I think I just lost my friend. Yeah, it was scary.
Damn, like 8 years old. Yeah.
Like I'm 8 years old. Like you're playing electric football or whatever we were doing, and then Dad would come blowing in with the smoke and the scotch in the hand, and then he would just start losing it like he had a bad day at work, and now I'm like, hey, I've got to go. Yeah. And so I'd get my stuff and I'd go. And literally, I would walk home and I would be like, I can't go back there.
What happened to Frederick?
I can't go back there tomorrow. And you didn't have the ability. You didn't have the ability to like call them like on their cell phone and, hey, man, are you okay?
Yeah.
It's like, no, you'd have to call the number, and then the drunk dad would pick up the phone, and you're like,
the hell is
and
this?
then cling, you hang that thing up quick. You know, like,
You'd see him the next day at school, give him a hug. Man, I'm glad you made it.
You know, he might be a little banged up, but I'm like, are you okay, man? Oh, yeah, I'm fine. Yeah. Like,
yeah, I had to fall down the stairs again.
Parents back in the 70s, man. That was a wild time.
Different time
right.
indeed.
That's wild, bro. Wild.
Okay, we have a lot of sports to talk about. I want to bring up George Pickens with you a little bit more and see where we are on that. Bochy on Kevin and Corey said Evan Carter is a guy who can help this team. It was a great quote. Maybe not imminently, but Evan Carter swinging a good bat down there in the minor leagues right now. We'll be continuing to monitor that. The Shedeur Sanders apology story. And then, just a whole lot more. The Belichick story continues to get worse.
Oh, my gosh, dude.
Wow. So, I don't know. Like, so much to go. But
Giannis as well. He's about to get booted. How about Halliburton and what went down there last night with Papa Halliburton going forehead to forehead with Giannis?
Man,
that was wild.
You can't be on the court like that, can you?
Of course not. Think so.
You can't do that to your son.
Once you step across that line, you're in the wrong.
Yeah, don't do that.
Okay, post-draft Cowboys winners and losers coming up at 2:40, though. It's time for the top 10 next, Chief. And what'd you say that subject was?
Yeah, the top 10 craziest punishments from childhood in honor of Jax Ulbrich. And we sink into the Wooly Bully, maybe the greatest advertisement of all time. That's next year in the nation.
have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course it's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, that's your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Laser Babes.
That's right.
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. It's time for Wolchuk's Top 10 at 420, hosted by the Chief today. If you've been injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. It's also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. And here he is, Eric Chiafalo, with the Wooly Bullies Top 10.
That's right. Shout out to Wolchuk. His performance all morning long, but especially in that 9 a.m. segment when he went full firefighter. I think you inspired him yesterday, Broadus, because you said you got that look on you got the face of a fireman.
Yeah, but I didn't think he was going to actually have to go be the fireman.
Yeah.
I think he's got a fireman look, but man, they were making him carry stuff and use the sledgehammer and stuff.
Yeah, you got to get in shape for something like that.
Yeah,
no doubt.
You can't just show up and be a fireman.
Totally.
You could look like one, but you got to be in shape to be a fireman.
Still impressive the way he went about it, and the hustle factor. I mean, it was like a 185-pound, body of sorts that he was having to drag through to save the fire, and it was record time. So shout out to Wolchuk, absolutely dominant. And I just saw this from the 682. Just bought a ring from Wolchuk's dad.
There you go.
Nice.
And it's
RS,
incredible.
right?
Yeah, RS Diamond Broker.
There you go.
And that's, of course, Robert and Seymour.
Quality.
And Robert was great, says the texter in the 682. He was glad to meet him and pumped because Wolchuk just started these ads like yesterday. Yeah. And this is the first Tolo to walk in there, courtesy of Wolchuk's incredible ads. And we were talking about yesterday just how on point. I mean, this is a family operation. Yeah. So Wolchuk, obviously being the voice for it, makes more sense than ever. And you can feel the passion. And I had no idea how impressive not only Wolchuk, his dad, his uncle, Mr. Seymour, and then some of the incredible deals that you can get at RS Diamond Broker. So this was just a little taste of why the 682 woke up this morning and trenched through the ridiculous storm to go get the greatest diamond in the Metroplex.
Well done.
RS Diamond Broker. Yep, I love them. From dazzling diamond tennis bracelets to stunning engagement rings, our showroom is filled with exceptional pieces you'll love. And I can say our because, well, it's my dad's store. That's the R. That's Robert. My Uncle S. That happens to be Seymour Wiener. Visit in-store to explore those beautiful collections of high-quality diamonds and come enjoy the incredible prices and fantastic service that Robert and Seymour Wiener are absolutely known for. The prices are going to be better than you can get anywhere, and I can tell you, because I can speak from absolute certainty, you go see them. They got the best prices for lab-grown diamonds, natural mine diamonds, engagement rings, and fine jewelry. New location, RS Diamond Broker in North Dallas. You can check them out at rsdiamondbroker.com.
These rings get better and better, don't they?
I mean, just flawless execution, and I knew they had incredible deals. I had no idea about the breast prices.
The breast prices in the Metroplex.
It's special.
Why did he say it like that, bro?
To be Seymour Wiener.
It's his uncle. He loves his uncle.
Seymour Wiener.
More Wiener.
Best R's in sports radio.
He had no idea in real time. We had to inform him after the fact that he said breast prices. It just totally rolled off the tongue.
Yeah.
And that's a guy that that you have nothing but respect for. What a business. What a family. RS Diamond Broker. We love them. And shout out to the 682 for going and getting it done.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
Very happy for him.
That was an inspiring live spot.
I'm sure it'll get the job done.
Okay, let's go ahead and get into the top 10 list of the day. Courtesy of myself in for the Woolly Bowling.
Seymour Wiener.
I have 10 really weird and really hilarious punishments people actually gave their kids
from the 1970s
in honor of Jax Ulbrich, the 21-year-old schmo from Ole Miss who cost his pops a reputation and 100 G's. One of them reads, when I got in trouble, I was forced to smell dog breath. Because if we have to deal with the filth from your mouth, then you have to deal with the filth from its mouth.
If it's a puppy, man, sign me up.
Yeah, I gotta be. When does that? At what point do they graduate to the most disgusting thing? Like, what a turn!
Yeah, real fast too.
From cute to disgusting.
Yeah, real fast.
Seemingly overnight.
Hey, Lucius, does like they always said, like you feed your dog milk bones. Does that milk bone, that product, does that help the dog's breath or anything like that, or is it?
So they say we don't do it, so I wouldn't even know.
Okay.
My dog eats raw meat.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Raw bones, not the cooked bones. Your dog will choke on the cooked bone. That's
right.
Raw bone.
Wow.
You're a damn good dad.
Yeah, I gotta make it every night. I'm washing my hands like 13 times trying to do it. You know.
Yeah. That's epic, dude. All right. So that's a crazy one. Never heard of that one before. I mean, let me know how many of these you've never heard of. I feel like that's one that is pretty unique. One said, my mom always told me I would end up in prison, so as punishment, she would make me sit in timeout under an office desk with a slat black chair turned upside down on top of it so that the back of the chair covered the opening like bars. Then come dinner time, she would feed me hard rolls and water.
That is just abuse, isn't it?
That is way over the top.
Yeah. That's like, I think, psychological torture.
Yeah. I mean, all of the above. Projecting prison on your young child as well. Because they took that
Lights
cookie
out.
out of the jar or whatever. You're going to prison. That's heavy-handed, Ma. Settle down.
Looking at this text, it just goes to show you how many people are utterly unqualified to be parents, and I include myself in that. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
It's hard. Yeah.
I mean, goodness gracious. And I always heard it growing up how difficult it was, but yeah, it is. They'll drive you nuts, and you're like, do I even have any power around here? What happened to the element of me having fear for my parents in some respectful way? Where is that gone?
Doesn't exist anymore.
It's a challenge.
I think when we decided to stop abusing them as social norms, it kind of opened up a can of worms.
No question. Let's see here. Number 3. If
you see, they need belt to ass right now. Is what you're saying, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Got a little.
My pops would agree.
I mean, it's a shortcut, right? I think if you're like a child behavior specialist and you got all the academic stuff and you're really going to be totally calm with your energy and you can help like expertly talk a child through all their problems, that would probably be ideal.
Sure.
You know? But
who's got time for that?
Right?
Exactly.
I mean, it's a shortcut, right? I fixed the problem. That's not going to happen again.
Yeah, that ain't happening no more. Let's see. If I cursed, my mom would make me go into the bathroom and say every curse word I knew while looking in the mirror so that I could see how ugly I looked while cursing.
Okay. I like that. That's kind of funny.
Go practice cursing?
Yeah, I'm like, he's laughing at his mom after that. He's like, bro, you're not going to believe what my mom made me do. I just said the C word 15 times. I looked damn good doing it.
Yeah. I perfected it. You should see this wink I throw on the other side of it.
Let's see here. Oh, I like this one. After I made fun of my sister for wetting the bed and called her a baby, my mom made me wear a pull-up whenever my sister wore one.
Oh, wow.
That's tough sledding.
Might be traumatizing.
Yeah.
Let's see.
I hope she has photos.
Yeah.
So you're thinking about marriage, you guys?
Let me show you what this little guy was up to.
Yeah, this kid's in like high school.
Yeah.
Taking away my boy.
When I was 15, I was tormenting my little brother, grossing him out, burping in his face, making him smell my feet, stuff like that. Then I called him the P word for getting grossed out so easily. He went crying to mom about it. She put me to work in her dog grooming business, making me clean the kennels without a scooper, making me express dog anal glands 3 times a day, whatever that means.
Ooh.
Express
So
dog
looking in the dog's mouth.
anal.
Looking.
Yeah, you know, come on, fam. You know what you're doing, right? Sometimes I don't know if you're playing or not, bro.
Here's the deal. I do know the word here. Breaking news. It is anal. Okay. Now that we've gotten that out of the way, it's the express that has me concerned. Making me express dog anal glands. What is?
Maybe he messed up right there.
Okay.
Might be excrete.
Yeah.
I think there's a certain kind of dog. Is it the English bulldog that you got to clean out the sphincter area regularly? Yeah,
regularly.
Yeah. And I think some of the dog owners, they bring it to a groomer to do that for them.
Gosh, dude.
So don't call your little sister a P word, I guess, or brother a P word.
Yeah. And
quite a punishment.
Don't be burping in their faces and whatnot. How about the buck rag? Have you guys ever heard of the buck rag?
No.
It's a rag that's been rubbed all over a sweaty, oily, urine-soaked billy goat.
I thought you said butt rag, bro. I was like, yeah, I know which one that is.
The Mangino.
And I keep my eye on it when I'm in the shower. That's the one right there. Don't get it confused.
Wait, so you have a spot for your butt rag and a separate spot for your face rag?
I know which one I was doing some little other stuff with.
There you go. Yeah, I guess that would be like the Mangino punishment of sorts if it was a butt rag. But this is the buck rag, and it's disgusting.
Yeah.
And it is often used for goat breeding purposes. This dude says in our Alabama town, it became popular for parents to use them to punish children. The teenager would be taken outside. The parents would drape the buck rag over the kid's face and tie a knot in the back. Plenty of room to breathe, no room to avoid the smell.
Okay, so this was used in breeding purposes?
This was billy goat breeding purposes that became an opportunity for punishment for teenagers that were acting a fool.
So you basically took somebody's J.O. sock from a goat and put it on your kid's head as a punishment?
If you also peed on the J.O. sock and sweated all over it as well, which is probably, 1 + 1 = 2. That's going to happen.
That's easily the most hillbilly stuff I've ever heard.
That is as ridiculous a punishment. And I
mean, as a kid, I'm thinking, what am I going to do to get my parents back for this?
Wow.
This is not something that I'm just going to take, right?
Yeah,
this is war.
Menendez twins.
Yeah, you're playing the long game.
Yeah.
They are raising.
We all have our own advantages here. You assume I'm an innocent child who will not hurt you.
Hey, my bad, bro. The express the anal glands.
Yeah,
it's what we thought it was.
Oh, it is.
You got to go out there and do the work itself.
Oh.
Yeah, so that is. You got to go clean it out for the dog.
Let's play a G-Bag Nation. Would you rather express the glands or buck rag that thing?
Glands.
I'm a glander.
Gland.
Yeah, there's tools with glanding, man.
Gland, gloves.
Yeah, I can put on a suit.
Mask.
There's a hose right there. We can get this finished real fast. The other thing is right. Dawson said that is an act of war at that point.
Yeah.
Oh, you guys are not on my side. Okay.
You don't want what's best for me.
Okay.
I think those parents could probably be imprisoned at least.
Absolutely, dude.
Exploitation of a child, something like that.
Okay, early lead for quote of the day. Gavin Dawson, I'm a glander.
Yeah, that's an easy call right there. I want nothing to do with
easy.
that buck rag.
Oh, jeez. You're just wandering around the street with that on your face. Gosh.
That'd be a hell of a title to have, like on your bio, on your Twitter bio. I'm a gland expresser.
That LinkedIn is popping. Kington, you could say. Let's see here. We have 817 said they would have to eat soap, Tabasco sauce, and castor oil when I cuss.
Yeah, castor oil's bad.
Good for your belly, though, right?
It is good.
And here's the kicker. Fart was considered the F word in his house.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that's a little too strict for me.
We definitely had some toot friends, and I'm like, dude, are you kidding me? Fart is going to really get you in trouble?
My cousin was a bookie. Really? You can only say bookie in his house. 100%. And he was like 14, 15 years old, bro, with us, away from the mom. Hey, man, I got a bookie right quick. I'm like, you don't have to say that around us, dog. You good.
You don't have to say it.
Those family words.
He works for the CIA now. He can always say, I never cuss. He can always say that.
That's special.
We got greenlit for like crap, hell, and damn when we were about 14 or 15 years old. Yeah. but we never ventured beyond that.
See, our big one was frickin'.
Oh yeah, there was a lot of frig and frickin'.
Yes. Yeah. That was pretty much the.
That's a church staple. I feel like from sea to shining sea.
Yeah, frick.
Yeah.
That was definitely a no-go zone for us.
You couldn't frick?
We couldn't frick until at some point they gave up on it, But I mean, a middle school frick would get you like, hey, what are you doing?
Okay.
A high school frick would be like, really? We're still fricking doing this? But there it is. There's your punishment list.
Oh man, that was terrific. Stroll down memory lane. I think for a lot of us, the text has been on fire. Salute to everybody. Thanks for your participation. Post-draft Cowboys winners and losers coming up next here in the G-Bag Nation. I have to chat Frankels with you before.
No.
Nutmeg mayo.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, and they're all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you, Lucius. It's the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan. We have John Owning, Pro Football Focus, coming up at 3 o'clock. C-Notes coming up at 3:20. A lot of good Cowboys discussions here coming up for you. Of course, Stars tomorrow. Ralph Strangis will join us tomorrow night to talk about that after the Rangers game. We'll have afternoon baseball tomorrow starting, 1:30 or so?
Yes, sir.
So we'll be on probably about 4:30 or so. And, of course, tonight, the series with the A's continues. 6:30 pregame. And what are we looking at? Tyler Mahle here tonight probably in the rotation. So it's been a lot of fun watching this pitching staff, and hopefully we get some more runs. But let's talk about big winners and losers. Does anybody pop in your mind, Brian, before I get going here with the Athletics list? It's Saad Youssef.
Yeah, just, I can only look at my board, and how I had guys ranked. I'll give Dallas some credit for the first three, because off my board, the first three were my top 37 players.
Okay, but this one's looking at people that were already on the Cowboys. Yeah. And after this draft, it reflects well, or maybe it spells doom for them. Like if you're Hunter Lipke right now, are you a loser right now because they added 2 running backs?
I'm sorry. No. Oh, okay. I see what this is all about then. No. You know what? I'm interested now what's going to happen on the edge then. With the situation with I kind of feel like that you look at with some of the additions that they made with Turner and now Ezeraku and all. What does that mean for Sam Williams on this thing? What does this mean for that? If in fact that he doesn't come into camp in great shape and ready to go and all that. I mean, I think that he's a guy that's lost some sponsors. That they've gone on to other teams and stuff. Guys that liked him. Dan Quinn really liked him a lot. They thought about drafting him. They got him in the second round, and they thought really highly of this guy. But he really hasn't done very much. So you just wonder, with the number of defensive ends that they have, could he be an odd man out with some guys they might want to keep?
He is one of the players, that Saad Youssef pointed out here because of.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I thought you about who won the draft and kind of a thing.
I mean, you have his injury, you have head scratching mistakes, you have off the field maturity concerns with Sam Williams. I think it just further. Narrows the margin for error that he has. He's got to have a big season. Otherwise, he'll probably be looking to pick up his career somewhere else.
I agree. Yeah.
So he's one of the players. I think, the other players are probably the veteran guards.
Yeah. I think that when you start to talk about these offensive linemen, with some of the guys, I mean, they add Robert Jones and Sadiq Charles and guys like that. And now do you wonder, okay, well, what's going to happen? What's going to happen with the Matt Waletzkos?
TJ Bass,
TJ Bass, Hoffman. Yeah, those guys are clearly in the crosshairs right now, maybe losing spots.
Amongst your winners on this Cowboys team following the draft, Jake Ferguson, they did not go out and acquire any more competition for him. So the biggest threat to his job as the starter is emergence of the 2023 second-rounder Luke Schoonmaker, who did have a couple of nice games last year.
He did. And once Ferguson went down, there was some opportunities that he had to make plays, and he was able to do that. I think his blocking got better. We'll see what happens. I mean, this is another year, another opportunity for John Stevens. They really, really like John Stevens a lot, but he just cannot stay healthy. And, if this is another training camp where something does happen to him, then, I think that Ferguson is probably pretty safe, and so would be Schoonmaker.
That tight end room, fairly interesting. I think you have a number of guys who, could develop into something. And, right now, I think you need a guy who can really help the run game, right? And I don't know which one of them that is.
They need Jake Ferguson to get back to Jake. And we talked about this, I believe this morning, Eric, then we had a little bit on the Love of the Star about Jake Ferguson. And you don't have, they're hunting maybe a second wide receiver, but could you get around not having a second wide receiver if you had Ferguson playing better? You use Blue in the way you use him or going to use him, and then maybe even with Turpin. Do you how do you get all the you could get the catches for a lot of different guys if you don't have that second guy, if they in fact went that way. But they need Jake Ferguson to get back to where he was, pre-concussion, pre-knee.
Yeah.
That was a real weapon right there.
He was, and when he's playing like that, yes, I do believe you don't need a second wide receiver if you're thinking 24 or 25 points. If you want to go back into 30 range, you're going to need one of the better wide receiver twos.
They know they need a wide receiver. Folks, please don't get me wrong there. But if in fact it turns into, okay, they couldn't get one through trade, they couldn't get one through free agency, they couldn't get one after June 1 cuts. If they go into it, then it's going to be about now we're going to have to make up with that. You have Tolbert and others, but it's going to have to be about Blue and Ferguson and those guys.
Okay, other winners here for the Cowboys following the draft. Dak Prescott, says the Athletic Saad Youssef, because as he's turning 32 in July, they add another round 1 offensive lineman. You also add Jaden Blue, who's a Tony Pollard-esque elusive back with receiving skills.
Better player. I think better player. Yeah.
Man, that'd be awesome. If he is a better pro than Tony Pollard, we are in great shape. I think you might have already found your running back there in the 5th round. That'd be a heck of a job team building. I don't know if Dak's a winner here. I not yet. I got to see that Blue's great, and I got to see that the offensive line is taking steps in the right direction with Beebe and Guyton.
Yeah, but they're taking steps the right direction because they drafted a guard, which you asked them to do. You asked them to get Dak help.
Yeah.
And they got him help. They didn't get him, and they might have got him skill help. I'll give you that one.
They tried to get him help. I don't know if they have yet.
I think to me that when you look at, I think Blue is definitely going to help. I think Tyler Booker is a huge upgrade for them at right guard. When you start to talk about Hoffman and Bass, we didn't want those guys playing 17 games.
No.
To me, and I think we need to be more consistent about that. You said get him help with the offensive line. I think they did. I think you'd have to say that he won on this one.
Well, this is the difference between you being a scout and me being a radio guy. I need to show up to Oxnard and see this Booker guy playing well. I need to see preseason games of him playing well because busts at 12 happen all the time.
Well, but my point is you asked them to get an offensive lineman, and they got an offensive lineman.
Yeah, they did. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they tried. They tried. And we'll see if it worked.
You're killing them for drafting an offensive line.
I'm not killing them.
It sounds like you're saying
it's incomplete.
You sound like you have questions about, and sure, I mean, there's been times where we've been throughout this, and you're like, damn, Wolchuk, I like what you're saying about Booker. Damn, Broadus, I like what you're saying about Booker. Yeah. I mean, to me, it just seems a little off that they could have drafted something else, and you'd been like, well, hell, they didn't get Dak help with an offensive lineman. But they did get him help. I get it. We have to see how he plays.
Are they better today with Booker than they were 12 months ago with Zach Martin at right guard?
Well, Zach Martin was older and banged up. Yeah, they're better. Right now, they're better. Yes, they're better.
Stand on it, baby. I like that.
Well, I
just think that we need to be more consistent about it.
Well, I think we need to be more open-minded that what we think about a player we draft might suck.
Dawson, if open-minded is you asked them to get an offensive lineman, and they did.
But now I'm asking you to be open-minded.
I am open-minded.
I'm saying when you think a player is going to be good.
I would have taken Donovan Jackson if it was me.
I know, and I think I would have liked that pick better based on how you explained it.
That's fine.
But, what I'm saying is just be open-minded to the idea that maybe he can't play.
Be open-minded.
Maybe he can't play. Would that help Dak if he can't play?
Dawson,
would that help Dak if he's an unathletic guy that can't play pin and pull?
He is, by all measures, he's a first-round offensive lineman that's one of the best guards in the league. You asked the front office to get him help.
Yeah, and I love the pick. I love the pick.
Okay.
But I don't know. I haven't seen it, Brian. I don't know what he can do at the NFL level. I know what he can do in college, and it was damn impressive. But I'm not going to know until the games start, and then I'll know if they help Dak.
But it sounds like you're downgrading it because you don't know the player.
That's right.
But
because I didn't scout him.
But they got a player that you want. You asked them.
Yeah.
You asked them
because when you pick a player, it's a probability of success.
You could say that about every one of these guys, Dawson.
Exactly.
Every one of these guys.
Yeah.
So the Cowboys just had a draft.
They did.
They just had a draft.
Well, I mean, if you scout them, right?
They had a draft.
Do you want me stepping in there and debating the traits of a player with you if I haven't scouted them?
Dawson, you asked them, and you trust that me and Wolchuk maybe have an idea what we're talking about here.
I do. Yeah.
And so by doing that, you say, well, I like what you're saying about this Booker kid.
Yep.
But you've asked them to get an offensive lineman, so I think you have to give them the benefit of the doubt there, at least to start out with. It sounds like you have questions about them drafting a guard.
I don't have any questions about their decision to draft a guard. I love that pick.
Okay.
I do.
Okay.
Just so we're clear on that. Other winners, Brian Schottenheimer, first draft as a head coach, been in the draft room plenty over the decades as an assistant, but there's a different level of authority.
Yeah.
And he did a nice job.
They leaned on him in this one. They did. And there's some things that, like, when it was day 2, I got over there early and I was watching, I was in where we were broadcasting, and I was watching him, Will McClay, and Stephen Jones go through. And this is how I think they got to the Ezeraku pick. This is how I think they had an idea. Like, you could see that Schottenheimer was over on the board. Will had an idea. Will was having a discussion, like trying to tell them, hey, if it falls this way, this is maybe the way we go. I think Brian Schottenheimer had a lot to do with what they're doing in that war room. So that part of it, I think sometimes these coaches don't know what the hell they're doing.
Yeah.
I think with his background and with his dad and all that, and being around football and and he has the advantage of knowing what works and what doesn't work with this team. So I think he was a big part of that.
I mean, that's huge. Part of success here for this Cowboys team is having a coach like I felt like they had in Jason Garrett, who can help this process.
Yeah,
be better.
Garrett was. I would have loved to work with Garrett as an evaluator, as him being a head coach with his knowledge of players. I think he had a really good understanding for that.
All righty, it is the G-Back Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. We got 1 hour down, 3.5 to go. John Owning, Pro Football Focus, steps in with you next to share his post-draft thoughts here in the Nation.
Uber Eats has lower fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for making us part of your day. We have a C-Note coming up here at 3:20. Cowboys news of the evening. Time now to talk with John Owning, Pro Football Focus. Following this draft, big eventful Cowboys offseason hopefully coming up. John, how the heck are you this afternoon?
Doing great. Finally out of the draft storm. You know, done working 13-hour days, so it's nice.
Yes,
it's nice.
I can imagine. And it looks like you've been watching these new Cowboys quite a bit. Do you like overall what they did?
Oh, yeah. I'm a huge fan of what the Cowboys did, especially on the first 2 days. And even on day 3, I like a lot of the picks they did, even though some of them weren't, ideally what I would have done. But, kicking off the draft with Tyler Booker, Donovan Ezeraku, and Shavon Ravel, I think it's tough to beat those 3 in their entirety. Personally, I had Ravel and Ezeraku ranked a little bit higher than Tyler Booker pre-draft, but the fact that you're able to grab all 3 in the first 3 rounds, I think that's just a fantastic haul.
Tell me more about what you're seeing with Ezeraku and what you think he can do in the NFL year 1.
Oh, I love Ezeraku. I think he was one of the most technically sound and best pass rushers in this entire class. He was my second-rated edge defender behind Abdul Carter. The major thing that I love about him is just the efficiency of his movement. He doesn't waste a lot of steps. You see a lot of younger edge defenders or younger pass rushers. They waste a lot of movement on their way to the quarterback. And when you're racing to the quarterback and how quickly those quarterbacks are getting the ball out these days, you have to be efficient with your movement. Every step has to be gaining ground on the quarterback. And I think Ezeraku does that extremely well. When he's cornering, he's not taking extra steps. He's not having to gear down because he has to slow to maintain his balance. He's able to maintain his balance at high speeds with great bend and great closing speed. And I think his ability to chain together moves, to set up moves, to win with his hands, to be able to slip punches, parry punches, all those things are going to make him a very effective pass rusher. I think even from year 1, I think he's someone who can give you, 6 to 8 sacks in year 1 if he gets enough snaps, if he gets enough time on the field, for sure.
John, when it comes to the first-round pick, Tyler Booker, some of the criticisms are just the lack of athleticism, especially like the combine numbers and stuff. What would you say in response to that?
I'm a big person on, I think athleticism really matters in the NFL, but the position where I think it arguably matters the least is the guard position. Mm-hmm. And I think that's just because things like angles,
pace, those type of things matter so much more than overall raw athleticism. I mean, we saw Travis Frederick here, who is arguably a worse athlete than Tyler Booker, and he was still able to be very successful on those movement type plays, on zone runs where he has to reach a one technique, or he's pulling out on a gap run, or, you know, he's even getting out on a screen. We saw that the things that matters on those are just your ability to play with pace and your ability to take good angles to your good blocking angles. Those things matter way more than your ability, how fast you are in a straight line, or those type of things. But I would even say the people that are really worried about his tested athleticism, the one combine or pro day drill that really translate even adequately well to offensive line play is the 20-yard shuttle. And Tyler Booker's 20-yard shuttle tested into the 74th percentile, the one he did at his pro day with Alabama. And that's a very good score that I think kind of illustrates that he does have the functional athleticism to succeed in the NFL at the guard position for sure.
How do you think this, like, what do you expect this rushing attack to look like with Clayton Adams now, Connor Riley on the coaching staff, Booker now added in, you bring in Jaden Blue? How do you imagine this looks?
I think a big thing, we're going to be living in a duo world, baby. Double teams up front, as many double teams as you can create to create that vertical displacement. You know, be able to have a running back that can jockey with that micro, that will linebacker, depending on the front that they're facing, and he can either hammer it down inside or he can bounce it outside. You know, those type of things. I think we're going to see a ton of inside zone, a ton of duo, those inside runs, and when they want to get outside, I think you're going to see some power, some counters, some of those type of things. Maybe a little bit of, you know, Brian's favorite pin and pull. We'll see a little bit of that.
Yeah.
But I think it's going to be a much more varied look than we've seen in the past. Clayton Adams, I know when he was with Brian and everybody at the draft show, he was talking about how he's going to run the things that are the strengths of his offensive line. And I think that's something that's going to be very successful because you do have an offensive line that can run a bunch of different concepts. You know, people don't think that Booker should be pulling a lot, but I think, like I said before, he has the functional athleticism to pull on occasion if you need him to do. Tyler Smith obviously has the functional athleticism to pull. Guyton does, Terrence Steele does. All these guys can move. So I think that those kind of combinations give you a lot of flexibility with the way that you can attack defenses. And I think you're going to see the Cowboys be a type of team that is more defense dependent and is what they're going to do. Maybe some days they're going to be more of an inside zone team versus a certain scheme. And then other times you're going to see them really try to attack the edges with those, you know, pin and pulls or those power schemes, those counter schemes, those type of things. So I just think you're going to see a much more modular running system than we have seen in the past.
John, how concerned should we be about the Blues' issues with fumbling? I tried to reach out to people at Texas and talk about it and see if there was anything they did. I haven't heard back, but I was just wondering from your evaluation point.
It's definitely the major concern. I mean, when watching him, I think he has a lot of the traits that you want in a running back that can vie for being a starter immediately almost. He has the speed. He has the patience behind the line when he's running in between the tackles. You even seen him really well be able to manipulate second-level defenders. His big run against Clemson, he had a run designated to hit, I believe it was the B gap, the weak side B gap.
Yeah.
And there was a free linebacker he was scraping over to the A, but he could have scraped over to the B, but you saw him jab step at that A gap that pulled in that middle linebacker. So then he had no opportunity to get to that B gap once Blue accelerated, and that allowed him to get, I think it was like a 77-yard touchdown run. And that's kind of the thing that he does extremely well, is when he has a little bit of I don't want to say he needs a runway, but when he has space to make decisions and to make people miss, he does that at an extremely high level. As long as he's not getting backfield penetration, I think he's going to do a ton of good things. But the fumbling is a big concern. You know, it's something that, you know, you need to glue the ball to him. I don't know if he has to carry it with him, sleep with it, what he has to do, but I do think it's something that's inherently fixable. It's not something that is dire, I would say, for his career. I think it's one of those things that it has to come from him. No one else is going to be able to fix it. He just has to make the concerted effort to have the concentration to put in the work necessary to fix that aspect of his game.
It's John Owning of Pro Football Focus here with you in the G-Bag Nation, talking Cowboys, formerly of the Dallas Morning News. Dogs are barking, John. What do you think the Cowboys are going to do with these corners? I mean, I know you love Ravel there. Are they gonna pay Bland, keep Diggs, or is this like the 1 year where they had Lamb, Amari, and Gallup all together before money got involved?
I think that Diggs is kind of the guy that it should be most worried about his job. I think Bland, his ability to play outside and inside, that versatility and do both at such a high level, I think that makes him the type of guy that you need to really lock up for the future. And he's someone who I would be making as a clear priority to make sure he's on my team for the long distance future. And I think Ravel, he has a similar skill set to Trevon Diggs. So I think that makes Trevon Diggs out of all three the most expendable one. And after last year, it's kind of hard to expect, the top three corners to all play with each other. It seems like somebody always gets nicked up and prevents them from being on the field all at once. So I don't really have super high hopes in that category. But if they do get on the field, I think you'd be hard pressed to find a more talented top three cornerbacks in the league for sure.
Is Ravel going to tackle better?
I hope so. I think, especially in an Eberflus scheme, if he's not going to see the field.
Yeah.
Well, what do you think about the UCLA defensive tackle JT? Do you think he's a guy that could be like in the starting lineup on rundowns and be better than Mozzie Smith?
Well, the first thing I learned is he's Tongan and not Maori, so he doesn't do the haka. But
that's a good point.
That,
see the things in scouting you learn there, man. Right, John?
There are differences between the Pacific Islanders. Who would have known?
Who would have known?
But Jay Toei is a guy, before the draft, I wasn't really a huge fan of. I just kind of get put off in the pre-draft process, but when I see nose tackles consistently get reached by centers on zone runs, I think that's something that, has specifically hampered the Cowboys a lot in the past. So it's something that kind of puts me off. And I think that kind of gave me a negative lens of his talent level and his kind of, his grade. I gave him a 6th round grade. But when I went back and I watched him post-draft, looking at him with the Cowboys' eye, not having that kind of negative lens cloud my judgment, you do see some positive traits that I think can make him someone who can contribute a role year one. His ability to, get off the ball quickly when he was playing in a more attack front like he would be here against teams like I think Iowa and Nebraska games especially. He showed the ability to make first contact, to create that push, to reset the line of scrimmage and to make plays in the backfield, or at least cause the kind of backfield disruption that allows others to make plays. I know Carson Schlesinger on more than a couple of those plays was able to make tackles because Jay Toei set him up a free run to the ball carrier. So really impressed with that. I just really struggle with his lateral mobility, against zone runs. I think he's the type of guy, Twitter put this on X, that against zone running teams, I think he's someone who's not going to really have much ability to function at a decent level, a starting level, a capable level in those games. But when we see teams that run more of a gap scheme, those duos, those big on big type of runs, those vertical downhill teams, those inside zone teams, I think you're going to see him have a little bit more success, and he's going to be able to function and have a pretty good role. So I think year one, he's going to kind of have a scheme-dependent role, and then hopefully in year two, year three, maybe he loses 10 to 15 pounds or something and just get that lateral mobility so he could just stay connected to his gap just a little bit better on those type of zone runs.
Yeah, John, I think you have him right. I thought the wider you went on him, the more problems that he had right there. That he was, when he just, it wasn't, he would move his feet and all that, but he just maybe the little bit further to his right or to his left, there was some issues there with that.
Yeah, and I think a big issue of that is because he plays with a really narrow base a lot of times.
They might have to adjust that for sure.
Yeah, gets him displaced a lot by those double teams that hit him from adjacent. When he's taking things on square, he's really tough to move, but when you get those lateral kind of moving double teams, he kind of gets displaced a little bit more than you would like to see, and that allows the adjacent gaps to really swell, and it makes life extremely difficult in the linebackers.
Your thought on Ezeraku, and I think to me with the Cowboys, I didn't really see this one materializing. We were kind of doing pre-draft. We were talking maybe the defensive tackle, the one technique. We were talking corners. We were talking a lot of different things, but we weren't talking like edge rusher. Where did you have in relation to, say, some of the other pass rushers that were on your board?
Oh, Ezeraku, I would love him. He was my edge too, behind Abdul Carter.
Mm-hmm.
Abdul Carter got a top 10 grade, but Ezeraku was the only other edge to get a first round grade. So
there you go.
He was I gave Mike Green was an early round 2 grade, so he wasn't far away. But Ezra Rocky was definitively like my guy in this class. I think it's just you don't see very many guys come into the league that are as technically sound as him, that have the pass rush repertoire, the efficiency of movement, the ability to win in so many different ways, and the ability to know how to use those moves to win. He knows how to set them up and those things, and I was just extremely impressed. The one thing that I think hampered him in college was just light in the lower body. You know, he doesn't have that anchor to really hold on against bigger offensive tackles who are kind of base blocking him, or double teams between the tackle and the tight end. Those type of things gave him some issues. But he still knows how to – he takes on blocks well. He plays with a good base. He just doesn't have that sheer strength and that lower body, you know, mass to really hold up in those situations, and that might just get exacerbated in the NFL. So I just think if you can put a little bit more weight on his lower half without sacrificing the athletic ability, he's someone who can have just not only an instant impact, but a prolonged impact. I said on Twitter that I think he could be a kind of a DeMarcus Lawrence type of second-round pass rusher for the Cowboys, and everybody knows how much I love DeMarcus Lawrence.
That's right. John Owning, Pro Football Focus, with us here on The Fan. Should the Amari Cooper addition be a no-brainer for these guys at this point?
I mean, I would. I think he's not the same Amari Cooper that he was for the Cowboys, but if he can give you what he was with the Browns in 2023, or even a little, like 90% of that, I think he's by far the best wide receiver number 2 that you would have. And I think, you know, having that big body guy to be the number 2, I think he complements CeeDee Lamb extremely well, who likes to move around, play in the slot, play in all these different positions. So you need other receivers who can also move around depending on where CeeDee Lamb is. And I think Amari Cooper fits that. And also, he's not going to be super expensive. So I think that that's something that's a positive as well.
Thank you so much for your Cowboys thoughts, John. Enjoy this offseason, and we'll try to catch up with you soon.
Hey, thank you guys a lot. Really appreciate it.
Salute to you. Yes, I must follow on Cowboys Twitter there, John Owning. Known him a long time now from his days in the morning news, and now working for Pro Football Focus. But his understanding of like the analytics and the film and you know everything, he brings it all together quite well.
Sure does.
And former G-Bag of the Day champion as well.
That's right.
Laundry list of a
I thought you were going to put him on the list again with a question about his dog. Does he express his dog's little anal joint or whatever? I heard the dog bark. I was like, oh, here it is, bro.
Missed opportunity. I'm kicking myself.
And he's a jiu-jitsu guy too, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a big jiu-jitsu guy there. I see him on his social media sometimes.
It's crazy. He's a jiu-jitsu guy, but people were chiming in that his voice sounds like Tom Brady. So
really?
What an incredible, I mean, he might hit all the right notes for Giselle.
I guess I do hear that a little bit now.
Jiu-jitsu and Tom Brady. There, I see what you're doing.
Look at that.
I see what you're doing.
I see what you
Oh, John.
Matchmaker right here.
This is your time.
Yeah, it might be.
Does he have a girl?
Be the dad who stepped up, John.
Probably. You know, guy like that.
Put her on the toes right now, though. You know what I mean? Get some act right around here.
Thinking about those dogs and expressing their glance, though, I think that's a deal breaker. If I get a dog that needs to have that done, we're looking for another breed. I'm quite honestly shocked that this thing's still around.
Yeah, express your damn self.
Is it bulldogs? Is it like a
a lot of bulldogs?
The bulldogs. Yeah. Wow, they have a problem with their nose and their rear, huh?
Yes. Yeah. It's not good.
Front to back.
Yeah.
And their poor little hearts too.
Really?
Yeah, poor little hearts are terrible.
Oh, jeez.
They are cool. You know, they're kind of cute and ugly at the same time. But there's no way I'm gonna ever do that to an animal. You know, or especially I'm not gonna pay a lot of money for it. Those things cost you a couple grand.
They're expensive. Yeah, they are.
Okay, C-note, and what I think is the real story on why the Cowboys didn't take a wide receiver in the draft that's coming up next year in the G-Bag Nation.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Segment's brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. Brian found the Champions League here on DirecTV at the break after the storm finally subsided enough for us to get the damn signal in here. And Inter scores, so they lead 3-2 in the 65th minute Champions League semifinals, leg 1. Segment's also brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Oh, that was the equalizer, wasn't it?
Just like that, off a corner.
Did you see? Dawson, you'd appreciate this.
That was incredible.
You see the guy sold the dummy?
Yeah.
And everybody just went right to him. I don't know these players. I'm sorry.
Rafinha.
But it was a beautiful, what a beautiful dummy to get this shot off. Yeah.
And a great strike to tie it almost instantly there. It's now 3-3. But, yeah, that's a sweet play right there and a great finish.
Right
underside of the crossbar and off the goalie and in. Okay, C-note here. I'm gonna give you my thoughts on maybe another reason the Cowboys didn't take a wide receiver. But amongst our questions here today, how good was the Cowboys draft really? I see a lot of good grades. We just had John Owning on Pro Football Focus. You've heard Broadus Wolchuk talking about them all week long. I saw they were like top 7 with Pro Football Focus. These are the RAS scores, okay? Relative athletic scores. The average of the players, Commanders got the best athletes. The Giants are third. The Eagles are fourth. They got the fourth best. The Cowboys
all
are dead
in the
last.
division?
Yes.
All in the division.
The division is 3 of the top 4 athletic teams out of the combine, and the Cowboys are dead last.
Jeez.
So, the question is, as a scout, Brian, do you think that's a red flag at all, or is that a trust the tape situation?
It's a lot of it is trust the tape, but man, I mean, if teams are, athletic ability is a big part of this. And, we were talking about, John was saying about the coaches, and we had a chance to interview the coaches, last week or during the draft, and they were talking about, hey, we're not going to do things that we can't do. So, but yeah, the tape is super important, but athletic ability testing and stuff I think is important. My thought about with Will Johnson and that whole thing with Michigan, and I was being all crusty and mad about him not working out, So yeah, those numbers are important to me, the workouts, so I can able to compare, the various players. But that's surprising me. I thought that the Eagles had a really good draft when it came to day 3. I was like, and that's off my board. That's just off my board. But man, for Dallas to have the lowest of the 4, that was surprising.
Not only the lowest of the 4, lowest in the league.
Oh, lowest in the league. Oh, I thought that was the division, Nick. Because yeah.
What do you say, Chief? Big deal or not?
I can't say it's not a big deal, because on the surface, I would think you would want to draft as many athletes. Like, being dead last in something like this does not feel great. But when you look at it, like, Ravel wasn't able to really work out.
He wasn't.
So, he doesn't count for them in any way.
Yeah.
How athletic is he? How much would that have helped their number? You had a handful of guys like Cornelius and Toya and Maffa. Like, they didn't do enough to really accumulate a score. So you're only going off of a few guys. And unfortunately, Booker's bringing the number down because, like, Ezeraku hits it in the green. Like, that's a really athletic dude. But Booker, he's bringing the number down in a big way, because his just RAS combine numbers are not great.
Yeah.
And even if, we're still talking about some of the best college players in the world, like, relative athleticism is important here, and it's still hyper athletic.
Oh no, it's important. And like I say, I'm the guy that's always arguing for the numbers. I want to see the numbers, so I want to be able to compare. But I think John brought up a good point about the 20 shuttle and things like that. Those are things, when you start to talk about offensive linemen, it is the 10-yard split, and then also what's going to do with the shuttle. And like I say, I think both of those were, at least the shuttle aspect, I think, was really, really good for Booker, like he was talking about.
It is the C-note here. Cowboys news of the evening in the G-Bag Nation Bleacher Report's Brad Gagnon, not quite sure how to say his last name, but he was asked for one word to describe the Cowboys draft. I don't know what one word you guys would use, but he said neglectful for not getting a wide receiver or a higher-ranked running back. Now, I think Jaden Blue might end up being the steal of the draft or one of the steals of the draft.
I think the fumbling is a question for teams. I think that's why they probably had him downgraded like they did. And I do like. I'm sorry. Go ahead and finish your thought there on that.
No. I mean,
I was just, to me, the thing with the wide receiver, I think they had every intention of drafting a wide receiver at 12. I think they absolutely. And then when Carolina took their guy, and there's a couple of different ways you could look at that. The Carolina did a great job of not telegraphing but you watch Carolina play, they were awful at wide receiver. So it makes sense to have one of the best wide receivers on your board. But I think Dallas had the intention of doing that. I just don't think they thought enough of Golden and Ibuka, with the
Ibuka,
other
wasn't it, in the second round pick?
Ibuka, they didn't think enough of those guys. And so did they have them as first round grades? Likely. But they also had guys like Booker and others in between. And we always talk about, hey, don't reach, don't jump tags, don't do this, don't do that. All these rules that you don't want them to do. And they could have said, oh wow, we'll take a receiver that's down here that we have as our 15th best player instead of maybe this offensive lineman that we have as our 6th best player.
Yeah, I think it's good long-term team building. It's more best player available stuff, which is what this team should be doing right now. You have so many holes, you really can't afford to get cute. I do think it's an admission from the team as well that, yes, we could upgrade our second wide receiver spot, but how much does this matter if we can't protect Dak and run the ball? Like, I don't think Dak throwing under pressure to the number 2 wide receiver who's not as good as McMillan is going to solve much for us.
Yeah, I think that, to me, when we talk about things, Dawson, and I know we've had this discussion before, Dak throwing the football 40 times a game is not good.
No.
It's not. And so if you tell me where Dak Prescott was really good, and maybe it goes all the way back to his rookie year, where there was a running game, there was the ability that took that 1,600 yards came off the pressure that he had. Now, I know it was his rookie year, but the more that Dak throws the ball, the more he's likely to get in trouble. And so, adding an offensive lineman, adding a back, hopefully that alleviates Dak having to throw the football a bunch.
Is it that way with most quarterbacks? Like once you get over 35 throws, your winning percentage collapses because you're trying to catch up in the fourth quarter?
I think there's always the chance for problems there. The more you throw the ball, the more problems you have. Because like you say, you just don't know when you drop back. Is your receiver going to run the wrong route? Is the ball going to clang off your receiver? You're going to get an interception that way. So to me, we always laugh about, they're talking about balance. We got to balance, got to have balance. It really is true. Try and have balance to try and help your quarterback if your quarterback might be prone to have either bad luck or poor throws.
Yeah, it's the extra players in the secondary, really, the safeties and linebackers that are lurking.
If he doesn't see, and you talk about clog and cover.
Yeah.
If he doesn't see linebackers, he might make a bad throw. If he doesn't see a safety, he might make a bad throw. So the more you put him in those situations, he can make a lot of great throws, but he could also make ones that go, his interceptions are generally ones where you go, God, he didn't see the guy. Or, damn, if Gallup would have just caught the ball with his hands instead of body catching it,
Yeah.
That wouldn't have been an interception.
And if I can get McMillan, I feel like Dak can throw it over there, and McMillan's catch radius is so good, that's going to be a plus. Over the course of 17 games, he's going to make way more plays than we're wishing we could have back. Cowboys' new players have numbers. Booker, 52. Ezeraku, 41. Siobhan Ravel is going to wear 27. I'm sorry, Chief. Did you have something on that last topic?
No, well, I was just thinking, like, overall, I love the way that they approached it. I know they weren't able to solve all of their most pressing needs the way we viewed it at wide receiver and stuff, but I feel like they obviously got the best players available in their mind at the time, and I feel like they used it on premium positions. Offensive line, that's premium to me. Corner, edge rusher. So I think the biggest second-guess special goes back to the Jonathan Mingo trade, because in the fourth round you could have had Jalen Royals, a guy that I know brought us, and many others who ended up in Kansas City, I think in the fifth round.
Yeah.
You could have had him in the fourth round. Like, just that player swap right there. Would I rather have Royals instead of Mingo? 100%.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of people would have been feeling much better about this draft had you been able to solve that in the 4th round, but we don't view Mingo like that.
See, this is the problem though, and we say it a bunch though. What I wanted doesn't jibe with what they want. I mean, that's fair. I'm a media scout. I'm telling you what players I like. I get the vibe that they didn't like Martinez, the running back from Miami. Who would have been like, who was taken in the 7th round. Would I have rathered him than Moffitt? Absolutely, I would have. Krosky Merritt, another guy I scouted. I would have loved to have him over Moffitt.
Yeah, so it's not to say that they would have got the guy we wanted at wide receiver in the 4th round if they had the pick.
They probably cared less about that Utah State wide receiver than I did. And I really like the player a lot. He was my 50th best player on my board. But they probably didn't think that way about him.
We're going to have to go to VAR up here in the Champions League. Inter has scored, but it was ruled offside. We have had a Barcelona red card, 75th minute, tied at 3. I thought he was on, Brian. I thought he was on live. I thought he was on the replay, but we shall see. Machota did undrafted free agents most likely to make the team. Let's wrap up our C note with that. He went Rivaldo Fairweather, tight end Auburn, who apparently is a good blocker, which might give him an angle.
They really like him a lot. If you talk to the tight ends coach, I'm hearing whispers from him, the other people that have been with him, that they are really excited about him.
Nick Harris, Star Telegram, has a story up about Tyler Booker's journey, leaving home at 14 to go to IMG Academy. A path that's pretty common in Europe. A lot of these soccer players, they leave home 13, 14, like Luca, 12, to go be at an academy where you're getting all your education in like 8 hours of your sport a day by the highest possible professionals. But he did it, and then ended up at Bama. All the stories just continue to tell the tale of one of the bravest and boldest leaders that we've ever come across in football. Mm-hmm. Apparently at Bama, before the Michigan playoff game, he told his teammates that if anybody wants to transfer, you got to go through me first.
Yeah.
Every time I'm reading a book or story, there's just more absolute leadership gold from this dude.
Yeah, he's 10 out of 10. I mean, the easiest guy in the world to root for. You just every time that he spoke throughout the last few days, and we got to have him on the show, what an incredible character.
Yeah, excited that the Cowboys got him, and I think another one of these guys, maybe like a young Micah, a young Des Bryant, who's like, I don't care what the history says, I'm going to take us to the championship. I'm going to insist. He feels bad that he didn't win enough at Bama. He didn't win a national championship at Bama. Says, I got to make up for that. Okay, it's time for Krusty's Corner coming up next. Brian, where are you going?
Yeah, I'm going to look at. There's a list of top 100 players on value. I'm going to see if it matches with what I thought. We'll do that next.
Coming up Thursday morning on Sean and RJ, we have the...
But I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, breathe me out a little bit.
That you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
for being loud and proud Tolo.
Sean and RJ's top of the list. They get me going in the mornings on the way in. I love the dynamic between Sean and Bobby, but I cannot miss LA Live on my drive home. That's hands down the best segment on the Fan.
Turn it on and leave it on. 105.3 The Fan.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-price to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105 through the Fan, and time now for Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. Here's the king, Brian.
Thank you very much, General. Appreciate that. Thank you, Reliant, as well. Dawson, this is the first leg of this thing?
Yeah.
Of this match? Okay. All right, so we got more to look forward to.
How many is it? Is this like a four-legged sort of creature?
Two-legged.
Two-legged.
Oh, wow. Just standard
home and
two.
home.
Home,
All right.
yeah.
Whoever has the most goals wins.
Yeah.
Road goals, first tiebreaker.
It's crazy the strategy that they have for these things, but looks like a good match so far. I'm sorry we caught it halfway through the
this is great.
through the proceedings of it.
Yeah. Just a little disappointed the officials saw that as offside against Inter. I thought it was clearly on.
You picked Inter, right? I think I picked Barcelona in this thing. I just did that because I feel like I know Barcelona a little bit better.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Inter's kind of an upstart here to be here.
Yeah.
Kind of the underdog there. But Lewandowski not playing for Barca today. They're with the hammy.
With the hammy. All right. Always quick to be involved.
I let it go for a second, and I was like, well, they're just going to talk about soccer.
No.
Just let it fly.
Hey, we got a lot of soccer fans out there. We really, really do. All right. Matt Miller from ESPN.
R.I.P., bro.
Matt Miller?
Yeah, he's amazing. Amazing rapper. Left us way too early.
Okay. Any background?
God bless him.
You want to talk about Matt Miller? I'll yield a minute of my time to you.
I just want to say God bless that man.
Okay.
He's amazing.
Mr. Mac, right?
Yeah, Mr. Mac.
Is he a Texas guy?
No.
Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
Pittsburgh?
Yes.
Point Breeze.
Okay. How do we know so much?
Do you know Mac Miller? You never heard of Mac Miller?
No.
You've never watch movies?
You know that, Lucius. I never watch movies.
Watching movies?
I never watch movies.
People worship these haters till they come in contact with gods?
Oh. Okay.
Oh.
I'll give you a good idea when you put it like that.
All right.
Of course I know this guy.
All right.
He's incredible.
He's one of the best I've ever seen. He was such a talented individual. Yeah.
The late great, man. Gosh, I can't believe that was 2018.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Time flies.
It's been a while.
Scary.
Who would have thought?
Who would have thought? All right. The Matt Miller who currently works for ESPN.
If you say so.
Yeah. Not the most famous Matt Miller, right?
No, well, this is Matt with a T. We were talking about Mac with a C.
Mac.
But it's all the same.
Yeah. Oh, this guy's name.
alphabet.
This guy's name
really?
isn't in Matt. It's Mac.
M-A-C. That's right.
All right.
Big Mac Miller. What has he done?
I think Lucius is getting back to me for all those times of interrupting him. That's what he's doing.
He's got AIDS.
When he got those AIDS.
Oh,
I don't think it was full-blown AIDS. I think it was just HIV.
Jeez. Sorry about that, Mac. Mac, right? All right. Matt Miller, ESPN. He put out his top or the best picks that were made over the 7 rounds of this draft. And I kind of want to talk about him a little bit because I think it's pretty interesting what he's got working here.
He looks at everyone's pick and decides whose pick is the best.
Yeah. He actually gave, of his top 100, he gave the Chicago Bears the best pick.
Really?
At pick 239.
Well,
not the number 239. Round 2, pick 39.
That's the best pick?
The best pick in the draft. He gave that to Luther Burden III, wide receiver from Missouri.
You loved him too.
I did love him some.
That's the guy you were most hoping would make it to 44 in between those 2 days?
I was. And now it's got me a little worried that Mr. Miller liked him so much that maybe I missed the guy. No, I'm just kidding.
Shots fired.
I'm just kidding. No, I love Matt. But he said Burton was my top wide receiver in the class, and he's counting Travis Hunter as a two-way player, is what he said. And he landed in a great situation with the Bears and new coach Ben Johnson. Kind of talking about the yards after catch ability is also terrific. His number 2 player on this board, I'm just going to go through the top 10, and I'm going to tell you there's some Dallas Cowboys on this list, and we'll go through those guys too. He's got Will Johnson, the cornerback from Arizona. That was at pick 247. He had him as Will Johnson as his 7th best player on his board. I didn't have Will that high.
He was from Michigan but went to Arizona?
Right. He's from Michigan, went to Arizona to the Cardinals. He said Johnson was a top 10 player in this class when looking solely on the film and not accounting for injuries. While he did not want to slip to the second round, Jonathan Gannon's system is a great fit for him. He's kind of comparing this guy to Trayvon Diggs with his ball hawking skills.
He can hawk some balls now. I just saw some highlights of him earlier.
Yeah. Number 3, Ashton Genty. That was pick 1-6 overall. We all know about Ashton Genty. I had him as my 2nd best player of my stack, 235, but he says Ashton Genty was the 3rd best pick in this draft.
Wow.
At number 4, he gives the Philadelphia Eagles at pick 131. That would be Jihad Campbell, the linebacker from Alabama.
Man, they do get some big school defenders late in the first, don't they? Whoever's fallen, big school defender will take you.
Yeah. He's got a lot of injury things you're going to have to deal with here. A man's got knee and shoulder problems. I think that's the reason why he slid to where he did. But I go back to when 1998 when we took Jeremiah Trotter and didn't know that Jeremiah Trotter, doctor said, 10 games, 10 years. Can't tell you, Brian. The Eagles probably got a guy that's going to play 10 years here. Every time you ever we think about all these injuries and something you have to worry about, these kids overcome a lot of that. So,
if their draft luck does not run out, they could easily go back to back.
Yeah. Jalen Walker was at number 5 on his board. That was pick 115 by the Atlanta Falcons. There was some talk that the Cowboys were in that mix with Jalen.
I really
Walker.
like that player. Would you have taken him instead of Booker if it was up to you, Brian?
I had him higher on my board than Booker, so yes, I would have.
Yeah, that's the one. I mean, in their mind, it was Walter Nolan, right? It wasn't even between Walker.
It wasn't. Yeah, it was. If
it wasn't Booker, it'd have been Nolan.
Nolan, yeah, or then with also with McMillan, I believe. Travis Hunter at number 6. That would be Jacksonville's pick at 1-2. And we know all about Travis Hunter. He has Colston Loveland, the tight end from the Bears, as his 7th best pick. That was pick number 110.
That was a big surprise there at our Pluckers.
Yeah, that was a big surprise because everybody thought Warren, the tight end from Michigan, was going to be that guy. Abdul Carter to the Giants at pick 1-3. The edge from Penn State, number 8. Malachi Starks, the safety from the Ravens. I thought this was a little rich myself. At pick 127. It's a little bit high for him. I didn't see him as a first-round player.
Did Cowboys take a single safety?
They had no in undrafted free agents. They signed one from. They signed one, I believe. Who it is? I need to go back and look at that. But number 10, just to kind of finish this top 10 out, is Shedeur Sanders, the Cleveland Browns pick at 5-144.
Good pick.
So those were his top 10. Now, where do your Dallas Cowboys rank in some of these picks?
Yeah, man, show us some love.
Ravel's got to be a great pick. Let me just say that.
Okay, here we go. At pick number 14 as the best overall on Matt Miller's board, Diamond Ezeraku, edge, at pick 244. The Cowboys didn't get their receiver or running back need addressed early, but they did get a speedy pass rusher to help Micah Parsons. Ezeraku has excellent length. Those are 34-inch arms and a dynamic first step with a closing speed off the edge. That he is not lying about. He needs to add play power to provide great value in the middle of the second round. But he was the number 14th best pick that was made of his top.
Do you think the Cowboys were considering runner there, and when Ezeraku was there, they said, we can't turn this thing down?
I don't know if they had a runner that high.
Judkins?
I think
Judkins came off the board.
I think Judkins was in the mix, but you're right. He went off before. I don't know. Like I said, that might have been the pick there. But when he was gone, I think that's what made him pivot to Ezeraku. But I think it was probably pretty close for what you're talking about.
Caleb Johnson was still there, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
They did not. They were not a fan of Caleb Johnson. Siobhan Ravel, he's the 26th best pick. He was picked third round, number 76. He was 57th on Matt's board. Elite size, playmaking ability had him looking like a first rounder before he tore his ACL in September. The Cowboys didn't need a corner in this draft.
That's hilarious.
Which shows how much they valued Ravel. I disagree with you on that one, Matt.
I am glad that the Blue Star Special came in round 3 instead of round 2.
Yeah, that's a good adjustment, I feel. Let's go ahead and just make it a 4th round thing, and then we'll be really good.
Well, we set the 4th rounders on fire. That's the
right.
strategy. Blue Star Specials before that. 4th round, we just nuke.
Ravel was the 26th best player. The 27th best player on his board was Tyler Booker. That was pick 112. We could debate the value of drafting a guard at 12. Eric won't debate you on that.
I won't debate you on that. That's a premium position now, man. These guards are getting paid. These interior defensive linemen are freak shows, and that's a kryptonite for stud quarterbacks right there in your grill.
Yep.
It's a no-brainer.
But the Cowboys know how valuable a top-level interior lineman can be after having all-pro Zach Martin for 11 seasons. Sometimes teams need to hit singles in the draft, and the Cowboys got at least that in Booker, who is a safe pick. Reinforcing Dak Prescott's protection was clear priority. At number 64 would be Jadon Blue of the top 100. That was pick 149. Blue will have a chance to see the field immediately as he was the first running back the Cowboys drafted. He has had some fumbling issues, which we've talked about, but the electric speed out of the backfield and receiving ability is there. He has breakout potential if he can secure the ball. Okay, the final one I want to say is, and I'm just pointing this out, his number 100 was Ja'Cory Krosky Merritt, and that was the Commanders pick in the 7th round at 245. That's the guy that I would have taken over Maffa. And he went, and that's my board. That's my board. But I would have taken Krosky Merritt at that spot instead of Maffa, and he was picked directly right behind Maffa. So we'll see how these careers kind of, I know there's 7th round running backs, but we've seen guys like this have success before. But there's clearly some room for him to get on the field for the Commanders. So I'm going to keep a close eye. He was the number 100th player on Matt Miller's board.
Well, thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
Terrific report. Krusty's Corner every afternoon, 3:40. I've been corrected here on the text. The 214 pointing out road goal tiebreaker is not a thing anymore. They eliminated it. You now go to extra time, 30 minutes, and then a shootout because they felt like it was discouraging home teams from attacking. They said it was creating too many defensive tactics and boring games here in these second legs. So now if you're tied, you're going to extra time. All right, in addition to football's finest coming up next, Chief, where are you taking us?
It's a bad day to be an Elway or a Favre, plus exclusive sound of Jameis ingratiating himself into New York culture. That's next here in the nation.
Apes, you want the scoop from the sources? You came to the right place. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app, presented by Comerica.
I'm Bill Ryder with an Odyssey Sports Minute. If this is the end of Giannis Antetokounmpo's time as a Milwaukee Buck, if his brutal exit in this year's postseason at the hands of the Indiana Pacers pushes Giannis out the door this summer, then Milwaukee should look at the time they had him as a miracle, as a thing of beauty, and as something to be cherished. Giannis is one of the great players of this era, maybe any era, and he's a great guy, but all things come to an end. And if that's true for Giannis in Milwaukee, that organization should simply say thank you. I'm Bill Ryder.
I'll bet you mom is the best gift giver in your life. She always gives most thoughtful, meaningful gifts. And that wrapping, that ribbon curling, top notch, right? So give the moms in your life an Aura digital picture frame preloaded with decades of family photos. Aura Frames was named the best digital photo frame by Wirecutter, and it's easy to see why. There is unlimited storage, so you can add as many photos, videos, and funny memes as you can find. And it is so simple to set up. Just plug it in and share away. She will feel so close to you, and you'll cement your place as the best gift giver in the family. Win-win. Dudes, I'm telling you, the technology on this product is incredible. Mom will love it. Aura's got a great deal for Mother's Day, too. For a limited time, listeners can save on the perfect gift by visiting auraframes.com to get $35 off plus free shipping on their best-selling Carver mat frame. That's AURA frames.com. Promo code ROAM. Support the station by mentioning us at checkout. Terms and conditions do apply.
Oh man, I'm starving. And the only remedy is some legit Texas barbecue from my local Dickey's Barbecue Pit. Brisket, chicken, ribs, pulled pork, crispy chicken, or wings. Give me all of it. Smoked on site daily. Whether it's dine-in, takeout, or delivery, makes no difference to me. And how about Dickey's Catering? Anywhere in DFW, whether it's 10, 50, 500 people, it's perfect for any gathering. Check us out at Dickies.com. Dickey's Barbecue Pit, smoking the good stuff since 1941.
Doug.
Here we have the Limu Emu in its natural habitat, helping people customize their car insurance and save hundreds with Liberty Mutual. Fascinating. It's accompanied by his natural ally, Doug.
Limu? Is that guy with the binoculars watching us?
Cut the camera. They see us.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Savings vary. Underwritten by Liberty Mutual Insurance Company and affiliates. Excludes Massachusetts.
A lot can happen in 3 days, and it will. May 16th through the 18th, we're talking rodeo, pyro, and Kid Rock kicking it all off. Followed by 2 days of heart-stopping bull riding action and a new world champion. Kid Rock's Rockin' Rodeo and the PBR World Finals Championship. Friday, May 16th through Sunday, May 18th at AT&T Stadium. Get your tickets today at pbr.com/worldfinals.
One visit can change your life. Men's Tea Clinic offers a variety of men's wellness programs to help you meet your goals and keep you as strong as you've ever been. Call 972-GO-MEN'S Tea today or visit mensteaclinic.com. That's mensteaclinic.com.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARN.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth, an Odyssey sports station. D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Yeah, buddy, here we go. It's Hour 3 G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Baseball talk coming up here at 4:20. We'll go around the Rangers. Game 6, hockey tomorrow. Ralph Strangels will join us. That's after the Rangers game. We'll have day baseball tomorrow, their series finale with the A's. Pre-game coming up 6:30. It's Evaldi on the Hill today. Maui tomorrow. Here's the Chief with an edition of football's finest.
Couple of housekeeping notes. Cowboys have waived offensive lineman Jack Anderson and Earl Bostic. Also running back Malik Davis and linebacker Brock Mogensen. Not household names, but they're trying to whittle this thing down to 90 or so. And that's how they got it done. We saw the Falcons get fined today, $250K for the prank call disaster. And Nate Tice pointed out, over the past decade, the Falcons have been fined $350K and a 5th-round pick for illegal crowd noise. They had $100K to head coach for injury report violation on Bijan Robinson, $250K and a 5th-round pick for tampering with Kirk Cousins, and now another $250K plus $100K to the DC for the prank call. So they're on an epic decade-long run.
Figure it out, guys.
Hemorrhaging dollars.
And Arthur Blank encourages you to continue to shop at Home Depot.
That's right. That's right.
Go out there and get your siding and your paint and your paintbrushes and everything else.
He's making up for it.
So he can pay for these fines.
All the cheap concessions are paying off, too, for him. That's how he's trying to make up some ground on all these fines.
Yeah, I feel bad for the coach because you just left your iPad out and your idiot kid did it, and now you got to pay $100,000. But you got to have some accountability somewhere to discourage this thing and to increase the awareness of how important this private information is.
By the way, Shedeur Sanders now does have the best-selling jersey in the draft class, according to Fanatics. So it was only a matter of time.
Is he wearing the number 2?
Yeah, I believe so. I haven't actually seen the jersey, but I do see from Fanatics
I think the last quarterback, first-round quarterback, well, he went to first round, but the last quarterback I don't even know what I'm talking about here.
Go ahead.
I was thinking of Tim Couch wore number 2.
Oh,
see,
yeah.
First overall pick, right? But Sanders was a 5th-round pick. And I was trying to think of one of those 75 other quarterbacks they had might have worn number 2. I'm not sure of that. I probably could have looked that up before I made that statement.
Well, I did see from Darren Ravel, two NFL players over the past 15 years have filed to trademark something with money associated with their names before they were drafted.
Oh, the $sign with the 2? Yeah.
Johnny Manziel and Shedeur Sanders, both taken by the Browns.
Yeah.
They understand it, man. They get it.
I think the most impressive thing I saw today was when Ulbrich was talking about it. He said he called the Sanders family so we could apologize, and the family, Shedeur and coach, were amazingly gracious, more gracious than they needed to be. I just think that part of this story has been amazing. Mm-hmm. I know a lot has been said about Dion and Shedeur and a lot of their personality traits. But when it comes to walking with the grace of God through this adversity, I think they knocked it out of the park, Brian.
Well,
I couldn't agree more, by the way. It's been super impressive. Because
I do. I totally.
And the big brother is hilarious.
Oh,
yeah.
He kept everybody up in good spirits.
Yeah.
I totally agree with you on that. Sanders, though, is a legend with the Atlanta Falcons. So there might be a little bit of that, forgiving for the team that made him who he was. I mean, he made himself who he was, but he was drafted by the Falcons and still has that, that
he turned Atlanta out.
Yeah.
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 I know what you mean. He did the same thing to Dallas, too.
So he probably feels like a little bit of hey, thank you, but but they're very gracious people. I think they are. I think it's unfortunate. I think that kid should have got picked a lot higher than he did. I know I sat there on my board. We were having the draft. 3 days of the draft, and you're like,
I was waiting for you to go full Mel Kiper on the draft show.
Who's your highest rated player? And it got to the point where I'm like, if you want me to keep saying Shedeur Sanders, I'll keep saying it. But it was, that part of it was, I think, really unfortunate. And I wonder. I think there were some teams that, I think the interview process was weighed a lot. They get weighed a lot on these teams.
Mm-hmm. There's a lot that goes into it. I think maybe the interview is part of it for some people. I think as well, you're going to draft a guy whose dad if the kid's good, dad's coming for your job. Head coach wants to draft a guy whose dad is going to come for your job. If the kid can play, he will take your job.
No question.
The only way you keep your job is if the kid sucks.
Yeah.
So I think you had coaches that were thinking along those lines as well.
I'll say this about the interview part. I don't believe it's the interview of talking to him as a person, like, hey, how's it going? And, kind of getting the ball. I don't think that was the problem. I think that teams were worried about his ability to process things. For a quarterback, how fast was he able to process things? And I think that's one of the things that, like, teams are like, well, we can't put a lot on his plate. I think that's what ultimately got him. I don't think it, but like you said,
didn't the Giants lay some stuff out on him? And he was like, I can't identify
that
this.
right there is crap.
And then he kind of snapped back. What they allegedly said, he snapped back a little bit.
That is crap, man. You cannot let that stuff get out. You can't do that. That right there is absolute BS. Those things that happen in those meetings when you put a kid on the board and you ask him to, you don't know this about a player. You don't know if there might be some things. I remember dealing with players that were dyslexic, and you're asking them to do things on the board, and it doesn't come off, and they're struggling, and you're like, man, this kid doesn't know how to read, or he doesn't know he might be dyslexic, and you find out things about him like that. But to let that get out, that right there, the Giants should get fined for that. That's crap right there. Those meetings you have with those kids, you're not there to try and embarrass the kid. You're trying to get to know what he can he, if I call a play, can he call it back to me? Can he draw can he put the nickel in place? Hey, draw me your best play. What's the one play that you love to run? And, and you get them up there and they explain it and all that. But some of those kids just can't do that. This kid right here, he plays on a ton of feel. And it's the poise and the moxie and stuff. So if you're asking him to be Andrew Luck, that ain't his game. His game is going out there and kind of playing it loose and free and all that. But if teams were dinging him because they don't feel like he's smart enough, football smart enough, well, that's probably why they got him. That's probably why they got him.
I think that one was less about he couldn't do it and more they felt like he didn't prepare for it.
Yeah.
It was like, hey, this was given to you to be ready for the...
Did they give him the information beforehand?
That's how it came across to me, where Dable's like, you didn't prep for this at all.
Yeah.
So that's one of the things, but...
Okay. Well, then, to me, but
the fact that it got out is probably fair to say. Whoever leaked that is a bleep.
That's the biggest bunch of BS that I've ever seen right there. Those meetings you have with those kids should not get out like that. That should not be part of this.
Imagine if the Giants were on Hard Knocks offseason like they were last year, and we were seeing Jaden Daniels on the board. And imagine if you had the clip of Shedeur on the board there for Hard Knocks.
Listen, if you determine that a kid you don't feel like he has the aptitude, that's fine. Keep it to yourself and then move on that way. But don't embarrass the kid that way.
I think this was, something that I think NFL teams are going to probably get more comfortable with in the coming years is that we now have players that don't need the NFL. I made $6 million last year. So I'm kind of interviewing you. You're interviewing me. This is an informal get-together, but guess what? I got options. So do you like how I played in college? Draft me. If you don't, and I don't know how many college players are going to have that much financial security when they arrive, but you take one who's also the son of Dion and is carrying that amount of confidence, and approach the draft combine similarly. Dion maybe overvalued his kid and thought, my kid's that good. He can have that sort of personality around the combine as well, maybe.
Yes, I'm with that. I believe that.
Yeah. So
the marketing machine of Dion, I think, caught everybody by storm at one time. That came with the cachet of Shedeur.
Yeah. If you don't want the Hollywood quarterback, as Bill Parcells would say, I get it. But, man, I'll tell you what, that kid has got a lot of talent. I mean, a lot of talent.
It's a score. He can take a lick, too.
Yeah, he is as tough and tough-minded, and the fact that he grew up in the spotlight the way he did, you could do far worse. I think some teams did far worse than passing over him.
Yeah, I think Cleveland Browns ultimately get lucky that they were able to,
And this might be the owner stepping in. This might be Jimmy Haslam stepping in saying, enough.
Take them.
That we're not, we're not this slide is over. This is over.
By the looks of that war room, I think you're right.
Yeah, they blame that they were tired.
He's smiling when we get the news of the most the number one jersey. That was 100%. Worst case scenario for the owner, you cash out that way from a business standpoint.
Yeah.
But yeah, the coach and the GM, they didn't all look super thrilled in that moment. I don't know how much we can read into that, but definitely that is a common thought right now. Is that was an ownership move to say, hey, go get this guy right now. They traded up for him.
Yeah. Was there any buzz that maybe the Cowboys were getting ready to do something like that at all?
I heard that there was some talk that Jerry was in the room bringing it up. Not that they were trade, but I was starting to hear through some of the things that they were having discussions, and it maybe wasn't discussions like, oh, we're going to take him, but hey, what's the deal here? Kind of discussions. Yeah.
Okay, so it has been a pretty tough day for some former quarterbacks. We'll start with John Elway. This story is super sad.
Yeah.
And I don't even know what to think about it because basically John Elway was golfing with his longtime agent, business partner, good friend, who's in his early 60s.
62.
Yeah.
Roughly my age.
They were with their wives. Wow. They were golfing, and Elway was driving the golf cart, and his buddy falls off the golf cart and has died.
Hit his head on the pavement.
Yeah. My goodness. I've had a couple of close calls not falling out of a golf cart, but I could definitely see that how that happens. You go out to the fairway to hit your shot, then you got to go back to get on the path, and when it's 90-degree rules, you fly straight at that path perpendicular, and then you yank it left or right to get back on. Yeah. And if you're not paying attention, maybe hanging onto the OS bar or have balance with your feet, I could see an older gentleman going out, maybe doesn't have the core strength to keep himself upright quite as well. Next thing you know,
hope alcohol wasn't involved.
Yes,
that maybe two guys and
the guilt for Elway would be overwhelming. I think if you had contributed to the death of one of your buddies because you had too much to drink on the golf course.
You both were kind of driving back to the, trying to get back to the house, and you try to avoid something, and your buddy falls out.
That's two in a row. Didn't we have a draft prospect last month or something?
Scadaboo.
That got hurt, yeah. He hurt his buddy.
He hurt his buddy, yeah, but obviously not to this extent. An absolutely crazy, heartbreaking story. John Elway has to feel awful no matter what. I mean, being behind the wheel when your buddy ends up falling off and dying, I don't know how that happens. You painted a pretty obvious picture of how it could have happened. Even just like if you're all sitting in there, you're not expecting to take off yet, and you kind of go from 0 to 60 super quick kind of deal, and it just jolts you fall out. But like you said, head to concrete.
Head to concrete is not a good.
That's why they got the kids with helmets on their bikes these days, because it only takes like 15 miles an hour, fall down from 3 feet onto the hard road. It can happen.
Yeah. So we'll continue to see what happens here, but our heart goes out to the gentleman, his family, Elway and his family right now. That's a crazy situation. And then on the other side of things, another former quarterback, Mr. Favre, the first trailer for the fall of Favre has been released by Netflix. It's going to release entirely on Netflix on May the 20th. But listen to the teaser. This is not going to be something that is going to be very flattering for number 4.
Everybody wish they could be an NFL quarterback. You get all the notoriety, you get paid all the money.
Brett Favre was a cult-like, iconic figure.
People say he was a football god.
There are a lot of reasons why you might question Brett Favre's inner goodness.
Allegations that he sent lewd texts and photos to a New York Jet employee.
Brett Favre ultimately destroyed my life.
In the life of Brett Favre, not everything is what it seems. He starts to go through life thinking, I can do whatever I want. At what level does that stop?
I was at a game and someone said Brett Favre wanted my phone number. And I just kept saying no. I started getting text messages. And then I started getting voicemails when I was like, oh, I'm in serious trouble here.
Had to come up with that.
Maybe we shouldn't be surprised that he got caught up in a federal welfare disappropriation scandal.
You take money intended for the poorest. I don't know how he sleeps at night.
People don't want most of that stuff to come out. People want their heroes.
When someone shows you who they are, believe them.
Ooh, that's a good line. That is not going to be a pro Favre documentary in any way. We always wonder about some of these things. This is definitely a truth-telling, oh bleep if you're Brett.
Genius to play that on Wolchuk's day off, by the way. That would have been like 96 flapjacks right there, I think, by my count.
Yeah.
Stay hungry.
We should get him to call in right now. I think he's practicing his haka dance, but he could maybe call in.
Well, that's terrific. I think this story deserves more spotlight on it. You know, I think it's been slept on a little bit. Like the text right here has a good point. Why is he not in prison? I think that's another good point. He stole tens of millions of dollars.
Absolutely should be, yeah.
We'll go around the Rangers here. Top stories of your baseball team that broke out offensively last night. That's coming up next year. It's the G-Bag Nation, the fan.
But first, Tolos, it is time to take control of your financial.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady?
Pepper Lady? Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Brothers.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
All right, welcome back, Nation. It's time now for your Around the Rangers segment here. Pregame coming up at 6:30. Astros just lost to the Tigers, so that puts them at 16-14 on the year, game and a half back of Seattle, and a tie with your second-place Texas Rangers now. Seattle playing some pretty good baseball.
Yeah, Seattle's in a day tilt with the Angels right now. I think they're up 2-1, 3-2, something like that. I just was kind of checking out some of the highlights here.
Rangers getaway game is tomorrow against the A's, and the pregame at 1 o'clock, the first pitch at 1:30 here on the Fan. We'll probably jump on about 4:30 or 5 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, start talking sports with you. Segment here brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels, 214 or 817-333-3333. There is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels. Go to frankelfirm.com, principal office, Dallas, Texas. Okay, CY said yesterday, before their breakout 15-run game, it was glorious. Got all the pitchers out of there, tuned up a position player who's pretty cheeky there in the bottom of the 8th. But CY before the game was talking with reporters and said, I'm on edge, rightfully so, right? That's when somebody is ticked off, they're irritated, and they're like, for good reason. Okay, so don't mess with me right now. And he said he was ready for more drastic changes if necessary. Did the Rangers players probably get wind of this or hear a similar message in a separate meeting? Possibly. All I know is that CY is an absolute brilliant GM. I love that we are reading this here before we even get out of the month of April. Right? We're
Absolutely.
2 games over 500, and CY's like, I'm on edge for good reason. And I'm not going to hide behind a record or results. Dude just doesn't mess around.
No.
And I think CY could do a better job of running the Cowboys without any football knowledge. Just put his accountability and work ethic and standards, really.
Yeah.
Just have some damn standards.
I think his ability to quickly identify a problem and not allow it just to continue to fester.
Yes.
I hope I used the right word there. I think I did. But the thing about it is he's one of these guys, it's like, I'm not going to sit there and just let it go on and on and on and on and not do anything about it. He is going to make sure that it's known that, hey, we have to do this different. He identifies problems quickly.
Yeah.
And I applaud him for that because there's a lot of people in front offices that don't do that.
Okay, so Mondays he joins us at 4:20, and this week as we're talking to him, I thought about saying, in spring training you told us that you weren't going to be patient. How much more patient are you going to be with this offense? And I think he answered that yesterday in a different interview just 24 hours later, basically. So he said swing decisions, chase rates, lack of walks. There's no doubt we're not putting enough pressure on opposing pitchers, not creating enough opportunities to score. So that's just kind of to spell out exactly what he's talking about. But I think the interesting thing is asking the question, what do you guys think drastic would mean? At 877-881-1053, if CY is going to get more drastic with trying to improve this offense, is that the pitching for hitting trade scenario? Do we have to go that far?
Yeah, well, I will say it starts with the Kennedy Landry story from yesterday, where she's talking about Monday night after before the opener of this series versus the A's. There were no Rangers hitters in the home clubhouse at Globe Life Field before Texas opened its homestand against the A's on Monday night. It's not a huge shock for the media's allotted 50 minutes. Players are often in and out with hitters or pitchers meetings or getting treatment or anything in between. But to start their 7-game homestand, the Rangers hitters had a lengthy meeting that lasted throughout the entire media clubhouse time. So they kind of had a come to Jesus meeting. This goes back to Monday night, which it didn't help the offense on Monday night. But that was kind of the collective kick in the rear end meeting, I would imagine, where it's like, hey, we got to maybe they change up some strategic things, and maybe some of it was just like putting the pressure on of like, hey, this is what you guys are going to force me to do. Yeah. If it's going to continue looking like this, now we get to your question of like, what were those things? I mean, some guys we're not going to see anymore.
I love the pacing of CY. Like, I want my guys to know that we're good and I believe in you. But after 5 weeks of bad offense, I got to change it up a little bit, right? And say, hey, now it's time to say we got to do something or there is going to be consequences, and see if that changes the person into a level of urgency that spells results. And maybe that's what we got last night. I don't know if that holds, but I do think like just being more patient that shouldn't be a massive adjustment. Like, let's take more pitches. Let's stop swinging at the first thing.
Amen, dude. And you got all the walks last night. I mean, that was one of the more encouraging things, too. Not just seeing the runs fill up, but also a lot of dudes getting walked.
That part, you're absolutely right. That was very encouraging. I'll tell you what gets players' attention. Fire a coach. Remove a coach. Take a coach out. Then all of a sudden, those players know in that locker room that they're the reason why that guy lost his job or that gal lost their job. Remove somebody out of that group. And you talk about get somebody's attention.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, there's a reason why, they're like, hey, well, the questions will be, well, what about this? And then, hey, we're the reason why that guy lost his job. We've got to do better. You want to make accountability, as a general manager, because you're not going to be able to get rid of the players. He could get rid of them in trades and things like that, but he's kind of stuck with his team right now. But if he has to make a drastic move by removing the hitting coach, then that gets everybody's attention. Not only the hitters, but everybody on the roster.
Yeah,
like that. We're the reason why that guy lost his job, and we need to do something different.
I like that idea. I think that's one you can do when you have a guy like Marcus Semien at second base who you can't trade,
right?
And you can't bench.
No, you're right. That's what I'm saying. If you move on from, then everybody in the room now goes, geez, we got that guy fired.
Mm-hmm.
This is on us.
Yeah,
we got to do something different. But they're very much. I think when you talk to CY, he's a little bit more of he's about the process and communication and, and making sure that the guys have plenty of opportunity to do their jobs, and he's not going to micromanage and things, but he's the patience he has where he knows he's got a staff that can win this thing.
Mm-hmm.
He's not going to wait around for the hitters to come around.
No, he says he's not going to wait around as long as he did last year. I feel like last year he waited the entire time and just continued to believe in him until it was too late. The Evan Grant story says they're watching Osuna and Evan Carter closely in the minors. I think Osuna's hitting around 270. Evan Carter lightened it up over the last couple of weeks, but you don't have a lot of guys in the minors other than Osuna, Walcott, Carter, who have a really strong argument that they could actually help a big league team. Like, you'd just be hoping they get hot when they get up here. But ultimately you would know they're going to cool off and maybe be a bigger liability than the guys you have up here right now. So I would be thinking about trades if you want to do something drastic. Everything else is sort of normal. We're going to fire a hitting coach. We're going to bring up some minor leaguers. We're going to bench a veteran for a day or two. What actually constitutes drastic, I think, is fascinating to think about here over the next 3 months before that trade deadline.
Fire a coach, and you get everybody's attention.
For sure. Yeah. Sean McFarland, Morning News, writing that of all the things that happened last night, deGrom's start was the most encouraging. The 36-year-old, now with the 2.55 in his 15 career starts for the Rangers. His ERA now for this year is 2.73 as he hit his sixth start, which is the same number of games he was able to start in 2023. He threw 65 pitches in 6 innings, reached 99 miles an hour on the radar gun for the first time this season, and has had the most success he's had all year with his fastball, which he threw 34 times. He said he was flying open in his words. It impacted his ability to properly pinpoint pitches. He identified the cause when he played catch Monday and was able to implement the fix before Tuesday starts. So we might be getting set to go on a run here for deGrom. And that's the exciting thing. Like, this pitching staff has been so good and is going to continue to be so good. All it's going to take is for this offense to get hot for 6 weeks, and you should be able to build a massive lead in the division that could carry you to the playoffs.
Yeah, that's what we're all hoping for. I mean, do you feel like that was the official he's back moment for deGrom? Is this the game we're going to look back on as the season goes on? Like, oh, yeah, that was the game where he locked in and became
especially after
we're expecting.
Especially afterwards, it's every start has been kind of a discussion of, I need to do this a little better. I need to do this.
Right, small tweaks along the way.
Now he's talking like, hey,
everything
that
clicked.
Was a good one. Yeah, that was a good one. Yeah.
So I think so. Yeah. And then we'll see if he can maintain that the entire season, or maybe there's going to be ups and downs. But this is exciting, and last night will hopefully be a harbinger of things to come with the offense, but right now I'm thinking, I don't know what we can expect from this offense going forward, going into tonight. Could they get shut out again? Are they going to go back to scoring 1 or 2 runs? I hope not. We need to see a couple of weeks of good offense before we could, even consider the possibility of a trend reversal. But in the meantime, I feel like this pitching staff is going to keep us in all these games, and that it's almost surreal. Considering the history of this organization.
The constant going from deGrom to Evaldi to Malley, it's like this is phenomenal, dude.
Yeah. Well, give Dane Dunning some credit too for coming. There were some struggles
staying alive yesterday.
That he had some struggles there in the minor leagues. They bring him up because CY was worried about some pitch coverage that pitcher coverage that they had, and he gets an opportunity, goes out there and gets it done. So good.
I think he got a save last night.
Yeah, first career save.
Yeah,
with 3 innings.
3 innings save. Yeah.
He was up between 10 and 12 runs, and he gets one. So good for him. All right, we got we're about 45 minutes or so from the Expressway, and LA Live is just over an hour away now. G-Bag of the Day, 5:30 every afternoon here on the Fan, and Jared Sandler's going to join you next to preview tonight's Rangers-A's game here. That's coming up next. The Fan
coming up on the next.
something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
Saffron Squad?
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-price to sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registration 2023 and 2024.
Thank you very much, Lucius. We do have some Rangers breaking news as Jared Sandler joins us now here on The Fan. Jared, good afternoon. How the heck are you?
Guys, I'm great. Just hanging out here with Hicksy and getting ready for some Rangers baseball. A little more pep in my step after that 15-run performance. Just feeling like scoring runs is possible again. Not that we actually lost hope or anything, but gosh, they were just in such a run where they were having a tough time. And I think a night like last night, it doesn't guarantee anything tonight, obviously, but a night like last night just reminds you of what this lineup's capable of achieving.
I mean, the only downer is looks like my guy Dane Dunning just got DFA'd, huh?
Yeah, second time for Dane, and he pitched last night, got his first career save, but the Rangers in a tough spot with Kyle Higashioka's hamstring, not 100%. They're not sure whether or not he needs to go on the IL. They want to try and avoid that if they can, but in so doing, they've got to bring up a catcher, regardless of whether he went on the IL or not. They'd have to bring up another catcher, and there's the only other catcher on the 40-man is Malcolm Moore, and he's currently on the IL in the minors dealing with a finger thing, and I'm not sure that they would want to bring him up anyway. So you got to bring someone up. They've chosen Tucker Barnhart, but now you got to make a 40-man move, and unfortunately that's Dane Dunning.
So did Higashioka pull his hammy on that bases-clearing double?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not totally positive when or how it happened. I guess that would maybe make sense, but Or, it could be something that was, aggravating him a little bit earlier and he woke up today and just wasn't feeling great. I'm not totally positive, but I think the Rangers are hopeful that it's not going to be super serious, just, simply based on the indication he's not on the IL. And it's only a 10-day IL, so if there was any thought for sure that he would need to miss, 7-8 days, then they'd probably just put him on the IL right now. But I think the fact that they haven't done that, means that they're hopeful that he can stick around, and maybe it's just something that will keep him out a day or two.
Jared, at what point should we be on Evan Carter watch? Just in terms of him getting the call back up, what type of sustainability do you think they need to see before they think about bringing him back up? Because he's on a nice run right now.
Yeah, and Eric, I don't know the answer to this, but I guess you could ask the question: is it more about his production, or just the back and feeling good about where the back is, and because if you call him up, you want to feel good about being able to play him regularly, at least against righties. But one of the things that I've learned is sometimes you look at the numbers down there, and the numbers don't always tell the whole story. Maybe he's getting some hits, but they're not hit hard, and so the batting average looks good, but he's not actually having the at bats, or maybe it's the opposite, right? Some guys, they're not hitting the ball hard, they are hitting the ball hard, but right to someone. So the numbers look good. It does seem like things are going well, and ultimately I think that you're maybe looking at sooner rather than later, especially if for no other reason, Eric. I think and maybe we talked about this the other day, but Evan Carter's profile is that of a guy who is patient and takes pitches and draws walks, and that's an area in which not last night notwithstanding, that has not been a source of strength for this ball club, and maybe. If nothing else, to balance out the lineup and the personality of the guys that are in the lineup every day, he could be an asset. Now, you're not just going to bring him up solely for that reason. You want to know that he is able to help out defensively in center field, that the body is in a good spot to do this on a regular basis, and they obviously have a better idea of that, and that's not something seen in the box score necessarily. But, I do think sooner rather than later, and, I think the plan when they sent him down was obviously for him to find a path to come back up. I don't think the Rangers are going to, lock several doors for him to try and break through. It's not going to be like an escape room scenario, but, I think they want to feel good about where he is and make sure he's in a position to succeed.
You mentioned the plate discipline, and last night, obviously, getting 9 walks. That was fantastic. Kennedy Landry had the story about before the game on Monday night versus the A's. There was kind of a come-to-Jesus meeting with all the hitters. Do you think that was the main point of conversation? Was it the plate discipline, or was it a multitude of different things?
Yeah, I think it was a multitude of different things. I think that's probably a part of it, right? Just when you look at the data, and that's not something that is tough for anyone to look at and comprehend. It's pretty straightforward. Hey, guys, we're swinging a lot and we're chasing a lot, but it's not like these guys go into the box thinking let's chase. And so it's one thing to say it. I think it probably more about just the prep and the process and understanding. That, hey, we've gotten off to a slow start. Let's hit the reset button. Let's get this done. And maybe figuring out the best way to go about this, the best way for these guys to prepare themselves every day. And just, I think it probably covered a number of things from the process to just reminding guys, I think the veterans speaking up, making sure the young guys hear their voice saying, it's all good. Hey, this is no different than any other rough stretch during the season. It's just unfortunately the beginning of the year, so we have nothing to support the numbers a little bit more, right? If this happened in July, we would just say, gosh, they're really struggling right now, but you're looking and you're seeing better numbers, and so I think that's a part of it. And you're just probably letting guys share their experiences and what works, and going from there. But yeah, there's no doubt that a part of just the general understanding, Eric, is that they need to be more disciplined. They need to do a better job of controlling the strike zone and putting themselves in favorable positions, and they did a great job of that last night.
Jared, when you with deGrom and the way that that he's had his last 6 starts, and is there talk now that he's more like the deGrom we always thought he was going to be when he came here? I mean, it seems like a lot less, and I don't even want to use the word. When we start to talk about him, often, because I don't want to jinx him or anything, but it seems like to me that he is that type of guy that they thought he was always going to be.
Yeah, no, I mean what he did last night was fun. That was impressive, and the Athletics have one of the best lineups in baseball. At least, that's been the case so far this year. So, don't mistake that with maybe Athletics teams the last few years that have really struggled, right? That's a good lineup that he diced up, and he did it so efficiently. 65 pitches, 6 innings. I mean, that's not easy to do, especially when you're striking out 7 batters. But, I think the last few starts we've seen an uptick. And remember, if someone were to go and just look at the line score from his previous start, he gave up those 2 runs against the Athletics. There was a missed fly ball that was a part of it, not an error. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given up any runs, right? So, he really has looked a lot better. And, you think of how good the staff is. I mean, you got Nathan Eovaldi, who, everyone knows what he can do and what he can be. And Jacob deGrom is with each start getting closer and closer probably to where he wants to be. And then, let's not forget that there's this other guy, a part of the rotation, who was leading Major League Baseball in ERA, prior to his last start in Tyler Mahle. And then we've seen, already the growth of Jack Leiter. And then the guy that they signed in spring, Patrick Corbin, not expected to be an all-star by any means. But, gosh, I'll be damned if he hasn't given this team a chance to win every time he's taken the mound and pitched pretty well, all things considered. So they've got a great rotation, but having a guy like Jacob deGrom and then going right after that with Nathan Eovaldi is pretty formidable. And I'm excited to see deGrom pitch on Sunday because he's facing the Mariners for the second time. And, it's a big weekend ahead of us. Seattle, I think, is, as we've talked about, they're a really good team. And I've said this a number of times. Obviously, I know we've got a lot of baseball left, but I think that the Rangers and Mariners are the 2 best teams in the division. And, I know it's April, or I guess tomorrow's May, but, you only play your division opponents in 4 separate series, 13 times. And so these games are definitely meaningful.
How do they hit Severino usually?
Well, that's an interesting question, Gavin, because Luis Severino is a little bit of a different pitcher. As he's gotten older, he's coming off a year with the Mets, in which he pitched well. He is not the strikeout guy that he used to be in his early years with the Yankees. He was a 200 strikeout guy, definitely more than a strikeout per inning. But over the course of Severino's career against the Rangers, mixed results in that he's had 2 outlier starts that have not gone well statistically, but for the most part, he's been really good against the Rangers. But because of the smaller sample, the numbers maybe don't show the dominance he's achieved. But he's got an ERA, I think, in the mid to high 3s in his career against the Rangers. But he's had a couple of outings, I think, where he's gone 6-7 innings and allowed 1 run or maybe no runs. So mixed bag, but last time the Rangers faced him last year when he was with the Mets, the Rangers dialed him up a little bit, and so hopefully they can do that again tonight.
Reading the morning news when CY tells the reporters yesterday, you were probably there, that he's on edge, and rightfully so, and he was thinking about more drastic measures to get the offense going. What do you think is the most drastic thing that we could see this year?
To try and get the offense going?
Yeah.
Oh, man. I mean, from a gimmicky, wacky standpoint, I don't. Maybe they're saying that they wear that kind of ties caps. It all. Yeah, rally caps or rally pearls, like what Jock Peterson did. I like that. The pearl necklace, but from an actual baseball standpoint, that they've already tweaked the lineup a little bit, and I think Bruce Bochy is sensitive to not over tweaking a lineup and kind of trying to find some sort of rhythm or consistency. I just think I did a Q&A earlier today with Josh Boers, and he said something really interesting that. September baseball is so much fun because if you're in the hunt, stats don't matter anymore. It's just what can we do to win. And it's not that guys don't try to win right now, but there's just a heightened intensity. And, you kind of simplify things a little bit. And it's not a drastic measure. It's probably not a sexy answer to your question. But I think, in these situations, sometimes you hear hitters talk about just simplifying things and playing small ball when there are opportunities. I'm not talking about laying down bunts, but moving a runner over and finding small wins to put yourself in a position to produce for the team and to be positive for the team. And that's not really drastic. I realize it's probably a crummy answer to your question, but that's the best I can think of from like a baseball standpoint. Unless like Boch were to draw names out of the hat for a lineup, but I don't think he's going to do something like that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm intrigued by what CY might have in mind, because he later said that he's not going to be patient like he was last year. So I'm like, man, I wonder how CY is taking all this in. All right, we're going to get Corey Seager this weekend?
I hope so. I apologize. I don't know the exact date he's eligible. I think it's Saturday, if I'm not mistaken. So that'd be great to get him back. I think all signs right now are pointing towards a quick return, whether it's Saturday or Sunday. And the only thing with the off day Monday, it's possible that the Rangers, maybe give him that extra few days and let him start on the road. Corey's not a guy that typically needs a rehab assignment, so you don't have to worry about him, playing in a rehab game and then maybe giving him a day off before he, really ramps it up. So I don't know that we know for sure. I do think that there's a good chance that we do see him this weekend against the Mariners.
Thank you, Sands. Have a great night. We'll catch you tomorrow.
Thanks, Phil.
Yeah, there he goes.
Yeah.
He's with something. He's at Jared Sandler on Twitter, a Rangers insider and expert. And yes, Corey Seager is eligible to return on May 3rd. Which is Saturday. What are we doing next, Chief?
Sounds of the Sports Day. New Mad Dog just dropped, and we grade the game-winning call next year in the Nation.
And Sandler brought to you by Blue Nail Roofing. We're back with those sounds of the Sports Day next in the Nation.
Fellowship at its finest. You don't need... P&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
That is right. Hour 4 G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. You're now just 29 minutes from the G-Bag of the day every afternoon, 5:30 here on The Fan. Here's the Chief with your sounds of the sports day.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. 877-881-1053. We start in the world of basketball. Let's grade the call, ladies and gentlemen. This is the most overrated player in the NBA, according to NBA players. Tyrese Halliburton getting the matchup with Giannis, who switched on to him, and then it is taking it to the rack for the game winner.
Here comes Halliburton. Hits the timeline with 7. Outside the arc with 5. Driving in the lane at the goal. He lays it in with 1 3/10 seconds to go. Milwaukee has no timeouts. They have to go the length. Ball is going to be played in by Antetokounmpo. He gets it to Trent, and this one is over. Unbelievable.
How about that? Halliburton finishes with 26, 9, and 5, 3 steals in 42 minutes. He gets the matchup on Giannis at the end of that game, overtime, takes him to the rack, gets the finger roll, and then craziness ensues because then Halliburton's dad, Mr. John, decided to go flex and wave the Tyrese Halliburton towel in the face of Giannis on the court after the game. This could be Giannis's last game in a Bucks uniform, and ending this way, surrendering a lead, having the game-winning bucket on you, and then the dad taunting you in the face. I mean, one of the worst ways to go out.
I thought I showed great restraint to handle it the way that Giannis did.
Agreed.
I guess John has since apologized.
Yes, he has. And apparently, Stephen A. Smith said, like, this guy gets complaints all the time from around the league because he's at, like, every game, home or away, rooting on his son, and as he should be.
A crazy sports parent.
Yeah.
I see dozens of them every Saturday and Sunday afternoon.
This is the first we've been made aware of him as a public.
Yes. That's crazy they think he's the most overrated. I think Halliburton might be one of the most underrated because he doesn't get enough credit as a really good two-way player.
Yeah, I think so much of this goes back to him being on the Team USA team.
Yeah.
And other players around the league being envious of that.
Yeah.
I really think that's probably where this starts.
I could see that
for a lot of these guys.
And I don't think he's that likable. Like, maybe the apple doesn't fall far from the tree as far as interpersonal relationships.
I mean, Giannis did go out of his way to say, like, I love Tyrese when he was talking after the fact about how the dad came up to him and everything. He's like, I love Tyrese and I'm happy for him that they won all these different things. But obviously the dad crossed the line a little bit there. I don't know. But, yeah, like his social media stuff, he's a little bit out there. He's TikTok dance guy kind of deal.
Is it now up to the Pacers to ask, hey, listen, Dad needs to be up in the suite. Dad doesn't need to be down court side and things like that. Do we now provide a seat for him away from the action? So
might have to.
He's not a distraction.
I think you'd look at that now. If this is just the tip of the iceberg and they have like a long chronicled, maybe this is the moment where it goes public and you need to. But I don't know. From my perspective, it happened once, and I think this is one of those you go to, hey, we don't want to have to get you a suite, You're welcome to be in a suite, but if you want to be close to the court, let's stay close to the court, but we can't do that again.
Yeah, I would, like I said, this is just too much of it's a great victory, a great series win for the Pacers there. Why? I mean, you beat the Bucks, who everybody, just absolutely thinks the world of. But here you are now. The dad is the focal point.
You're just another court invader, and I don't know. It could have easily been a fight. Could you imagine an NBA superstar, maybe the best player in the game, beating up a dad from the other team? That would just be.
I would fear for John Halliburton more than the 100 guys versus the gorilla.
That's how he was looking at him too. Like, I'm the gorilla, fam.
Do you realize what I could do to you right now?
Don't do this right now, bro.
You know what? I mean, Giannis. I don't think Giannis is going to do anything. I think Giannis, but you mess with one of these other guys, there could be a lot of problems there, sir. You could be laying on that court.
Definitely.
Like Rudy Tomjanovich.
Right there at the end of that game, this is your final game, maybe in a Bucks uniform. Yeah. The guy just scored on you for your team to lose, and now within seconds, we always talk about how these guys don't have that much buffer between heat of the action to locker room post game, and sometimes they crash out on the microphone. This would have been the ultimate understanding of we are literally still like the buzzers just went off, and I got scored on, and now I might be done here.
Yeah,
that was a lot of emotion.
That moment immediately after losing.
Yeah.
Just way too much frustration going on there.
Easily fly off the handle. And now you have all this stuff about, like, is he going to end up in OKC? Is Giannis going to end up in Houston? Is Giannis going to end up in San Antonio? You're like, son of a gun, dude. Just another reason why be more patient before you punt on Luca, because all of a sudden you could have a real conversation this offseason about,
trading
okay,
for
yeah,
Giannis.
you go Luca for Giannis situation. Now you have no chance at that if you're the Mavericks, and he might be in San Antonio. He might be in Houston. He might be in OKC. That sucks, dude.
Can we get this done to the Mavs? Is Giannis to the Mavs? And I saw the odds. It's like 28-1. I think they don't even
way
have top
down.
10 odds to get him.
Yeah, they don't have. I mean, Vegas doesn't think they have much of a chance. I can't imagine, because you have all these other teams that'll be willing to
give up all the picks.
Yeah, all the picks, and teams like San Antonio, you can give up a Stephon Castle, who was just Rookie of the Year. Houston, you have young pieces you can give up. OKC, same thing.
Nets are the favorite 3-1, Rockets 4-1, Thunder 5-1, Magic, Warriors, Heat.
Jeez.
So, I mean, the Mavs odds aren't good, but in my mind, if you put in Lively and if you put in 3 first-round picks, you're getting one of the best young centers in the game and draft capital. Other teams could offer, 4 first-round picks and pick swaps?
Yeah, this is, you guys mentioned Oklahoma City. I just looked at it. They got their own, this is the 2026 draft, right? We're not talking about this draft. We're talking about 2026 , right?
Yeah.
If we make this trade?
Probably.
It's not this draft.
Yeah.
Okay, Oklahoma City has their own first-round selection. They got the Clippers unprotected first round. That's they got from the Paul George trade. They got Houston's a top 4 protected first-round pick. They got the 76ers 2025 pick that doesn't convey Oklahoma City receives a top 4 protected pick in 2026. And they've got just
that could be a good pick.
They've got the Dallas Mavericks or Philadelphia 76ers swap rights with either the Mavs or the 76ers in the second round.
But would Giannis want to seriously sign an OKC?
I
think if they go and prove that they can win the title right now,
they look like a damn good basketball team.
I do wonder if he prefers to be in a bigger city now, bigger market, since he's done the Milwaukee thing,
Okay,
or maybe
that's fair.
Or maybe he feels like, hey, I'm comfortable here as long as we were winning. He was never wanting to leave Milwaukee.
Yeah, maybe the fact that he's used to being in a smaller market might actually be a benefit to him. Like, hey, the media coverage and all that, not as much.
If I'm Giannis, I'm thinking Brooklyn, Houston. We're going to skip OKC and Orlando. We're going to San Francisco. I want to be a Warrior if I can. And then I'd want to be in Miami. I think those are the realistic choices. New York Knicks sitting at 16-1. I think that has some interest to it. I wonder if Nico has any Nike magic that he can work with Giannis.
Oh, man. That would be one of the most legendary comeback stories of all time for Nico Harrison.
It would be. I think people would still want him fired overall, but maybe we could at least get a championship out of it.
If this ends with Giannis coming here, which is as far-fetched as anything, I think, ever spoken into a microphone, that would solve a lot of the problems. That's really the best-case scenario. If you talk about the aftermath of the Luca stuff, if this ends with Giannis being a Maverick, all of a sudden you're like, okay, it couldn't have ended any better than this.
Yeah,
given the circumstances.
Yeah.
So, but I think Houston, San Antonio, that stuff is very much so on the table, and that certainly sucks. Elsewhere here, sounds of the sports day. How about Cam Ward? This is him working out before the draft with Shedeur Sanders, and they have like an interesting relationship where they seem like they're friends, but they're kind of like they like trash talk each other, or whatever. And
is this the one where he was talking about I just want to be a football player, bro?
Yes.
Ouch.
Yeah, this one stinks. So they're working out together, and Shedeur's basically in the beginning of the clip, he's like, hey, we should like make a song together, because Shedeur likes to make music as well. And so this is their back and forth where Cam Ward's like, nah, dude, I'm just a football guy.
Come on, bro, let's make a song. I play football. Here we go. Football. I play football. You ain't got no hobbies outside of that? I play football. That's the only hobby? I want people to know me as football players. When they search up Cam Ward, we say American football.
That's a great bar at the end of that. When they search up Cam Ward, it'll just say American football. That's all he cares about, man. And yeah, that's there's a little personality difference there, for sure. But
either one could be successful.
Yeah.
Yep.
I think I'd prefer the Cam Ward approach.
There's no doubt.
The reason he went number 1 overall.
There's the preference there.
I mean,
they're both hella cocky.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Absolutely.
Yeah. Both
Yeah.
hella cocky.
Yeah, it's just how they go
confidence on
about
high.
it. I think Shedeur's more of the LeBron, happy to be here, let's have fun, and Cam Ward's more Jordan. where I'm here to destroy you,
right,
and have fun talking trash.
Yeah. I mean, the head coach of the Hurricanes, Mario Cristobal, has just talked about from day one when Ward transferred there, he was a culture changer. He was a program, a guy you build around type deal. That's the type of personality, leader guy that he is.
Even before they played a game or had a practice, that he took his NIL money and did some things for the team.
There was some of that.
He took
O-line or somebody else.
He just went out and made sure that some of the guys that didn't have money took care of them or got him some. I mean, it was even before he played it down, even before he took a practice snap or whatever, he just said, no, I'm going to try and fit in here, and he helped a bunch of his guys.
Okay, so we have some new developments in the Bill Belichick love story, but this sound right here, new Mad Dog just dropped, one of the greatest to ever do it. He's putting himself in the shoes of the dad of the 24-year-old girlfriend, because apparently Mad Dog himself has a daughter who's 24 years old. So he's painting the picture of how he would be reacting if this was his world as sort of the father-in-law here. Take it away, Doggy.
Listen, I'll be careful here because I don't want to come across, but I've said this 1,000 times. I'm going to say it again. If Kira Russo and she's the same age, if she came home, Dad, can we go out to dinner with my new boyfriend? Yeah, all right, Kira, where do you want to go? Well, we got to have the early bird special. Well, what do you got to watch? The early bird special. No, we got to have the early bird. We got to go out to dinner at 5 o'clock. Really? If it means that much to you, Kira, we'll go out to dinner, we'll have a Manhattan, and we'll go out to dinner at 5 o'clock, if it means that much to you. And then she comes home, she gets out of the door, and the boyfriend is 10 years older than me. I'd say, honey, what are you doing here?
I thought that crescendo of him 10 years older than me, where he gets to screaming, I thought he's about to go on a scream run for about a good 30-plus seconds. You know the type of stamina he has.
He does.
But he became more measured after that. But I thought that was pretty dang hilarious the way he painted that picture. And now we're finding out that the reason why the North Carolina Hard Knocks didn't go through is because she wanted to have a lot of control in the production aspect of it. She's obviously very serious about what gets out there. And so that's the reason why the whole thing crashed out on us and we didn't end up getting that, is because she wanted too much control over it, basically.
This story is so good and so deep. I think it has made for Hollywood, written all over it. But apparently, she is now worth over $9 million. I don't know if you saw this detail, Chief.
I did. Earlier today, I didn't look too much into it, but she's got quite the portfolio now. She was in cosmetics before this.
Yeah, she was a cosmetologist. Currently now she says she is the COO of Belichick Productions, and over the last 12 months or so, she has accumulated a $9 million real estate portfolio.
It's pretty amazing. He's footing the bill.
So, I mean, that is elite sugar daddy type of stuff. You know?
Yeah.
$9 million of real estate to be my girlfriend? What would you think about if you're the Belichick, kids, the family?
They're on staff. They see
you're
it every day.
You're giving away my inheritance?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
That's their boss,
Just get some hookers, Dad. What are you doing? This is embarrassing. Right? We get it. Okay.
He wants the alpha dominatrix chick, man.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a dungeon somewhere involved here. She didn't want those Hard Knocks cameras getting in the midst of that.
A leash.
Oh, yeah.
With some little spikes on it.
No question. You're like, are you a Raiders fan? You black hole Raiders fan with the shoulder pads? No, it's for something else. I'm put that away.
A mask with a zipper right there by the lips.
Oh, my God.
You get Belichick in one of those suits.
So disturbing.
You get Belichick with a ball gag on.
Oh, there's 100% ball gag.
Safe word is Brady.
Yeah.
All right, I've had enough.
A guy named Clem on Twitter said we're this close to finding out she's the one that benched Malcolm Butler in the Eagles Super Bowl. But he came out and defended her about the CBS interview that went awry. And he was like, hey, we had pre-conversations with CBS about how they would only talk about what was in the book. He was like, we were all caught off guard about some of the questions about our relationship that we didn't want to talk about. So Belichick sold it like, hey, we had told them on the front end of this interview not to ask these types of questions. But as of a little bit ago, a CBS News spokesperson came out and said, we agreed to speak with Mr. Belichick. It was for a wide-ranging interview. There were no preconditions or limitations to this conversation. This was confirmed repeatedly with his publisher before the interview took place and after it was completed. So now it's a he said, she said about how this whole thing went down, but it just gets crazier and crazier by the day.
The optics of it are all off, and I just wonder, like, outside of football, like, how competent, how socially confident is Bill Belichick? Has he been doing this like boring robot routine with the media all these years just because he's weak and he doesn't feel strong in these social environments? Like, for her to take over to the extent that she did, it makes me feel like he needs somebody to take over. He doesn't like it. He doesn't want to do it. I don't know why he's doing extra interviews if he doesn't enjoy it. He doesn't feel in control. Like, because you should be the person saying, this is my interview. I said we're not going to talk about that. Why is she chiming in?
Yeah, it's a good point.
Just the whole image of Bill Belichick as the smartest, in control, powerful coach. He's the GOAT of coaching. To have him be so emasculated by a 24-year-old girlfriend in an interview setting where you're supposed to be talking about the fact that you're the GOAT is just bizarre.
The worst situation could be for him to be a head coach in college football. I don't know why he thought this was going to be a good thing, especially with her involved.
This is all going to end extremely poorly.
Yeah,
it is. Yeah, it's ending right now.
Yeah. When you're in the NFL, there's a lot of things you can hide. You can't hide things in a college campus.
Yeah, I wonder what UNC thinks of this right now. If they want out of it, if they like it. Because I would be going to.
She sounds like a real pain in the ass to deal with.
Yeah, the other people around the university.
There's some ass pain involved.
What can we do? Because we need this out. Like, our image that we hired Belichick, who's going to come bless us with his NFL knowledge. Now we're turning into a circus.
Right.
This is going horribly.
That's exactly right. Yeah.
Okay, one more night out for your Dallas Stars before they visit the Avs. What have we heard today about Miro and more? It's coming up next as we hit the Expressway. G-Bag of the Day is coming up at 5:30, and we're back here on The Fan. I have to chat Window Nation with you, though, because
product? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, what's your name?
No, I'm Jen.
Your name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. It's time to hit the expressway. We're going commercial free to the top. LA Live's coming up in about 15 minutes. G-Bag of the Day in 5. This segment of the nation brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. And the expressway is presented by the on-time experts. Nick Harris, Star-Telegram, was on with the guys this morning. Said Dallas is looking for an established number two. And that as they sort through their options in the trade market, free agency market, whatever it might be, Amari Cooper is an option as a fallback. I don't know if he was paraphrasing that or, but Amari's status as a certified number two, less solid. He gets old. He gets 570 yards last year. You're thinking, put him back with the Cowboys. Maybe it could be 800 or 900 yards, but it could also be 12 months from now, we're talking about Amari Cooper's retirement.
Right.
So when I saw him in Cleveland and Buffalo, I saw a guy that could produce, could get open, but was also remarkably slower than what we'd seen in his peak with the Raiders and with the Cowboys. So, but that's interesting. Looking for an established number two. I would kind of look at it like, hey, if we're going to make a trade or bring somebody in for a significant amount of money, then we're going for it. But I think they try to rebuild while they make the playoffs at the same time. They never want to give up on the idea of making the playoffs in any given year. And I think team building wise, that handicaps you because you never really go for it and you never have the salary cap clearing season or the back-to-back top 10 pick season that, the teams that ultimately win the Super Bowl, I think usually end up having. Okay, with the Dallas Stars, one more night off. The update is DeBoer saying no update on Miro. So we will hope for the best tomorrow. We do know it's going to be an 8:30 puck drop tomorrow, and that's going to be Game 6 with your Dallas Stars up 3-2. I am wondering with this deal, like, is it super sensitive because it's a knee injury that could get a lot worse if you aggravate it, or are we like in Aaron Rodgers' torn Achilles fantasy land here? Like, oh yeah. Sure, he could come back in 3 to 4 months. The only knee operations that I'm aware of that take 3 to 4 months are a meniscus. And I know from my time covering the Trailblazers in Portland, Brandon Roy came back way too soon from a torn meniscus in the 2009 or 2010 playoffs, and it ultimately spelled doom for his knee. They rushed him back. He wanted to play in the playoffs. The next thing you know, he's got to play 20 minutes a night, and he's out of the league, within 24 months after that. So, I'm just trying to take really incomplete pieces of information and try to come up with some sort of an idea of why could you think that maybe you were going to be back a week ago and now you're still not back? It's weird, and I think it's got to be gamesmanship, which, sure, go for it. Try to confuse the Avs on what they have to prepare for. But I'm just trying to, come to terms with what we should be expecting as Stars fans. The good news is, doesn't look like you need them to beat the Avs. Your Stars are that good.
Yeah, that's been the best and biggest thing about this whole situation, and it does feel like they are going more big picture thinking on this. This isn't a Jamie Benn on his last legs, hey, get out there, we're trying to do this thing one last time kind of deal. There's still a lot of future involved here that they're not trying to probably fool with, but I kind of agree with you. Maybe it is the gamesmanship stuff, especially because with hockey players, like, the toughness level is through the roof. Like,
yes.
They'd be willing to get out there. Miro's probably been ready to get out there for a while now just because they're savage competitors. But the big picture thinking is interesting because it's like, okay, maybe they feel like we are rushing him back if we bring him here now. Not that we couldn't do it, but what is it going to do long term? And how long can we milk this? Do we really have to have him in this series? And maybe if it got to a Game 7, they'd feel like, okay, but I think they're pretty confident that they can get through this thing, and then we'll see what happens in round 2.
Yeah, if the doctors are telling you, dude, if you step on the ice, you could make it a lot worse for next year, then it's an easy decision.
Right.
We're going to continue to sit this thing out, especially with how well Thomas Harley's playing, Brian.
Yeah, that's what I was going to. That's exactly where I was going to go, and I was wondering, is this one of those times where the organization, and maybe this sounds crazy, are they testing Thomas Harley here in this big playoff?
I think you're finding out about him.
Yeah, I wonder if it's one of those things. It's like, listen, yeah, Miro is clearly one of our better players, maybe one of our best players. But right now we're kind of rolling around. We're getting Thomas Harley, we're getting him some experience as far as him being that guy.
If Harley's going to be that guy ahead of Miro, and you could have both of them.
Yeah, that's. See, I wonder if they're saying getting Harley this type of experience or letting him go through this, at least through this first round, and saying, yeah, we're willing to do this with knowing that Miro's maybe only 75%.
Yeah, I don't think I'd bring him back at 75%.
Right.
I think if that's the case, we can ride with Harley. Harley's doing a hell of a job.
That's what I'm saying. Maybe if Miro was more 85%,
yeah,
it'd be a different story. But the level of where it's kind of like, I think it's levels of where Miro is. He is 75%, but they're also saying, damn, we got this Thomas Harley. He's done a great job for us.
75 sounds about right, just based on kind of how he's moving and not taking contact in the limited video chunks that I've seen. Peter DeBoer on the Bednar impersonator who's behind the bench, he says, let's put it this way, I'd rather have a doppelganger than some of the situations I've been put in with people behind the bench. You can look that up on the internet to see that. I saw that quote earlier today. I did a brief internet search and found a couple of funny ones, but I don't think I've seen what DeBoer's talking about. Maybe the Stars insiders here on the truckwreck.com fan text can put me in the right direction. Tonight in the NBA, Warriors-Rockets. That tip-off is an hour away. Golden State up 3-1. Games in Houston. Lakers and T-Wolves at 9. Luca on the ropes. Nuggets and Clippers last night was amazing until Denver pulled away late. Bogdanovich and Westbrook with the big moment. Bogdanovich coming off the free throw line and saying, "Try me." Westbrook kind of like shrugging his shoulders. Denver pulls away afterwards. But check this out. Westbrook's impact. The Nuggets bench points this series, 79. Russ has 53 of them. He scored 67% of their bench points, and he's sort of breathing life into their contention.
He's been good.
All righty, it's time now to go into the Pimp Cup where Lucius Alexander has your G-Bag of the day.
Slip slide, trying to provide. Hey, man, shout out to y'all. More power to you out there if you're riding around with some unbalanced tires and they bald and you out here flying. Shout out to you, bro.
You see the tire shaking as you drive by it?
It's usually an Altima. Or shout out to the white trucks, the white truck Wednesdays.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Richie. Wild as well. And I found out you spray some of that Fix-A-Flat in your tire, it can do that shaky thing. I thought I had a bad tire once. Really? Like, have you put Fix-A-Flat in it recently? I was like, yeah, why? They're like, oh, well.
It clumps?
Yeah, it messes your tire up. I was like, oh, that makes sense.
Unbalanced.
Yeah.
All right, our winner and champ of G-Bag of the Day. By the way, G-Bag of the Day, we do it every weekday on the fan at 5:30. If you see anything floating out there on the social media webs, hit me up at Lucky Lucius, P-L-U-C-I-O-U-S. Lucius Alexander on Facebook. By the way, I have a question for the Tolos in LA Live today. Or you can follow us all if you found G-Bike Nation on Twitter. Our winner right here comes from WFAN in New York. Boomer Esiason, Gio. Gio right here crashing out on a caller.
Hey, good morning, guys. Gio, I got a bone to pick with you this morning, Gio.
Yeah.
Is everything okay? Is everything okay this morning? Because you've done nothing but rip the Giants since 6 o'clock this morning.
Okay.
How many Ole Miss games have you actually watched all year? Okay.
I've sat there and watched how many.
No. If the Giants like a quarterback, you go out and get him, Gio.
Okay, Mike. Hey, listen to me. Hold on for a second. Hold on a second.
New York.
For God's sakes, I'll talk to you. And by the way, I said this for dummies like you earlier that I hated the Vikings pick of J.J. McCarthy. I said he stinks and I hated it. So that has nothing to do with it being a Vikings fan or not. And how many Ole Miss games did John Gruden watch of Jackson Dart? And I'll tell you right now, he thinks he stinks.
How many times have you watched him play?
How many times have you watched him play?
What did you?
How many times have you watched him play? Seriously. You're a Giants fan, so you're going to suck off every one of their picks.
Yes.
You're from Ole Miss like Eli. You're probably one of those sickos who sat there and defended Daniel Jones for 6 freaking years.
That's rough.
Get over it.
God.
He's a pudgy Utah clapper. How many games at Ole Miss? I don't need to watch any games at Ole Miss. How many games at BYU did I watch Zach Wilson play? 0, and I knew he was going to suck.
Amazing.
Yeah, that's great energy right there,
so
bro.
good.
That's good energy.
Those callers do such a good job of winding him up.
They do.
Gio.
It's New York, baby. They were born arguing.
Yes, they're good at it. What do you think is worse, Daniel Jones for 6 years or 9 years of Garrett? I'm going to say Daniel Jones.
Yeah, Daniel Jones, I think, is even worse. Gave him a contract and everything.
You don't want to ask me that.
You know JGC's my guy.
And you did.
Yep.
Now, earlier, Eric, you said that Wolchuk was dragging a body out there at the fire department.
Yeah.
Fire station.
Yeah, he put on a show today, man. Did the damn thing.
I thought you were talking about his body.
Well, yeah, that too.
I thought you were talking about his
late night, early morning for the bully. He was hungover. Had a morning drive.
Dragging ass. Choppy takes a shot at Wolchuk. Here we go.
Zach Wolchuk is somewhere over there just absolutely panicking. Chuck.
Yeah, he's getting set to drag a body. We wanted him. They asked me to do this. I was like, I do this every week, every time we go to the firehouse. And since Eric's been dragging Zach for all these years, we're going to let Zach drag a body for once in his life. Where is he?
I had to text Choppy, send him the $5 Venmo. I promised him.
Oh, hey, man. Let's go to Nightcap. Shannon Sharp. Uncle Shay Shay. Run, Shay Shay. Run, girl.
Is this the one with Joe Johnson?
Yeah, bro.
Okay.
What's going on at Shannon's crib, bro?
Man.
He cusses at somebody off mic and tells him to be quiet. Check this out. Oh, well, George. Hold on. Well, yeah, I got a little computer funny. Doesn't matter. I got Al Green bumping it, so it's still going, here we go.
That's what I always felt, Ocho. I thought I was going to be somewhere between a first and a third round draft pick.
Yeah.
Hey, I only heard from 2 teams. Guess what the 2 teams that called me, Ocho, say, what's your phone number? Where you going to be?
Who that?
Shut the up.
Oh.
Next door. Cincinnati Bengals was one.
Hey.
And the Seattle Seahawks.
Wow.
This is a weird clip.
It really is, because then he says next door. Who else are you talking to? Nobody asked you anything. And he smiled right after that.
I know. He goes from talking, giving a whatever take he's given, and then he snaps into angry mode, and then immediately comes back and gives you that sort of like that evil smile of like, no, we're good here.
Nothing wrong.
And he says like the next door thing as if it wasn't somebody that was clearly like 5 feet away from him.
You think he has an OnlyFans model in a dog cage in his bedroom?
I think he's role-playing, bro. I think he's role-playing right now.
Okay. Phone number, where you going to be?
Who that?
Shut the up. Next door.
And then the biggest smile you've ever seen.
He's playing.
Joe Johnson and Ocho Cinco are just
like,
frozen.
What the hell just happened?
What?
And they did not do their jobs by asking him, what's going on, bro? You all right? Do we need to stop recording for a
Too hot
second?
right now.
Too hot. Speaking of being too hot.
I don't know if he's in crisis or playing.
I don't know. Somebody's making noise while he was broadcasting. He figured. I mean, there will be an explanation for this soon.
Yeah.
It went way too viral.
What were the reactions of his co-hosts?
They were froze.
Yeah, they were like, what?
Oh.
Joe Johnson, like, I should have never answered the call, bro.
but like Lucy said, they never addressed it. They didn't like ask him what or who was that.
Oh, like what's up?
Yeah, they just kind of had this weird.
Do you think he lives in a high rise or something, and maybe or does he have a home?
Sound like he lives in a hostel the way he was talking to people.
Oh wow, yeah.
It was weird.
Yeah, strange.
He could be in a condo with a neighbor.
That's
on the
what I'm
other side of
saying.
the
Maybe,
wall.
maybe there's something that,
trying to do your show.
Trying to do your show, yeah. And she's over there. He's over there making noise.
See that?
I don't know. Why am I defending him?
Hey, relax. He has a lawyer.
That's what I'm saying. I don't
that
need
lawyer to defend him.
I don't need to be his lawyer. Yeah.
Similar algorithms, huh, Broadus?
Who? Him and me?
Yeah.
What do you mean by that?
Little OnlyFans.
Oh.
It was just OnlyFans.
Oh, the Jeff Hornacek girl?
Yeah.
Yeah. Those were not $25K each cheeks. I checked the cheeks. All right, let's go to NBA on TNT, where the crew was going back and forth over the Giannis and Halliburton's pops. In that situation last night, Shaq was putting a cape on for Halliburton's dad.
I played 19 years. That happens plenty of times.
It does not happen when a family member's on the court as you celebrate.
A fan. Yes, it does. A fan. Yes, it does.
That does not happen.
Yeah,
You see, the thing that bothers me about it.
does. Hold on, Kenny. When we lost to Houston, you don't think people had brooms going to the locker room hitting us with freaking brooms?
That ain't the same as one.
It is the same thing. It's a fan. He's a fan. Forget he's a fan. He's a fan.
It's not the same thing.
It comes in the
just because
territory.
you said something, you yell to make it true. It don't make it true.
It does make it
The thing
true.
that
I know what
bothers
I'm
me,
talking about.
Ernie,
Listen, it's a
the thing
fan.
that bothers me,
Comes with the
if Giannis
territory.
had to whoop his ass, Giannis would be in trouble. No fan should come on the court harassing a player
But they do
during
all
the
the
game.
time.
They do not come on the court.
And so I will say that if they do all the time or if they don't all the time,
you're just soft.
because you pay for a ticket doesn't entitle you to be on the floor.
It doesn't matter. It comes with the territory. He lost. Get him out of there. Listen, he lost.
If you
Get him out
have
of there.
access to get there,
Listen, it's
doesn't make it right, and you're not entitled
I'm not saying
to.
it's right.
And you're not entitled to interrogate to antagonize players. That is not right. He is 100% wrong.
I'm not saying it's right. I'm just saying don't be a punk and whine about it.
Jeez.
Having fun, I think Shaq does make some interesting points because at the end of playoff series, oftentimes there is a court stormed and there's fans out there. I think it's different if one's a dad. For sure, it's different. But at the same time, Shaq has a point. That's going to happen as a player. There are going to be fans on the court after games.
I don't know. I'm surprised he's defending it. It doesn't feel like a very defensible thing, but
no, it doesn't. It is interesting to listen to. It's Boomer Esiasis and Gio. Is it Wolchuk dragging a body there with RJ stinging on the Wooly Bully, or is it the NBA on TNT there, Shaq defending Halliburton Sr.? I think I'm gonna go with RJ here. It's funny. I disagree with the joke, but it was funny. Chief,
I'm gonna go with our guy Shannon.
WFAN Boomer, that crash, that was amazing.
We're still tied at 1, Brian.
I'm going to go with Wooly.
All right, by a score 2-1. And your new G-Bag of the Day champion, it's Zach Wolchuk, putting in work there in Anna with the Sean and RJ show this morning, part of their Firehouse tour. And we have the G-Bag of the Day every afternoon at 5:30. Then it's time to go back into the Pimp Cup where Lucius has LA Live.
It's a Butt Naked Wednesday here. Let's get into it right after the great Rick James.
All right, you squares.
It's time to smoke. Fire up this funk and let's have a toast. It'll make you dance to some of everything. Everybody get high.
We're watching some footy game in America. The Rams and the San Francisco 69ers play some rubbish game.
49ers.
Niners.
That sounds much more interesting. Yes. A lot of people might pay to see them. That's what we were doing.
The 49ers.
That's much harder to explain to your wife.
It's Butt Naked Wednesdays.
That's much harder to explain to your wife.
She did that on
The
purpose.
49ers, mate. You got it all wrong there. The San Francisco 69ers is crazy, though. That is crazy.
They are wild there.
San Francisco 60. Hold on, man. Hold on, bro.
We're watching some footy game in America. The Rams and the San Francisco 69ers play some rubbish game.
Well, you got it wrong there, mate. What are you going to tell me later? All right, this is LA Live for Wednesday, April 30th, 2025. It is a Butt Naked Wednesday here in LA Live. Welcome in, Tolos. Welcome in, first-time listeners. Welcome in, last-time listeners. Sorry, man. I'm sorry. Welcome in, long-time listeners. We love you. Shout out to the Tolos, man. That's been listening to this station forever. LA Live is sponsored by Greystone Roofing and Construction. That is greystone-roofing.com. Hold on, let me write that time down. All right, before I get into the question of the day for the Tolos, the question for the Tolos is what I like to call it. Remember that 90-year-old Tarrant County woman that went viral for calling Dallas bougie?
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
They call her Mustang Sally. Hold on.
Oh.
Why do you give me a hard time about Dallas? Yeah. Oh, because everything is so fluty-tooty and food is so, oh yes, and then you look and a sandwich is $75.
Dollars. Yeah, you remember that lady right there?
And we determined Brian's the most fluty-tooty on the station.
I am.
From Dallas.
Yes.
Shoe fits, you got to wear it.
Yes.
Okay.
Very high maintenance guy.
Okay. Well, let's go to WFFFFA TV, where they covered the 90-year-old lady. Sally Mays is her name. Her daughter calls her Mustang Sally. Check this out. She's just funny to me. She reminds me of that fruitcake lady. Remember that fruitcake lady from Jay Leno's show or something like that?
I don't remember her.
Yeah, that fruitcake lady. She just tells it like it is.
Hi, I'm Sally Mays, and I'm going to tell it like it is.
There's your warning, folks.
Look at that. If I don't like some dumb I can tell him. And I think everybody ought to be that way.
See, this is how we ended up in Sally's living room with her loving daughter, Catherine.
I need a Bloody Mary after spending 30 minutes with you.
She records Sally just being herself, posting it to Instagram and TikTok, where they have millions of views and hundreds of thousands of followers.
I know we're going to talk about Flutie Tootie Dallas, but I'm going to be maybe nice. Maybe not. It's not in the dictionary. Flutie Tootie. It's just Flutie Tootie. They go out to eat dinner and they have to have wine and they spend a fortune. Listen, What about $2 chucks? I mean, that's good wine. $2 chuck. Remember that.
But mostly the pair enjoy driving around, going to Brahms, Chili's, a few of Sally's favorites.
I want to go to Olive Garden and get a bucket of soup.
In Hearst, I'm Matt Howerton.
Thank you, Matt Howerton, for that right there.
Great report.
Yeah. I thought she was funny,
Painted
man.
the picture, Matt.
She's pretty funny.
I thought she was pretty funny. Yeah, reminds me of the fruitcake lady. I looked up one of these things. If she curses, I'm just going to have to dump it. Let's see. Fruitcake.
Hi, my name is Ray from Tampa, Florida. Here's my question. My wife has been gaining weight over the past few years.
Damn.
How can I get her to control her weight without hurting her feelings?
Oh, my God.
Once they start getting the big butts like that, it's hard for them to lose weight. I know several women like that. Oh Lord, they got great big old butts, and they will not quit eating.
Hi, my name is Robin Angela.
Okay. Jeez.
When you get that big button, it's over, apparently.
Boy, I'll tell you what.
Jay Leno, yeah, the Jay Leno show.
God, what year was that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I like a Mustang Sally a little bit better. She could enunciate still.
Wow.
Fire those thoughts together a little easier.
Okay, Mr. Dawson. She can enunciate better.
Yeah. I mean, fruitcake lady, she's close.
Yeah. Well, hey. Let's go. LA Live 105.3 The Fan on a Bucket Naked Wednesday. I got a question for the Tolos. Name a club or bar that you used to party at that no longer exists. Since Miss Mustang Sally got me thinking about old spots here in the DFW area. Some of them are hoity-toity, some of them are not. I asked this to the Tolos that follow me on Facebook. I got answers like Humperdinks.